Chapter 1. The Great Zhou, Imperial Capital. In a courtyard at the corner of a street in the eastern suburbs, the sound of clanging reverberated early in the morning. "Brother, wake up! Today is the day of the Xian E-Guard assessment." Song Xian, with skin as radiant as snow and a face both delicate and charming, donned in a fitted outfit with a token hanging at her waist, accentuated her graceful and well-proportioned figure to perfection. At that moment, she yawned while eagerly pushing open a certain door. Upon seeing the young man inside the room, already dressed and seated at his desk reading, she felt a twinge of disappointment and greeted him. "Brother, still reading the spring and autumn annals?" Studying history enlightens the mind. Reading more books is never a bad thing. Song Xian discreetly tucked the book away in the drawer, then raised a hand to press down on his sister's head, gently pushing her out as she attempted to enter. "You're not a child anymore. How can you recklessly barge into a man's room?" Song Xian scoffed, casting a glance at the words Jean Ping Mei in the drawer, a smile flickering in her eyes as she began to call out, "Father, brother is reading something inappropriate." Before she could finish her sentence, Song Xian swiftly covered her mouth with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her neck, giving her a pointed look as he muttered, "A string of candied hawthorns." Song Qian wiggled her two slender fingers, shaking them left and right, two strings. "Deal." Her face brightened with joy, and with a smile, she leaned closer to the desk, lowering her voice, "Brother, when can I take a look at that volume of Spring and Autumn?" Song Xian shot her a glance with her carefree nature. That ancient text would surely be discovered by their parents within 3 days if it were in her possession. He didn't care about his image in her eyes, but he certainly didn't want to suffer humiliation in front of their parents. Their father, Song Yuanshan, was practicing martial arts in the courtyard when he heard his daughter's shout. He wiped the sweat from his brow and strode inside. "What mischief are you two up to now?" "Nothing." Song Xian nonchalantly stepped out of the room, smiling. "Today is the day of the Xian E-Guard assessment, so I told Xian to stay by my side during the evaluation and not to act recklessly. This little girl is still unconvinced. You must listen to your brother." Song Yuanshan stretched his body, the sound of cracking bones echoing, and then turned to look sternly at Song Qian. "Though our family has been intertwined with the Xian E-Guard for generations, your assessment is merely a formality. Nonetheless, do not take it lightly or be careless. Every year, the casualties during the Xian E-Guard assessment exceed half. Qian, your temperament tends to be rash, unlike your brother, who is composed. You can be headstrong most of the time, but during the assessment, you must heed your brother's advice. Do you understand?" Song Qian pouted, somewhat unconvinced. Casting a resentful glance at the composed Song Xian, she felt disgruntled, yet she dared not retort against their father. Her father had a fiery temper, and if provoked, he wouldn't hesitate to wield the 7 wolves against her. Subconsciously, Song Qian glanced at the 7 wolves belt around their father's waist, a gift crafted by her brother to celebrate his promotion. He even gave it a peculiar name, calling it the Ah. But what a fine brother it is who indulges in wine and music at the pleasure houses. "I merely wish to save a bit of silver. Is that a fault of mine?" In the grand hall of the inspection office, Chief Zhao Dizhus was savoring tea while perusing documents when he heard footsteps approaching and looked up. "Uncle Zhao," Song Xian greeted with a smile. Zhao Dizhus nodded amiably, lifting a cup of tea and inquiring, "This is premium goji berries from Mingzhou. I've heard you've been frequenting the pleasure houses lately. Would you care to take some home to bolster your health?" "Ah, no need for that," Song Xian replied, a hint of forced laughter in his tone. As for the pleasure house, he had merely indulged his eyes, though the idea of engaging in such activities was beyond him. After all, he was still in the early stages of his training, nowhere near the phase of releasing his inner energy. Zhao Dizhus nodded sagely. Young men are prone to revelry, yet they must exercise caution. With Song Qian, a young woman, present, Zhao Dizhus refrained from saying more. After taking a sip of his tea, he retrieved a document from his desk and turned to Song Qian. "Have you ever taken a life?" Song Qian shook his head. As a resident of the imperial capital, working a 9-to-5 job as a government agent under the scrutiny of the Xian guards, he walked the streets where people greeted him with bows and smiles. In such circumstances, where would he find the opportunity to kill? The assessment for promotion to second-rank Xian E-Guards primarily involves taking lives. Zhao Dizhu stated, blowing on his teacup before continuing seriously. You ought to understand, the third-rank Xian E-Guards merely drift through life, dealing mostly with common folk. However, the second rank is quite different. They frequently embark on missions, often encountering the most vicious criminals. Many among them are martial artists from the underworld, and some hot-headed youths will not hesitate to draw their blades at the slightest provocation. Thus, the ability to kill is an essential skill for a second-rank Xian guard. As he spoke, he handed the document on the table to Song Xian. The tasks outlined here are the simplest I've selected for you. Choose one, and go fulfill your mission. Song Xian glanced at the document, tapping his finger on the third task. Uncle Zhao, let's go with this one. Zhao Diz, who's looked it over. The mission to eliminate bandits at Langling Mountain? He nodded in agreement. Very well. Although the bandit camp is numerous, they lack formidable experts. Exercise caution. Eliminate a few minions, and the task will be deemed complete. Remember, do not wear official garb. It must be your own hand that does the killing. If you are caught faking it, you will find it difficult to remain in the office thereafter. I understand, Uncle Zhao. Upon leaving the inspection office, Song Qian could no longer contain her excitement, chattering away. Brother, why didn't you select the first task to eliminate the flower thief who has been active outside the city? It seems far easier than dealing with bandits. Song Qian shook his head. The first task is too unpredictable. What if that fellow doesn't show up for a month? Will we then sit outside the city for a month? Song Qian tilted her head in thought, touching her delicate face, and proclaimed proudly, that's not difficult. He'll dress flamboyantly and saunter about outside the city. I can't believe I won't attract a lecture. Song Qian flicked her forehead. How boastful. Upon returning home, their father had already left for duty at the office, while their mother was busy sewing. Upon seeing her children return, she inquired, has the assessment concluded? Not yet. Song Qian waved her hand to their mother. We've come back to gather some supplies. We'll be setting out shortly. Once inside their room, Song Qian began rummaging through their belongings. Soon, he unearthed hidden weapons, daggers, poisons, smoke bombs, and antidotes. Brother, do we need such an elaborate setup just to dispatch a few minor thugs? You know nothing. Song Qian shot him a glare. The world of martial arts is perilous. How many heroes have met their end at the hands of lesser foes? Compared to seasoned veterans, we are but novices. It is wise to be prepared for our own safety. As he spoke, he picked up a heart-protecting mirror to hand to his sister. Song Qian wrinkled her nose in disdain, patting her ample chest. This thing makes me feel constricted. Can I go without it? Either you wear it yourself, or I'll force it upon you. The choice is yours. With a huff, Song Qian accepted the mirror and tucked it in her clothing, then glanced down at the various vials her brother was organizing. She pointed at one bottle. Brother, what kind of medicine is this? Hellion San. Ah, an aphrodisiac? Lower your voice. Song Qian glanced towards the door, whispering, you seem quite knowledgeable. Song Qian chuckled sheepishly. All thanks to you, dear brother. Seeing her brother ignore her as he stuffed bottles into his arms, she grew anxious and asked, Brother, what do you need that Hellion Sand for? Are the girls at the pleasure house not enough for you? The flower thief recently appearing outside the city, could it be you? If you really have such interests, take me along. I'll keep watch outside for you. Song Qian's lips twitched in exasperation. You truly are a wonderful sister. As he spoke, he gently tapped the bottle in his arms and murmured, poison is of no use against formidable masters. But the Hehuan powder is not merely a poison. If employed at the right moment, even a congenital expert could be brought down. Song Qian felt somewhat skeptical. If it was not poison, then what could it possibly be? Song Qian pondered his words carefully and replied earnestly, these are health supplements for entertainment. After packing their belongings, the siblings departed from the imperial capital, riding their standard mounts, the azure-maned horses of the Xian guards, towards the region of Langling Mountain. Along the way, Song Qian felt a sudden thought, and a transparent module resembling a game player's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Song Qian. Age, 20. Identity, third-rank guard of the Xian guards realm. Simultaneous cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit. 9th level of the postnatal realm. Jianghu. Reputation, a novice pet. Azure-maned horse of the Xian guards. Internal cultivation technique. Pure Yang Wujigong, Heavenly Level Technique. Family inherited Xian Bing Jinxing Innate Level Technique. Martial skills, basic fist and foot techniques of the Xian Yi guards, basic swordsmanship, basic knife techniques, beginner's throwing techniques for hidden weapons. Beginner's iron cloth shirt, beginner's lightness skill, grass flying equipment. Standard soft armor of the Xian Yi guards, standard longsword, dagger, hidden weapons, pebbles. Various poisons quests, bandit elimination, in progress. Closing the attribute panel, Song Xian fell into a brief contemplation. This represented the culmination of his 17 years of cultivation since his transmigration, albeit with a significant imbalance in his training. His internal cultivation level was considerably advanced, just a step away from breaking through to the innate realm, yet his martial skills were woefully inadequate. In simple terms, he was a mobile artillery platform with profound internal strength, vigorous vitality, and a mental acuity that reached the limits of the postnatal realm, yet lacking formidable offensive skills. Unfortunately, acquiring powerful martial techniques required either joining a sect or ascending to a high rank within the Xian Yi guards, both of which were challenging paths to undertake. Song Xian is not the type to indulge in frivolities. He is acutely aware that the essence of his survival in this world lies in the cultivation of the pure Yang infinite boy skill. Rather than venturing out to explore martial arts, he finds it far more prudent to remain quietly within the imperial capital, diligently honing his skills behind closed doors. As long as his internal energy reaches a sufficiently high level and his cultivation becomes formidable, even rudimentary sword techniques can deliver lethal blows. After all, the techniques he practices are of celestial caliber, their might far surpassing that of ordinary martial arts. Theoretically, as long as he endures through the passage of time, there exists a significant probability that he could ascend to the legendary realm of celestial beings. The Great Zhou dynasty, founded upon martial prowess, thrives in an environment where martial spirit flourishes and formidable warriors emerge in abundance. The hierarchy of martial artists is primarily categorized into 5 major realms: mortal, post-heaven, pre-heaven, master, and grandmaster. Song Xian had long harbored suspicions that he might have traversed into a realm akin to the martial arts universe from his previous life, or perhaps a world reminiscent of it, for the overarching backdrop and the hierarchy of martial arts levels bore striking similarities. The foundational levels were categorized as follows: the 3 realms of the mortal level, body refinement, muscle refinement, and flesh refinement. The 9 layers of postnatal strength, wherein one's internal energy permeated the 5 viscera, tempering the limbs, allowing the internal force to flow eternally, rendering one impervious to drowning and bestowing immense strength to every movement. The 3 flowers of innate mastery, where physical strength coalesced into the flower of essence. Innate true energy crystallized into the flower of qi, and mental prowess condensed into the flower of spirit. The master, where the 3 flowers converged at the apex, merging into a singular entity, capable of manifesting a martial arts primordial spirit. An individual's comprehension of martial arts could establish a unique lineage, with one person capable of commanding an army. The Grandmaster, who could extend the realm of martial arts, wielding the forces of heaven and earth with a mere wave of the hand, dispersing thousands of troops, a singular individual capable of subduing an entire nation. Above the Grandmaster lay a nearly mythical echelon, the celestial being. However, this level had remained unattainable since the establishment of the Dazhou dynasty 3 centuries prior, merely serving as a narrative backdrop during Song Xian's previous role as a planner. Yet, while a game remains a game, the world in which Song Xian found himself was a vibrant and tangible reality, wherein many aspects could not be discerned solely through the lens of his former gaming experience. For instance, had he undertaken a mission to eradicate bandits in the game, he would merely need to reach a designated location and storm the bandit stronghold to slay his foes. However, at this moment, in a village situated 100 miles from the nearby Langlang Mountain, Song Xian and Song Qian encountered a band of mountain bandits descending from the mountains to plunder. Over a dozen bandits were reveling in the village, indulging in food and drink, while a few of them shamelessly embraced the village women, feasting and groping with reckless abandon, exuding an air of unrestrained joy. The hundreds of villagers were being humiliated by the mere handful of bandits, yet none dared to rise against them. It was not that there were no brave souls, rather, those who had stood up had already succumbed to their fates, lying lifeless in pools of blood. The life of a thief is indeed preferable. In the past, toiling away for others, guarding homes like a dog, unable to even afford a wife. Now, They could feast at will, take their pleasure with women, living a life that felt almost divine. After a few cups of wine, one bandit began to muse drunkenly, reflecting that his life had not been in vain. Brother one was right. With food, drink, and women, what more could one desire in life than indulgence? As he spoke, the bandit began to tear at the clothing of the village woman in his grasp, lust ignited after a hearty meal, ready to take liberties in broad daylight. Yet, just as he prepared to unfasten his belt, he noticed two young individuals approaching from a distance, particularly the young woman, who was strikingly beautiful and immensely appealing. In an instant, he found the village woman beneath him to be less enticing. Casually shoving her aside, he swiftly rose, unsheathing his long knife from his waist. Grinning at Song Qian as he exclaimed, well, a little lady has come knocking at our door. Come over, let us have some fun." Furious, Song Qian drew her sword and prepared to strike, yet she was halted by Song Qian's outstretched hand. "You stay back. Allow me to test their strength first." It was his inaugural act of taking a life, and Song Qian dared not be careless. He summoned the pure internal energy of the pure Yang Wuzhigong with all his might, and then executed the basic lightness skill, grass on the fly. With a swift whoosh, his figure left behind a fleeting shadow, and in an instant, he appeared before the bandit. Before the man could react, Song Qian delivered a simple yet powerful straight punch to the bandit's chest. Bang! Flesh and blood erupted, bones shattered. With the enhancement of his internal force, Song Qian's fist struck as if it were a cannonball crashing through soft tofu, piercing cleanly through the man's chest. "Damn," he muttered under his breath, withdrawing his bloodied fist with a sense of revulsion as he pushed the bandit down to the ground. He truly had not anticipated the man to be so feeble. "A master! Run!" A voice among the bandits cried out in alarm. The leader reacted the swiftest, vaulting onto his horse, intent on fleeing the scene. However, before he could spur his steed into motion, a resonant clang of swords suddenly echoed in his ears. In the next moment, a brilliant arc of sword light flashed, and his massive head was sent soaring into the air. Simultaneously, the horse beneath him was severed in half. Blood gushing forth and staining the vast expanse of the Mu. Song Qian glanced at the long sword in his hand, slightly astonished. Could the fundamental sword technique possess such formidable power when executed with full force? Yet, he soon comprehended that it was not the basic swordsmanship that was remarkable, but rather the formidable strength of his pure yang inner energy. After all, it was cultivated from celestial-level techniques. Even the most rudimentary forms of martial arts, be it boxing or swordplay, could unleash devastating might when augmented by pure yang inner energy. Outside the village, there lay a moderately sized hillock. Upon this hill, two men adorned with wide-brimmed hats observed the distance. One of them, clad entirely in black, held a brush in one hand and a small notebook in the other, seemingly recording something. A closer inspection would reveal the faint inscription of the word outstanding, accompanied by a separate note of ferocious beneath it. The offspring of Song Yuanshan indeed possessed remarkable prowess. Closing the notebook, the recording man gazed at the corpses strewn about the village and remarked in admiration, "I have heard it said that the children of the old Song family lack ambition, content merely to drift through life. Yet, I never anticipated that when they truly committed, they could be so ruthless." The other man nodded in agreement, chuckling, "Indeed, this was somewhat beyond my expectations." With a single punch, he pierced a man's chest. It seems that Song Qian has mastered the family's ice-cold technique to a profound level. In the realm of acquired strength, few dare to claim superior inner energy. However, as for their martial skills, he hesitated, noting that these bandits were far too weak, easily dispatched with a single sword strike, making it difficult to assess their true martial prowess. Yet, judging by the speed at which Song Qian and his sister executed their strikes, their swordsmanship appeared commendable. The man with the notebook smiled contentedly, stating, "These two are inherently suited for the role of Xianyi guards. Let us depart. It is time to report back. By the way, inform our brothers that the bandits of Langlang Mountain are no longer of use. Have them clear the area immediately. Having these scoundrels linger another day is simply intolerable." The other man nodded but muttered, "Eradicating bandits is the responsibility of the local authorities. Why must we, the Xianyi guards, clean up this mess? It seems the local officials are quite inept." The man in black sighed, "Let us move on. That is a concern for our superiors, not for us to ponder." With that, both men lightly pressed their toes against the ground and shot forth like arrows, swiftly vanishing into the forest. Song Qian withdrew her longsword from the neck of the last mountain bandit, effortlessly twirling the blade to cast off the blood from its tip. She glanced at Song Qian with a hint of pride. "Brother, Killing is far simpler than I had imagined. I can't believe you prepared so many bottles and jars for this. They were utterly unnecessary. The less we need them, the better. I sincerely hope I never have to use them in my lifetime. Song Qian let out a sigh. It was his first experience of taking a life, and he felt a lingering discomfort within. In stark contrast, Song Qian, that young girl, was grinning with not a trace of fear. Her disposition truly seemed to be naturally suited for the life of an assassin. With the mission accomplished, may I now retrieve my heart-protecting mirror? This rigid object is quite uncomfortable. As she spoke, Song Qian began to reach into her bosom. Song Qian cast a sharp glance at her, admonishing, "Remember, there are countless skilled individuals in this world. Do not presume that vanquishing a few petty thieves renders you invincible." "I understand." Song Qian shrugged, ultimately refraining from removing her protective heart mirror under her elder brother's watchful gaze. "Caution, caution. I comprehend. You have uttered those words for over a decade." This was her first venture alongside her brother to engage in combat, and Song Qian felt quite elated. Ever since her youth, she had harbored dreams of wandering the world as a chivalrous heroine. Alas, her brother's overly prudent disposition had restrained her from venturing beyond the imperial capital, thwarting her aspirations for far too long. However, fate seemed to smile upon her. At the age of 18, her long-cherished dream of championing the weak had finally commenced. With her long sword sheathed, Song Qian turned her gaze towards the villagers, only to find her once exuberant spirits dimmed. Instead of the gratitude and admiration she had anticipated, she was met with expressions of fear and trepidation. "What does this mean? I, the heroine, have eradicated the bandit threat for you, yet rather than expressing thanks, your eyes regard me as if I were a venomous serpent. Do I appear so fearsome?" Meanwhile, Song Qian seemed to grasp the situation. Securing his sword at his waist and producing a token from his breast pocket, his voice resonated with authority and a hint of gravitas. "The Xianyi guards are here on official business, tasked with eradicating the bandits of Langlang Mountain. Those uninvolved, return home at once." Upon hearing his proclamation, the villagers, previously anxious and fearful, underwent a swift transformation in demeanor. An elder, resembling the village chief, could hardly contain his joy as he was assisted forward. Bowing deeply before Song Qian, "Oh, great lord, you have finally arrived." One courageous villager stepped forward to inquire, "Sir, is what you say true? Are the Xianyi guards truly here to eliminate the bandits?" "Indeed, it is true." Song Qian tucked away the token and spoke solemnly, "Hasten back home. If there is no necessity today, refrain from venturing outside. By the way," he gestured toward the corpse on the ground, remembering to send a few individuals to report to the authorities and request the county officials to send personnel to retrieve the body. "My lord." The old village chief hesitated. "Some of the officials in the county have connections with the bandit leader of Langlang Mountain. If we report to them—" He did not dare to continue, but his meaning was clear. They were but ordinary villagers, should they enter the county office, if those officials were to take offense. How could they bear the consequences? "I am Song Qian, a second-rank Xianyi guard." Song Qian's voice exuded tranquility, yet his countenance bore a commanding presence. "Should anyone in the county office trouble you, simply invoke my name and inform them that if they fail to collect the bodies, I shall personally undertake that task. If, after this, there remains anyone blind to their own folly, then you are welcome to seek me in the capital." "Indeed," Song Qian chimed in eagerly, "once in the capital, you need only inquire among the locals to discover our whereabouts. My brother is quite renowned there, the esteemed figure of the Xianyi Guard. The illustrious prince of the brothels." This was none other than her brother, Song Qian. A soft cough interrupted her as Song Qian gestured towards the lifeless body on the ground. "Very well, shall we commence our task?" "Huh? What task?" Song Qian was taken aback. The person was already dead. Could it be that they still needed to be dismembered? "Let us search their bodies for any incriminating evidence." Song Qian cast a glance at her, questioning her professionalism in the matter of killing without leaving a trace. "What have I been teaching you all these years?" "Oh." Song Qian promptly realized the situation and began to eagerly rummage through the pockets of the bandit-esque corpse, occasionally exclaiming with a hint of delight, "Brother, there's silver here. Brother, look quickly, this bottle resembles the health supplements you carry. Oh, and there's even a book here." Song Qian quickly turned his head to look, wondering what was happening. Had he just slain a few minor creatures? Or could it be that a skill book had dropped? He casually took the book with an illegible cover from Song Qian's hands, his heart racing with excitement as he opened it. Then, oh, a voice filled with disdain emerged from Song Qian. Song Qian, feeling utterly speechless, threw the book onto the ground and stomped his feet in frustration. Damn it, an erotic manual, he exclaimed, filled with indignation. Leaving the village, Song Xian and his companion set forth towards the direction of Langling Mountain. Brother, are we truly heading to the bandit stronghold? Song Qian felt a surge of excitement. She had long heard tales of the notorious golden belt associated with murder and arson. It seemed her brother was about to embark on a grand venture. Integrity was paramount, and she had already proclaimed in the village her intent to eradicate bandits. Such a promise must be fulfilled. After dispatching a minion with a single stroke at the village entrance, Song Xian gained a clear understanding of her own martial prowess. As long as she did not encounter the renowned masters of the martial world, dealing with mountain bandits or highwaymen posed no challenge. With such strength at her disposal, why hold back? Today, with nothing pressing, she decided to indulge in some music at the tavern. No, that was incorrect. First, she would eliminate a bandit din to stretch her limbs. Riding her steed with a flowing mane, humming a light tune, Song Qian leisurely traversed the winding paths of the mountain village. Song Qian rode alongside him, but gradually. As the path narrowed, the young lady fell behind. Gazing at the sprawling green mountains, Song Qian felt a surge of inspiration and casually recited, "In the rivers and lakes, the night rain falls upon 10 years of lamps. In the spring breeze of peach and plum, a cup of wine is shared." In this moment and setting, if only there was a flask of wine, life would truly be worth the journey. After his musings, Song Qian noticed the absence of his sister's response and turned back in confusion. He found Song Qian, with one hand gripping the reins and the other cradling a small booklet, completely absorbed in the cultural ambience of the text, utterly oblivious to his earlier words. Song Xuanla reined in his horse and leaped gracefully to Song Qian's side. "Is it beautiful?" Song Qian, completely absorbed, instinctively murmured in agreement. However, upon catching sight of her brother's disapproving expression, she hurriedly closed the small booklet and attempted to tuck it away in her bosom. "Hand it over." Song Qian swiftly seized the small booklet with a direct claw of the azure dragon, then fixed his scrutinizing gaze upon Song Qian. "I thought I had discarded this on the ground. When did you pick it up?" Song Qian's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, and she dared not meet her brother's gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt as she confessed, "While you were busy discussing matters with the villagers. I discreetly picked it up when no one was watching." She added awkwardly, "Well, I noticed you often looked at it at home, so I couldn't help but be curious." Song Qian calmly tucked away the small booklet without any intention of mocking her. Instead, he spoke earnestly. "Though we children of the rivers and lakes typically marry later than ordinary folk, at 18, you are not so young anymore. You have reached the age of matrimony. If you happen to encounter a suitable gentleman." Before Song Qian could finish speaking, Song Qian, somewhat annoyed, interjected, "You're already 20 and not anxious. Why should I, being only 18, feel any urgency? Besides, where is it customary for a younger sister to marry before her elder brother?" With that, she patted the sword at her waist and proclaimed with pride, "I, Song Qian, shall become a legendary heroine who commands respect throughout the martial world. If I were to find a man, how could I continue my adventures in the realm?" "Do as you wish." Song Qian, feeling disinclined to elaborate further, contemplated his younger sister. Ever since her childhood, she had trailed behind him, absorbing his thoughts and beliefs almost unconsciously. Although he appeared to be a mere slacker in the Xuani Guard, idly passing time at work, deep within his heart lay an unquenched desire to traverse the realms of the martial world. Over time, this aspiration had subtly influenced Song Qian, who now harbored an even greater yearning for the legendary world of heroes than her elder brother. Song Qian has always been carefree. Although she felt a moment of panic when her brother discovered her looking at an erotic album, she quickly brushed it off. Riding alongside Song Qian, she soon resumed her playful demeanor. "Brother, you are famously known as the Prince of the Brothels. Have you not been with all the ladies inside?" "No." "Really? Does that mean you haven't been with any of them at all? Or just not all of them?" "Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you think about is sleeping. What occupies your mind all day?" Song Qian gazed at Song Xian for a considerable time, and then, with a look of contemplation, nodded knowingly. "Given your demeanor, it is quite likely that you have not slept at all. I thought as much. How could someone with your fastidious nature possibly still find appeal in a woman who has been touched by others?" Song Xian remained silent, though he wished to express that he harbored no true obsession with cleanliness. His dedication to mastering the art of the pure young child technique rendered certain actions inconvenient until he achieved a greater level of proficiency. However, the essence of the pure young limitless child technique constituted the most profound secret within his heart. Even his family remained oblivious to this truth. Thus, he chose to remain taciturn in response to Song Qian's conjectures, tacitly accepting them. If being perceived as fastidious is the price, it is preferable to the errant assumptions of this young lady. Brother, she remarked, father has stated that after this year, he will discuss a marriage proposal for you. How do you intend to handle this matter? What else can be done? Just prolong it. Song Qian sighed. Before cultivating the martial Dao primordial spirit and attaining the realm of martial Dao master, he could not indulge in romantic pursuits. After all, he could not bring home a bride only for her to live in solitude, could he? I knew it. You still cannot forget that elder sister of Lu Xiaolu. Can you? Song Qian remained silent. Alas, brother, she has been gone for 5 years. What is it that you still cannot let go of? I believe, that Xiao Lu's second sister, Lu Qingshuang, is quite charming as well. Her gentle and delicate demeanor makes her seem easy to approach. Moreover, we have all grown up together since childhood, and she and you could be considered childhood sweethearts. If you were to marry her, I, as your sister, would surely have no conflicts with my sister-in-law. How wonderful would that be? Song Qian remained silent. Brother, what do you truly mean? Do not tell me you are unaware of Lu Qingshuang's feelings for you. She, like me, has reached the age of 18, and suitors have been visiting her home one after another. Yet, she continues to refuse them. Do not claim ignorance about whom she is truly waiting for. Song Qian, feeling somewhat irritated by the inquiry, waved his hand and said, let us speak of this matter later. I do not wish to discuss the affairs of the Lu sisters at this moment. Song Qian opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. Her elder brother was typically composed and had a temperament that remained steadfast. However, he would become irritable and impatient whenever the Lu sisters were mentioned, exuding a dangerous aura that even she, as his younger sister, found unsettling. Observing her brother's icy demeanor, Song Qian couldn't help but harbor resentment towards their elder sister, Lu Xiaolu, who had vanished for 5 long years without a trace. It was all Lu Qingshua's fault. As they approached the foot of Langling Mountain, Song Qian and her brother dismounted, gazing at the stronghold built halfway up the slope, both drawing their long swords. Stay behind me at all times, regardless of the circumstances. Do not stray beyond 10 paces. Do you understand? Understood. Song Qian remained utterly composed. She believed that where there was one killing, there would inevitably be another. In matters of slaughter, she felt an innate talent coursing through her veins. The mere thought of presenting the king of hell with dozens, if not hundreds, of lives as her grim offerings ignited a fervor within her blood. Song Qian's fervor ignites swiftly, yet it cools just as rapidly. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the encampment, her once enthusiastic heart now feels a chilling void. Brother, there are others who have outpaced us. Song Qian let out a sound of acknowledgement, surveying the surroundings and examining the wounds on the corpse. After searching several rooms, he beckoned to Song Qian. Let us depart and report back to the office. Song Qian expressed her confusion. Are we leaving just like this? Aren't we going to search for clues? No need. Song Qian replied, shaking his head. The corpses all show signs of a swift and decisive kill. They have been dead for less than half an hour. And any valuable items have already been looted. This is the hallmark of our Xian Yiwei's operational style. Unless there are unforeseen circumstances. After we eliminated those bandits at the village entrance and completed our mission, the Xian Yiwei office would have dispatched personnel to cleanse this hideout. Song Qian has come to a realization. In other words, the Xian Yi Guard had long been monitoring the mountain bandits here, waiting until we completed our assessment task before sending people to eliminate this group of robbers. Song Qian nodded with a smile and remarked, the Xian Yi Guard comprises 3 offices. Aside from our inspection division, there are the Judgment Division and the Law Enforcement Division. The Inspection Division primarily handles cases, while the Judgment Division is responsible for trials. As for the Law Enforcement Division, to put it plainly, it exists solely for the purpose of executing judgments and eliminating threats. There are around 100 bandits here, yet none exhibited signs of struggle before their demise. They were all instantaneously vanquished. The disparity in strength is simply too great. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it should be the Xian Yi Guard from the Law Enforcement Division who took action. I have heard of the individuals from the Law Enforcement Division. It is said they are ruthless and exist solely for the purpose of bloodshed. Brother, do you think that once we are promoted to second-grade Xian Yi Guards, we might be assigned to the Law Enforcement Division? It's hard to say. That depends on the relationship between our father and Uncle Zhao, and how solid it truly is. My father, Song Yuanshan, has mentioned on multiple occasions that he and Zhao Dizhus, the head of the Xian Guard's inspection division, grew up as close friends, sharing a bond akin to brothers. Their friendship is exceptionally strong. Unless Uncle Zhao gives his consent, the law enforcement division will have no leverage. Song Qian sighed, hoping that Uncle Zhao could be more supportive. While she believed that taking a life was not an insurmountable task, she had no desire to enter the enforcement division and transform into a machine of slaughter. Song Xianwei squinted, rubbing his forehead. Over the years, he had occasionally found himself unconsciously uttering phrases from his past life. Unbeknownst to him, Song Qian had begun to adopt these expressions, and this little girl was increasingly resembling a time traveler. The Xian Wei, a privileged institution that instilled dread in the hearts of many. Although the three departments of the Xian Wei were interconnected, they maintained a considerable degree of independence, each possessing its own administrative offices. Generally, heirs of the Xian Wei, like Song Xian and Song Qian, were assigned to positions within the inspection department. However, upon advancing to the rank of second-class Xian Wei, there would be an opportunity for reassignment. Typically, this reallocation of roles depended on the specific performance during the promotion tasks. Some would be transferred to the law enforcement department, while a select few might be assigned to the adjudication department. As soon as they stepped through the doors of the inspection department, Song Xian and his sister were ushered to the chief officer, Zhao Dizhus. Uncle Zhao. At that moment, Zhao Dizhus was seated at his desk, attending to the documents before him. Upon noticing the arrival of the Song siblings, he promptly set down his brush and greeted them with a smile and a nod. I have already received your performance records, and the law enforcement department has provided an outstanding evaluation. At these words, a wave of anxiety washed over Song Xian. Goodness, they were being scrutinized by the law enforcement department. Surely they weren't truly considering transferring them there? Indeed, Zhao Dizhus continued. The law enforcement department has issued a transfer order, wishing to assign you both to their ranks. I would like to inquire about your thoughts on this. Would you be interested in the transfer? Song Xian shook his head, and naturally, Song Qian quickly echoed his sentiment with a nod. I anticipated your reluctance, which is why I have declined. Song Xian let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Zhao, will there be any dissatisfaction from them if we directly reject the order from the law enforcement division? Zhao Dizhus chuckled heartily. And if they are displeased, what of it? Does that fellow surnamed Li dare to turn against me over a couple of second-rate Xian guards? Serving in the law enforcement division inevitably involves grappling with the masters of the martial world, and the mortality rate is far from low. Given the bond between your father and me, I cannot possibly send you all into such peril. As he spoke, he rose and approached Song Xian, placing a hand on his arm. I heard you punch through a mountain bandit's chest? Song Xian nodded apologetically, acknowledging that it was his first act of taking a life. His mastery of internal energy was still rudimentary, and he felt embarrassed in front of Uncle Zhao. Zhao Dizhus, however, dismissed his concerns, saying, killing is a matter of experience. As you do it more often, you will gradually acquire the necessary skills. In the future, when dealing with such common thieves, try not to squander your internal energy recklessly. Song Xian nodded in agreement. Approaching the desk, Zhao Dizhus presented 2 tokens of the second-class Xian guard to the pair, stating, previously, as third-class Xian guards. Your duties primarily involved idling within the imperial capital. However, the circumstances have now changed, having ascended to the rank of second-class Xian guards. You are to serve within the inspection office, where you will be responsible for the investigation and handling of specific cases. Ordinarily, upon passing your assessments, you would be entitled to a few days of respite to recuperate. Yet, a case has just been submitted, and I find myself unable to allocate suitable personnel. Therefore, I entrust this matter to you 2 siblings. With that, Zhao Dizhus retrieved a document from the drawer of the desk and handed it to Song Xian. Song Xian swiftly perused the document, furrowing his brow as he remarked, Uncle Zhao, isn't it typically the responsibility of the local authorities to handle such cases? Since when have we, the Xian Wei, become involved in matters of adultery? Zhao Dizhus, equally resigned, replied, under normal circumstances, such mundane affairs among common folk do not fall within our jurisdiction. However, this case possesses certain peculiarities. After an investigation, the local constables concluded that it may involve individuals from the underworld, prompting them to report it to us at the Xian Wei. It is said that this incident has sparked considerable negative public sentiment in the area, and since our inspection department is tasked with handling the investigation, it has consequently landed on our desk. Song Xian set aside the document and inquired, Uncle Zhao, May I bring along some personnel? The second-tier Xianyi guard each have their respective duties to attend to. However, among those third-tier Xianyi guards in our inspection division who merely pass the time, you may select a few to accompany you. Remember, once you arrive, your only task is to ascertain the origins and developments of the matter. If this case is indeed related to individuals from the martial world, once you identify the specific parties involved, refrain from further involvement and report back to me. The subsequent actions will be handled by the enforcers from the Justice Division, who are truly adept at dealing with such encounters. Understood. After Song Xian and Song Qian paid their respects to Zhao Dizhu's, they prepared to take their leave. However, as they reached the doorway, he turned back and inquired, "Uncle Zhao, if we encounter a threatening individual outside." Before he could finish, Zhao Dizhu's clear voice resonated, "If it must be done, then do it. Our Xianyi guard has no qualms." He assured, "Rest assured, if any issues arise, I shall bear the burden." As they stepped out of the yamen, Song Qian could not help but express her admiration. Indeed, Uncle Zhao's name is truly fitting. He is remarkably reliable. With Zhao Dizhu's promise, Song Qian felt a sense of relief. Having such a superior willing to take responsibility for his subordinates brought comfort to anyone's heart. Upon returning home, the sky had already darkened. It was a rare occasion that their father, Song Yuanshan, returned home early. He had received the news that his son and daughter had passed the second-tier Xianyi guard examination and in good spirits. He had stopped to purchase a jar of wine on the way. Their mother, Song Lin, had prepared a feast of wine and dishes, and even before entering the door, Song Qian caught the delightful aroma, eagerly moving towards the table with a beaming smile. Song Lin clapped her hands, exclaiming, "You're already a grown woman. Yet you're still so careless. Go wash your hands." "All right." Song Qian hummed a tune as she went to the yard to wash her hands. While rinsing, she playfully teased her father, who was practicing his punches in the yard, saying, "Father, are you engaging in some sort of senior fitness routine?" "Senior fitness routine?" Song Yuanshan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Instinctively, he reached for the belt gifted by his son, the Seven Wolves belt, only to realize, after a fruitless search, that he was dressed in comfortable loungewear at home today, rendering the belt unnecessary. Stop emulating your brother's nonsensical words. It's fine for him being a man, but as a young lady, your erratic behavior may deter potential suitors in the future. Song Qian nonchalantly remarked, "This heroine possesses discerning taste. It is not merely a matter of desire when it comes to marriage." Song Yuanshan let out a couple of grunts, likely feeling that it was inappropriate to discipline his daughter further as she had grown. With a flourish of his sleeve, he strode into the house and announced it was time for dinner. "Did you provoke our father once more?" Song Qian teased his sister at the dining table. Song Qian playfully stuck out her tongue at him, lifting the wine pot to pour some into her father's cup. "I was merely teasing father. Our father, with the temperament of a prime minister, would never take offense at a little girl like me." Flattered by her words, Song Yuanshan's expression brightened considerably, and he chuckled. "My dear, pour a glass for your brother as well." Song Qian pouted, for old Song was indeed biased. He always poured the wine for himself while she never had a share. Naturally, she only dared to grumble inwardly, for such complaints were not to be uttered in front of her father. The seven wolves of old father were never mere ornaments. "Come on, big brother. Let us clink our glasses." Song Yuanshan raised his wine glass and clinked it with Song Qian's before downing the contents in one gulp, which opened the floodgates of conversation. "Eldest brother, as the head of the family, you must take good care of your younger sister in the future. Do you understand?" "Yes, father, you can rest assured." Song Qian nodded earnestly. "I have heard about your assessment today. It is said to have been quite brutal." Song Qian nodded. "The bloodier, the better." Song Yuanshan clapped his hands and laughed. "In our line of work, one must inevitably get their hands stained with blood sooner or later. There will be plenty of bloody affairs ahead, and in time, one will grow accustomed to it." Song Qian nodded, aware that these were merely preambles. The true subject his father intended to address lay ahead. "When I was your age." Song Xuanjin's mind stirred, sensing that the main topic was about to commence. Song Yuanshan wore a nostalgic expression as he reminisced. "When I was your age, I had already taken the lives of numerous ruthless bandits and martial arts scoundrels, at least dozens. Of course, our family has long held the title of the Xianyi Wei, and this has always been part of our duty. There is no need for pride in that. What I truly take pride in, my dear, is that I was married to your mother before I turned 20. If we calculate the time, it was indeed in the very year I turned 20 that you were born." Song Qian, rendered speechless, turned his face aside, only to catch sight of Song Qian grinning and playfully winking at him. In this world, A man's accomplishments and fame are not the true measure of success. Rather, it is having a flourishing lineage that signifies genuine achievement. My dear eldest, your father is aware of the emotional burdens you carry, which is why he has refrained from broaching the subject of marriage. However, you have reached an age where such matters cannot be overlooked. Indeed, it has not been easy to carry on the legacy of the Song family to your generation, and it is time to contemplate certain responsibilities. Song Xian rubbed his forehead. Indeed, it was an undeniable truth that a man should marry when he comes of age, and a woman should wed in her prime. At that moment, he winked at Song Qian, signaling her to come forth and provide assistance. Song Qian understood immediately and poured another glass of wine for Song Yuanshan. Father, you're being rather hasty. My brother and I have only just been promoted to the second rank of the Xuani Guard, and we have yet to settle into our positions. Can't we postpone this for a few more days? Moreover, Uncle Zhao has just assigned us an urgent case from out of town, and we must depart early tomorrow morning. Once we have completed our current tasks, we can then deliberate on my brother's marriage, shall we? Upon hearing this, Song Yuanshan hesitated for a moment. Well, you may attend to the case, and your mother and I can consult a matchmaker in the meantime. We are quite fond of the second daughter of the old Lu family, the girl Qing Shuang. If you have no objections, we could proceed to finalize this matter. After all, you were once poised to be engaged to the eldest daughter of the old Lu family. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Xian's expression shifted uncomfortably. He abruptly set down his chopsticks and stood up. Father, mother, please continue your meal. I will return to my room after finishing. With that, he turned and left, disregarding whether Song Yuanshan was pleased or displeased. This child. Song Yuanshan's cheeks trembled with anger, his wings stiffening, refusing to heed a word I uttered. His mother, Song Linsher, grasped his arm and reproached him. Did I not tell you to speak only of the engagement? Why then do you bring up that eldest daughter of the Lu family again? Song Yuanshan opened his mouth, rubbed his forehead, and wore an expression of deep vexation. After consuming a bit of alcohol, he allowed his tongue to run free in a moment of impulsiveness. It has been 5 years, yet the emotional barrier within that child remains untranscended. With a heavy sigh, he resumed his drinking, resigning himself to the situation. After all, the child was no longer a minor. Could he truly govern him in perpetuity? The meal concluded in a discontented silence. After the lights were extinguished, Song Qian stealthily approached the door of Song Xian's room, lowering her voice as she called out, "Brother, open the door. I have something to discuss with you." Inside the room, Song Xian sat cross-legged, practicing the pure yang Wujing child technique. In the stillness of the night, his inner pure yang energy flowed like golden light through his organs, and faint glimmers of golden luminescence emanated from his skin, rendering him akin to a golden deity. Upon hearing Song Qian's voice, Song Xian gradually withdrew from his meditation and responded softly, "He is asleep. We can discuss matters tomorrow on the way." Song Qian let out a soft exclamation and stealthily returned to her room. In the courtyard, Song Yuanshan and his wife secretly observed this scene before cautiously retreating indoors. Once the door was securely closed, Song Yuanshan let out a helpless sigh. Over the years, this young man had spent considerable time with Lu Xiaolu, and he had thought he had become more open-minded. Little did he expect that such a romantic nature would emerge from the Song family. I refuse to believe that there aren't plenty of good girls in the world. Just because Lu Qingxue left without a word, does it mean that my Song family's sons cannot find brides? The following day, as dawn broke, Song Qian began to knock on Song Xian's door. When he opened it, Song Xian, with a displeased expression, flicked his finger against his sister's forehead. "Song Ernie, why do you have such boundless energy every day?" Song Qian covered her forehead and grinned with a chuckle. Today was a day for a business trip, and the mere thought of venturing out for work filled me with such excitement that I found it impossible to sleep. Song Xian scrutinized her from head to toe. The young lady was clad today in a black robe of the Xuani Guard standard attire, which diminished her elegance but augmented her spirited demeanor. With the long sword at her waist, she truly resembled a formidable figure. "Please wait a moment." Song Xian entered the room and tidied up the assortment of bottles and jars, stowing them away in his embrace. He then grasped the long sword resting by the bedside and exchanged a glance with Song Qian. "Let us depart." "Oh." Song Qian hurriedly followed, lowering her voice to inquire, "Aren't we going to greet father?" Song Qian cast her a glance, seizing her arm as they exited the grand doors. Having already provoked old Song's ire the previous day, approaching him now would surely invite rebuke. As the capital of the great Zhou dynasty, this ancient city thrived beneath the emperor's gaze. At the break of dawn, the streets resonated with shouts, clamors, and the whinnies of horses. while one could also observe the formations of city guards patrolling along the thoroughfares. Yet, regardless of the pedestrians bustling about, the vendors peddling their wares, or the stern soldiers marching in formation, an expression of trepidation marked the faces of all upon seeing the dark robes of the Xian'e Guard worn by the Song siblings. The Xian'e Guard of the Great Zhou was synonymous with imperial authority, a legitimate institution of execution. Who would not feel a shiver of fear in their presence? Song Xian chose a mutton soup restaurant by the roadside, ordering 2 portions of mutton soup and 10 baked cakes. And then he and Song Qian indulged in their meal with great enthusiasm. As practitioners of martial arts, their appetites were considerable. The owner of the establishment, possessing keen insight, noticed that the two seemed to require more sustenance and generously provided a basket of freshly baked cakes. They enjoyed a satisfying breakfast, leaving a piece of silver on the table before making their way to the Xian'e Yamen. Today, he had to embark on a business trip, necessitating the selection of several suitable subordinates to accompany him. As they walked, the streets were bustling with activity, appearing quite chaotic, with scholars carrying book boxes making their way toward the inner city. Song Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation, and suddenly realized, no wonder there are so many people today. It is the day of the imperial examination that occurs once every 3 years. Song Qian glanced at the scholars, then turned her gaze to Song Xian, occasionally nodding slightly, as if she were making a comparison. What are you thinking about? Song Xian casually inquired. Song Qian tilted her head slightly and smiled, saying, "It is often said that those well-versed in literature carry an inherent grace. Yet, after observing for a while, I find no one possesses a demeanor as refined as yours. Dear brother, somehow, in comparison to you, they all seem rather lackluster." Song Xian chuckled. "Isn't that obvious? I have cultivated my skills since childhood, honing my pure yang internal energy to refine my body and sharpen my spirit. How could a mere scholar, lacking even the strength to tie a chicken, compare?" Upon entering the headquarters of the Xian'e Guards Inspection Division, Song Xian found no trace of Zhao Dezhong. It was said that old Zhao had been summoned by the commander of the Xian'e Guard for a meeting before dawn. Initially, Song Xian had hoped to enlist old Zhao's assistance in arranging a few capable hands for him. However, with his absence, he had no choice but to gather his own manpower. "Brother Song, Sister Qian." Inside the office, several third-tier members of the Xian'e Guard, still bleary-eyed from sleep, shuffled in to report for duty, many of them stifling yawns. Yet, upon spotting Song Xian and his companion, they all perked up and greeted them from a distance. For failing to acknowledge them could lead to unwelcome repercussions. Song Xian has long been a seasoned slacker within the Xian'e way, known for his amiable disposition and affable nature, which have garnered him a good reputation among his peers. In stark contrast, Song Qian reigns supreme among the third-tier Xian'e way, embodying the essence of a formidable leader. It is rare for anyone in the inspection department's third-tier Xian'e way to escape her wrath. This young lady, while appearing docile and obedient in front of Song Xian, transforms into the illustrious and formidable Sister Qian when she steps out alone. In the grand capital of the Great Zhou, who does not bow in reverence to Sister Qian? Song Qian nodded slightly, standing beside Song Xian in silence. In the presence of her elder brother, she consistently assumed the role of a humble companion, allowing him to speak on matters of importance while she endeavored to remain as unobtrusive as possible. Song Xian, with a cheerful demeanor, gazed at the dozen or so third-tier Xian'e guards entering the yamen and remarked, "I received a case yesterday and need to travel to the county below. Is anyone interested in accompanying me?" However, he was met with silence. The group of idlers either gazed skyward or bowed their heads in silence, showing no inclination to join him on this expedition. Surely, it was far more pleasant to remain in the capital, indulging in leisurely pursuits rather than journeying to a small county to handle a case fraught with potential danger and devoid of profit. Who would willingly agree to such a venture? Seeing no one respond, Song Xian felt unsurprised. After all, when he himself was a third-tier Xian'e guard, he had behaved similarly, seeking only to idle away his time. He chose not to speak further, instead taking a step back behind his sister, offering a gentle smile to the young men before him, closed the door, released Song Qian. At this sight, the once lethargic third-tier Xian'e guard suddenly appeared on high alert. With some instinctively taking a step back, Song Qian grasped the hilt of the sword hanging at her waist, her voice imbued with an icy severity. "My brother has attempted to reason with you, yet you refuse to listen. Now, let us engage in a discourse devoid of logic." As she spoke, she extended her delicate fingers, lightly touching each person present. I will randomly select 3 individuals. Whomever I point to must comply. Should anyone dare to defy, I shall not hesitate to deliver a swift kick. Although her words bore a certain roughness, none dared to dismiss them as mere jest. For Song Qian, this fierce girl, was truly capable of delivering such a blow. Lu Xiaolu. Song Qian was the first to point at Lu Xiaolu, and in an instant, a helpless smile of resignation appeared on Lu Xiaolu's round face. Although he felt somewhat reluctant in his heart, he did not voice his refusal. After all, he and Song Qian had been inseparable friends since childhood. How could he stand idly by when his brother was in need? Monkey. Song Qian's finger once again pointed at a young man of slight stature, who appeared somewhat lewd. Upon realizing that he had been singled out by Song Qian, the young man felt a profound sense of despair, yet he dared not voice his discontent. Instead, he humbly nodded and offered flattery, exclaiming, "Sister Qian has a discerning eye." The final choice, however, fell upon a robust and towering man known as Daniel. With his dark complexion and towering height of nearly 9 feet, he stood like an iron pillar, intimidating to behold. Yet, this formidable figure, upon being named by Song Qian, felt his eyes well up with tears, visibly glistening in his orbs. "Sister Qian, must I truly go? My father has arranged a marriage for me in the next few days, and if this falls through, how will I ever find a wife?" Nonetheless, Daniel ultimately accompanied the group, as Song Qian had painted a rosy picture for him, confidently promising to find him a satisfactory bride in the future. Although the promise seemed somewhat fanciful, Daniel chose to believe it, having grown up in the same circle. The young men trusted Song Qian's character. When he vowed to find a wife, they were certain he would deliver. The Great Zhou dynasty sprawled across an immense territory, governed through a hierarchical system of provinces, prefectures, counties, and districts. The vast expanse encompassed 9 states, each comprising 12 prefectures, which in turn contained 12 counties. It is no exaggeration to assert that a single state could rival an entire nation in size. To maintain such a sprawling empire under the control of the court, successive emperors implemented numerous measures. The Zhou royal family, which had established itself through martial prowess, placed an almost obsessive emphasis on martial arts, effectively rendering the royal family the preeminent martial clan within the realm. In the emperor's view, the foundation for a lasting dynasty lay in possessing unparalleled martial strength. Furthermore, to counterbalance the influence of the martial community, generations of emperors continuously fortified the power of the Xuanyi Guard. By the time of Song Qian, the Xuanyi Guard had evolved into a formidable entity. Song Qian once heard Zhao Dizhu say that as long as the emperor has not issued a formal decree prohibiting the Xuanyi Guard from intervening, they can involve themselves in any matter within the realm of the Great Zhou. The extent of their power is truly astonishing. Song Qian, on this business trip to Shaan'an County, which falls under the jurisdiction of Mingzhou, is situated over 800 miles from the capital city. This distance is not particularly far for a few martial artists, as it merely translates to a journey of several days. Upon reaching Mingzhou, Huaiyan Prefecture, after days of travel, Song Qian and his companions, riding on their swift steeds, entered the prefectural city in a state of weariness. Without uttering a word, Song Qian made his way directly to the magistrate's office. The case he was to handle had been escalated through layers of bureaucracy at the Huaiyan Prefecture, ultimately landing at the office of the Xuanyi Guard's Inspection Division. By the time they arrived, it was already afternoon, perhaps due to the sun's intensity in the recent meal. The moment was particularly drowsy, leaving only a few officers outside the magistrate's office, leaning against the wall and dozing off. Song Qian gazed upon the grand yamen of the county magistrate. This place served as the very heart of the jurisdiction, where a single decree from the magistrate could determine the fate of millions of citizens in the surrounding counties. Yet, in spite of its significance, the atmosphere was one of utter disarray. Aside from a few drowsy officials, not a single soul could be seen, illustrating the neglect plaguing the administration. "Brother Qian," Lu Xiaolu whispered, "I have inquired along the way, and it appears that the magistrate of Huaiyan, Shun Qingyun, is a miserly parasite, valuing wealth above all else. When those in power indulge themselves, their subordinates inevitably follow suit. In the entire yamen of Huaiyan, from the magistrate to the assistant magistrate, the chief clerk, and even the lower-ranking clerks and officials, not a single one is free from the taint of greed." As he gestured towards the desolate yamen, he lamented that it was a place where even the most affluent citizens dared not present their grievances, for those within were akin to vampires, preying upon both plaintiffs and defendants. Once one set foot within these walls, they would either suffer dire consequences or emerge severely diminished. Over time, The number of litigants had dwindled, even when disputes arose among the common folk. They preferred to spend a little extra to resolve matters privately rather than risk the calamity of approaching the yamen. Song Xian discreetly surveyed the surroundings of the county magistrate's office, gradually nodding and smiling as he remarked, "Xiao Lu, tell me, why do the common people prefer to suffer in silence rather than report their grievances at the office?" Yet, a case of adultery has stirred up such a commotion locally that it has even reached the imperial capital's Xian Yiwei office. Isn't this rather intriguing? Indeed. It is quite intriguing. Lu Xiaolu chuckled in agreement. Song Qian listened with some confusion, furrowing her brows as she remarked, "Could you two gentlemen be a bit more straightforward in your conversation? What do you mean by amusing or not? What is the actual implication?" Song Qian elucidated, "Generally, when incidents occur in local areas, they are often concealed as much as possible. Only when concealment becomes untenable do they escalate to higher authorities. Consequently, when a case that originated in a county town has even reached the imperial capital's Xian Yiwei Inspection Division, one must ponder the implications of such a situation." Song Qian pondered. Is it because someone from the governor's office or the provincial lord's side has suppressed this case, forcing the magistrate of Huayan to use connections to escalate the matter to the imperial capital? Song Qian shook his head, remarking that a mere prefect could not possess such influence. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it seemed likely that the conflict originated from higher authorities, perhaps even from the provincial or state level, where local dignitaries were embroiled in a struggle for power. Someone intended to exploit this case to bring down certain officials, or even eliminate them entirely. "I understand what you mean," Song Qian exclaimed, realizing that this was a matter of individuals using the Xuani Guard as a weapon, aiming to eliminate a few political adversaries. Am I correct? Song Qian nodded, acknowledging that, for the time being, this possibility exists, and the likelihood is quite substantial. Song Qian let out a discontented hum, expressing her disdain for the treacherous nature of those who dabble in politics. How dare they use our Xiani Guard as a mere tool, oblivious to the danger that they too might be caught in the crossfire? Brother, what shall we do next? Should we continue with this case? Of course, why wouldn't we? Song Qian chuckled lightly, disregarding any ulterior motives at play. It was imperative to clarify the details of the case first. After all, this was our first case to handle. Returning in such a disheartened manner would jeopardize our standing in the Xuani Guards. He paused momentarily, emphasizing the need to unravel the events that led to this point, before confronting the ruthless enforcers of the law enforcement department. Those individuals, regardless of any cunning schemes, would wield their blades mercilessly. With that, he beckoned to Daniel, saying, "Daniel, go and knock on the door." Daniel responded with a deep, resonant grunt and strode forward, his heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. "Who is in charge here?" Daniel's thunderous voice echoed at the entrance of the governor's office, startling several drowsy officials awake. One official, appearing to be the head of the group, barely opened his eyes before unleashing a tirade of curses. Who dares to make such a ruckus? Without regard for, before he could finish his sentence, he opened his eyes fully and beheld Daniel's imposing figure, as solid and menacing as an iron tower. The sheer size of Daniel cast a large shadow, overwhelming the head official, who faltered mid-sentence. Swallowing hard, the head official's voice dropped, and his speech slowed, particularly upon noticing Daniel's strikingly dark Xuani Guard's uniform. A flicker of fear crossed his face. "This is the governor's office. May I inquire who you are?" Daniel, with one hand, retrieved a command token from his waist, while effortlessly lifting the head official by his neck as if he were a mere chick. He thrust the token before him. "Do you recognize this token?" I do. The official, blinded by the glaring characters of the Xuani Guards, rasped repeatedly. "Good to know." Daniel tucked the token away and casually tossed the official to the ground, then bellowed, "The Xuani Guards are conducting an investigation. Summon your superior." The head official scrambled to his feet and hurried inside to call for assistance. Shortly after, a group of officials surrounded a man dressed in the attire of a county magistrate, who emerged briskly. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with a fair complexion and no beard, resembling not a warrior but rather a cultured scholar. "I am the magistrate of Huayan County. May I ask if you gentlemen hail from the imperial capital?" Song Xian dismounted gracefully, his gaze sweeping over the individual before him. He observed that this person exhibited no trace of panic, instead embodying a certain dignified demeanor characteristic of cultured scholars. The Xian Yi Guard held a tarnished reputation within the corridors of power. The civil officials harbored both disdain and apprehension towards them, often opting for a respectful distance. It was apparent that this esteemed official from Huayan County felt a degree of resistance, even aversion, towards the arrival of Song Xian and his fellow Xianyi guards. Xianyi guard inspector, Song Xian. Song Xian spoke slowly, inquiring about the name by which this esteemed official is referred. I am known by the surname Yi. So, you are the esteemed director Yi? Song Xian spoke in a deep voice. You should be well aware of our intentions. So let us dispense with pleasantries and proceed with the case. Upon hearing Song Xian's candid remarks, Yi Dianshi was momentarily taken aback. However, his expression softened somewhat, and his tone instinctively became more gentle. In that case, esteemed officials, please wait in the courthouse for a moment. I shall summon someone to retrieve the case files immediately. Song Xian nodded, leading Song Qian and others into the grand hall of the office of the magistrate, without indulging in superfluous conversation as they took their seats. Soon, an official appeared, carrying tea, yet Song Xian merely acknowledged him with a calm nod, showing no intention of lifting the cup to drink. When venturing outside, safety is paramount. In such an unfamiliar environment among strangers, he never partook of their offered tea. Song Xian and others refrained from drinking tea, and Yi Dianshi showed no inclination to persuade them otherwise, remaining seated in a state of tranquil detachment, seemingly lost in thought. Before long, several constables hastily entered the hall, bearing a scroll of documents. Let the esteemed gentleman take a look, Yi Dianshi instructed. Upon receiving the scroll from the constable, Song Xian swiftly began to peruse its contents. His reading speed was astonishing. Before Yi Dianshi could finish his cup of tea, Song Xian had thoroughly reviewed the entire document. The case at hand was not particularly intricate. It was a straightforward matter of adultery. In the Dazhou dynasty, martial prowess was highly esteemed, and societal norms were relatively liberal, allowing women not only to engage in martial arts, but also to pursue education. Consequently, the status of women in Dazhou was considerably elevated compared to the perceptions held during previous feudal dynasties. Women could not only study and practice martial arts, but could also partake in the imperial examinations or the military examinations to enter officialdom. However, regardless of the progressive nature of societal customs or the enlightened disposition of the court, it remained a feudal dynasty dominated by a male ruling class. To preserve the purity of the male lineage, the laws of Dazhou imposed exceedingly harsh penalties on women found guilty of adultery. A man convicted of adultery would face 30 lashes, a fine of 50 taels, and exile for 3,000 miles. In contrast, a woman found guilty, after thorough verification by the Ministry of Justice, would be publicly humiliated and executed on the spot. Such disparate treatment was accepted without question in the imperial feudal society. Song Xian set down the dossier and turned to Yi Dianshi, wondering if Yi Dianshi could recount the details of the case thoroughly. Yi Dianshi furrowed his brow slightly, questioning whether the dossier had not already recorded everything with clarity. Song Xianjing gazed at him in silence. A record is merely a record, yet it does not necessarily convey the truth. I yearned to hear the words directly from Yi Dianshi's lips. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Dianshi gestured for the officers beside him to withdraw, then hesitantly began to speak. This case is not particularly intricate, yet it is entwined with the struggles of those in power. There are certain things I cannot disclose, even if I were to speak. The veracity of my words would remain questionable. Perhaps it would be more prudent for you, my lord, to personally interrogate the accused woman in the prison. What say you? Song Xian was somewhat taken aback and gazed intently at the individual before him. After a moment, he nodded and smiled, saying, in that case, I would appreciate it if Master Yi could escort us to the prison cells. The Tian prison of Huayan Prefecture held a variety of death row inmates, some of whom had already received death sentences from the local authorities, awaiting further review by the Ministry of Justice, while others had undergone the ministry's scrutiny and were merely awaiting execution in the autumn. Within the dim and damp confines of the prison, one could occasionally hear the desperate screams and cries of despair, with some inmates, upon seeing Song Xian and his companions, incessantly pounding on the cell doors, proclaiming their innocence. However, Song Xian had no intention of intervening in their plight. He followed Master Yi directly to one of the death row cells. Sir, it is here. At the entrance of the dark and cramped cell, Song Xian peered through the narrow opening and glimpsed a woman, her features obscured, lying on the ground, her clothes stained with blood. Her eyes, devoid of luster, were fixed on the ceiling, her expression one of utter desolation. Open the cell door, Song Xian commanded. Yi Dianshi hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded slightly to the jailer, signaling him to unlock the door. With a creaking sound, as the iron door swung open, Song Xian, along with Song Qian and Lu Xiaolu, entered in succession, making the already confined space feel even more cramped. As for Daniel and Jose, they instinctively stood outside the cell door, effectively blocking others from entering, even preventing Yi Dianshi from following them inside. Yi Dianshi's expression shifted several times, but ultimately, he did not dare to force his way in. While he held a disdain for the Shani guard, he also wished to avoid offending these formidable figures over a mere case. Inside the cell, Song Xian looked down from his elevated position at the woman who lay numbly on the ground, and he gently cleared his throat. Yet, the woman showed no reaction whatsoever. Seemingly indifferent to the arrival of anyone in the cell, her gaze remaining fixed on the ceiling, as if she had completely surrendered to despair. Upon witnessing this, Song Qian furrowed her brows and stepped forward, seizing the woman's arm and lifting her up. She grasped the woman's chin, forcing their gazes to meet directly. This assertive action finally ignited a flicker of awareness in the woman's eyes as her pupils became fixated on Song Qian. It seemed she was not yet lost to the shadows of death. Song Qian smiled contentedly, her lips curving in a delicate manner, causing the woman to kneel before her. She then turned to Song Qian and said, "Brother, we may commence now." Song Qian gave a slight nod, producing his Xuani Guard token and waving it before the woman. "Allow me to introduce myself. We are from the Xuani Guard of the Imperial Capital. I need not elaborate on our purpose, do I?" Upon hearing the name of the Xuani Guard, although the woman had long succumbed to despair, her body involuntarily trembled. To the common folk, the Xuani Guard represented a branch of the underworld's authority, with its agents likened to the emissaries of the King of Hell. It was said that falling into their clutches meant a fate worse than death, where even the desire for death became a luxury. "I am Song Xian of the Xuani Guard. From this day forth, your case will be under my jurisdiction." As he spoke, he gradually crouched down to meet the woman's gaze directly. "Sun Lu, the Huayan County office has accused you of adultery. Now, I wish to hear the truth from you. Are you guilty?" In the courtyard of the Huayan County Yamen, several officials were engaged in hushed conversation. A stout, middle-aged man inquired, "Where have the Xuani guards from the imperial capital gone?" A clerk, dressed in scholarly attire, replied, "To the county magistrate. Yi Dianshi has already received them. It is said that he has gone to the dungeon to personally interrogate Sun Lu. Didn't you say I should meet them?" The clerk shook his head. "My lord, you are a proper fifth-rank civil official. Though the Xuani Guard wields considerable power, they cannot act with impunity. It would not be appropriate for you to personally attend to every visitor. Yi Dianshi is sufficient." The county magistrate considered this and nodded, finding merit in the clerk's reasoning. "Let it be proclaimed that I have caught a chill and am unwell, thus unable to receive guests. And be mindful not to offend the Xuani Guards. Prepare the necessary tributes for them. Whatever they desire, be it silver or women, as long as it is not too excessive, see to it." The clerk smiled. "Rest assured, my lord, I have already made arrangements with Xian Tower. This evening, there will be a banquet hosted by Li Tong to personally entertain them. They are but a group of young men, brimming with vigor. A courtesan in each room will ensure they do not trouble you." "That is excellent. That is excellent." The county magistrate expressed satisfaction, patting the clerk's shoulder. "I trust you with this matter. Proceed as you have suggested." In the dungeon, Song Xian and the accused woman, Sun Lu, were locked in a tense stare. Despite her current state of dishevelment and despair, it was evident that she was merely in her early 20s, and beneath her weariness lay a trace of beauty. "Consider this carefully. It is your final opportunity. If you wish to avoid public humiliation, confess to me, have you engaged in adultery?" Sun Lu, filled with trepidation, looked at Song Xian, her tongue tied with shame. She instinctively turned her gaze toward Song Qian, but then returned her focus to Song Xian, reasoning that the Xuani Guard girl seemed far more formidable than this young man, who appeared more benevolent. "My lord, I am wronged." Sun Lu knelt, tears finally spilling from her eyes. "I am truly innocent. I was coerced. I did not commit adultery. I would rather die than bear the shame of such an accusation. I am innocent. I was forced. I did not engage in adultery. Not adultery." The woman's agitation grew as she vehemently denied the charges, yet when questioned further about the events that transpired, her words faltered, and she could not articulate her story. "Enough." Song Xian sighed and instructed the monkey outside the prison cell, "Go to the outskirts of the city and bring the husband of the accused woman here." He then turned to Yi Dianshi and requested, "Might I trouble you to dispatch a few constables to accompany him?" Without further ado, Yi Dianshi promptly assigned several constables, who quickly followed the monkey out of the celestial prison. After a little over an hour, the group returned, dragging a peasant man into the cell. Upon seeing the woman kneeling on the ground, the man immediately erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Wretched woman! What nonsensical accusations are you spouting this time?" Hearing the clamor, Song Xian cast a glance at Lu Xiaolu, silently urging him to quiet the ruckus. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaolu stepped forward, unsheathing the long sword from his waist with a metallic ring, and admonished, "Dare to raise your voice before my Xianyi guard? Do you wish for your life to be cut short?" The sound of the weapon's draw resonated, instantly subduing the man, particularly upon meeting Lu Xiaoyu's icy gaze. The man's legs weakened, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. "My lord," he pleaded, "I have led an honest life, never having committed any wrongdoing. Please do not wrongfully accuse an innocent man." Song Xian, weary of idle chatter, intoned gravely, "You shall answer my inquiries truthfully, should you utter even a single falsehood. I shall send you to the Xuanyi Guards prison for your evening repast." The mere mention of the Xuanyi Guards prison sent a shiver through not only the peasant before him, but also the officials, Yi Dianshi and other guards, waiting outside. That place resembled a veritable hell on earth. Once one entered, there was no hope of exiting unscathed. "I ask you, was it you who reported your wife's infidelity to the authorities?" The man hesitated, instinctively glancing towards the prison, as if seeking permission to speak. However, before he could receive a reply, Lu Xiaoyu's sword was already poised at his throat. In an instant, the man capitulated. "My lord, in these times, how could we ordinary folk dare to report to the authorities?" "Oh." Song Xian was immediately intrigued and urged, "Please elaborate on what you know." "Very well. I shall recount everything." The man inhaled deeply and began his tale from the beginning. "I was merely a tenant farmer outside the county town, subsisting by laboring for others. Though our lives were not affluent, we managed to get by, and over the years, we had saved a modest sum. Perhaps it was the good fortune accumulated from my previous life that allowed me to marry a wife of exquisite beauty, whom the villagers envied greatly." As he spoke of his wife, his gaze fell upon her, kneeling on the ground, her head bowed, weeping softly, revealing a complex mix of emotions in his eyes. "Forgive me for my lack of decorum, esteemed ones. We, the farmers, are not accustomed to the grandeur of the world. My wife's beauty pales in comparison to the daughters of affluent families. Yet in the neighboring villages, she is renowned for her loveliness." He cast a sheepish glance at Song Xian and then at Song Qian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, although his wife was indeed beautiful. She could not measure up to these two ladies. "Enough of this chatter, proceed with your story," Song Xian urged. "Ah, yes." The man swallowed hard, his expression turning to one of regret. Then calamity struck. "One evening, upon returning from work in the city, I discovered a woman sitting outside my yard, appearing forlorn as if she were resting. Approaching her, she introduced herself as Xiaoli, a resident of the neighboring Huaiyang County. She revealed that she had been married for 5 years, but after her husband's death last year, her in-laws had subjected her to relentless mistreatment, with even her father-in-law harboring inappropriate intentions. Unable to endure this any longer, she had fled and found herself here, devoid of funds, seeking merely a place to rest for the night." The man paused momentarily and added bashfully, seeing her plight, "I agreed to her request." Song Qian let out a laugh. "You find her attractive, don't you? Tell me, if it were an old hag seeking refuge at your home for a night, would you consent?" The man, filled with shame, lowered his head and replied, "Perhaps, it's possible that I might." Song Qian waved his hand and inquired, "Is this woman related to the case?" "Indeed, it is all due to her that this matter has arisen." Song Qian nodded and replied, "Then please continue." Xiao Li's background, though tragic, was also captivating and devoid of peril. Thus, I was moved by compassion and acquiesced to her request. Song Qian cast a downward glance at Sun Lu, inquiring if she could accept the fact that her husband had brought another woman into their home. Sun Lu remained silent, while the man began to explain, stating, "My wife possesses a gentle and virtuous nature." Upon hearing the tragic tale of Xiao Li, she did not refuse and readily agreed. Lu Xiaolu and several other men exchanged knowing glances, their eyes conveying unspoken sentiments. See, in the future, one should seek a spouse with such a broad-minded disposition. The next day, Xiaoli prepared to depart. Regrettably, I inquired where she intended to go next. With a forlorn expression, Xiaoli lamented that she was homeless and had nowhere to turn. Should we not mind, she expressed a desire to stay a while longer, offering to engage in needlework to contribute to the rent and assist with household chores and farming tasks, assuring us that she would not be a burden. After conferring with my wife, we concluded that the addition of another mouth to feed was manageable, and Xiaoli's willingness to work would ease our burdens. My wife remarked that I often labored outside, returning home late, and having a companion would alleviate her solitude and fears. Thus, I consented to this arrangement. The man lowered his head in shame, confessing to harboring selfish intentions. Xiaoli was indeed strikingly beautiful, rivaling my wife, and she was left widowed and homeless. I contemplated that, as time passed and we lived together, it might naturally lead to her becoming my concubine. As an ordinary man, the prospect of having two lovely wives in my lifetime was an enticing fortune I found difficult to resist. Alas, it was this very greed that heralded impending misfortune. The hearts of Song Xian and his companions began to form a general understanding. Following the usual patterns, it seemed likely that Xiaoli was not a woman of good repute, perhaps having led the demure Sun Lu to a path of debauchery, ultimately resulting in an adulterous scandal. Initially, Xiaoli resided at home with everything appearing normal. During the day, I would toil in the city while my wife and she engaged in needlework at home, also tending to our modest half-acre of land. Each evening upon returning home, the sight of the two lovely ladies made the day's labor feel worthwhile. However, after a fortnight, I began to sense an unsettling atmosphere within the household. On certain nights, I would awaken to find my wife secretly weeping under the covers. When I inquired about her distress, she merely shook her head, claiming it was due to nightmares. Each time I left for work, my wife wore a worried expression, as if she wished to speak but dared not voice her thoughts. Doubts began to cloud my mind, compelling me to uncover the truth. One day, I informed my wife and Xiaoli that I would be working outside for a few days. Xiaoli appeared quite pleased and assured me that she would take good care of the home, urging me to focus on my work without worry. After bidding farewell to the two, I did not head directly to the city, but instead stealthily returned home. Before I could even enter, I was met with unmistakable sounds of intimacy. Kicking open the door, I was struck by the sight of Xiaoli and my wife, unclothed and entwined upon the bed, engaged in the act. As he recounted this incident, the man clenched his fists, his eyes reddening with emotion. Song Xian was taken aback as well. The records indicated that Sun Lu had committed adultery, having been caught in the act by her husband, yet it made no mention of any involvement with another woman. Song Qian and others fell into deep contemplation. The laws of the Great Zhou do not seem to have explicitly addressed the situation of a wife engaging in impropriety with other women behind her husband's back. How should one adjudicate this matter? The Ministry of Justice has rendered a verdict of adultery, punishable by immediate execution, which indeed appears rather severe. Does your wife have an affinity for women? Song Xian cast a fleeting glance at Sun Lu, who dared not raise his head. The matter of sexual orientation is indeed a complex topic. As a time traveler educated in the new era, he harbors no disdain for such individuals. What harm is there in women engaging in a little intimacy? Do you not see that among the dignitaries in the court, many of them keep pet rabbits in their residences? Upon hearing Song Xian's inquiry, the man named Sun Buer was suddenly overcome with tears. If that little beauty were a woman, it would be one thing. I would simply pretend I saw nothing. Perhaps you could even join in as well, right? Lu Xiaolu interjected languidly. Sun Buer found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Song Xian waved his hand to signal Lu Xiaolu. Do not interrupt. Sun Buer, according to your assertion, that beautiful widow who calls herself Xiaoli, is she not a woman? No. Sun Buer retorted angrily. He is a man. What he possesses beneath is larger than mine. As soon as these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the cell. Song Xian nearly choked on his own saliva, as this unexpected twist nearly caused him to strain his back. Goodness, after all this time, it turns out to be a case perpetrated by a cross-dresser. After spending several days with that Xiaoli, you didn't notice he was a man at all? Song Qian expressed her doubts, feeling that the situation was rather too incredulous. Is it truly impossible to discern? Sun Buer sighed heavily, his voice tinged with bitterness. With a petite frame, long hair, and delicate beauty, coupled with a soft and gentle voice and an unnoticeable Adam's apple, how could one possibly tell? If that is indeed the case, it becomes quite challenging to make a determination. Song Xian reflected on this. In this world, women are often deemed beautiful when they possess a small waist and hips, embodying the ideal of a perfectly delicate grasp. If one were to wear loose-fitting clothing, it becomes exceedingly difficult to ascertain whether the individual is male or female based solely on physique. Generally, judgments are made based on height, appearance, hairstyle, and voice. Sun Buer, an ordinary peasant, lacked the experience to see through such a deception, making it entirely reasonable for him to be misled. Have you apprehended the individual named Xiaoli? That man. No. Sun Buer shook his head. Upon encountering me, he seemed to panic, hastily pulling up his trousers and escaping through the window. He must possess some martial arts skills, moving with remarkable speed, In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Upon realizing his prowess, I dared not pursue him further, fearing he might retaliate in anger and resort to violence to silence me. Song Qian let out a mocking laugh. So, you dare not confront the scoundrel and instead unleash your frustration upon your wife, and then report it to the authorities? I did not report it. Sun Bu'er hastily shook his head. When he glanced at the Sun Lu family, he no longer exhibited the furious outbursts he had upon entering the prison. His eyes instead filled with resignation. I was indeed furious and did strike her, but I certainly did not report it. It is, after all, a family disgrace. Furthermore, the government office is merely a den of devourers. How could I possibly dare to approach it? Song Qian slightly nodded, turning to his wife, and inquired, Sun Lu, is what your husband has stated true? Sun Lu knelt and bowed her head, affirming, indeed, it is true. He then asked, do you consider yourself guilty of infidelity? The woman wept. I did not wish for this. Yet that man was too formidable. I could not resist him. Moreover, he threatened me, declaring that if I divulged this matter, he would annihilate my entire family. He possesses martial prowess, and we are but ordinary folk. Who would dare to confront such a person? Since you did not report this to the authorities, how then was your wife imprisoned in the dungeons, condemned to death? Sun Bu'er, filled with helplessness, replied, after I struck her, my anger subsided significantly. Then, reflecting on the situation, I realized that if I were in her place, I too would feel powerless when faced with a martial expert of such caliber. Apart from enduring the indignity, who would dare to resist? It is, in fact, my own greed that led to this calamity, as I was enamored by her beauty and foolishly invited trouble into our home. As mere peasants, when confronted with such misfortune, we can only resign ourselves to fate, swallowing our grievances in silence, too fearful to speak out. And how did your wife come to be in this predicament? Sun Bu'er's face flushed with shame. This occurred later. Though I know this incident is not my wife's fault, it still pains me deeply. One day, inebriated, I lashed out at her, striking and berating her, accusing her of shamelessness and lack of virtue. My voice rose, and coincidentally, on that day, tax collectors were in the village and overheard our altercation. Without hesitation, they seized my wife. As he spoke, Sun Bu'er began to weep once more. I am powerless. I am not a man. I harbored resentment towards her, yet I understand this is not her fault. My lord, a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of affection. My intention in striking and scolding her was merely to vent my frustrations. I never wished for her demise. Song Qian turned his gaze towards the attentive Yi Dianshi outside the prison cell and inquired, are the officers responsible for capturing the Sun and Lu clans your men? Yi Dianshi shook his head and replied, they are under the command of Li Tongban. Song Qian emitted a soft sound of acknowledgement and inquired of Sun Bu'er about the situation concerning his wife. Have you not spoken to anyone in the Yamen? I have. Sun Bu'er retorted with indignation. The words from the officials at the Yamen are clear. If I wish to prevent my wife from being condemned for adultery, I must provide 100 taels of silver. 100 taels. Where am I to procure such a sum? I have no choice but to sell off my land and property and even borrow from relatives and friends. Yet, before I could gather the required amount, the officials sent word that my wife's guilt has already been established. She is to be branded an adulteress. This verdict is irrevocable. No one can alter it. They have even threatened me. No matter who inquires, I must declare it as adultery. Should I utter a single word amiss, not only will I perish, but my relatives and friends will also face dire consequences. Esteemed officials, you are from the Xuani Guard. I know you are not afraid of those at the Yamen. I implore you, save my wife. Song Qian remained silent, lost in contemplation. If this couple were truthful, the case would indeed be elucidated. In essence, Sun Bu'er had wed a renowned beauty from the surrounding villages, which inevitably attracted the attention of a flower thief. This particular brigand appeared to possess an unusual penchant. Rather than employing force, he preferred to disguise himself as a woman, utilizing a tragic backstory and striking appearance to incite Sun Bu'er's greed, thus brazenly taking up residence in the household. Subsequently, through coercive tactics, he the wife. The matter was not intricate, belonging to the realm of a flower thief case involving rogues. However, what was perplexing was that the case files contained no mention of the flower thief. All information pertaining to this individual had been meticulously erased. As the official Yi said, the case itself was uncomplicated. The complexity lay with the people involved. Lu Xiaolu approached Song Qian and whispered, Brother Qian, as per Sun Bu'er's account, the officials under Li Tongpan initially apprehended Sun Lu with the intent to extort money, purely for financial gain. Yet, remarkably, they swiftly categorized Sun Lu as an adulterer, solidifying the case as an ironclad conviction. This shift indicates that their motives transcended mere pecuniary interests. They aimed to obliterate any trace of the flower thief. It is evident that this brigand was not merely a skilled fighter from the underworld, but likely possessed an extraordinary background with substantial connections to the government. Certain individuals above wished to suppress the scandal of a flower thief and a common woman from reaching the public eye. At this juncture, he smirked and added, "Nevertheless, it seems this affair has not been entirely concealed. Some seek to shroud it while others aspire to unveil it. Otherwise, this case, which should have been reviewed by the Ministry of Justice, would not have landed in the hands of our Xian Yiwei." Song Xian slightly nodded, acknowledging the profundity of your analysis. "Thus, our current predicament appears rather precarious." Lu Xiaolu expressed incredulity, saying, "Brother Xian, surely you do not believe that the mastermind behind this would resort to silencing us, the Xuani Guard? Has he lost his mind? Does he not fear that the Xuani Guard would retaliate and annihilate his entire clan?" The Ministry of Justice still adheres to the principle of evidence in their investigations. However, for those who have harmed members of our guard, the Execution Division cares little for such formalities. Once suspicion arises, they act first and inquire later. Song Xian chuckled. "Do not be anxious. It is merely a possibility. However, to be prudent, we must prepare accordingly. Within Huayan Prefecture, there should be a base for the Xianyi Guard." "Correct?" "Indeed there is," Lu Xiaolu whispered, "but those are the Enforcement Department's personnel. If we wish to mobilize them, they likely will not heed our call. Then inform them that you hail from the imperial capital and that the Chief Inspector Zhao Dezhu is your father. Should any misfortune befall you, rest assured that your father would not let them off lightly. You have been entrenched in the capital for quite some time. Do not tell me you are oblivious to the art of pulling strings to assert dominance." Lu Xiaolu hesitated for a moment. "Brother Xian, is this reliable? If old Zhao finds out, will he not reprimand me? You seek neither power nor fame, and your association with the Xianyi Guard is a legacy inherited from your ancestors. No one can touch that. You, a mere idler, need not fear old Zhao's retribution. Moreover, before departing the capital, Uncle Zhao explicitly mentioned that should any issues arise, invoking his name would suffice. He can handle any calamity that befalls us. Now that you mention it, I feel reassured." With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode confidently out of the prison cell, beckoning to the monkey, "Shou Ho, come with me. We have matters to attend to." The monkey glanced at Song Xian and, seeing that the leader had no objections, promptly followed Lu Xiaolu out of the heavenly prison. Once the two had departed, Song Qian approached Song Xian and quietly inquired, "Brother, what were you discussing with Xiaolu just now? I sent him to rally support." "Huh? Such matters could also be entrusted to me." "Not a chance." Song Xian shook his head, remarking that in terms of social interactions, one is not as astute as Xiaolu. Furthermore, he insisted that the other must remain by his side, not straying too far. Should any misfortune befall him, he would find it impossible to explain to his parents. Do they still perceive him as a mere child? Song Qian pouted, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction, yet she understood that her brother's decision was unchangeable. After letting out a couple of huffs, she chose to refrain from further commenting on the matter. "My lord," after a prolonged silence. As she awaited Song Xian's words, Sun Buer, feeling somewhat anxious, finally ventured to inquire, "My lord, do you believe my wife still has hope?" Song Xian wore a benevolent smile. "As long as your statements are truthful, there is hope. However, should you resort to deceit, there will be no need to await the official documents from the Ministry of Justice. I can personally escort you to meet the King of Hell for a cup of tea that very day." Yi Dianshi. Apart from the case of the illicit affair involving the Sun and Lu families, are there any similar cases in Huayan County in recent years? After Lu Xiaolu departed, Song Xian turned to Yi Dianshi outside the prison door. "Indeed," Yi Dianshi responded without even needing to consult the case files. "In the past 3 years, there have been 8 recorded cases of adultery in Huayan County and its subordinate towns. All 8 cases involved young and beautiful married women engaging in clandestine liaisons. Of these, 5 have been executed after review by the Ministry of Justice. As for the remaining 2, the local clan enforced their rules and privately subjected the offending women to punishment, leaving only Sun Lu alive." Song Xian inquired once more, "Can the paramour be apprehended?" Yi Dianshi shook his head. "In these cases, there are witnesses who have seen the adulteress consorting with others, yet the paramour has never been captured." Song Xian took a deep breath, his expression turning cold. Even Song Qian understood the implications of this. "Brother, for ordinary folk, they tend to endure such matters as much as possible, rarely wishing to report to the authorities. Those incidents recorded by the government represent merely a minuscule fraction. The unrecorded cases are likely to be exceedingly numerous. Song Xian nodded. When you spot a cockroach in your home, it signifies that, in the shadowy corners beyond your sight, countless others have already made their presence known. Song Qian instinctively clenched her fists. Are you implying that those cases of adultery were all perpetrated by that notorious scoundrel, and that someone within the government forcefully suppressed the matter, transforming it into a case of infidelity? Song Qian nodded slightly and let out a cold chuckle. Disguising herself as a man to seduce others' wives, this fellow truly acts with reckless abandon. Lu Xiaoyu's social skills were commendable. To outsiders, the members of the Xuanyi Guard's law enforcement division were perceived as harbingers of death, notoriously difficult to engage with. Yet, within less than 2 hours, Xiaolu had led a contingent of elite law enforcers, clad in the black robes of the Xuanyi Guard and armed with dark iron blades, arriving on horseback. Song Xian led Song Qian briskly out of the prison, where they were met by several individuals. Upon their first encounter, Song Xian expressed his gratitude to Lu Xiaolu with a respectful clasp of his fists, acknowledging the trouble taken by young Master Zhao to pay a personal visit. He placed particular emphasis on the name young Master Zhao, while Lu Xiaolu, exuding an air of confidence, raised his head and remarked, "Be sure to speak highly of me to my father when you return, so he understands that I am not merely a second-generation heir living off past glories." Of course. Song Xian chuckled softly, his gaze shifting towards the leader of the enforcement officers. The individual stood tall and lean, with well-defined muscles adorning his arms. Years of wielding a blade had left his palms calloused, and though he appeared to be in his 30s, his visage bore the marks of hardship, lending his countenance a semblance of solemnity. Song Xian warmly clasped his fist in salute. "I am Song Xian. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed sir?" "Ah, it is Lord Song." The head of the law enforcement division exuded a somewhat frosty demeanor, lacking in social grace, which indeed was reflective of his character. After a succinct reply, he lapsed into silence, until one of his companions gently nudged his arm, prompting him to regain his composure and add, "I am Xin Lian. Thank you for your assistance, Lord Xin." Song Xian replied with an unconcerned smile. Lord Song, Xin Lian's companion, a somewhat petite yet astute individual, clasped his fist in salute. "My Lord Xin is not one for words. I hope you will not take offense." The ranks of the Xuanyi Guards are categorized into 3 major tiers: third, second, and first. The third tier is merely a position for the offspring of nobility to idle away their time. The second tier is further divided into 4 ranks: Qianhu, Baihu, Zongqi, and Shaoqi. Typically, martial artists recruited from the common folk begin at the Shaoqi level in the Xuanyi Guard, and only after accumulating sufficient merit can they ascend to Zongqi. However, individuals like Song Xian, who hail from the imperial capital and are directly affiliated with the Capital Inspection Division, start at the Zongqi level upon passing the assessments for the second tier. Thus, in terms of rank, both Song Xian and Xin Lian are peers. Yet, he did not assume an air of superiority. With a gentle smile, he replied, "No need for formality, my brother. It is I who have summoned you for assistance. There is no reason for reproach. By the way, may I know your name?" "I am Jin Yichuan, serving as a Shaoqi under Lord Shun," he stated, his expression growing serious as he glanced at Lu Xiaolu before continuing. "Earlier, this young Master Zhao mentioned he encountered life-threatening danger in Huayan and requires our aid, Lord Song. May I inquire about the nature of this peril?" He expressed his confusion, which was mirrored on Xin Lian's face. Within the realm of the Great Zhou, it was typically the Xuanyi Guards who sought trouble with others. Seldom did anyone dare to provoke them. Hence, from where could such life-threatening danger arise? Song Xian chuckled and said, "At the behest of Master Zhao Deju, the chief of the Xuanyi Guards Inspection Division, I have been entrusted to lead a team to investigate a case of adultery in Huayan County." "Adultery case?" Xin Lian and the others exchanged peculiar glances, bewildered by the notion that the Xuanyi Guard had become so idle as to involve themselves in such trivial matters. "This case involves individuals from the Jianghu," Song Xian added. Upon hearing this, the previously unconcerned Xin Lian and others immediately adopted a grave demeanor. The Xuanyi Guard was originally established to maintain a balance between the vast population of martial artists and the imperial court. Typically, the Jianghu folk engaged in their own conflicts without interference, provided they did not harm innocent civilians. However, should they act immorally and target the common populace, it fell squarely within the jurisdiction of the Xuanyi Guard. At this juncture, Song Xian succinctly outlined the particulars of the case, then stated solemnly, "The case is essentially clear. Further investigation will lead us to the identity of the flower thief, who is likely to be of considerable standing, perhaps even a relative of a local official. I fear that if we corner them, they may act recklessly in desperation. Thus, I have no choice but to seek the assistance of my esteemed colleagues. There is no need for politeness, Master Song. This is our duty. Shenlian, a man of decisiveness, unsheathed his long knife with a metallic clang and declared, "While investigating is the responsibility of the inspection division, the act of killing falls within our enforcement division's domain. Master Song, you need not elaborate on the case. Simply inform us of whom to eliminate and how we might locate this flower thief." As his words echoed, the more than 20 officers of the enforcement division, mounted on their war horses, drew their long knives in unison, their silence betraying the palpable intent to kill that burned in their eyes. Song Qian and Song Qian exchanged a discreet glance, each imbued with an enigmatic significance. The officers of the law enforcement division were indeed as peculiar as the rumors suggested, exuding an aura of menace that made one ponder how many lives had been extinguished to cultivate such lethal prowess. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, Song Qian slowly spoke. "I am still unaware of the identity of this notorious thief. However, it matters not, for the magistrate presiding over the adultery case must certainly possess that knowledge." With that, he called out towards the prison, "Dinyo, bring out the couple, Sun Buer and his wife." "Understood." A thunderous voice echoed from within the dungeon, followed shortly by the sounds of fists colliding and bodies crashing to the ground. Before long, Dinyo's towering figure, reminiscent of an iron tower, appeared at the prison door, effortlessly lifting the couple by their arms and striding forth. "Goodness!" The once menacing Jin Yichuan gasped in astonishment as he beheld Dinyo's imposing silhouette, casting a considerable shadow even before he approached. "Lord Song, is this your man?" Shenlian inquired with a wary tone, acutely aware of the overwhelming presence Dinyo commanded. Such a figure was undoubtedly born of tremendous strength if he had practiced martial arts and donned heavy armor while wielding dual broadswords. He would transform into a veritable human meat grinder on the battlefield. "His name is Niu Mang, an officer of the inspection division." Song Qian simply uttered a few words, offering no elaborate introduction. Behind the formidable figure, Yi Dianshi approached in a fury. "Master Song, what is the meaning of this? Why has your man taken the celestial prison by force?" Yi Dianshi's countenance was exceedingly grim, for it was he who had brought the guards to the celestial prison, and now the condemned prisoners held within had been abducted. Should this matter come to the attention of those in authority, the repercussions for him would be substantial. "It is of no significance." Song Qian chuckled and said, "This case is now under the jurisdiction of the Xuani Guard. It is inappropriate for it to remain in the heavenly prison of Huayan County." Yi Dianshi, feeling helpless, replied, "But he is a death row inmate. He cannot just be taken away like this. I should." Before he could finish his sentence, Song Qian shot him a glare and coldly interjected, "Yi Dianshi, let me be direct with you. We are not at ease with Sun and Lu being detained in your Huayan County prison. My Xuani Guard intends to take them away. Do you dare to obstruct us?" Yi Dianshi fell silent, especially upon seeing the more than 20 imposing Xuani Guard cavalrymen outside, and wisely chose to retreat and remain silent. Song Qian stepped forward and cupped his fists in a gesture of respect. "Yi Dianshi, although our acquaintance has been brief, I perceive you to be a person of capability. In the imminent upheaval in Huayan, I trust you will ensure the maintenance of order within the city." Yi Dianshi nodded in confusion, but upon seeing Song Qian mount his horse and beckon to Song Qian and the others, he declared, "Let us proceed to slay." With the investigation reaching this juncture, it was evident that the case involved individuals from the martial world, thus falling under the jurisdiction of the Xian Yi. Consequently, Song Qian felt no hesitation and unleashed his efforts unabated. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed through the streets, startling numerous citizens who, upon witnessing the Xian Yi cavalry charging like a dark cloud, hastily took cover, trembling in fear. Once the ominous formation of horsemen vanished at the street's end, the concealed townsfolk emerged, engaging in hushed whispers. "Those must be the Xian Yi, but what calamity has transpired?" One speculated. "It seems they are headed towards the governor's residence. Could it be that the governor is in peril?" "Shoo, lower your voice. If he isn't in trouble, won't they come after you? What is there to fear? Those are the very individuals tasked with execution. A battalion of such lethal figures is bound for the governor's abode. Do you think that rotund fellow can possibly survive?" "Ah, my friend, you appear quite discerning. Are you truly unafraid that the governor may survive this ordeal and seek retribution?" "What I have to fear? I have connections in the imperial capital. I fear nothing." "Ah, so you are the esteemed lineage from the capital. My apologies." My apologies. Outside the governor's residence, several officials who had been idly basking in the sun and dozing found their slumbers shattered by the sight of the fearsome Xian Yi. Instantly, their drowsiness dissipated, and they trembled with fright. Open the gate. Song Xian let out a cold shout. The group of constables turned their gazes toward the head constable, whose lips twitched slightly. Without a hint of hesitation, he decisively opened the gates of the government office. Given the imposing demeanor of the Xian Yi guards, it was evident that any moment of doubt on his part could lead to dire consequences. After all, this group was focused on the officials within. And as a mere head constable, what was there to risk his life for? As the gates swung open, Song Xian charged in on horseback. The courtyard of the government office erupted into chaos, and before Song Xian could utter a word, Lu Xiaolu and the lean monkey rushed into a hall, seizing an official. Are you the county magistrate? Song Xian sat upon his steed, gazing down from his elevated position at the official whose face was awash with trepidation. Nay, I am but a humble official, the Tongpan of Huayan Prefecture, Li. Song Xian waved his hand, instructing to drag the man away for a beating. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaolu seized the individual and brought him to the back. Soon, anguished cries echoed from the unfortunate soul. As Lu Xiaolu struck him, he vented his frustrations with a kick to the face, exclaiming, Li Tongpan, is it? You carry yourself with such arrogance. I have come to investigate in your Huayan Prefecture. Yet you do not come to greet me? I will make you regret your insolence. I might just kick you to death today. After a brief while, the nearly beaten to a pulp Li Tongpan was once again brought before Song Xian. Do you understand why you are being punished? Yes, Li Tongpan mumbled, his speech slurred from the beating. This time, he had learned his lesson. Henceforth, whenever someone from the imperial capital arrived, regardless of their rank, he would personally go to welcome them. Of course, if he had a future to consider. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he surmised that the imposing presence of the Xian Yi guards was likely due to reports of his corrupt dealings over the years. His head was surely at stake. Good. Then, I do not wish to waste words. Simply tell me, who is the flower thief? Li Tongpan froze, his heart momentarily halting. Isn't this a ploy to capture me? His heart raced as he quickly shook his head, pleading, My lord, I truly do not know. You do not know? Song Xian chuckled darkly. The Lu family was captured by your men. Do not tell me you are entirely unaware of the intricacies involved. My lord, I am wronged. I am truly innocent. Li Tongpan wept, tears streaming down his face. The men under me captured the Lu family merely to extort some profit. But this case is not under my jurisdiction. It was entirely handled by the county magistrate. If you wish to apprehend someone, it should be the magistrate, for he surely knows everything. At that moment, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the portly magistrate. Why must we, in Huayan Prefecture, engage in such profitable ventures and pleasures? Only for you to clean up after that flower thief? Now look what has happened. Not only have you failed to tidy up, but you have also summoned the Xian Yi guards. It seems I cannot even contemplate death now. Shen Lian's men were exceedingly professional. While Song Xian continued to interrogate Li Tongpan, Jin Yichuan had already apprehended the county magistrate. The rotund magistrate remained in high spirits, indulging in lascivious activities with women in broad daylight. With a swift kick, Jin Yichuan sent the magistrate sprawling to the ground. Song Xian stepped forward and remarked, My esteemed Lord Prefect, it is indeed quite a challenge to secure an audience with someone of your stature. Wang, the prefect, rose from the ground, wiping the blood smeared across his face, trembling as he gazed at Song Xian. I am the prefect of Huayan, officially appointed by the court, a legitimate fifth-rank local official. You have forcibly breached the government office and assaulted a court-appointed official. I shall petition the emperor to impeach you. I must see you impeached. Song Xian surveyed him from head to toe, unable to suppress a chuckle. It was quite rare to encounter someone with a modicum of spirit. With that, he waved his hand, signaling for them to take him away, so that our esteemed county magistrate could come to terms with reality. Lu Xiaolu, grinning broadly, dragged the corpulent figure of the county magistrate towards a corner of the courtyard, while Song Qian eagerly followed suit, her fist ready for action. Soon, the air was filled with the wretched cries akin to those of a slaughtered pig. After enduring a thorough thrashing, the county magistrate became considerably more compliant. From that moment on, he answered every inquiry posed by Song Xian without hesitation. Who was the one who defiled the Sun and Lu families? My lord, I truly do not know. I was merely following orders. Someone from the prefect's office sent word for me to suppress this matter. I am just a petty worker. How could I dare to offend such a high-ranking official? What is the prefect's name? The prefect is named Tian Yuan, the younger brother of the head of the prominent Tian clan in Mingzhou. and his elder brother serves as the left deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice. Continue. Provide more details. Tian Yuan has one wife and 5 concubines, with 6 daughters but only a single son, whom he dotes on excessively, to the point of spoiling him rotten. I have speculated that the prefect is desperately trying to cover up this incident, likely due to its connection with his son. Does he truly have only this one son? The county magistrate reflected for a moment and replied. The prefect had once consulted a fortune teller who predicted he would have no children. Thus, he adopted a son from the Tian clan. However, after he had his own biological son, he looked down upon that adopted child. It is said that after a quarrel between them, the boy ran away from home and has since vanished without a trace. Song Xian furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is the name of the child he adopted?" "It seems to be Tian Chong, styled Bo Guang." "Tian Bo Guang?" Song Xian's expression grew peculiar. "Have you heard of him, my lord?" Song Xian remained silent for a moment, then turned to Xin Lian and inquired, "Is there any recorded information about Tian Bo Guang in your region?" "Indeed," Xin Lian replied. "In the realm of Mingzhou, there are numerous renowned martial artists, and Tian Bo Guang is distinguished for his exceptional lightness of foot and remarkable swordsmanship, earning him the moniker the Wanderer of 10,000 miles among the rivers and lakes. However, this man is notorious for his lecherous nature, frequently abducting women from the martial world for his own pleasures. He is a notorious flower thief, his reputation rivaling that of Yun Zhonghe from the northern territories of Songzhou." Song Qian spoke. "Brother, do you believe that these cases we are investigating were perpetrated by Tian Bo Guang? It is difficult to ascertain. Does Lord Xin have any insights?" "Most likely not Tian Bo Guang." Xin Lian reasoned. "This individual is a prominent figure in the martial circles of Mingzhou, possessing exceptional agility. He has previously escaped from the pursuit of innate masters. His swordsmanship is remarkably distinguished among practitioners of the acquired realm, making him formidable to most. While he is infamously lecherous, known as a notorious flower thief, his targets predominantly consist of women from the underworld. He would hardly cast his gaze upon the women of ordinary households." Song Xian slightly nodded, as the scene of Tian Bo Guang abducting Yi Lin from the smiling, proud wanderer surfaced in his mind. One may cast doubt upon Tian Bo Guang's character, yet his discerning eye remains beyond reproach. In essence, Tian Bo Guang engages in a realm of high stakes. Although the Sun and Lu families possess beauty, they merely stand out among the ordinary. When compared to female warriors, who have honed their skills and possess inner strength, they fall significantly short. The likelihood of Tian Bo Guang taking an interest in her is indeed minimal. If it is not him, then it must be his younger brother. Song Qian, with a serious demeanor, analyzed the situation. They all belong to the old Tian family, and they are likely not good people. Regardless of whether they are or not, we should apprehend them first. Though her words were somewhat blunt and straightforward, they resonated perfectly with Song Xian's intentions. Since the case had progressed to this point, a conclusion was necessary. As Song Qian mentioned, this matter was undoubtedly related to the official with the surname Tian, so it was best to capture them first. Xin Lian had no objections and instructed Genie Chuan, "Send 2 men to escort the county magistrate and the assistant magistrate to our local prison. Once we have completed our urgent tasks, we shall return to interrogate them at our leisure. These 2 plump pigs can yield a substantial profit, enough to ensure that our brothers in the Huayan District Enforcement Office have a prosperous new year." Song Xian also waved his hand, beckoning the couple's son Buer to follow him. They were about to make a trip to the capital city, and it would be inconvenient to take the 2 with them. Genie Chuan nodded in agreement. Mingzhou, Jianghuai Prefecture. When Song Xian and his companions arrived at the territory of the capital, it was already the following morning. "Lord Xin, since Tian Bo Guang is a registered figure in your law enforcement department, why has no one been dispatched to apprehend him?" Song Qian took a bite of the provisions she carried and sipped some water, gazing at the ancient city in the distance, which appeared inexplicably majestic in the morning light. She casually inquired. Xin Lian, drinking from his water flask, explained, "Although our Xian guard wields considerable power, we are merely a sword for the emperor, bound by certain limitations. Tian Bo Guang is a notorious bandit, yet his exploits are primarily against women of the rivers and lakes. There have been no reports of him harming the common folk. Generally speaking, there is no explicit division between the court and the martial world. Yet there exist unspoken rules that govern their interactions. The rivers and lakes remain distinct from the court. The conflicts and rivalries within the martial realm do not concern us, provided they do not encroach upon the innocent. The court tends to turn a blind eye, remaining an observer rather than intervening directly. Even if there is a desire to intervene, it is likely that the court would discreetly support certain factions within the martial world to maintain a balance of power, rather than directly meddling in their affairs. This is an understood accord among us. Although Tian Boguang is indeed a rogue, there are others in the martial world who will address him. If they cannot, it simply attests to his prowess. As long as he does not provoke the limits of our Xianyi Guard, we shall refrain from unnecessary interference in the affairs of the rivers and lakes. At this point, Shenlian smiled rarely, adding, "You, esteemed official, should be aware that while our Xianyi Guard bears a grand reputation, our standing in the martial world is less than favorable. We are often referred to as the Emperor's Hounds, and we are regarded with considerable apprehension, without a justifiable reason. To rashly meddle in the matters of the martial world could easily incite a coalition against us from its inhabitants." Song Xian pondered thoughtfully. As long as there exists a justifiable reason, we can certainly take matters into our own hands, correct? This assertion held truth. Shenlian responded with a non-committal smile. Take this case for instance. It is evident that individuals from the martial world have meddled in the affairs of ordinary citizens, thus encroaching upon the bottom line of our Xianyi Guard and providing us with ample justification to act. Should these individuals be sheltered by a sect, we can duly report to the Xianyi Guard office in the imperial capital. The authorities will dispatch suitable personnel to eliminate the menace according to the specific circumstances. Should it truly involve a martial sect, we might even witness the formidable presence of the elite Xianyi Guard in action. The mere mention of the elite Xianyi Guard ignited a glimmer of yearning on Song Xian's face. Having navigated the intricacies of the imperial capital for many years, he was well aware of the prestige associated with that title. To attain the rank of elite, one must first reach the innate realm of martial prowess, which is merely the foundational requirement. Furthermore, one must accumulate sufficient merit to qualify for the promotion examination. At this echelon, even the emperor must accord them respect and cannot afford to treat them with indifference. It would not be an exaggeration to regard them as the pillar of martial strength for the great Zhou Empire. Jianghuai Prefecture, being one of the 12 prefectures of Mingzhou, is governed by a third-rank official, a position of genuine local authority. Without a compelling reason, even the Xianyi Guard would dare not act arbitrarily against such an individual. The governor's office is situated in the most bustling area of the southern part of the prefectural city, featuring expansive buildings and pavilions, surrounded by high walls for protection, with guards patrolling the premises, making it a fortress of formidable security. Song Xian and a group of the Xuanyi Guards rode forth, causing the common folk to flee in their wake. However, as they approached the government office, they were halted by a squad of guards stationed outside. "This is a restricted area. Halt your advance." Song Xian gazed into the distance and beheld a contingent of well-equipped guards, exuding an air of formidable vigor. What astonished him the most was the piercing coldness in their eyes. They exhibited not a trace of fear in the presence of the infamous Xuanyi Guard. Song Xianliang brandished his token, commanding the Xuanyi Guard to proceed with the case, urging those present to withdraw at once. Under ordinary circumstances, displaying the emblem of the Xuanyi Guard would deter any rational individual from further obstruction. However, today, outside the Jianghuai Prefecture, the once mighty authority of the Xuanyi Guard was rendered ineffective. We only recognize the edict of the prefect. All other commands hold no weight. The leader of the guards wore an impassive expression, seemingly oblivious to the renown of the Xuanyi Guard, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon Song Xian. "State your intentions, or do not blame us for our rudeness." Song Xian chuckled. To be candid, since he had mingled within the ranks of the Xianyi Guard, this was the first time he encountered someone even more audacious than himself. Shen Lianxia stepped forward and whispered to Song Xian. "The guards in this government office are likely private soldiers raised by the Tian family. They are only aware of the Tian family and oblivious to the imperial court. We can charge indirectly without any need for further discourse." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp clang resonated as Shen Lianxia's long blade was swiftly unsheathed from his waist. In a flash of steel, a massive head was severed and sent soaring. Drenched in crimson, the head of the chief guard had been decisively taken by Shen Lianxia's strike. Song Xian was slightly taken aback, gaining a clear understanding of Shen Lian's style of conduct. In the world of society, Shen is a formidable figure. He speaks with a fierce resolve and acts without hesitation, truly worthy of his background in the law enforcement division. As Shen Lian made his move, the guards, instead of being intimidated, let out a fierce battle cry. They did not retreat but rather advanced aggressively, drawing their swords and charging towards Shen Lian and Song Xian. Song Qian and the group of Xianyi guards reacted swiftly. Drawing their swords with a flurry, the sound of weapons scraping against their sheaths resonating in the air. As Song Xian faced the first rushing guard, he raised his hand and delivered a swift palm strike. His speed surpassed that of the guard's blade by several folds before the long knife could descend. His palm had already made contact with the guard's chest. With a resounding thud, the sound of shattering bones echoed as the guard's chest caved in. Before the lifeless body could be hurled away, Song Xian seized the guard's arm and effortlessly tossed him aside. A loud crash resounded as the 3 guards charging in behind were directly felled to the ground. Following his previous encounter with the mountain bandits, Song Xian had mastered the art of restraint this time, deploying his inner strength with precision, without a single drop of blood splattering upon him, which brought him great satisfaction. Indeed, practical combat proved to be the most effective means of enhancing martial prowess. The commotion outside alerted the guards within the mansion, and soon, the heavy gates were flung open, unleashing a throng of fierce guards, brandishing their blades and roaring as they surged forth. On horseback, Song Xian crushed the skull of a guard with a single strike, his left hand swiftly seizing the long sword from the fallen warrior. With a surge of pure young inner strength, he struck the sword's blade with his right hand. Bang! The sword shattered instantly, and under Song Xian's control. Sharp fragments shot forth like arrows, instantly rending the foremost group of guards into a veritable tapestry of wounds. Even Shen Lian, who was amidst a bloody rampage, momentarily paused in astonishment. He could also shatter a sword with a single blow, but manipulating those lethal shards to slay foes was beyond him. Such a feat required not only profound inner strength but also an unparalleled mastery over it. As more guards poured out of the mansion, the sight of Song Xian effortlessly dispatching a dozen men left them awestruck. They encircled him, yet none dared to advance. "Charge! All of you advance!" barked a man who appeared to be the steward outside the mansion. "Your salaries come from the Lord Prefect, and your lands are bestowed by him. Even your marriages were arranged by his hand. Should he fall, all that you possess will vanish into thin air." Upon hearing these words, the guards, previously hesitant, were ignited with fervor, each brandishing their weapons and roaring as they surged forward in a desperate bid. They understood no lofty principles. They simply recognized who filled their bowls with rice, and thus they followed him. The treatment provided by the Lord Prefect was sufficient for them to risk their lives in return. What in the world? Song Xian silently cursed, feeling a twinge of admiration for the governor of Jianghuai, a man he had never met. The art of winning hearts was indeed remarkable. Even arranging a marriage for someone who could resist such a compelling incentive to serve with unwavering loyalty. With a sigh, Song Xian unsheathed the long sword at his waist. It seemed that a mere show of restraint would no longer suffice. As the first assailant charged toward him, he thrust his sword with a casual flick, lacking any ostentatious technique. Yet, the man appeared almost dazed, extending his neck with an eerie slowness, only to be precisely pierced by the sword's tip. Withdrawing the blade, Song Xian made a swift motion. The glimmer of the sword left a fleeting shadow, followed by the chilling sound of flesh being severed as another foe collapsed to the ground. Song Xian did not possess any profound or esoteric sword techniques. His sole advantage lay in his swiftness. Having cultivated the pure young Wuzhigong, a celestial-level martial art, for over a decade, his physical constitution had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. Even without the application of inner strength, the speed at which he wielded his sword was far beyond the capabilities of the guards within the yamen. It is no exaggeration to state that, despite the imposing demeanor of the guards, their slashing movements appeared to Song Xian as mere slow-motion antics. With the bloodshed commenced, Song Xian harbored no further reservations. He moved through the crowd like a dragon gliding through water, his figure weaving seamlessly among them. Onlookers beheld only fleeting shadows darting past the yamen, while the brilliance of his sword flickered incessantly in all directions, accompanied by the chilling sounds of steel slicing through flesh. When Song Xian, sword in hand, stood at the threshold of the yamen, a gruesome tableau of bodies lay strewn around him. "Run!" Finally, the remaining 10 or so yamen guards, their spirits utterly shattered, erupted in panic. Following an unidentified shout, several of them scrambled desperately toward the interior of the yamen. As Song Xian became increasingly exhilarated by the battle, he let out a long howl, lightly tapping his toes on the ground before soaring upwards like a flying swallow. His sword, akin to thunder and lightning, emitted a silver dragon-like glow that slashed through the air with a sound akin to fabric tearing, sending numerous large heads flying into the sky. "What remarkable swordsmanship!" exclaimed one member of the Xian-E guards, a hint of admiration in their voice. With a casual flourish of his sword, Song Xian spun twice in midair before gently descending, surveying the corpses strewn across the ground and exhaling softly. His sword technique was far from exceptional, it was purely reliant on his speed. In that fleeting moment, others perceived him as a master swordsman, having severed 12 heads with a single stroke. In reality, he had unleashed a series of over 10 strikes in that instant, so rapid that onlookers could hardly discern the individual movements, creating the illusion of a singular, deadly blow. Lacking any finesse, his technique was solely predicated on speed. In the realm of martial arts, nothing can withstand the might of swiftness. At its pinnacle, a single strike can shatter myriad techniques. At the entrance of the yamen, a massacre unfolded, blood gushing through the streets. Yet, within the tranquil confines of the back garden, the cacophony of the front courtyard seemed a distant echo. At that moment, the elegantly attired prefect Tian Yuan sat beneath a flowering tree, sipping tea with leisurely composure. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a slight tremor in his hand that held the teacup. "Father," a young man hurriedly approached from a distance. He was of slight stature, his white attire accentuating his fair complexion, resembling a graceful youth. However, perhaps due to his anxiety, his voice carried a sharpness that was jarring to the ears. "Father, the Xianyi guards have stormed in. Why are you still here drinking tea? What else can a father do but drink tea?" Tian Yuan gazed at his son with indulgence, sighing, having nurtured private soldiers for so many years, if they cannot fend off these fiends, it simply means our fate is sealed and there is no escaping it. The young man's expression shifted continuously before settling on a look of guilt. "I have brought this calamity upon you. You told me to keep a low profile, yet I couldn't resist going out and causing trouble." Tian Yuan shook his head. "I mistakenly thought I had concealed things well, especially with your uncle's South assistants in the court and the criminal ministry remaining untroubled. Yet, this case ultimately fell into the hands of the Xianyi guards. I was careless. I should have eliminated that person from the Sun family beforehand." After a moment of silence, the young man inquired, "Father, are there those in the court targeting our Tian family?" "Indeed," Tian Yuan replied. "The minister of the criminal ministry is aging and will likely retire this year. Your uncle, as the left vice minister, naturally aims to secure that position. However, the right vice minister has also set his sights on it. Over the years, you have constantly attracted trouble, and I have endeavored to shield you from it. Your uncle has gone to great lengths to resolve the mess you caused, hoping it wouldn't affect his pursuit of the ministerial position. Regrettably, your blunder was eventually discovered by the right vice minister, which summoned the Xianyi guards. How can our Tian family, even as a prominent clan in Jianghuai, contend with such a colossal force?" The young man, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Father, if you do not wish to confront the Xianyi guards, why have you instructed the guards to fight them? There is a purpose." Tian Yuan clenched the teacup tightly, "For I must buy time." As he spoke, he suddenly hurled the teacup to the ground. The shattering cup served as a signal. In the next instant, several black iron nets descended from the sky. Taken off guard, the young man failed to react before being ensnared within. From the shadows of the garden, several cloaked figures emerged, brandishing knives, securing the iron net firmly. "Father, what are you doing? What am I doing?" "Naturally, I am here to kill you." Tian Yuan rose, drawing a dagger from his sleeve and advancing with determined steps. "It is all my fault. I should not have been so indulgent. Father, I am your only son." "Yes, you are my only son, and thus I have always cleaned up after you. Yet now, because of you, the entire Tian family faces annihilation." Tian Yuan's expression twisted in agony before turning ferocious. "My son, I am aware that you learned lightness skills from that rebellious cousin of ours, Tian Buguang. Upon hearing your case was handed over to the Xianyi guards, I began preparing these iron nets. I have harbored a glimmer of hope that the Xianyi guards would not find this place. But now, there is no escape. If you do not die, the entire Tian family will be buried with you. Do not blame your father for being ruthless. I have done everything I could to protect you, yet now it is utterly hopeless. Blame yourself for being so reckless, for your penchant for women. I have arranged for you dozens of concubines. Is that not enough for your indulgence? Why must you go meddling with another's wife? If you wish to play, at least be cautious and avoid being discovered." As his agitation grew, Tian Yuan shouted, "Damn it! You have caused such great trouble. It is time for you to repay the Tian family." With that, he lunged the dagger towards his son's throat. Just as the dagger was about to pierce flesh, a stone, shooting through the air like a meteor, struck Tian Yuan's hand with a loud thud, sending the dagger flying. "Master Tian, is it not a tad late to contemplate murder and silencing witnesses?" At the entrance of the garden, Song Xian, stepping through a pool of blood, approached with a sword in one hand. Behind him, a throng of Xianyi guards, including Song Qian and Shen Mian, surged in like a tidal wave, swiftly dispatching the black-clad figures and sealing off every exit of the garden. Tian Yuan trembled, his lips quivering as he looked at Song Xian with desperation. "Sir, could you grant this old man, this Tian family, a chance?" "Oh." Song Xian regarded him with keen interest. "What sort of opportunity do you seek?" Tian Yuan pointed at his son, whispering, "This calamity was caused by this rebellious child. I do not expect to save him, but I implore you, sir, to spare my Tian family during the investigation. If you can preserve my family," he shakily raised a finger. "Each member of the Xian guards shall receive 100,000 taels of silver as gratitude. 100,000 taels each." Upon hearing this, a stir erupted among the ranks of the Xian guards, with several eyes gleaming with fervor. Even Song Xian felt his interest piqued. 100,000 taels was sufficient to purchase a mansion in the capital, acquire thousands of acres of fertile land, and indulge in a life of opulence with many beautiful concubines. Seeing the crowd appear somewhat tempted, Tian Yuan seized the moment, hastily raising the stakes. "And for the esteemed gentleman, an additional 300,000 taels each after the matter is settled. Money can sway even the heavens." Tian Yuan no longer cared for anything else, willing to exhaust his wealth. As long as his family could survive, as long as he and his brother retained their positions, there would always be opportunities to regain what was lost. It was all too far-fetched. Song Qian let out a scoff. 100,000 taels per person. And with the additional promises made to us, it amounts to at least 30 million taels of silver, does it not? It is not that I underestimate the Tian family. But can you truly produce such a substantial sum? Tian Yuan hurriedly smiled and replied, "The cash on hand is certainly insufficient. But my family has been established in the Jianghuai region for over a century, and we are also considered one of the prominent families in Mingzhou. We possess quite a number of fields, shops, and residences. By liquidating some of our assets, we should be able to gather a considerable amount." "Really? You can manage that?" Song Qian remarked in astonishment. "How much of the people's hard-earned wealth would that require?" Tian Yuan, feeling awkward, dared not speak further and merely gazed longingly at Song Qian. He could tell that this individual was the true leader of the group. Song Qian shook his head slightly and sighed. "To speak frankly, the temptation is indeed considerable. For you have offered far too much. However, alas, Governor Tian, the wealth of your family is too perilous for me to accept. This case involves the power struggles within the court, and I can only imagine how many eyes are watching in the shadows. Accepting your family's money today could very well cost us our heads by tomorrow. I am well aware of my own capabilities. With the pure young Wuji boy technique, a celestial-level martial art, I should seldom encounter adversaries in the postnatal realm. Even when faced with an early innate martial artist, I should be able to contend. Yet, if I were to attract the attention of formidable adversaries like the first-class Xian guards for the sake of silver, my chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. I possess a promising future and boundless potential. As long as I survive, I can eventually cultivate to become a martial arts master or even a grandmaster. Why risk my life for a mere handful of silver? Money, after all, will be abundant once I attain the status of a martial arts grandmaster." Upon hearing this, the Xian guards, who had initially harbored a flicker of greed, extinguished their thoughts. What use is money if one has no life to spend it? Before Governor Tian could speak again, Song Qian raised his hand and had the individuals from the rear courtyard apprehended. 5 days later, Song Qian hosted a farewell dinner with Shen Lian and others. The investigation had been thoroughly conducted, and the criminals had been apprehended. As for subsequent matters, they were beyond Song Qian's purview. The previous day, the Xian guards in the capital had sent personnel to escort the case files and the criminals back to the capital. How the case would be adjudicated was a matter for higher authorities to deliberate. After enjoying a hearty meal, Song Qian, alongside Song Qian and Xiao Lu, mounted their horses and cupped their fists in salute to Shen Lian and the others. "Brother Shen, it has been a pleasure working with you. Should you visit the capital in the future, remember to seek me out for a drink." Shen Lian managed a smile, promising to do so if the opportunity arose. "Brother Song, could we have a word in private?" Noticing Shen Lian's slight hesitation, Song Qian nodded and galloped ahead for over 100 meters before coming to a halt. Following behind, Shen Lian also rode up, and as the two met, Shen Lian smiled uneasily. "Song Xiandao, we have fought side by side, sharing life and death as comrades. So feel free to speak your mind." Shen Lian hesitated for a moment before retrieving a heavy bundle from his bosom. Upon glancing at it, Song Qian immediately discerned that it likely contained 200 or 300 taels of silver. "My dear brother Song, I must confess, I am a straightforward man. So I shall speak plainly. Xin Lian said somewhat apologetically. When we apprehended the members of the Tian family that day, my subordinates inadvertently seized some silver. How much did you take? Song Xian lowered his voice, aware that the Tian family had likely long been under scrutiny from above, and the extent of their wealth could be estimated. If the amount taken was substantial, it could lead to complications. Not much. Xin Lian quickly reassured him. Divided among over 20 brothers, each received merely a few dozen taels. Compared to the Tian family's vast fortune of several million, it hardly amounts to a drop in the ocean. I see. Then there is nothing to worry about. The brothers fought valiantly. A little pocket money for drinks is hardly an issue. Song Xian nonchalantly waved his hand, fully aware that everyone understood the situation. As long as nothing was taken to excess, no one would make an issue of it. After all, with the downfall of the Tian family, millions in wealth awaited division among the powerful, and the imperial treasury would also benefit from a substantial windfall. The blood-soaked members of the Xian guards each receiving a few dozen taels of silver. Was that excessive? Not in the slightest. On the contrary, Song Xian felt that Xin Lian and the others had shown some restraint, likely out of concern that he might object, which rendered them somewhat hesitant. Brother Song, this is your share. It is not much, 50 taels each. Consider it as travel expenses, Xin Lian said, looking at Song Xian with eager anticipation, fearful of a potential rejection. Song Xian laughed heartily, saying, if I do not accept the silver, Brother Xin and the other brothers will likely find it difficult to sleep, won't they? As he spoke, he took the bundle, casually adjusted it, and remarked, the sound of this silver clinking is truly delightful. Xin Lian chuckled awkwardly yet felt a sense of relief. With the silver in hand, he no longer had to worry about Song Xian reporting them upon returning to the capital, although he did not believe that Song Xian was the kind of person who would scheme behind their backs. It was undeniably more reassuring to have matters laid out in the open. With the bundle secured on his back, Song Xian clasped his fist and smiled. Every gathering must eventually come to an end. Let us part ways here, Brother Xin. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. Xin Lian replied with a grin. Brother Song is truly a rare talent. When next we meet, you may very well have been promoted to 100 households. Song Xian chuckled softly, gaining a deeper understanding of Xin Lian. It was evident that Xin was not particularly eloquent. Could one casually use phrases like a dragon among men? Why not claim that I possess the qualities of a great emperor instead? After greeting Song Qian and the others, he bid farewell to Xin Lian and his companions once more before embarking on the journey back to the imperial capital. As they watched their group fade into the distance, Xiao Qi Jin Chuan turned to Xin Lian and inquired, My lord, did they collect the silver? Indeed, Xin Lian replied with a relaxed smile. We were merely overly anxious. This individual is not one to be labeled as rigid or unsociable. He possesses both strength and a solid background, in addition to an understanding of human relationships. Such a person undoubtedly has a bright future ahead. By midday, after a long day of travel, Song Xian and his companions tethered their horses beneath a locust tree by the roadside and dismounted to enjoy the shade. Brother, that bundle was given by Xin Lian. It must contain a considerable amount of silver, correct? Song Qian, with her keen eyes, had already discerned what was inside. She held her tongue until this moment to inquire. Song Xian unwrapped the bundle, revealing a dazzling array of silver that captivated the eyes of several onlookers. Each person was to receive exactly 50 taels, ensuring that no one was left out. Lu Xiaolu swallowed hard and grinned, saying, Xian Gu, this hardly seems appropriate. As our leader, you ought to take the lion's share. We can simply divide the remainder among ourselves. The monkey and Dinyo quickly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had not exerted much effort throughout their journey. With nearly half of the nearly 100 guards from the Tian family falling to Song Xian's prowess, though they had slain few foes, the prospect of equally sharing the silver felt somewhat unjust. What does it matter? We are all brothers here. You have traveled such a long distance with me. It would be remiss to shortchange you. Lu Xiaolu and the others exchanged glances, yet still felt too bashful to accept the offer. Song Xiandao, what is the matter? You didn't manage to snag a fortune of 1 million, yet you turn your nose up at a mere few taels? That is not the point. Lu Xiaolu replied somewhat awkwardly, Brother Xian, to speak candidly, that day at the Tian family, we happened to gather a few items ourselves. So it seems a bit unreasonable to ask you for silver again. Good heavens. Song Xian was left speechless. You might as well stop calling yourself Xiaolu and change your name to Lao Lu. Now, go on, tell me what you took. And let us hope it's not something taboo. Lu Xiaolu produced a jade pendant the size of a baby's palm from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, Song Xian noticed it was intricately carved with a lifelike figure of Guanyin, and it appeared to be of fine quality. Dainyu, blushing, pulled out a golden hairpin, explaining, I was thinking I'd use this as a betrothal gift when I marry. What about you, Hosey? Song Qian asked with curiosity. Hosey quickly shook his head. Brother Xian, is it really necessary for me to say? Song Xian remained silent, while Song Qian shot him a fierce glance, her expression turning menacing. What do you think? The monkey, feeling helpless, retrieved an item from his pocket. As everyone caught sight of it, a collective gasp arose. Wasn't this a woman's bodice? Skinny monkey. Who would have guessed you harbored such a penchant? Lu Xiaolu chuckled mischievously. The monkey, overcome with embarrassment, stammered. I merely thought the gold trim suggested it might hold some value. All right, let us put it away. Although Song Qian felt somewhat speechless, he did not consider it a significant matter. Song Qian, what about you? Surely you haven't claimed none. Song Qian replied with composure, of course I took some. A few pieces of jewelry to bring home as gifts for my mother. Her assertion was resolute, and Song Qian found no fault in it. After all, the brothers fought valiantly against their foes. Should they not claim a few spoils of war? If it were not for his inadequate strength, he could have taken more without fear of losing them. Otherwise, he would simply hire a caravan to transport the silver home. If they garnered no benefits at all, how could he continue to lead the team? In the future, who among his brothers would still be willing to risk their lives alongside him? Xian Ge, what about you? Don't tell me you didn't take anything. Lu Xiaolu chuckled, knowing full well the bond forged through their shared upbringing. At the tender age of 8, Song Xian displayed an audacity rare for his years, boldly seeking out thugs in the capital to extort protection money. He grasped the significance of wealth from an early age. A seasoned figure like Brother Xian, well-versed in the ways of the imperial city, would surely not neglect the silver at his disposal. Song Xian spread his hands, conceding, all right. I'll lay my cards on the table. I have something too. Indeed. Xiao Lu and the others chuckled with glee. Who is Brother Xian? He is no mere bookworm. So it would be absurd to think he would let any opportunity slip by without seizing it. However, what I have is not wealth. As he spoke, Song Xian retrieved a manual from his bosom. This is a martial arts manual I discovered in Tian Yuan's son's room. It appears to be a manual on lightness skills, likely transcribed by Tian Bo Guang for his younger brother. It was evident that although they were not blood brothers, their bond was still quite strong. The monkey chimed in, they both enjoy being flower thieves. How could their relationship be anything but good? Yet, one must ponder. If Tian Yuan's biological son possesses martial prowess, why does he not follow in his brother's footsteps, instead choosing to prey upon the wives of ordinary folk? Song Xian casually remarked, it's because of the high-level matches. He simply cannot participate. High-level matches? The others, including the monkey, pondered for a moment and began to grasp the underlying meaning. It seems Brother Xian possesses greater insight. His words resonate with profound depth. Enough of this nonsense. Song Xian waved the secret manual in his hand, stating that the Xian Yiwei office possessed numerous texts, all of which required merit for exchange, a rather arduous endeavor. Don't think I'm being selfish, he urged. Quickly fetch some paper and brush to transcribe this lightness technique. Acquiring more agility can only enhance your chances of survival. We are brothers after all. I certainly do not wish for a day when you perish and summon me only to feast. Hey, why are you only thinking about feasting? Once Xiao Lu and the others had transcribed the manual, Song Xian handed it directly to Song Qian. This manual was not particularly profound upon receiving it. He managed to grasp its contents almost immediately. Perhaps due to his cultivation of the pure Yang Wuji child technique, a celestial-level internal skill, his comprehension had significantly elevated. What might take others considerable time to master, he assimilated effortlessly after a single reading. Indeed, this could be counted as one of his few advantages. After Song Xian publicly shared the lightness technique, Lu Xiaolu and the others adamantly refused to share the silver. Song Xian, not wishing to prolong the pleasantries, pushed the bundle towards Song Qian. Take this silver. When you return to the capital, buy some fine wine for our father, a new outfit for our mother, and treat yourself to some cosmetics. The remaining silver, you should keep as your dowry. Having unexpectedly received over 200 taels of silver, Song Qian's expression turned pale, devoid of any joy. Brother, what do you mean by this? Are you suddenly giving me so much money to arrange your affairs? Hearing this, Song Qian's cheeks twitched. It's merely a few taels, and you are already so frightened. When I eventually perfect my skills and bring home cartloads of silver, you will certainly soar to the heavens. Is that so? Song Qian's demeanor shifted swiftly, returning to a cheerful smile. I'm not afraid of having too much silver. I fear your sudden departure. Remember, when you come back with a cart full of silver, I shall be your driver. I wish to experience the thrill of parading through the streets with a cart of silver. What a little money grubber. With a smile, Song Xian jested, then rose and remarked, have we all rested enough? Let us proceed, as it is time to report back to old Zhao. Upon mentioning old Zhao, Song Xian slapped his forehead, exclaiming, ah, how could I forget old Zhao? We have stirred quite a commotion this time, and we shall certainly need his support in the future. I must bring him a gift. With this in mind, the group began to deliberate on what kind of present would be suitable for old Zhao. Ultimately, Song Xian retrieved a small vial from his pocket and tore off the label that indicated it contained a small dosage of Yihuan San. This shall suffice, he declared. As one ages, one resorts to a thermos filled with goji berries. Old Zhao is no longer young, and such health supplements will serve him well. He added, remember, this is a potent aphrodisiac I acquired from an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Mingzhou. You mustn't let it slip. Song Xian harbored numerous items within his possession. The Yihuan powder is categorized into small and large doses. The large dose manifests its effects swiftly and powerfully, yet it also bears significant side effects, leaving one yearning for more while swiftly depleting the body's vitality. Years ago, he concocted this substance with the intent to ensnare others. In contrast, the small dose yields a gentler effect with minimal side effects, merely serving as a health supplement for leisure, as he had previously mentioned to Song Qian. This substance, when the opportune moment arises, he plans to mass-produce for profit, as many of the influential figures in the imperial capital suffer from frail constitutions, barring unforeseen circumstances. It is poised to become a coveted commodity. Upon returning to the imperial capital, Song Xian and his companions did not head home, but instead proceeded directly to the office of the Xian Yi-Wei's inspection division to fulfill their duties. Upon seeing their return, Zhao Dizhu smiled and remarked, bring forth the chilled watermelon and beverages. Let us host a banquet to welcome our esteemed contributors. Song Xian approached with a smile, first completing the task at hand, then expressing his confusion. Uncle Zhao, it's merely a case we're handling. Is it really necessary to hold a banquet? Necessary? Absolutely. Zhao Dizhu's smile showed no signs of restraint. The case you all have managed has truly brought honor to our Inspector General. He lowered his voice and continued, the Tian Yuan father and son at the adjudication office completed their hearings 3 days ago. Can you guess how many virtuous young women the Tian family scion has harmed over the years? Song Xian estimated that there must be at least dozens, perhaps even over 100. If anything, it's fewer. Zhao Dizhu's extended 3 fingers, more than 300. In the 3 centuries since the establishment of our great Zhou, we have apprehended numerous flower thieves. However, encountering such a significant number that endangers respectable families is truly unprecedented. Song Xian could not help but click his tongue in astonishment at the sheer magnitude of the situation. This was not merely a matter of harming over 300 women. It entailed the devastation of more than 300 families, each with their own children and parents. If this matter were not handled with utmost care, it could lead to the ruin of these families. Zhao Dizhu expressed his sentiments. One can only say that the perpetrator possesses a certain level of cunning, masquerading as a woman to seduce and exploit. The average person would never suspect a thing. After satisfying their whims, they would eventually depart, leaving the victimized women to endure in silence, too afraid to speak out. Thus, this affair has remained well concealed, with few discerning any signs of its existence. However, one cannot walk by the river without getting their feet wet. After numerous occurrences, the truth is bound to surface. Ultimately, this case will fall into the hands of our Xianyi guard, especially since the adversaries of the Tian family have seized upon this incriminating evidence. Song Xian inquired, what will be the final verdict of this case? It is hard to say. Zhao Dizhu gently shook his head. Yesterday in court, the emperor was even driven to fury over it. Such a significant case of flower picking involves hundreds of families and has gone unnoticed for years. It is one thing for local authorities to deceive, but even the Ministry of Justice, a crucial department, has engaged in such deceit. The emperor has lost faith in the officials of the ministry. The Minister of Justice had expected to retire this year, but the emperor deprived him of that opportunity and directly dismissed him from his position during court. If nothing unexpected occurs, the ministry will undergo a substantial overhaul, and many high-ranking officials in Mingzhou are likely to be implicated. The emperor intends to use this major case to rectify the collusion between the court and local authorities. Regardless of the outcome, the Tian family is doomed. The court officials and even the emperor have fixated on the Tian family's vast fortune, amounting to tens of millions. The best possible outcome for them would be a sentence of decapitation for the father and son, with the remaining family members exiled to the frontier. In a more severe scenario, it could lead to a death by 1,000 cuts or even the extermination of the 3 clans. Zhao Dizhu sipped his goji berry tea. Squinting with a smile, you are the principal investigator of this case. The emperor even remembers your Song Xian naturally wished for the complete eradication of the Tian family to eliminate any future threats. Is it too much to consider this the first major case of flower picking since the establishment of the Great Zhou? Zhao Dizhu slowly nodded, not excessive at all. Song Xian smiled as he pulled out a small vial from his pocket, mysteriously declaring, "Uncle Zhao, this is a miraculous elixir I acquired from an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner during my visit to Mingzhou. Just 1 dose can restore a man's vigor." Zhao Dizhu took the vial, glanced around, and noticing others engrossed in enjoying chilled watermelon, he whispered, "Is this thing reliable?" Song Xian wore a serious expression, pondering the unreliability of certain matters. "How could I dare present such trivialities to you? I must commend your thoughtfulness." Zhao Dizhu, satisfied, tucked the bottle into his sleeve. He harbored no concerns regarding Song Xian's intentions, as their families shared a long-standing friendship. And he himself served as a pillar of support for Song Xian within the Xianyi way. Unless the lad's wits had been quite compromised, he would not wish harm upon anyone, least of all himself. "By the way, during this business trip, did you manage to reap any rewards?" Zhao Dizhu suddenly inquired. Song Xian considered carefully before responding. Then, "Uncle Zhao, might I inquire if there is any reward to be had?" Zhao Dizhu glanced at Lu Xiaolu and the others. It was unreasonable for his subordinates to journey so far only to return empty-handed. They ought to receive some form of benefit. Otherwise, in the future, it would be challenging to rally a team for further endeavors. Rest assured, Uncle Zhao, while there may not be substantial gains, I can certainly secure a few dozen taels of silver for each of them. Zhao Dizhu acknowledged with a grunt. Such matters were best left unspoken, yet were understood by all involved. The nuances of when to accept and when to refrain would become clearer with time and experience. In summary, working within our unique department entails a wealth of knowledge yet to be acquired. Song Xian nodded busily, acknowledging his youth and lack of understanding, expressing his reliance on Uncle Zhao for guidance. As they departed from the government office, night had already fallen. After a hearty meal and drinks, everyone returned to their respective homes. After a day filled with official duties, Zhao Dizhu returned to his residence, where his wife instructed a maid to bring warm water, and then took a towel to wipe his face. "My dear, what has brought you such joy? You've indulged in quite a bit of wine, haven't you?" she inquired. "Are you familiar with the children of the Song family?" he asked. "I have some recollection. What has transpired?" "Well, they have made quite an impression in a few years. They may very well become distinguished members of the first class, Xianyi way." Zhao Dizhu burped. "I've supported them a bit these past few years, and perhaps in the future. It will be the Song family that aids us Zhao family. That boy is 15 this year, isn't he? It seems that in the future, our family may rely on the Song siblings for support." At this point, he gazed at his wife, who, despite her advancing years, still possessed an alluring grace reminiscent of a mature beauty. Under the influence of alcohol, Zhao's heart began to stir with restlessness. Just then, Song Xian had gifted them some items, and today, the couple was eager to test their effects. Half an hour later, Zhao Dizhu's wife was on the verge of tears. "My dear, I truly cannot endure any longer. How much longer will this continue?" Song Xian and Song Qian, filled with excitement from purchasing gifts on the street, happily made their way home. However, upon stepping through the threshold, they were halted by 2 robust elderly women standing at the entrance. Song Xian took a step back, glancing to either side to reconfirm, indeed, this was his home. "Who are you?" Before Song Xian could speak, the 2 elderly women spoke first, eyeing Song Xian and his sister with a wary expression. "And who are you? What brings you to my house?" Song Qian showed no leniency towards them. She tossed the burden in her hands to the ground, swiftly grasped the 2 elderly women, and pressed them down. Qian Qian, old man Song Yuanshan, hearing the commotion, hurried over and admonished, "What nonsense is this? How can you treat guests in such a manner?" "Guests?" Song Qian released her grip on the 2 individuals, her gaze fixed upon them with palpable disdain. "Are they truly guests? What sort of guest obstructs the entrance, preventing the host from entering?" The 2 elderly women rose from the ground, their eyes filled with trepidation as they looked at Song Qian. This tempestuous young lady, slender and seemingly delicate, possessed an unexpected strength, The two robust women were rendered powerless, akin to helpless chicks beneath her restraint. At that moment, a soft voice, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate, resonated through the courtyard. It is my failure to discipline properly. I have inadvertently offended my cousin and cousin. Allow me, Dayu, to extend my sincerest apologies to everyone. Song Xian turned his head and caught sight of a young girl at the corner of the courtyard, clad in a light azure long gown with a flowing cloud design. She was lowering her brows, shedding tears, and repeatedly bowing to both Song Xian and Song Qian. In that moment, Song Xian's mind buzzed with a singular question. What world have I traversed into? Wasn't this supposed to be a world of martial arts? How could Lin Mei, delicate as a willow and frail as a flower, possibly appear here? Alas, what is happening? His mother, Song Lin, hurried over, grasping the hand of the girl in azure, offering her gentle reassurances. It's merely a small misunderstanding, dear child. Why are you still in tears? Mother, who is she? Song Qian harbored no fondness for that delicate little girl, who resorted to tears whenever trouble arose. According to her older brother's previous remarks regarding certain scheming women, was she not akin to the proverbial green tea? She's your cousin. I shot a glare at Song Qian. You, my dear, despite your age, still act so recklessly and carelessly. If only you could possess even a fraction of Dayu's gentleness, I would not have to worry about your marital prospects daily. With that, Song Lin sure paid no heed to the fuming Song Qian and took the hand of the young girl in green as they proceeded towards the inner chambers. Come, Dayu. It is getting late. Your aunt will show you to the arranged room. You shall stay here for the night. And tomorrow I will have your cousin and cousin sister escort you back. Yes, I shall follow my aunt's arrangements, the girl replied in a soft, delicate voice, further endearing herself to Song Lin. The two maidservants exchanged awkward glances at Song Qian, bowed respectfully to Song Yuanshan, and then hastily followed suit. Once the group had distanced themselves, Song Qian glared indignantly at her father, Song Yuanshan. Father, what is the meaning of this? When did I acquire an additional cousin? Song Yuanshan scratched his head, expressing uncertainty. I'm not entirely sure. They are relatives from your mother's side, likely part of the same clan. However, they are probably just distant relatives. I hadn't heard your mother mention them before. It seems they have only recently established contact. Song Qian lightly cleared his throat and inquired with curiosity, what was that? Is that cousin named Lin Dayu? Song Yuanshan gazed at Song Xuani with profound meaning, remarking that he would soon be 15 this year. Although he is slightly younger, the gap is not significant. It is quite commendable, isn't it? Song Qian chuckled softly a couple of times without responding. Feeling fatigued, he said, I shall retire to my chamber for some rest. Upon noticing her elder brother entering the room, Song Qian hurriedly intercepted their father, exclaiming, Father, I implore you to speak candidly. Is this not a scheme concocted with mother? Bringing a distant cousin here specifically for my brother's arranged courtship? Song Yuanshan first let out a derisive chuckle, then spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, clearly indicating his intent. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, humming a little tune as he turned to depart. Song Qian was not willing to let go, insisting that her father clarify everything. After much entanglement, her father had no choice but to explain in detail what he knew. With a creak, Song Qian pushed open her brother's door. Song Qian was seated in a chair, savoring his tea when he noticed Song Qian entering. He scoffed. Do you not know how to knock? Step outside and knock. Song Qian pursed her lips, yet obediently stepped out to close the door securely. Soon after, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Brother, are you there? I need to talk to you. I'm sleeping. Let's discuss it tomorrow. Humph. Song Qian angrily pushed open the door and exclaimed, Brother, I truly have something important to discuss with you. As Song Qian savored his tea, he reflected upon the spoils of his recent business trip, pondering where to conceal the newfound wealth. Brother, I have inquired thoroughly. Our little cousin is a distant relative of our mother. Oh, and what of it? Our cousin lost her mother at a tender age, while her father has been perpetually occupied with official duties, leaving her to reside with her maternal grandmother. Consequently, she has grown up in a state of dependency, which has rendered her character rather peculiar and sensitive. As she spoke, Song Qian lifted her teacup, pouring herself a cup as well. Upon their initial meeting, she had shed tears, leading him to momentarily suspect her of feigning distress. However, considering her background and disposition, it did not seem to be an act. Song Qian let out an "Oh." Is that all you have to say? Song Qian stared at him. Brother, do not tell me you cannot discern our parents' intentions. What are your feelings towards that little cousin? I heard from father that our mother has been in contact with her for 2 years now. She is a naturally intelligent and exceptionally talented young lady in poetry and literature. For your marriage, our parents have truly worried themselves to exhaustion. Song Xian set down his teacup and remarked earnestly, "It is too diminutive. I cannot bring myself to do it." Uft. Song Qian could not contain herself and sprayed a mouthful of tea. After wiping her mouth, she covered her mouth and chuckled. "Brother, what is the matter with you? That little cousin looks so fresh and tender. You are still not satisfied?" Song Xian waved his hand dismissively, harboring no ulterior motives. The truth was, she was simply too young. After all, having lived over 20 years in his past life, coupled with his current age, his psychological maturity surpassed that of a man in his 40s. A man of 40, engaging with a girl barely 15. He found the very notion of courting her to be morally reprehensible, let alone the thought of marriage. As he observed Song Qian still pondering the implications of his words, Song Qian stood up to make his exit. "Where are you headed?" she inquired. "I'm off to find Lu Xiaolu. Lately, I've been either on the road or dealing with matters of life and death, and I find myself rather weary. I intend to visit a brothel to unwind and enjoy some music." "Off to the brothel again?" Song Qian hurriedly approached, extracting a silver ingot from her sleeve and placing it in his hand. She admonished, "Brother, our family is prosperous now. We mustn't always rely on others to treat us. If you do not intend to marry Xiao Lu's elder sister, do not incur any debts of gratitude." Song Xian did not seek out Lu Xiaolu. Instead, he ventured beyond the city to a secluded forested area. At this moment, clad in a flowing white robe, he sat cross-legged atop an ancient tree, basking in the nascent rays of the morning sun, inhaling the ethereal essence of nature. From a distance, Song Xian appeared almost otherworldly, a faint aura shimmering above his head, swaying gently in the breeze like a celestial being. Following recent bouts of violence, he sensed that his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. He merely needed a catalyst to transcend to the innate realm. However, the nature of this catalyst eluded him, remaining a nebulous feeling he could not articulate. As noon approached, he concluded his meditation, gazing up at the vast, ethereal expanse of the sky before exhaling a breath of stagnant air. Perhaps to achieve his breakthrough, he required a vigorous battle that would challenge him and create the necessary pressure. Departing from the forest, Song Xian did not head directly home, but instead strolled leisurely along the official road. Along the way, he encountered several travelers, some of whom recognized him and greeted him with eager smiles. "Brother Xian, have you had lunch? Would you care to join us for a meal?" Song Xian occasionally nodded in greeting, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to break through and ascend to the innate realm. His gaze gradually became unfocused. Suddenly, while lost in contemplation, he felt something brush against his waist, and the pouch hanging from him vanished without a trace. Just as his thoughts had yet to regain their clarity, Song Xian's half-closed eyes snapped wide open, and his sword was drawn in an instant. Flash! A voice emerged from his lips, devoid of any earthly warmth. Then, a long sword sliced through the air, seemingly unremarkable, lacking any embellishment. Yet, in that very moment of its strike, a sword aura akin to a crimson dragon erupted forth, as if it had pierced through the veils of cloud, tearing apart the oppressive sunlight in a sudden explosion. With a whoosh, the sword aura soared, swift as lightning, a vibrant rainbow cleaving the heavens, accompanied by the thunderous sound of sonic booms echoing through the vast expanse. The sword energy wreaked havoc, the sound of it tearing through the ground resonating like thunderclaps, leaving a ringing in the ears of those nearby. On the official road, the scant few passers-by were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, their ears ringing and their vision obscured in a haze of crimson, utterly unable to discern what had transpired. Only after instinctively unleashing the strike did Song Xian's mind begin to clear. He surveyed the surroundings, taking in the terrified figures sprawled on the ground and the long gash carved into the earth before him, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Did I truly unleash that sword aura? The aura was a lethal technique reserved for innate masters proficient in swordsmanship, with even some of them hesitant to claim they could wield such a formidable skill. Yet just moments ago, in a state of inexplicable clarity, he had manifested a sword aura. Could it be that I have broken through? Instinctively, he circulated his inner energy to assess his condition, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. His cultivation level remained at the 9th layer of the acquired realm. He had not yet entered the innate stage. The reason he could release the sword aura was primarily due to the exceptional purity and density of his yang inner energy, which fully supported the expenditure required for such an outburst. Additionally, it seemed he had entered a mysterious state that allowed him to grasp the method to unleash sword aura. Although his cultivation had not advanced, the comprehension of this formidable technique was a pleasant surprise. In a good mood, Song Xian cast his gaze down upon the young thief, who lay half reclined on the ground not far away. The boy appeared to be in his teens, thin and disheveled, with a look of sheer terror etched across his face. The sword aura he had just unleashed had barely skimmed past the thief's shoulder. Had it deviated just a tad more, the boy would have been cleaved in two. Noticing Song Xian's penetrating gaze, the young thief trembled as he raised the stolen pouch, his voice tinged with a whimper. "I merely stole a pouch of coins." Must he go to such lengths? Even in his own home, his father would not easily employ such lethal techniques, and since sneaking out, he had yet to encounter any martial artist capable of unleashing sword aura. He never anticipated that today, merely driven by an inexplicable desire to experience the thrill of thievery, he would nearly pay with his life. Song Xian fixed his gaze upon the individual holding the purse aloft, refraining from reaching out to accept it. Instead, he remarked, "Your lightness of foot is quite impressive." This little rogue had managed to stealthily approach and pilfer the purse from beside him, skillfully evading his sword's aura with remarkable agility. Such prowess transcended mere competence. It was truly extraordinary. Although it was his first time wielding sword energy, and he was still somewhat unpracticed, the swiftness of the sword's arc was astonishing. The thief had reacted instantaneously, deftly maneuvering to narrowly escape the lethal strike of his blade. One must concede that this was the most formidable lightness of foot Song Xian had encountered in this realm. The thief's visage was obscured by grime, rendering it impossible to discern his features. Upon hearing Song Xian's words, he chuckled awkwardly and shrank back, saying, "No matter how swift my feet may be, they cannot surpass your sword energy. Esteemed young hero, I merely took something. Surely that is not deserving of death?" Song Xian did not respond to him. Instead, he spoke calmly, offering a chance at survival. "Exchange the life you cherish for the agile skills you just displayed." The young thief hurriedly shook his head. "Hero, when one is away from home, it is illogical to carry a manual on one's person. Would it not be better for you to accompany me back home, where I can retrieve it for you personally?" Song Xian shook his head, stating that while the manual was absent, he surely understood how to cultivate. "Write it down, and I shall let you go." As he spoke, he glanced at the ominous clouds that had gathered in the sky and surveyed the surrounding passers-by, who dared not breathe. He waved his hand. "It appears it is about to rain. Shouldn't you return home to gather your clothes?" At his words, the onlookers seemed to awaken from a stupor. "Ah, it is indeed going to rain. I must hurry home," sighed one. "What a coincidence. My wife is giving birth today as well. Let us leave together." Observing the hurried departure of the crowd, Song Xian turned his gaze back to the conflicted little thief and slowly remarked, "I do not require the original manual. You need only to transcribe it. Surely you can discern what is more vital, your life or the manual." "You are bullying the weak," the little thief retorted stubbornly, holding his ground. "You are a thief," Song Xian stated calmly. "You, a master capable of unleashing sword energy, are preying upon a novice like me. This is a breach of martial ethics. You are a thief. To seize another's manual is a grave taboo in the martial world. You are a thief. How can you, a man, take advantage of a defenseless woman? You are a thief." After a prolonged standoff, the self-proclaimed weak woman finally relented. "Can we refrain from discussing the matter of thievery?" "Agreed." Song Xian nodded. "Now, let us discuss the manual. I will provide it." The little thief gritted her teeth. "But let it be known, once I give you the manual, our previous grievances shall be wiped clean, and you must no longer refer to me as a thief." "Very well." Song Xian's expression softened at last. "Moreover, do you truly intend to let me leave? What if you were to renege on your word? Would I be utterly helpless?" Song Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. "You have no choice. You must now place your trust in my integrity." The fragile woman, a petty thief, sighed, wearing an expression of resignation. "Alas, encountering you has been my misfortune. Very well, I shall write." With that, she picked up a twig from the ground and began inscribing upon the yellow earth. After a cup of tea had passed, she rose, stretching languidly, and pointed to the words etched in the soil. "It is finished. Remember to erase it after you have committed it to memory. It must not be disclosed to outsiders." Song Xian shook his head, declaring, "I am a person of integrity and detest breaking promises. However, should someone breach their word first, they must not blame me for being ruthless." The little thief, sensing the warning in his tone, cast a wary glance in his direction and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing at all." Song Xian pointed at the manual on the ground and calmly remarked, "My dear lady, it appears that you may have forgotten certain crucial details. Allow me to extend to you another opportunity Do take a moment to thoroughly examine where the oversight may lie. The young thief gazed intently at Song Xian, but found his demeanor inscrutable, as he maintained an air of serene composure that concealed his true thoughts. At that moment, she felt utterly convinced of his seasoned experience. It seemed she had met her match in misfortune. With that, she knelt down, erased part of the content, and added new information. Finally, she stated earnestly, "This time, I assure you, there are no mistakes." Song Xian gazed at the inscriptions on the ground, reading them several times before nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, a personal attribute panel materialized before him. In the section for lightness techniques, there appeared an additional skill called Spiral 9 Shadows. Spiral 9 Shadows, a lightness technique recorded in the latter part of the 9E manual. Capable of conjuring 9 afterimages when cultivated to the highest level, it is an ultimate martial art of a master. A filthy little thief possessed one of the finest lightness techniques of the era. At that instant, Song Xian had nearly confirmed this individual's identity: Huang Rong, daughter of Huang Yaoshi, the master of Peach Blossom Island by the Eastern Sea. Yes, she was indeed the most frequently featured Huang Rong in various martial arts novels. With a casual step, he stirred up a cloud of dust that obscured the manual Huang Rong had written. Song Xian waved his hand and said, "Our grievances are settled. Henceforth, I shall not mention your thievery. I hope you can keep this secret and refrain from discussing the manual." "I understand." Huang Rong huffed, seemingly still dissatisfied. As she saw Song Xian turning to leave, she immediately called out, "Hey, aren't you taking your money pouch? Take this silver. Consider it my purchase of your manual. We have exchanged goods for payment, and our debts are settled." Watching Song Xian's figure recede into the distance, Huang Rong pouted. To acquire a supreme skill for just a few dozen taels of silver was quite the bargain. Once Song Xian's silhouette vanished completely, she felt her legs weaken and collapsed onto the ground, her heart racing as she patted her chest. What a terrifying person. I nearly lost my life. After a moment, she regained her composure and began walking in the opposite direction of the imperial capital. The capital was too treacherous, filled with too many experts. Her father had previously said that the capital was teeming with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. She hadn't believed it until she encountered such a formidable individual shortly after arriving. Who knows how many old monsters lurk within the city? Alas, I cannot remain in the capital. I shall wander to Mingzhou. Surely, it cannot be filled with experts as well? Muttering to herself, she entered the woods, and before long, Huang Rong was riding a little donkey, leisurely trotting along the official road towards the territory of Mingzhou. That person seemed only a few years older than me. How could he be so strong? Although he lacked the demeanor of a true master and immediately coveted another's manual, he at least kept his word, and my life was spared. Resting her chin on her hand while riding the donkey, Huang Rong's mind conjured the image of Song Xian in his white attire, exuding an air of cold pride, prompting her to huff once more. This man is indeed arrogant. He let me go without concern for my returning to seek vengeance. Yet, the next moment, recalling Song Xian's sword energy, which swept through like a majestic phoenix, she instinctively swallowed hard. Perhaps it is best not to provoke an enemy of such caliber, especially as he is likely a formidable figure from one of the great powers in the capital. Unconsciously, she touched Song Xian's money pouch, comforting herself with the thought that I am in need of silver, and he requires a lightness technique. This is a fair exchange of mutual benefit. Indeed, Huang Rong nodded emphatically, affirming that it was a fair trade of mutual needs. With this thought, she felt significantly more at ease. Compared to having attracted a master and still being alive, she considered herself quite fortunate. What reason is there to be unhappy? I cannot run away from home for just a few days and then return in tears, calling for my father to seek justice. Can I? I, Huang Rong, cannot afford to lose face. Song Xian had not ventured far. Rather, he stood atop an ancient tree, observing the retreating figure of Huang Rong. Upon witnessing her leisurely ride on a small donkey toward the territory of Mingzhou, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. It became evident that the little thief, or rather, the daughter of the Peach Blossom Island Lord, harbored no intentions of returning to summon trouble upon him. He chuckled to himself, recognizing that his prolonged stay in this world had rendered him overly cautious. In truth, given Huang Rong's character, the agreement they made to clear their grievances would indeed be honored. Though she was headstrong and cunning, she was not the type to return home and report a defeat to her parents. With a light-hearted smile, Song Xian turned and re-entered the forest, embarking on an attempt to summon his sword chi. Soon, the forest echoed with the hissing sound of sword chi slicing through the air, accompanied by the crashing of shattering stones and the heavy thud of falling trees. By the time he returned home, mealtime had already passed. His mother, Song Lin, was tidying up the remnants of the meal, while his father, Song Yuanshan, strolled about the courtyard to aid digestion. Song Qian held hands with Lin Daiyu. The two of them seated beneath a tree, engaged in hushed laughter. As for the two little cousins, Daiyu had brought along a rather reluctant maid, who was currently sweeping the courtyard with a disgruntled expression. Upon noticing Song Qian entering through the gate, one of the maids remarked in a tone laden with sarcasm, "Though the young master is related to our miss, it is imperative to recognize the distinctions between genders. It would be wise to maintain some decorum, lest unfounded rumors circulate, suggesting that our miss lacks propriety and consorts with men. Such gossip would be most unbecoming." Listening to the caustic remarks, Song Qian remained unfazed, nodding earnestly in agreement. "You make a valid point," he replied. With that, he raised his left hand, forming a sword with his fingers, and lightly traced a line upon the ground of the courtyard. A crimson sword chi, exceeding 3 feet in length, erupted with a resounding whoosh, akin to a thunderbolt, and swiftly vanished into the earth. Subsequently, a conspicuous pit appeared on the ground, large enough to easily accommodate a person. Song Qian spoke coldly, stating, "Here, it is merely the three of us. If any rumors were to circulate outside, they would undoubtedly stem from the two of you, old crones. My temperament is rather volatile. Should I catch wind of even the slightest gossip, rest assured, someone will find themselves in this pit." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the two trembling women, and he inquired, "Whom do you think should occupy this pit?" Upon hearing his words, the two women could no longer maintain their composure and fell to their knees with a thud. "Young master, we are but servants, here to attend to the young lady. How could we dare to slander her?" they pleaded. "Please, young master, have mercy and do not stoop to our level. Young lady, please say something. We do not wish to perish, we truly do not wish to die." The two women sobbed, terrified beyond measure. The young lady, adorned in a serene emerald gown, reminiscent of a delicate flower reflected upon water, appeared momentarily stunned as she gazed at the vast pit before her. However, it was Song Qian who first regained her composure. She circled the pit, examining it closely, and then exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, have you advanced to the innate realm?" "Not yet." Song Qian pouted in disbelief, exclaiming, "Isn't it true that only innate warriors who have condensed the blossoms of chi can wield such sword energy? Are you truly not an innate being?" Song Qian waved his hand, suggesting that the matter could be addressed at a later time. Feeling rather fatigued, he decided to retire to his room for some rest. As he passed by Lin Daiyu, he paused momentarily and remarked, "Your constitution is rather frail, indicative of a short lifespan. If time permits, you might consider learning some exercises for strengthening your body from your cousin." Without awaiting her response, he strode into his chamber, leaving his somewhat bewildered younger cousin behind. That child truly lacks the art of conversation. Song's mother sighed silently, her heart yearning for Daiyu to wed into the Lin family. However, observing her son's demeanor, it appeared he bore no such inclination. They had scarcely exchanged glances, and his first utterance was a fatalistic remark. What woman would be enamored with such a single-minded man? Meanwhile, Song Yuanshan gazed thoughtfully at the deep pit on the ground. He recognized that although his children had always maintained a low profile, their capabilities were undeniably formidable. Yet, he had never anticipated that their strength transcended mere competence. It was almost astonishingly exceptional. That evening, Song Qian entered Song Xian's room, carrying a lunchbox. "You didn't even knock." Song Xian sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, a long sword resting upon his legs. Upon hearing a sound, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a silent sigh. Song Qian playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly assured, "I promise, next time for sure." As she spoke, she placed the lunchbox on the table and added, "Since you haven't had dinner yet, I went to the kitchen and prepared something for you. Please enjoy it while it's still warm." Song Qian rose without any formality, took a steamed bun, and began to eat it accompanied by 2 small dishes. Song Qian skillfully poured him a cup of tea and inquired, "Brother, have you truly not transcended to the innate realm?" Song Qian shook his head, "Not quite yet." Upon hearing this, Song Qian immediately felt a surge of excitement. If he was already this formidable without breaking through, wouldn't he become invincible once he ascended to the innate realm? "You're overthinking it." Song Qian took a sip of tea, reflecting that the number of formidable individuals in this world is far from as simple as one might imagine. Song Qian let out a soft "oh" and chose not to pursue the topic any further. She understood that her elder brother was inherently modest and cautious. Even if he were truly invincible, he would never admit it. "Brother, your swordplay today truly startled our little cousin." After returning to her room, She remained in a daze, hardly responding when I spoke to her. Song Xian smiled and said, "She has spent these years secluded within the chambers of the Jia residence, surrounded solely by talented women and literary figures. It is likely that this is her first encounter with individuals like us, who wield swords and practice martial arts. It is only natural that she would be momentarily taken aback. If she truly wishes to learn the art of combat from me, should I impart my knowledge to her?" Song Xian pondered for a moment and said, "Let's teach." Strangely, an image of Lin Daiyu uprooting the willow tree appeared in his mind. The scene was so enchanting that it filled him with anticipation. The following day, after breakfast, Song Xian prepared to head to the government office for his duties. Recently, he found himself with ample leisure, for since the conclusion of the flower-picking case, no new assignments had been entrusted to him, much to the delight of the young master. Within the precincts of the inspection office, Song Xian and Zhao Dizhus each held a sunflower seed, sipping tea while cracking the seeds. These past few days, the capital seemed remarkably tranquil. Song Xian remarked, spitting out a seed shell, "The Tian family has fallen, and those esteemed officials in the court are engrossed in dividing the spoils. The emperor also seeks to use this opportunity to recalibrate the balance of certain forces." Zhao Dizhus, sipping his tea leisurely, responded, "There are many powerful figures in the capital, and none of them are fools. This is precisely the most intense time for strife and competition within the court. No one dares to stir up trouble during such a tumultuous period. With the second-generation young masters keeping a low profile, the streets naturally enjoy a greater calm." Song Xian nodded. The Great Zhou dynasty had been established for 3 centuries, and within the imperial capital, there was no shortage of nobles and lords. He was well aware of the character of those descendants of the esteemed families. The better ones managed to secure a position as a third-rank member of the Xianyi Wei, even though it was merely a way to pass the time. At least they had a job and were not left idle all day. The worse ones, however, did nothing of substance, engaging in bullying and brawling, which had become almost a commonplace occurrence. Song Xian was once a third-tier Xianyi guard and had little interaction with those privileged scions. However, now that he had been promoted to second tier, he found himself occasionally entangled in cases that required his attention, inevitably leading to encounters with those individuals. The mere thought of associating with such arrogant people made Song Xian feel uneasy. He feared that he might, in a moment of weakness, bury a few of them. After engaging in conversation for a while, old Zhao had matters to attend to, prompting Song Xian to rise and prepare for a leisurely stroll through the streets. Just then, he spotted Lu Xiaolu sprinting towards him from the yamen. "Brother Xian, come with me at once." "What has happened?" "An officer outside the city has lost his wife." "What does his wife's demise have to do with me?" "I do not share Mengde's peculiarities. It concerns Song Qian." Lu Xiaolu spoke rapidly. "There is no business at the yamen today, and after attending the morning assembly, Song Qian slipped away, taking my second sister and your cousin out of the city for an outing." Song Qian's expression shifted dramatically as he furrowed his brow and remarked, "So, they killed someone's wife outside the city?" "Xiangu, your words are rather perplexing." Lu Xiaolu, equally speechless, replied, "Although Sister Qian can be quite fierce at times, she wouldn't resort to such violence in broad daylight." He then murmured, "Surely, one must wait until nightfall, right?" Song Qian gave him a pat on the shoulder, admonishing him to cease his playful demeanor and focus on the matter at hand. Oh, it was not particularly grave. At this moment, Lu Xiaolu appeared somewhat composed, stating that a few individuals had ventured out for a spring outing and stumbled upon the body of a woman who had hanged herself in a small grove. The 3 of them had reported the incident to the local county office and were now awaiting the outcome. "Was there any trouble?" Song Xian casually inquired. Song Qian is a second-class Xianyi guard, and Lu Xiaoyu's second sister, Lu Qingshuang, although she has not joined the ranks of the Xianyi guards. She is trained in martial arts since childhood, and her skills are far from mediocre. With the presence of these 2, any trouble would befall others rather than themselves. There is no significant issue at hand. It is merely that your little cousin was startled upon witnessing a corpse." Song Xian nodded, mounted his horse, and, under the guidance of Lu Xiaolu, set forth towards Ping'an County beyond the city gates. Song Xian, clad in a dark official robe, approached the entrance of the Ping'an County Yamen, where the constables dared not impede his passage. They greeted him with deference and led him to the courtroom outside the magistrate's hall. Within the hall, the magistrate of Ping'an County was in the midst of a trial, while Song Qian observed the proceedings with keen interest. Beside her stood her close friends, Lin Daiyu and Lu Qingshuang. Upon seeing Song Qian enter, Song Qian joyfully called out, "Brother." Lin Daiyu promptly offered a graceful bow and sweetly exclaimed, "Cousin." In contrast, Lu Qingxuang regarded Song Xian with a hint of melancholy upon her delicate features. She remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Were it an ordinary individual who dared to intrude upon the court and disrupt its order, they would have long been apprehended by the magistrate. Yet, upon noticing Song Xian's dark official attire, the magistrate merely paused in surprise, then rose with a beaming smile and offered a respectful salute, proclaiming, "Master Song." Song Xian returned the courtesy with a smile, saying, "I apologize for the trouble caused to Lord Chun." The magistrate of Ping'an County, named Chun Huili, was not a stranger to Song Xian, having crossed paths several times, as he served as the magistrate just outside the imperial capital. "It is no trouble at all," Chun Huili replied with a warm smile. "I must express my gratitude to Lady Song Qian. Had she not discovered this matter early, the investigation would have certainly become more challenging once the body began to decompose after a few more days." As he spoke, he lowered his voice and added, "Might I request that Lady Song join me in the back hall for a more private discussion?" Song Xian did not refuse. Casting a glance at Song Qian and the others, he followed Qin Huili into the inner hall. "My lord." As soon as they entered the inner hall, Qin Huili appeared somewhat troubled, saying, "My lord, might it be possible for you to send your younger sister home first? With her present, I find myself unable to carry out my duties." Song Qian did not provide a direct response. Instead, he smiled and said, "Might I trouble you, Lord Qin, to elaborate on the particulars of this case? Since it pertains to a homicide within the jurisdiction of Ping'an County, it is customary that such matters be reported to the Ministry of Justice. However, the Xuanyi Guards, a privileged institution, possess the authority to oversee any case within the realm of the Great Zhou, should they so choose." As Song Xian sought to comprehend the intricacies of the situation, Qin Huili dared not impede him. The deceased was the wife of Master Shin from Ping'an County. According to the accounts of the Shin family's servants and maidservants, the couple had a quarrel last night, and this morning, they were discovered hanging lifelessly in a grove on the outskirts. Song Xiandao remarked, "In that case, Mr. Shin certainly bears considerable suspicion." "Indeed, there is cause for suspicion," sighed Qin Huili. "Yet, this is the extent of our conjecture." According to the accounts of the servants and maidservants of the Shin household, after a quarrel with his wife last night, Mr. Shin left the house in a fit of anger. Furthermore, Mr. Shun himself stated that he went to a friend's home to drink after leaving and spent the night there. His friend can attest to this, providing him with an alibi. Song Xian smiled faintly and inquired what Master Chen believed. Was this case a murder or a suicide? "I am inclined to think it is a suicide," Qin Huili elaborated. According to the accounts of the servants and maids of the Shin family, during a quarrel last night, Madame Shun was wailing and lamenting, exclaiming that she could no longer endure life. This was heard by the entire Shin family. When Mr. Shin left the house, he also shouted that if she wished to die, she should do so outside and not within the home. I surmised that Madame Shun, in a fit of anger and despair, impulsively ventured to the outskirts and took her own life. Song Xian inquired, "Have you experienced the examination of the corpse?" "The coroner has already conducted an autopsy, revealing no signs of binding or physical assault on the body, and there are no evident marks of struggle during the deceased's life. This essentially eliminates the possibility of foul play. Therefore, do you believe, Sir Chen, that this is merely a straightforward case of suicide?" "I hold this opinion, yet Sir Song, your sister insists that Madame Shin was murdered and insists on remaining in court to observe my investigation. Do you not think this places me in a difficult position?" Song Xian chuckled softly. Although Song Qian was somewhat willful on ordinary occasions, she never spoke lightly regarding matters of life and death. Since she believed it to be a murder, it was likely she had some basis for her assertion. Summoning her for questioning would surely clarify the matter. Soon, Song Qian was called to the inner hall. "Pray tell, why do you firmly believe that Madame Shin was murdered?" Song Qian inquired. "Brother, have you ever experienced being suspended?" Song Qian cast her a glare and asked, "What of it? Have you experienced it yourself?" Song Qian nodded and recounted that on that very day, in the woods where the body was discovered, she had attempted to take her own life by hanging. It was then that she realized, moments before death, a person instinctively struggles fiercely, causing the rope to rub violently against the tree trunk, leaving unmistakable signs of friction. However, the tree with the crooked neck, where Madame Shin had supposedly hanged herself, were no such marks. This strongly suggested that Madame Shin did not commit suicide, rather, she had been murdered and subsequently suspended from the tree to create the illusion of a self-inflicted death. "Nonsense," Song Xian reprimanded. "Investigating cases is the responsibility of the county magistrate. Do you really need to risk your life for it?" Song Qian shrank her body slightly and murmured, I merely wish to acquire more knowledge. During my previous visit to Huayan County for a case, I felt I was of little assistance. I aspire to learn more about case handling, so as not to hinder your progress. Song Qian fixed her with a stern gaze for a while before finally sighing and saying, in the future, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Do not risk your life like this again. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Song Qian let out a gentle sigh, vowing that it would not happen again. As she spoke, she gave Chen Huili a slight push. Master Chen, your ability to adjudicate cases leaves much to be desired. In matters of life and death, how can you so easily conclude it as a suicide with just a single remark? Surely you haven't accepted bribes from the Shin family, have you? As soon as Song Qian's words fell, Chen Huili felt a buzzing in his head. You may criticize my skills, but you cannot tarnish my character. If you claim that my handling of cases is inadequate, that reflects my abilities, resulting in a mediocre evaluation from the Ministry of Personnel. However, should you allege that I am corrupt to the core, it would not even require the ministry's intervention. I might very well be summoned by Ms. Song to the Xian Yiwei prison for an impromptu visit. The mere thought of the Xian Yiwei prison drained the color from Chen Huili's face, and he looked at Song Qian with pleading eyes. My lord, I have never wronged you. Song Qian waved her hand, jesting that there was no need for Lord Chen to be so anxious. Time was slipping away, and the cases outside still awaited their examination. Indeed, this official shall promptly proceed with the review. Chen Huili, who had previously referred to himself as this official, was so startled by Song Qian's words that he immediately shifted to calling himself this humble official. Gratefully, he bowed slightly to Song Qian before eagerly returning to the court to begin his adjudication. Upon witnessing his departure, Song Qian let out a huff, reflecting on how casually he treated matters of life and death. After all, he was still a public servant. She mused that she could do far better than him. Song Qian cast a glance at her and remarked, as if you regarded human life with utmost seriousness. Do not forget, when slaying the mountain bandits and the Tian's assassins, you reveled in it more than anyone else. This is different. Song Qian retorted, they were bandits, and I am an official. It is only natural to eliminate them. However, Chen Huili, as a county magistrate, treats matters of life and death with such levity that it is difficult not to suspect he has accepted bribes. Song Qian shook his head slightly. This matter was unrelated to monetary compensation, even if another official were to take over. It was highly likely that the case would be deemed a suicide by hanging. After all, not everyone possesses the insatiable curiosity you have, wanting to explore the circumstances surrounding death by hanging. Speaking of hanging, Song Qian felt a surge of anger rise within him. He raised his hand and flicked Song Qian on the forehead. Imagining the repercussions if their father were to find out, he would surely unleash his fury like a pack of wolves. As the siblings conversed, in the courtroom outside, the gavel struck the wood with a resounding thud. Chen Huili fixed his gaze upon the kneeling figure of Mr. Shun, who had become the target of his ire. Bring forth the instruments of torture, he commanded. Ping'an County, being in proximity to the imperial capital, was a place where the county magistrate exercised extreme caution. Rarely would he dare to employ severe punishments unless faced with a significant case. After all, a misstep could lead to reprimands from the officials of the Dali Temple or the censorate. However, at this moment, Chen Huili could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Being reprimanded by the censors was far more tolerable than being summoned to the Xian Yiwei's prison for a day of torment. Today, he was determined to resolve this case swiftly and dispatch those ominous figures of the Xian Yiwei. Otherwise, if Song Qian and his companions lingered, he feared that he too would eventually find himself imprisoned. The agonizing screams of Mr. Shun echoed through the back hall, and Song Qian could hear them clearly. When he and Song Qian arrived at the courtroom, they beheld Mr. Shun's lower body, a gruesome sight, nearly reduced to a bloody pulp. Yet, despite the harrowing ordeal, no matter how Chen Huili pressed him, Mr. Shun steadfastly refused to acknowledge any connection between his wife's death and himself. This man's unwavering resilience posed a challenge even for Chen Huili. After all, Mr. Shun had an alibi, and now that torture had been employed, the accused still refused to confess. Could it be that he was indeed innocent of this crime? Allow me to pose a few questions, he declared. Song Qian approached Shun Yuanwei and spoke indifferently. You are aware of my identity, are you not? Shun Yuanwei, suppressing the pain coursing through his body, swallowed hard and humbly replied, My lord of the Xuani Guard, I implore you to take my side. Song Qian smiled ambiguously. Generally, such trivial matters from the common folk are not the concern of my Xiani Guard. However, since we have chosen to intervene, we shall undoubtedly uncover the truth. You have likely heard of the rules of the Xiani Guard. I ask, you answer, and any hint of deception shall not be tolerated. What awaits you next is a prolonged stay in the imperial prison. My lord, please inquire freely. I assure you, I shall not withhold any information. Song Xian nodded slightly and took the case record from the hands of the clerk, perusing it from the beginning. Whose house did you drink at last night? He inquired. Replying to your honor, I had been drinking at the home of my good friend, Wang Shi, came the response. Song Xian glanced at the records in his hand. Shun Huaili had already interrogated Wang Shi, who confessed that Shun Yuanwei had not gone anywhere the previous night and had stayed at his home after getting intoxicated. What kind of wine did you drink? Osmanthus wine. Where did you purchase it? At the Liu Family Tavern on East Street. Is the osmanthus wine delicious? Indeed. It is fragrant and leaves a lingering aftertaste. Was it you who bought the wine? Yes, I purchased it. A sheen of sweat began to form on Shun Yuanwei's forehead. How much silver did you spend? 2 taels of silver. When you bought the wine, did Manager Liu know you had killed your wife? No. Shun Yuanwei instinctively replied, but quickly realized his mistake and added, My lord, I did not commit murder. Do not be anxious. Song Xian waved his hand and asked, After you left home, which road did you take to Wang Shi's house? I went through the eastern city gate, came the reply. Song Xian smiled and said, On that day, there was a funeral at the east gate of the city, and the road was somewhat congested. Did you encounter it? Shun Yuanwei took a deep breath, carefully recalling the events of that day, and it seemed that indeed, there had been a funeral. Instantly, he felt a sense of relief. I did encounter it. There were indeed many people that day. I waited for quite a while at the east gate before passing through. Song Xian's expression shifted from gentle to indifferent as he coldly remarked, You were lying. There was indeed a funeral last night, but it departed from the southwest gate. How could you possibly have seen it from the east gate, given the distance of half the city? Shun Yuanwei, taken aback, hurriedly responded, My lord, I must have misspoken. I did not leave through the east gate that day. I exited from the southwest gate and indeed witnessed the funeral. Song Xian crouched down, locking eyes with Shun Yuanwei, and spoke coldly, There was no funeral at the southwest gate that day. I shall grant you one final opportunity. What exactly were you doing that night? Shun Yuanwei was utterly panicked. My lord, I did nothing. I was genuinely drinking at the Wang family's residence. Song Xian coldly exclaimed, I am not inquiring about the night you murdered your wife. Rather, I seek to understand what transpired the evening prior to the act of murder. The night before the crime, the pain coursing through my body, compounded by Song Xian's relentless interrogation, caused Shun Yuanwei to perspire profusely. His composure beginning to unravel. Veiled lies and half-truths. Song Xian rose to his feet, gazing down at him with an air of authority. You may either confess now, or accompany me to the prison to do so. 2 paths lie before you. Choose one. Thud. Shun Yuanwei collapsed onto the ground, utterly broken in spirit. I confess. I am guilty. It was I who committed the murder. I refuse to go to prison. I refuse to go to prison. Song Xian nodded and turned to the astonished Shun Huaili, saying, The investigation is complete. The remaining matters are in your capable hands. Is that agreeable? Shun Huaili, still in a daze, acquiesced with a slight nod. This was his first encounter with such a method of case resolution. Was this the way the Xuani guards conducted their inquiries? After Shun Yuanwei confessed, Song Xian led Song Qian and the others away. Throughout their journey, Song Qian chattered animatedly about the details of the case, her face brimming with pride. After all, her efforts had significantly contributed to solving the case. Not everyone possesses her audacity and courage to experience the sensation of attempting to take one's own life. Brother, from where did you acquire such remarkable skills in case investigation? I often ponder these matters myself. After all, in our line of work, one cannot avoid encounters with criminals in the future. Song Xian casually uttered a remark, certainly not revealing that he had gleaned this knowledge from a film he had watched in his previous life. The title of that cinematic masterpiece, which he still remembered, was The Fatal Grass, featuring Stephen Chow, an absolute classic. Lu Qingshuang remained silent throughout the journey, her doe-like, glistening eyes fixed upon Song Xian. The affection evident in her gaze even a fool could discern. Yet, Song Xian feigned ignorance, engrossed in conversation with Song Qian. His younger cousin, Lin Daiyu, occasionally cast curious glances at her remarkably skilled yet astute and resourceful cousin. Previously, she had perceived him merely as a formidable warrior with a penchant for violence. But it now appeared that her initial assessment was not entirely accurate. It seemed that her cousin, even if he were not to serve as a member of the Xiani Guards, could certainly excel as a civil servant. As the trio departed from the county office, Shun Huili finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After interrogating the wealthy Shun, he eagerly ordered the summoned Wang Shi, who had provided false testimony, to be brought forth. In the courtroom, Shun had already been imprisoned, and Wang was oblivious to the fact that Shun had confessed. "We have summoned you to pose a few inquiries." Shun Huili began, recalling the details of Song Xian's interrogation. "Did Xin Yuliang visit your home for drinks last night?" "Yes, he got drunk and stayed over." Wang Shi affirmed with certainty. "What was his capacity for alcohol?" "Not bad. He drank about half a gin." Wang Shi attempted to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his laughter. To navigate the official questioning, he had previously coordinated their alibi, so he felt relatively at ease. Moreover, old Shin's fierce wife had threatened to commit suicide, and the entire Shin family had heard her, ensuring that the witness testimony would not falter. Did he vomit from drinking too much? Yes, he vomited everywhere. Wang Shi's heart sank. Old Shun had never been drunk when drinking with him before. How could he know if he would vomit? Yet, despite his uncertainty, he forced himself to continue fabricating details. After all, it was reasonable to assume that most people would vomit when intoxicated, and his answer should pose no issue. "What kind of wine did you consume last night?" "Osmanthus wine." This detail had been discussed with old Shin, so he had no fears of miscommunication. "Who brought the wine?" Xin Yuyang." "Did he bring it from home or purchase it on the way?" "Purchased it on the way, I suppose." "That's nonsense." Xin Yuyang stated he brought it from home. Wang Shi began to sweat profusely. "Your Honor, your questions are beyond the scope. Old Shin did not coordinate these signals with me." "You owe Xin Yuyang 50 taels of silver, correct?" "Yes." Wang Shi swallowed hard. "You provided false testimony for him in exchange for the cancellation of your debt." "Is that so?" "Your Honor, you jest. There's no such thing." At that moment, Wang Shi's mind was in disarray. How could the magistrate be aware of his debt? "What were you doing on the night Xin Yuyang committed murder?" "On the night of the murder, Your Honor, I did not kill anyone." "Please do not wrong an innocent man. I did not accuse you of murder. I am inquiring about your activities on the night Xin Yuyang committed murder." "On the night of the murder, I was at home." Wang Shi stammered, trembling all over, his face awash with terror as he glanced around frantically. The onlookers, a cadre of constables, gazed at him sympathetically, as if observing a fool. Chen Huili stood up, visibly agitated. The method of interrogation employed by Song Xian proved surprisingly effective. At that moment, he experienced a profound realization. No matter how intricate a lie may be, it ultimately remains a falsehood. Under meticulous scrutiny of myriad details, inconsistencies inevitably arise. When paired with probing questions that dance between truth and deception, individuals with a fragile mental fortitude swiftly succumb to panic, leading to their ultimate psychological collapse. In this moment, Chen Huili resembled a martial artist who had stumbled upon a legendary secret, his face beaming with joy. Wang Shi, whose mind had shattered, did not even wait for Chen Huili to impose punishment before he willingly confessed. After his confession and subsequent removal by the constables, Chen Huili, brimming with excitement, waved his sleeve dramatically, instructing his assistant to gather the cases accumulated over the past 2 years. "I shall work diligently through the night," he declared. Having escorted Song Qian and others back to the capital, Song Qian returned to the inspection office, while his sister indulged in a leisurely day at work. It was his duty as an elder brother to at least maintain a semblance of diligence. Otherwise, if both siblings were to be idle, even with the protection of old Zhao, they would inevitably draw criticism over time. The second-tier Xianyi guards, when not engaged in casework, enjoyed considerable leisure. In contrast, the third-tier guards were required to patrol the streets multiple times a day, while the second-tier guards merely needed to remain within the office, sipping tea and perusing books. An afternoon could easily slip away with a cup of tea and a good book. However, Song Xian was not one to squander his time idly. With nothing pressing to attend to, he stood in the courtyard of the office, sword held in both hands, throughout the afternoon. In a nearby office, Zhao Diz, who's casually set down the documents he was holding and glanced over at the still figure of Song Xian in the distance, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. At merely 20 years of age, had he already begun to grasp the essence of swordsmanship? In the boudoir where Lin Daiyu temporarily resides, Song Qian is stretching her neck, dutifully allowing her younger cousin to apply powder to conceal the marks upon her skin. "Cousin, this is exceedingly perilous. How can one seek to solve a case while risking one's own life in such a manner?" Song Qian chuckled. "My brother has always said that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Whether it is a case of suicide or homicide, mere conjecture is futile." One must engage in personal experience to draw a conclusion. Is practice indeed the only standard for determining truth? Lin Daiyu pondered this statement deeply, finding it imbued with profound wisdom, starkly contrasting the poetry and prose she typically encountered. Unconsciously, she sighed, "My cousin possesses remarkable wisdom." Indeed, Song Qian playfully pinched the delicate, water-kissed face of Lin Daiyu, exclaiming, "You have good taste. Alas, you are too young to be my sister-in-law." Lin Daiyu let out a soft huff, sprinkling the powder in her hand onto her neck. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you continue with such foolishness, I shall return to the Jia residence tomorrow." All right. It was a slip of the tongue on my part." Song Qian coaxed. "The Jia family is a prominent household, with intricate relationships and complexities. Returning there means enduring grievances at every turn. Where is the freedom you have here? Did you not express a desire to learn martial arts from me? Tomorrow, I shall begin your training. Once you have mastered the skills, we shall gallivant through the world with flamboyant attire and carefree spirits, unbothered by anyone's gaze." Wouldn't that be delightful? Gallivanting through the world? Little Lin Daiyu narrowed her eyes, struggling to envision that this delicate girl harbored a yearning for the adventures of the martial world, a desire to break free from her confines, no longer reliant on the goodwill of others. Just as she was articulating the romantic notions of the martial realm, a sudden whoosh echoed from outside the door. As Song Qian's expression shifted, she instinctively shielded her younger cousin behind her and whispered, "Stay here and do not move. I will step outside to investigate." Standing alertly at the doorway, the moment she opened it, her long sword slid from its sheath with a resonating sound, gleaming ominously with a chilling light, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Outside, there was no one present, yet a dagger was lodged within the doorframe, with an envelope pinned beneath it. Removing the dagger and opening the envelope, Song Qian quickly skimmed through the letter inside. At first, her brows relaxed, only to furrow in concern moments later. Why return after already leaving? She mused with a sigh, turning to Lin Daiyu, who wore a worried expression indoors. "It is nothing serious. An old acquaintance has returned and wishes to meet. Stay at home for now. I shall return shortly." Just as Lin Daiyu nodded, she witnessed Song Qian spring lightly off the ground, effortlessly leaping onto the wall, her figure shifting several times before vanishing from sight. Truth be told, she felt an intense envy for her cousin's remarkable ability to soar through the air. By the West Lake, willows swayed gracefully and flowers bloomed vibrantly. The banks of the lake bustled with a throng of pedestrians, with inns and taverns lining the streets. Naturally, such a flourishing locale was not without its share of brothels and other establishments of ill repute. Song Qian stood by the lakeside, her hands clasped around her sword, enveloped in an unsettling aura, the sounds of laughter echoing around her, beckoning with cries of "Young master, come play," stirred an inexplicable agitation within her. After a brief wait, a mist began to rise from the depths of the lake, and through the haze, a slender boat seemed to materialize. To the untrained eye, the details within the fog remained obscured. However, Song Qian, with her formidable martial prowess and keen eyesight, discerned the figure of an ethereal beauty standing upon the vessel. Upon sighting this enchanting woman, Song Qian instinctively curled her lips in disdain. In a graceful leap, she soared into the air, her toes lightly touching the water's surface like a dragonfly skimming the pond, and in mere breaths, she alighted on the boat. At that very moment, the beautiful woman clad in white, appearing almost celestial amidst the mist, smiled faintly and spoke. "It has been several years, little Qian. You have blossomed into a fine young lady." Song Qian gazed upon the exquisitely familiar visage before her. Despite the lingering resentment within her heart, she could not deny that this woman was the most beautiful person she had ever encountered in her life. After a brief moment of silence, Song Qian spoke in a subdued tone. "Since you have left, why return?" The other woman replied, "It seems that you harbor quite a grudge against me, little Qian. Are you now unwilling to even address me as Sister Qingxue?" Song Qian let out a disdainful snort. "You and my brother were childhood sweethearts. Our families were on the verge of an engagement. Yet you abruptly vanished, leaving nothing but a letter stating, 'The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it.' After that, you became utterly unreachable. What right do you have to ask me to call you sister, you selfish individual?" "Selfish?" The smile on the woman in white faded, replaced by a hint of anger in her brows. "Has your brother never spoken to you about the things he did back then? What did he do?" Song Qian furrowed her brows and remarked, "Are you suggesting that he has developed a penchant for indulging in the pleasures of the theater over these past few years? That occurred after your departure, spurred on by you. He still frequents the theater?" The woman, taken aback by the revelation, clenched her fists, her fingers turning slightly pale. Observing her reaction, Song Qian's expression grew peculiar. Oh, so you were unaware? What is it that I am supposed to know? The woman retorted, her tone sharp. I have only just completed my training and returned from the mountains. I have not seen anyone before reaching out to you. Song Qian blinked and asked, Sister Qingxue, what exactly transpired between you and my brother? Could you share it with me? Lu Qingxue took a deep breath, pondering for a moment. Observing the curious expression on Song Qian's face, she finally spoke softly, I have cherished feelings for your brother for as long as I can remember. You are well aware of that. Even the phrase I wrote in my letter, the world is so vast, I long to explore it, were words your brother uttered in his youth. Song Qian's complexion grew increasingly peculiar. If you hold such affection for him, why did you abruptly depart on the eve of your engagement? I am utterly exasperated by your brother. As she spoke, Lu Qingxue's teeth chattered in frustration. He is not engaged in any matters concerning others at all. What on earth has he done? Song Qian found herself somewhat perplexed. Her elder brother, aside from his penchant for uttering seemingly nonsensical yet profoundly meaningful remarks, had not exhibited any inappropriate behavior. Lu Qingxue took a deep breath, calming her emotions, and replied with a measured tone, before our families were to arrange a betrothal, I visited your home and met your brother. At that time, he was the only one present. Song Qian's expression shifted dramatically. So, my brother took advantage of our family's absence and acted like a beast towards you? If that were truly the case, I wouldn't have been so furious as to leave home. Lu Qingxue's exquisite visage bore a hint of indignation and embarrassment. On that day, when I sought him out, I intended to inquire whether he had any objections regarding our betrothal. What did my brother say that he disagreed with? He consented, yet insisted that while the betrothal could proceed, the wedding date must be postponed. When I pressed him on how long the delay would be, he casually replied, Let's wait for 10 years. 10 years? Song Qian counted on her fingers, noting that you are already a year older than my brother. If we wait another 10 years, you'll be 26 and considered an old maid. My brother is indeed a bit excessive. So, did you, Sister Lu, leave home in a huff because you disagreed? Lu Qingxue shook her head, her face slightly flushed, and her voice lowered a notch. I agreed. I have an affection for your brother, a love that runs deep within my bones. Therefore, do not think that waiting 10 years is too long. I would gladly wait even longer. I promised him I would wait for 10 years, but at that time, I set a condition. What condition? Song Qian has come to a realization. It is likely that the rift between her elder brother and Sister Lu arose from this very condition. I mentioned that I could wait for him for a decade. But 10 years is an eternity. To prevent him from changing his mind in the future, I must first ensure that we take decisive action. Huh, Song Qian exclaimed, her expression peculiar as she scrutinized Lu Qingxue from head to toe. Sister Lu, are you engaging in such wild antics? Lu Qingxue turned her head, embarrassed to meet her gaze. Are you not aware of your brother's temperament? Expecting him to take the initiative is more challenging than a barren tree blossoming. Thus, I set aside my modesty and cast away my dignity, only to find, what happened then? Just as I was preparing to disrobe, your brother seized the moment and immobilized me with a pressure point. Song Qian felt utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. My brother is not one to take the initiative. Rather, he prefers to take matters into his own hands with force. The two of you are indulging in quite the peculiar game. The term perverse was familiar to Lu Qingxue, having grown up alongside Song Qian. She had often encountered an array of amusing yet bizarre vocabulary from him. Upon hearing Song Qian's description of perverse, Lu Qingxue's chest heaved with indignation, and she gritted her teeth, stating, If your brother is perverse, even if slightly beastly, I can hardly refuse to accept him. But what exactly did he do? He immobilized me with pressure points and whispered something in my ear. What did he say? Song Qian's expression shifted, seemingly struck by a realization, and she nervously inquired, Doesn't he fancy women but rather prefers men? Absolutely not. Lu Qingxue regarded her with a puzzled glance. How could you think in such a direction? You two siblings are truly a peculiar pair. As curiosity painted Song Qian's face, Lu Qingxue cleared her throat and continued. He said, Little girl, at such a young age, you dare to disrupt my cultivation. At this juncture, Lu Qingxue's fingers turned white from clenching, and she exclaimed in fury. What is even worse is that he wrapped me up in a bedsheet and hung me from the ceiling beam. Then, he retrieved a Buddhist scripture from the bookshelf and recited the heart purification mantra to me all night long. He claimed it was to cleanse my soul, cultivate my character, and purify the filth within, so that I, a flower of our motherland, could flourish healthily. Song Qian could not contain herself and burst into laughter. She ran through the possibilities of what her brother might have done in her mind, but truly could not keep pace with his thought process. It was no wonder that Sister Lu was so enraged. Her brother's actions were indeed beyond reason. In my life, I have never endured such humiliation. Your brother has utterly trampled my dignity into the ground. Tell me, how can I face him again without considering leaving home? Once she expressed the secret she had kept bottled up inside, Lu Qingxue seemed to feel a sense of relief, taking a deep breath, and her demeanor became much calmer. Song Qian nodded thoughtfully. No wonder, in recent years, my brother has prohibited our family from mentioning anything about you. I had assumed it was because he was hurt by your actions. After all this time, it seems he is just feeling guilty for his own shortcomings. Lu Qingxue scoffed. Remarking guilty? Where is there any semblance of guilt in him? Did you not just mention that your brother has taken a liking to the pleasures of the brothel in recent years? Song Qian chuckled lightly, swiftly shifting the conversation. By the way, Qingxue, where have you been these past few years? I joined the Yihua Palace and was accepted as a personal disciple by the current palace master, replied Lu Qingxue. Yihua Palace? Song Qian's expression changed. Isn't that one of the revered sanctuaries of the martial world? In the great Zhou dynasty, where martial arts flourished, countless prestigious families and sects thrived, yet among them existed elite forces wielding significant influence within the realm. These factions were collectively referred to as the sanctuaries of the martial world. Yihua Palace stood as one of these esteemed sanctuaries. It is an exceedingly enigmatic place, reputedly home solely to beautiful women since its inception, with very few disciples venturing into the world. The populace only knows Yihua Palace as a realm of blooming flowers, akin to a celestial paradise, yet its precise location remains a mystery to most. To think that after 5 years, Lu Qingxue has become a disciple of Yihua Palace, and a personal disciple at that. The Xianyi Guard possesses some rudimentary records regarding Yihua Palace. It is said that apart from the palace master's personal disciples, others must regard themselves as mere sword servants. The veracity of this remains uncertain. Lu Qingxue nodded. Indeed, that is the case. It is rumored in the martial world that personal disciples of Yihua Palace often bear names inspired by the moon and stars. What is your name in the martial world? Sister Lu? My master has bestowed upon me the title of Inviting the Moon. Henceforth, should I traverse the martial world, I shall be known by this name. Inviting the Moon. Song Qian blinked. That sounds quite lovely. So, your return this time is not for my elder brother, is it? Lu Qingxue shook her head. My master intends to accept a closed-door disciple. I have returned to bring Qing Shuang with me, given her talents. It should be no issue for her to be accepted as a personal disciple. Xiaoqian, would you like to join us? From a young age, it has been clear to me that among us, you possess the greatest aptitude for martial arts. In terms of talent, you far surpass your brother. Yihua Palace, as one of the sanctuaries of the martial world, harbors countless martial arts secrets. If you were to go there, I reckon you could attain the innate realm in less than a year. Upon receiving Lu Qingxue's invitation, Song Qian displayed little interest. There is no need. Even without going to Yihua Palace, it won't be difficult for me to break through to the innate realm. Moreover, you have misjudged. My brother is truly the martial genius. He is the type that accumulates strength gradually. His talent requires time to be fully realized. As he progresses, his power will only become increasingly formidable. Song Qian paused for a moment and said, Sister Lu, you must have reached the innate realm by now, haven't you? A hint of joy flickered across Lu Qingxue's brow as she replied, I recently made a breakthrough. If it weren't for that, my master would not have permitted me to leave the mountains. Song Qian let out a soft exclamation. But to be honest, the pressure you, an innate martial artist, exert on me pales in comparison to that of my brother, a cultivated martial artist. Is that an exaggeration? Lu Qingxue expressed her disbelief. The path of martial arts is infinitely long, and the disparity in strength between each major realm is akin to a chasm. The difference between innate and acquired is beyond imagination. Perhaps. Song Qian chuckled nonchalantly. Are you certain you do not wish to meet my brother? I believe it is better to discuss certain matters face to face. There may be some misunderstandings. Lu Qingxue hesitated momentarily. Over the years, I have indeed reflected on past events. Your brother may have his own reasons. After all, he mentioned that I would disrupt his cultivation, Xiaoqian. Does your family possess some peculiar martial arts that prevent men from doing that? Which one? Song Qian responded with a mischievous grin. That one. Lu Qingxue shot her a glare. Do not play coy with me. Just tell me, is there such a thing? I have no idea, Song Qian shrugged. I practice the family's ancestral technique, the profound eye skill. After generations of struggle, the court granted us this remarkable art. However, whether there are other secret techniques in the family, I am uncertain. Some matters, are passed down to males and not to females. My father would not disclose everything to me. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Lu Qingshue's face. Perhaps your brother indeed harbors unspoken troubles. I was impulsive back then. I should not have left without a word, but rather, I ought to have had a proper conversation with him. Now, before she could finish her thought, the smile on Lu Qingshue's face vanished, her gaze fixed coldly on the lakeside as she declared, I take back my previous statement. Your brother has no hidden grievances. He is simply a scoundrel. Song Qian followed Lu Qingshue's gaze and saw by the lakeside street that her elder brother Song Qian and Lu Xiaolu were walking arm in arm, laughing and chatting as they entered a certain establishment of fleeting pleasures. Song Qian has recently been enjoying a leisurely life. During the day, he idles away at work, contemplating the essence of swordsmanship, and in the evenings, he delights in the company of a few close friends, indulging in conversations and music over drinks. His days are quite comfortable. By the time he returns home, the sky has already cloaked itself in darkness. Song Qian greeted old Song and mentioned that he had dined outside before returning to his room. Just as he settled at his desk to pour himself a cup of tea, Song Qian pushed the door open and entered. You didn't tea knock again. Song Qian cast her a displeased glance. Song Qian did not respond immediately. Instead, she gazed at him with a complex expression. Only when Song Qian furrowed his brow did she finally speak. Brother, Sister Lu has returned. Oh? Song Qian paused, his arm holding the teacup, and inquired. Has she troubled you? I replied, I bear her no ill will. Why would she wish to make things difficult for me? Song Xingan chuckled softly, recalling the misunderstandings that had transpired between them. Now that she had returned, it was evident that she had a purpose. 5 years ago, she had joined the Yihua Palace and risen to the position of a junior palace master, having attained the level of innate mastery. This time, she intended to take Qing Shuang with her to the Yihua Palace. Oh, quite impressive. Song Qian's expression remained composed, betraying no hint of emotional upheaval. Did she mention anything else? Are you inquiring if Sister Lu had any words for you? Song Qian asked with keen interest. Yes. Did she say anything about me? She asked me to inquire whether the ladies in the brothel are more beautiful or if she is. Song Qian pondered for a moment. Did you reveal the secret of my visit to the brothel to listen to music? In the evening, when you entered the Tianxiang Tower with Lu Xiaolu, Sister Lu happened to see you. Song Qian took a sip of tea and chuckled dryly, saying, What a coincidence. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Song Qian hesitated for a moment and cautiously inquired, Brother, do you perhaps harbor some untold difficulties? Are you experimenting with those health supplements for the purpose of addressing your own persistent ailments? Song Qian remained silent. Observing this, Song Qian grew increasingly certain of her assumptions and said, In truth, it is not a matter of great significance. You are aware of Sister Lu's feelings for you. She would not be concerned about such things. Some misunderstandings can indeed be clarified. It is not as you imagine. Song Qian shook his head, signaling his reluctance to elaborate. The matters of time travel and the pure Yang Wujia child technique constituted the very foundation of his existence in this world. Before achieving invincibility, he preferred to remain silent to everyone. After all, working as a Suanyuai, one could hardly avoid making enemies in the future. Although the pure Yang Wujia child technique was formidable, it was still a child technique, and its vulnerabilities were quite apparent. If targeted by adversaries, surrounded by a throng of alluring beauties, he could not be certain of his ability to resist temptation. Should he falter and lose control, his path in martial arts would essentially reach an impasse. Song Qian scrutinized him back and forth, then, with a resigned flick of her sleeve, declared, Forget it. Handle your own affairs. I shall go teach my younger cousin martial arts. Remember to close the door. Song Qian reminded. As Song Qian approached the door, her footsteps faltered. She turned her head with a hint of exasperation, saying, Brother, sometimes I truly cannot comprehend what thoughts linger in your mind. Watching Song Qian depart, Song Qian placed his teacup down, his gaze drifting into a distant reverie, as a scene from his youth resurfaced before him. Song Qian, do you have any aspirations? Asked Lu Qingxue, then just 16, clad in a flowing moon-white gown, her alabaster chin raised, curiosity evident on her face. Aspiration? Perhaps to idly pass the time at work and enjoy some court benefits. Does that count? That sounds rather lackadaisical. Do you not have any loftier ambitions? Loftier ambitions? Young Song Qian ventured, 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines? Loftier, but not to the heights of the heavens. Aspirations and dreams are not synonymous. Oh, in that case, let me lower my expectations. For instance, To become a sword immortal? A sword immortal? Are you certain you wish to tread the path of the sword? Yes. Let us set it in stone. At 15, Song Xian stood on a mountainside, establishing his first target beyond merely idling at work, to reach the pinnacle of humanity. To become a transcendent sword immortal. To become a sword immortal. A flicker of yearning crossed the youthful, jade-like face of Lu Qingxue. First, you must wield a good sword. Nodding, Song Xian contemplated the Amei-sect's heaven-defying sword, the bloodlight painting of the Flower Palace. And the pure young limitless sword of the hero Yin Nantian, all splendid choices. Which one do you favor most? Any of them will do. I am not picky. Ah, I see. Rubbing his temples, Song Xian withdrew from his reverie, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. Was Lu Qingxue's initial reason for joining the Flower Palace truly in pursuit of the legendary bloodlight painting? After drinking 3 cups of tea, his thoughts remained unsettled. He opened the window and leaped out, his figure flickering through the night like a wisp of smoke. In an instant, he arrived at the pinnacle of the tallest tavern within several miles. Standing atop the building, he gazed down upon the tranquil and serene capital city bathed in moonlight. And his heart gradually found peace. You remain unchanged. When your thoughts are restless, you prefer to come here and survey the world. Not far away, a delicate, ethereal voice suddenly echoed, and in the next moment, a fleeting shadow emerged from the moonlight like a specter. Upon seeing the extraordinary woman with an otherworldly elegance, Song Xian was momentarily taken aback before greeting her with a smile. You have become even more beautiful after all these years. Lu Qingxue huffed. Back then, when I offered you the chance to sleep, you refused. Now, I suppose you regret it. Having grown up alongside Lu Qingxue, he was well aware of her passionate nature. Her directness in speech was no surprise to him. Not particularly. I have no interest in those too young. Not interested in the young? Lu Qingxue was initially startled. Then a look of realization crossed her face as she teased. So you prefer mature women? To win your heart, must I first marry someone? What nonsense! Song Xian shot her a glare. Lu Qingxue, after all these years away, is this what you have learned? Clearly, my clear heart and universal goodness mantra was not recited enough. Do not dare mention the clear heart and universal goodness mantra to me. At the mere mention, Lu Qingxue reacted sharply. The soft sword coiled at her waist clattered into her hand. Pointing the sword at Song Xian, Lu Qingxue asked each word with emphasis. Song, do you still stand by your words from back then? What words? You promised to let me wait for you for 10 years. After 10 years, you would marry me. Do those words still hold weight? Song Xian gazed at the sword tip that was perilously close, then turned his attention to the enchanting woman whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. He nodded slowly. Agreed. Excellent. Lu Qingxue retracted her soft sword, which coiled around her waist with the grace of a sinuous serpent. Her voice softened slightly. I have returned to escort Qing Shuang back to Yihua Palace. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow. 5 years have passed, and in another 5, I shall await your fulfillment of our promise. As she spoke, her toes lightly touched the rooftop, and she floated away like a wisp of willow fluff in the night. Song Xiaoxia, Yihua Palace awaits your arrival to marry me. Yihua Palace awaits? Song Xian clicked his tongue twice. After several years apart, his fiancée, he had flourished, transforming into one of the esteemed young masters of the martial arts realm, the Little Palace Master. If Lu Qingxue were to become the future moon master of the Yihua Palace, then her sister, Lu Qingshuang, would surely be the second palace master, the compassionate star. Song Xian rubbed his forehead. Sitting at home, he mused that even if he chose to recline for the rest of his days, his future would still unfold as a smooth pathway. With a fiancé poised to command a prominent sect in the martial world, he, Song Xian, had indeed earned the privilege of living off her success. The moonlight, like water, enveloped the ancient capital. He lifted his gaze to the full moon in the night sky. And after a brief moment, a gentle smile graced his lips as he turned to leave. The moonlight was truly enchanting tonight. For the next half a month, Song Xian enjoyed a leisurely existence, working from 9 to 5 while idly passing the time, relishing his carefree days. The strange atmosphere within the imperial capital gradually dissipated. According to Zhao Di's Who's, the power redistribution within the court was nearing its conclusion. The right deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who had orchestrated his rise through cunning means, had successfully become its acting minister. Other factions in the court also claimed their share of the vacant positions. As for the emperor, it was rumored that after the Tian family was subjected to a thorough investigation, half of their wealth was absorbed into the royal treasury, suddenly enriching the imperial coffers by several million taels of silver. Consequently, the emperor had been in remarkably good spirits of late. In the royal study, A delicate fragrance wafted through the air. The emperor, his hair slightly graying, stifled a yawn and sighed to the elderly eunuch beside him. Age had indeed taken its toll on his vitality. A decade ago, he could have reviewed 100 memorials without feeling fatigued. The eunuch, appearing somewhat drowsy, seemed oblivious to the emperor's lament. The emperor shot him a glare. I am speaking to you. Have you gone deaf? The eunuch, suddenly snapping back to reality, turned with a bewildered expression. Your Majesty, were you calling for me? He bowed, slightly flustered. I am getting on in years, and my hearing is failing. I fear I may not be able to serve you for many more years. The emperor gazed at the eunuch, whose frailty was evident, and his irritation melted away, replaced by a sense of reflection. Aren't you about the same age as me? I have endless memorials to review and myriad concerns to address. How is it that you age faster than I do? The eunuch, with a smile, replied, Your Majesty is, after all, the true dragon of the heavens. In the prime of life, how could an old servant like me possibly compare? Ha. The emperor chuckled lightly. You old rascal, you know how to flatter. Rising, he stretched lazily, feeling quite content. This time, I have acquired a substantial amount of silver out of the blue. You must manage the treasury diligently. This fortune will serve me well. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Without your express permission, not a single coin shall slip through my fingers. Indeed, I trust your management. He casually picked up a memorial from the imperial desk, glancing at the document from the Mingzhou Xianyi Guard. After a cursory inspection, he remarked indifferently, Aren't you also skilled in martial arts? Tell me, could a masterful martial artist drown in a river due to intoxication? That would depend on the extent of their martial prowess. If they were at the pinnacle of the post-heaven realm, I would much rather believe they were struck down and discarded into the river. The emperor chuckled. Indeed, it is a rather ludicrous notion, yet it has found its way into my memorials. A cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. I am still alive, yet some cannot wait, even infiltrating the Xianyi Guard. Do they truly think I have become so feeble-minded? Go summon the commander of the Xianyi Guard. Yes. As he exited the imperial study, the frail eunuch, who had seemed as if a gust of wind could topple him, suddenly stood tall and resolute. With a single stride, he covered 10 paces, vanishing from sight in an instant. Song Xian has been promoted from the position of the chief flag of the Xianyi Wei. He has ascended 2 ranks to become a 100-man captain. Even Song Qian has been elevated from chief flag to deputy 100-man captain, enjoying a substantial increase in benefits compared to the past. In Zhao Dizhu's private office, Song Xian and he engaged in a conversation over tea. Your handling of the last case was commendable. The emperor was quite pleased, and the commanding officer specifically acknowledged your merits. Otherwise, it is not an easy feat to transition from chief flag to 100-man captain. Song Xian smiled and nodded. It is no easy feat to rise in rank within the Xianyi Guard. His father toiled for half a lifetime, yet only attained the rank of a baihu. In contrast, he had traversed the same path as his father from the very beginning. In Mingzhou, within the Jiangzhou province, a baihu has unexpectedly passed away, and you shall fill his vacancy. Prepare yourself to assume the position. Song Xian furrowed his brow. He had no objection to promotion, yet the prospect of transferring to a distant locale left him somewhat displeased. Not only was the journey long and arduous, but without the protective oversight of Zhao Dizhu's, the chief inspector, he feared that even his leisurely pursuits at work would become inconvenient. Uncle Zhao, how many people can I bring with me? Zhao Dizhu shook his head. You may take only Song Qian with you at most. Lowering his voice, he continued, the circumstances surrounding the death of that 100 household are suspicious. Exercise caution once you take office. Moreover, serving as an official in the provinces is markedly different from being in the imperial capital. In the capital, there are many powerful dignitaries, and few dare to engage in overt conflict or trouble. However, the provinces are another matter entirely. You may encounter numerous individuals from the underworld. Remember, observe without intervening. As long as they do not threaten the government or harm the common folk, it is best to remain uninvolved. Naturally, where there are people, there exists an undercurrent. Everyone has acquaintances and relatives. If you must meddle in such matters, just ensure you do not don your official attire. Assume a different identity and title to navigate these affairs. Song Xian nodded. Zhao Daizhong took a sip of tea, hesitated for a moment, and continued. Originally, I believed you would remain in the imperial capital for a few more years, allowing me to gradually impart certain matters. However, now that you are to serve in a distant locale, there are essentials I must convey to you. Remember, the priority in unfamiliar territories is to preserve your life. Both you and your sister possess exceptional martial talents. As long as you survive, your future potential is boundless. Should you encounter life-threatening situations, disregard all conventions of the martial world and bureaucratic rules. If the power of the Xianyi Guard is required, utilize it without hesitation. Those who endanger your lives, regardless of their identity, should be dealt with decisively. We are hereditary members of the Xianyi Guard. Our official status is a legacy bestowed upon us by our ancestors who aided the founding emperor in expanding territories for future generations. As long as the Great Zhou endures, we are the emperor's most trusted support, provided we do not revolt. Even if a case is mishandled or an innocent life is taken, the worst consequence will merely be the stripping of your official robes, which will not affect the succession of the Song family's next generation. While you are in the provinces, do not harbor excessive concerns. Remember, in the imperial capital, I, Uncle Zhao, will protect you. If I cannot, there is still the commander to rely upon. But should the commander also prove inadequate, we stand behind the emperor himself. Zhao Dezhong spoke with fervor. Yet Song Xian felt a chill run down his spine. No, Uncle Zhao, I am merely going to be a baihu. There are many other baihus in Jiangxi Prefecture, and above them are Qianhis overseeing them. I am going to serve as an official, not to engage in warfare. There is no need for such exaggeration, is there? Zhao Dezhong shook his head slightly. Jiangxi Prefecture is the largest and most prosperous in Mingzhou, a critical area for the imperial treasury, historically held in high regard by the court. The baihu who recently perished was from the Su family, one of the 120 hereditary Xianyi Guard families in the imperial capital, much like ours. While these families do not hold titles, they are deeply entrenched in the Xianyi Guard system, intertwined with the Great Zhou, and are among the emperor's most trusted forces. Suddenly, the Su family inexplicably lost a baihu, particularly in a sensitive area like Jiangxi Prefecture that attracts the court's scrutiny. This incident is anything but ordinary. I suspect that the Qianhu office in Jiangxi has likely been infiltrated by other forces, which is something the emperor cannot tolerate. Your previous case was handled exceptionally well, and I believe the emperor has taken note of you. Sending you to your new post may also be an attempt to have you uncover the internal situation. Song Xian furrowed his brows. The reason he initially decided to participate in the second-tier Xianyi Wei assessment was to secure the benefits and privileges that came with promotion, allowing him to more conveniently indulge in idleness at work. However, the sudden elevation in rank and the delegation of significant responsibilities left him quite taken aback. After work, Song Xian declined Lu Xiaoyou's invitation to enjoy music at the brothel and instead chose to return home alone. In the courtyard, two maids from the Jia residence were diligently sweeping the ground, while Song Qian lounged with her legs crossed, munching on grapes and supervising her younger cousin, Lin Daiyu, as she practiced her horse stance. Have you skipped work again? Song Xian casually inquired. Song Xian spat out the grape skin from his mouth and mumbled. It is already past the morning hour. Since there is little to attend to at the yamen, it is an opportune moment to return and instruct my dear sister Daiyu in martial arts. Her constitution is rather frail, and she must first begin by strengthening her physique. Song Xian responded with a nonchalant hum, seemingly indifferent. The second-tier Xuanyi guards were typically rather unoccupied unless there were specific directives from above. Everyone was idly passing time, and Song Qian's absence was hardly noticeable. After returning to his quarters, he shed his official attire and donned a flowing white robe. After washing his face in the courtyard, Song Qian casually remarked, "You have been promoted." Ah? Song Qian was taken aback for a moment, then eagerly inquired, "How many ranks have you ascended?" "One level." "To deputy baihu." "Oh." Song Qian's enthusiasm immediately waned. After all, a baihu is still just a deputy, which holds little intrigue. "What about you, brother?" "I am a baihu." "Does that mean your monthly salary has increased once more?" Song Xian nodded, having gained an additional 20 taels. With one person receiving 20 taels, two individuals would amount to 40 taels. Song Qian counted on her fingers, realizing that in a year, they would accumulate an extra 4,800 taels, totaling 120,000 taels in 3 years. "Brother, in 3 years, we could purchase the marquee residence in the eastern part of the city." Lin Daiyu, who had been holding back, her face flushed and poised in a stance, suddenly burst into laughter. Song Qian scoffed. "What are you laughing at? Do you think my calculations are incorrect?" The elder sister replied, "On the contrary, I believe your calculations are exceedingly accurate. It is a sheer waste of your talent to serve in the Xianyi Guard. You ought to be in the Ministry of Revenue." Upon hearing this, Song Qian elevated her chin slightly and smiled. "Indeed, my brother has always claimed that I possess a genius for mathematics, and now you echo his sentiment. It seems my talents are truly remarkable." Lin Daiyu bit her lip, suppressing her amusement, yet ultimately raised a hand to cover her mouth, gazing at her cousin Song Xian with eyes full of mirth. In that moment, Song Xian appeared utterly speechless, a stark contrast to his usual composed and aloof demeanor, which intrigued Lin Daiyu immensely. In a few days, we are to take up our posts in Mingzhou, in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Prepare yourself, for we shall set off early the day after tomorrow. To Jiangsu and Zhejiang? Song Qian seems somewhat displeased. It is a place unfamiliar to us. How could we be assigned there? Oh, 100 households just lost a leader. I happen to be filling the vacancy. Otherwise, the position of the 100 households would not have fallen to me. I know, dear brother, that you have achieved merit and are due for a promotion and a raise. The timing of this leader's demise is rather fortuitous. Song Qian let out a sigh, lamenting that his demise had come rather prematurely. He had not originally intended to take up an official position in a distant land. Is that so? Song Qian pondered for a moment. Once we reach Jiangsu Prefecture, I shall unearth his grave. Indeed. Song Qian nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of such an action to ascertain certain truths. Lin Daiyu listened in astonishment as her cousins conversed. Were they truly speaking in a manner befitting human discourse? Someone had passed away, creating a vacancy, and yet they were dissatisfied, contemplating the exhumation of a grave. Was this truly the mindset of those in the Xuanyi Guard? However, Lin Daiyu was hardly concerned with the matter of grave robbing. Her gaze was fervently fixed upon Song Qian, causing him to feel a wave of unease. Had the young maidens of today become so audacious? Though he was somewhat handsome, must she gaze upon him with such fervor? Such overt enthusiasm hardly suited the delicate persona of Lin. Cousin, Lin Daiyu softly called out, her voice laced with anticipation. If you travel to Jiangsu Prefecture, might you take me along? Song Qian shook his head and said, we are on official business, not a leisurely journey. It is not appropriate for you to accompany us. Lin Daiyu quickly interjected, my father serves as an official in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. It has been many years since I last saw him. May I accompany you? Your father? Song Qian paused. Lin Rahai? Upon hearing her father's name, Lin Daiyu's expression turned solemn. She performed a graceful bow and replied, indeed, my father is named thus. Song Qian hesitated for a moment and inquired, is your father still alive? According to the narrative of Dream of the Red Chamber, Lin Daiyu's father likely passed away when she was around 10 years old. Now that Lin Daiyu is nearly 15, her father should have been deceased for 4 or 5 years, correct? Upon hearing this, Lin Daiyu's expression shifted dramatically. Her eyes grew sharp, and she exclaimed with indignation, cousin, I respect you as an elder brother, but how could you so callously curse my father? Just last month, he sent a letter stating that although he has been unwell, he has been under the care of a physician and is not in mortal danger. Song Qian was somewhat bewildered. It appeared he had taken too much for granted. This was not merely the realm of Dream of the Red Chamber, but rather a grand world of martial arts where multiple wuxia realms coalesced. Lin Daiyu had even become his little cousin, and she still had a living father, which seemed quite ordinary, didn't it? Song Qian was not the kind of person who would stubbornly defend his words when he misspoke. He promptly offered an apology, acknowledging, I used inappropriate language. I assumed you had always resided within the Jia household, given that your closest relatives are no longer with us. Observing Lin Daiyu's eyes brimming with tears, he continued, cousin, since you wish to travel to Jiangsu and Zhejiang to seek your relatives, you may accompany us. It would be a comfort to have your elder cousin along the journey. Thank you, cousin. The little cousin, her sorrow transforming into joy, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and bestowed a sweet smile upon Song Qian and Song Qian. Then I shall return to the Jia household tonight to inform my grandmother. She has shown me great affection over the years, and as I prepare to depart, it is only proper to seek her blessing. Song Qian nodded, instructing, you shall return to the Jia mansion for now, and early the day after tomorrow, we shall meet you outside the Jia mansion. On the morning of the following day, Song Lin prepared breakfast at dawn and began to pack for her children, who were about to embark on their journey. It is often said that a mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles. However, Song Lin felt little concern for their safety. Ever since the day she married into the Song family, she had steeled herself for such eventualities. The life of a guard was one of constant travel, with assignments taking them far and wide, a common occurrence. The only source of her anxiety was the thought that their departure would likely delay her children's marriages by another year or more. Fortunately, accompanying them was her niece, Lin Daiyu. She could only hope that her son might awaken to the possibility of romance with that young lady along the way. After breakfast, Song Yuanshan had to attend to his duties at the magistrate's office. Upon stepping out the door, he began to advise Song Xian. There is never an end to official duties. Do not overexert yourself while you are there. Just do what is necessary. Song Xian nodded, expressing no surprise at his father's admonition. After all, indulging in leisure was a long-standing tradition of the Song family. You have always been resolute in your decisions since childhood. There is little I need to impart. Just remember to prioritize your safety. If you find it unbearable there, return without hesitation. It is not a grave matter. I can shoulder the pressure from above on your behalf. Song Xian slightly nodded, discreetly surveying the elder. Old Song, a seasoned figure within the Xian Yi, surprisingly exhibited such an imposing demeanor today. Departing from home, Song Qian hired a carriage, and the two proceeded towards the Jia family of the Ronghua mansion. The ancestors of the Jia family had once accompanied the founding emperor of the Great Zhou, achieving great feats and being bestowed with the title of Duke of Ronghua, a hereditary nobility. However, in the present day, the Jia family had long since fallen into decline, retaining only the title. The Grand Ronghua mansion now boasted a lineage where hardly any descendants had achieved anything noteworthy. Yet, despite their decline, the hereditary title of Duke still commanded respect. And the Jia family's stature remained considerable. From a distance, the expansive estate was visible, where a group of servants stood at the entrance, surveying the passers-by with an air of superiority, as if regarding everyone else as mere country folk. Alas, what are they doing? No parking allowed in front of the Duke's mansion. As soon as Song Xian's carriage approached, a servant from the Jia residence stepped forward to shoo them away. Today, Song Xian maintained a low profile, eschewing official robes in favor of a pristine white scholar's gown, exuding an air of refined gentility. Such scholars, in the eyes of the servants at Ronghua Mansion, are often seen as the most easily intimidated. Each year, numerous impoverished scholars come to the mansion to forge connections and seek favors. Encountering such individuals, the servants simply dismiss them. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Song Xian clasped his fist in a gesture of respect, introducing himself. I am Song Xian. As agreed, I have come to escort my cousin, Lin Daiyu, back to her hometown for a family visit. I kindly request that you inform the young master. Miss Lin's relatives? The servant scrutinized Song Xian, initially poised to utter words of dismissal, but hesitated and said, Please wait a moment while I summon the steward. Watching the servant depart, Song Qian alighted from the carriage and gazed at the somewhat aged yet undeniably grand estate of the Duke, feeling a twinge of envy. Brother, what do you think about one day acquiring a residence as magnificent as this? Song Qian casually remarked, in such a place. Wealth alone does not grant one the privilege to reside here. Lacking the requisite rank is tantamount to overstepping one's bounds. I see. Song Qian's eyes roamed over Song Xian, and she whispered, Brother, I believe your ascent in rank is rather sluggish. Song Xian chuckled softly, too disinterested to engage further. After a brief interval, several household servants surrounded a middle-aged man who approached with purpose, amidst murmurs of take it slow, master. In the Jia household, the only individual worthy of the title master was likely the head of the Long family's lineage, Jia Shi. Jia Shi was a man of limited capability, but considerable temperament, adopting an air of superiority as he scrutinized Song Xian and his companion. He had heard of Lin Daiyu's recent visit to her maternal aunt's home, yet he paid it little mind, being completely unaware of their family standing. Now, upon observing the two young individuals before him, whose attire hardly suggested they hailed from a wealthy lineage, he felt a twinge of disdain. Who summoned you to fetch me? Jia Shi inquired, standing on the steps and looking down upon Song Xian and his companion. Song Xian spoke up. The other day, I made arrangements with my cousin to pick her up early today and bring her back from Beijing. Did she not mention this to you? What did she say? Consuming my Jia family's provisions. When has it ever been her place to dictate matters within the Jia residence? Jia Shi bellowed, Enough. You may return. Even if she wishes to visit her family, it is the duty of my Jia household to send someone to escort her. When did it become the prerogative of you outsiders? With that, he flicked his sleeve dismissively, glaring haughtily at the steward. Lu, in the future, do not disturb me while I am reading. Do you think anyone can forge connections with the Ronghua mansion? Song Qian's temper flared, and she uttered a curse. Even Song Xian, who typically maintained a calm demeanor, wore a cold expression at that moment, raising a hand to restrain the impulsive Song Qian, and said softly, Withdraw. Song Qian shot a piercing glance at Jia Shi, then retrieved a concealed arrow from her sleeve and waved it towards the heavens. In an instant, the arrow erupted above the Ronghua mansion, exploding like fireworks and blooming into a resplendent character for Xian in midair. What do you mean by that? Jia Shi looked up, Noticing the peculiar fireworks, seemingly struck by a thought, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Song Xian. It means nothing. Song Xian let out a cold laugh, remarking that if he spoke to you in a manner you could comprehend, then they would resort to a method more suited to your understanding. Just as he finished speaking, at the end of the street, two figures clad in ebony battle ropes, with dark iron sabers sheathed at their waists, galloped forth on horseback. Amidst the resounding neighs of their steeds, they came to a halt before the Rongguo mansion. "Brother Xian, have you issued the command?" Song Xian slightly nodded. Encountering some trouble that required assistance. The two individuals appeared to be quite young, around 17 or 18 years of age. Upon hearing his words, rather than feeling intimidated, they displayed expressions of excitement. "Xian Ge, just say who needs to be dealt with. No rush, let us wait a moment." Before long, within a span shorter than a cup of tea, members of the Xian Guard began to arrive in succession at the front of the Rongguo mansion, gradually filling the street with their numbers. The sight of the dark figures, clad in glistening armor under the sunlight, and the sound of their Xian-Tai battle blades clashing with one another sent shivers down Jia Shi's spine, leaving him parched and trembling. "It's all a misunderstanding. Really, is it necessary to create such a commotion?" Jia Shi's voice quivered with fear. Truly, fortune had not favored him this time. He had initially thought these were merely two impoverished relatives of no significant standing, yet in the blink of an eye, he had unwittingly stirred the nest of the Xian Guard. Song Xian coldly fixed his gaze upon him. After a moment of intense scrutiny, Jia Shi broke into a cold sweat and finally replied in a frosty tone, "You have 15 minutes. Either you bring the person out, or we shall venture in to find them." With that, Song Xian dismissed him from his thoughts and turned to walk away, greeting the throng of supporters who had gathered. This time, there were 200 to 300 individuals, primarily third-rate Xian guards who frequented the imperial capital, and they were quite familiar with Song Xian, the master of casual indulgence. "Xian Ge, what is going on? Why the grand spectacle?" Lu Xiaolu inquired with a smile as he approached Song Xian. Song Xian began to explain, "We are to serve in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and we plan to take my cousin back to visit relatives." Unexpectedly, the Jia family, with their disdainful attitude, not only forbade us from leaving but also insulted us. In a moment of indignation, I called for assistance. "I apologize for the trouble caused to all of you." "There's no need for apologies." A disciple of the Xian Guard interjected. "Sister Qian, in future matters of this nature, please do not hesitate to call upon me." Indeed. Sister Qian's affairs are our own. To disregard her is to disregard us. Just recently, a notorious thief has been plaguing Shimen Street, robbing 13 households in succession. If the Jia family is foolish enough to provoke us, we shall enter and apprehend the scoundrel. Exactly. For a family of such prominence as the Jia, it would not be surprising to find some arms or crossbows among their possessions. Jia Shi, overhearing the increasingly alarming discussions outside, trembled in fear and shouted at the dazed steward beside him, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and inform the matriarch in the inner courtyard. Summon the young lady." If the old duke were still alive, we would not fear such a situation from a hereditary duke's residence. However, since his passing, the Jia family has fallen into decline, with no significant voice in the court. Although Jia Zhang of the second branch holds an official position, it is of little power. If the Xian Guard truly has their sights set on us, the Jia family may indeed face calamity today. The servants of the Jia household were equally terrified. Having grown accustomed to wielding their family's influence, they had never encountered such a scenario. In a frenzy, they rushed about the estate to relay the news. The first to arrive was Jia Zhang from the second branch. He had already learned the details of the incident from the servants. Upon realizing that the Jia family had attracted the ire of the Xian Guard solely due to Jia Shi's rude remarks, he was immediately filled with rage. His vision clouded with fury. "Your esteemed self must be the young master of the Song family," Jia Zhang attempted to explain to Song Xian. "It was I who arranged for someone to escort Daiyu to the Song family for her visit. My elder brother, unaware of the situation, spoke disrespectfully and offended you. I sincerely apologize on his behalf." Song Xian cast a glance at him and nodded slightly, saying, "There are still 15 minutes. Observing Song Xian's blatant disregard for his authority, Jia Zhang's expression shifted, and he shot a vexed glare at Jia Shi. Jia Shi felt a pang of anxiety as he gazed at the multitude of dark-clad guards surrounding the streets. Who wouldn't feel apprehensive? If Jia Zhang failed to handle the situation today, given the temperament of those guards, they might very well fabricate a charge and drag him into the imperial prison. Within the inner courtyard of the Jia residence, many female relatives had gathered in the main hall where the matriarch, old ancestor Jia, resided. Lin Daiyu sat forlornly before her grandmother, tears brimming in her eyes, as she listened to Jia Mu's admonitions. My dear, why do you refuse to heed my counsel? The Jiangxia estate is over 1,000 miles from the capital, fraught with bandits and water pirates along the way. What will I tell your deceased mother if something were to happen to you? Beside Jia Mu stood several maidens of exquisite beauty, who persistently urged her, Sister Daiyu, why are you so obstinate? Will we harm you? Indeed, you know nothing of your cousins. We have never even met them. Who knows if they are trustworthy? What sort of enchantment have they cast upon you for you to believe their words so readily? Lin Daiyu remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Yet she refused to yield, gazing steadfastly at her grandmother, hoping that the matriarch would grant her permission to visit her father at the Jiangxia estate. At this moment, a sense of urgency welled up within her. According to their agreement, her cousins should have arrived outside the Jia residence, yet her grandmother remained resolute in her refusal. Without her grandmother's consent, she could not even step beyond the inner chambers. If her cousins grew impatient and departed, what would she do then? Over the years, she had expressed her desire to visit her father on numerous occasions, but the Jia family had always opposed her wishes. This time, she had finally managed to secure a chance for herself, and she was unwilling to relinquish it so easily. Though the Jia residence was well appointed, it ultimately was not her home. She would rather endure hardships alongside her father than live a seemingly opulent life within the Jia household, devoid of freedom. Akin to a caged canary, the feeling of being dependent on others was one she detested deeply. Just then, the door was abruptly pushed open, and several elderly matrons hurriedly entered. Old ancestor, we face a grave situation. Our Jia residence is besieged by an innumerable number of dark-clad guards. What? Jia Mu exclaimed in alarm, momentarily forgetting to counsel her granddaughter Lin Daiyu, who has caused this ruckus outside to attract such guards. It is the eldest master. One of the matrons explained. Two individuals have arrived outside, claiming to be Miss Lin's cousins, wishing to take her to the Jiangxia estate. However, the eldest master spoke disrespectfully, provoking them, and they summoned countless guards to fill the streets. They also threatened that if Miss Lin is not sent out within 15 minutes, they would come in to retrieve her themselves. Upon hearing this, the young ladies in the room were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Old ancestor, please devise a solution. I have heard that those guards are ruthless and merciless. If they burst in here, we would have no hope of survival. Realizing her eldest son Jia she was the source of the trouble, Jia Mu scolded. What a blundering fool. Then, with a resigned sigh, she lamented. Our Rongwa house has truly fallen from grace. When the old duke was alive, those guards would never have dared to act so brazenly. Casting her gaze around at the flustered relatives, Jia Mu turned to Lin Daiyu, whose expression had shifted from anticipation to a growing calm. Where? Do you truly wish to depart? Lin Daiyu nodded, her silence speaking volumes of her determination. Very well. Jia Mu waved her hand in resignation. You have grown, with your own opinions. I am old now, and I neither can nor wish to interfere any longer. Go. Lin Daiyu surveyed the familiar faces around her, seemingly imprinting their images in her heart. She understood that this farewell would likely lead to a long separation. Wiping away her tears, she knelt before Jia Mu and bowed thrice before rising and resolutely making her way to the door. Beyond lay the vastness of the world, the realm of adventure. With her mind firmly set on leaving, her companions recognized that they could not dissuade her. With sighs, they began gathering her belongings. Pinner, once you reach Jiangxia, remember to write to us. One of them remarked. With your departure, who knows when we shall meet again? Perhaps by the time we reunite, our dear Daiyu will be a wife and a mother. Lin Daiyu's face flushed at the comment, and she retorted sharply, You little wretch. Speak carelessly again, and I shall silence you. I merely inquired. Pinner, what is your cousin like? Is he handsome? Lin Daiyu hesitated before replying. He is acceptable, I suppose. He works in the guard's office, though his temperament may be rather fierce. Someone ventured, it is said that cousins are a perfect pair. Pinner, you have reached the age for courtship. Have you given it any thought? Lin Daiyu's face flushed with indignation. You malicious gossip. Speak again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. As the young ladies bantered, they finished packing, and upon reaching the entrance of the Jia residence, they were met with the intimidating sight of a sea of dark-clad guards outside. Manager Liu, upon spotting Lin Daiyu, wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed with relief. Little miss, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, those fiends would have burst through. Lin Daiyu ignored him, first giving a slight bow to Jia Zhang, then turning away from the troublemaker Jia Shi and making her way to the entrance. Cousin, Lin Daiyu greeted with a graceful bow. Song Xian gazed thoughtfully at the girl before him, who, despite her tender years, already exhibited a nascent beauty that was truly exceptional. He inclined his head slightly. They have not caused you any trouble, have they? No, she replied. The ancestors and my sisters are quite fond of me. Thus, I engaged in a bit of conversation, causing you and my cousins to wait longer than anticipated. A little delay is of no consequence. Song Xian waved his hand and said, Come on. I shall escort you home. As soon as he finished speaking, his close companions, Dainyu and Hosey, exchanged glances with the Xuanyi guards behind them. In the next moment, a chorus of voices erupted in unison. Cousin, brother is taking you home. The thunderous resonance of 100 or 200 voices echoed, unmistakably reaching not only the ears of the Jia family, but also those gathered at the end of the street. Song Xian furrowed his brow and chided. What are you shouting about? The monkey chuckled and replied, Xian Gu and Qian Jia's cousin is naturally our cousin as well. Is there anything amiss with that? As he spoke, he flashed a self-proclaimed amiable smile at Lin Daiyu, saying, Cousin, should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not be afraid. We are all your elder brothers and are always here to support you. Song Xian, filled with impatience, gave him a kick and exclaimed, Can't you utter a single word without feeling the need to be silent? He then turned to the bewildered Lin Daiyu and smiled, a bunch of uncultured brutes. There's no need to pay them any mind. Come, it is time for us to board the carriage and set off. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gestured backward. In an instant, the group of Xian-clad guards behind him impeccably formed two lines, clearing a path in the center. To any onlooker unaware of the context, it would appear as though a general were inspecting his troops. Lu Xiaolu and the others naturally took the luggage belonging to Lin Daiyu and placed it onto the carriage. Meanwhile, Song Qian grasped her little cousin's arm, and the two exchanged a few quiet words before boarding the vehicle. Song Qian leaped up and took his place at the front of the carriage, wielding the whip as he assumed the role of the driver. In the next moment, the carriage began to move slowly, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Following closely behind, a formidable contingent of dark-clad guards marched in two neat rows, encircling the carriage like a protective escort. Once the intimidating dark-clad guards had departed, Jia Zhang spoke first. Your cousin, Daiyu, holds considerable prestige among the dark-clad guards. Jia Shi, feeling a slight sense of relief, scoffed coldly, just a bunch of uncouth brutes, utterly lacking in decorum. They truly disgrace our civilization. Jia Zhang cast him a glance, disregarding his remarks, and with his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled away. Jia Shi's expression shifted from one of anxiety to another. Having been thoroughly shaken today, he dared not linger, hastily making his way back to his residence. Soaked to the skin, he needed to change clothes quickly. Otherwise, he would be utterly humiliated. After the two gentlemen departed, the young ladies and maids of the Jia household began to chatter softly among themselves. Daiyu's cousin and cousin-in-law are truly handsome. Alas, why do I not have such a capable cousin? No wonder Pinger is so determined to leave. If I had such a cousin, I would undoubtedly follow him without hesitation. Oh, you foolish girl, are you feeling fluttery? Shoo, lower your voice. We can discuss it in the inner chamber. We mustn't let outsiders hear. At the inspection office, Zhao Dezhong was attending to official duties. Outside, a dark-clad guard approached briskly and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhao Dezhong raised his head, a smile playing on his lips as he inquired, It seems quite a commotion? The guard replied, Indeed, quite a ruckus. Everyone on duty nearby rushed over, blocking the Rongwa mansion. My lord, after all, it is the Duke's residence. If Song Xian stirs trouble, it may not reflect well on the court. Let it be. Zhao Dezhong waved his hand nonchalantly. Our dark-clad guards have never enjoyed a good reputation in the court. Conversely, if we maintained an impeccable reputation, the emperor would begin to doubt our loyalty. Saying this, he resumed his review of documents, casually adding, Young people tend to be impulsive. As long as no lives are lost, it is not a significant matter. You may leave. Yes, my lord. In the imperial palace, the emperor, having reviewed documents all morning, rose and yawned. Being an emperor is exhausting. Not only is there no holiday, but even his sleep is compromised. During the day, he must manage state affairs. And at night, he must appease the eager concubines. Although he believed himself to be in good health, age was beginning to take its toll. After sipping a cup of ginseng tea, he turned to the elderly eunuch beside him and asked, Are there any amusing happenings in the capital recently? Share them with me. Amusing happenings? The eunuch paused, then recounted, The Duke of Loyalty has taken a concubine, which his legitimate wife discovered, leading to a fierce altercation. The Duke suffered a broken leg and will be bedridden for 3 months. The emperor recalled the Duke and chuckled. Ah, the Duke of Loyalty, that is hardly surprising. His fierce wife gives even me a headache. The eunuch quickly agreed. After all, she is a daughter of a military family, skilled in martial arts and of fiery temperament. The Duke is indeed at her mercy. The Emperor inquired, aside from this, is there anything else of interest? There is indeed one more matter, the eunuch said thoughtfully. This morning, the Rongguo mansion was besieged by the dark-clad guards. Oh? The Emperor's smile faded. How did the Rongguo mansion provoke the dark-clad guards? Your Majesty. It is not a grave matter, the eunuch replied cautiously. Lin Rahai's daughter has been residing at the Jia mansion for some years. She intended to travel south to Mingzhou with her cousin, but the Jia family obstructed her and spoke rudely, provoking the dark-clad guards to intervene. Ah. That Lin girl's cousin should be familiar to you, Your Majesty. It is Song Xian, the one involved in the recent flower-picking case in Jianghuai. It is he. Upon hearing Song Xian's name, the Emperor's expression brightened considerably. He held a favorable impression of this rising star among the dark-clad guards. How could he not? After all, a single case had increased the royal treasury by over 1 million taels. Such capable ministers were in high demand. However, a moment later, he frowned and asked, is Lin Rahai's daughter not faring well in the Jia mansion? It is not that she is doing poorly. The matriarch of the Jia family dotes on her dearly. Yet, despite the Jia mansion's comforts, it ultimately cannot replace her own home, and living under someone else's roof is likely uncomfortable. The Emperor pondered for a moment. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table as he mused, Lin Rahai serves as the inspection commissioner of salt in Mingzhou. I hold him in high regard. The salt trade has long been a challenge for our great Zhou, and in recent years he has effectively managed it, alleviating the treasury's woes. Recently, Lin Rahai submitted a petition indicating that salt merchants in Jianghuai are becoming restless again. The eunuch suggested, Your Majesty, since Song Xian is headed to Jianghuai to assume a position, should we not instruct the dark-clad guards to assist Lin Rahai in managing the salt affairs? The Emperor waved his hand dismissively. No need for interference. I will not provide Lin Rahai with any overt assistance. He is a promising candidate for the cabinet in the future. Surely, he can handle this minor trouble. After Song Xian drove the horse-drawn carriage out of the city, he headed straight towards the dock. Given the considerable distance of land travel in the Mingzhou region of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, along with the prevalence of bandits in the mountains and wilderness, the waterways offered a swifter and safer alternative. Specifically, Song Xian and his companions would first embark on a vessel to the estuary, and then transfer to a sea ship to journey southward directly to the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. The territory of the Great Zhou dynasty is vast, encompassing not merely 9 provinces, but rather commanding 9 continents. Each province is comparable to a distinct continent, separated by seas, while the imperial capital serves as the nexus connecting these 9 realms. Song Xian had once specifically sought out maps of the Great Zhou territory for meticulous study, discovering that this world encompassed a landmass significantly larger than the Earth he had known in his previous life. Each province's continental plate bore a striking resemblance to the Eurasian continent of his past existence. It could even be articulated that 9 Eurasian landmasses had been forcefully amalgamated into a single world. Ultimately, 3 centuries ago, the illustrious founding emperor of Zhou, Ji Wuming, emerged as a formidable force, leading an invincible martial army that subdued all 9 continents and established the 9 provinces. The proclamation that all lands illuminated by the sun and moon belonged to the Great Zhou transformed into reality under the reign of Emperor Zhou. Many years prior, when Song Xian first beheld the map of the Great Zhou territory, he was utterly astonished. The vast expanse of Great Zhou bore an uncanny resemblance to the grand world of martial arts he had once conceived in a game, perhaps even surpassing his own design in its intricacy. The perfection of this world led him to momentarily ponder whether he had indeed traversed into a game realm. Regrettably, the similarity in worldview did not equate to a genuine translocation into the gaming universe, for he had, on numerous occasions, ventured to certain fortuitous locales in search of treasures guided by game strategies, only to return empty-handed each time. Consequently, he gradually lost the fervor to explore this world, choosing instead to remain in the imperial capital, diligently cultivating the pure yang Widgety Gong for over a decade or 2. A few days later, Song Xian and his companions boarded a ship, commencing their journey southward along the East China Sea. Lin Daiyu experienced a touch of seasickness, spending most of her time within the confines of the cabin and seldom appearing on deck. In contrast, Song Qian, a spirited young lady with formidable martial prowess, seemed entirely unaffected by the tumultuous waves, energetically engaging Song Xian in a delightful barbecue on the deck. Song Qian possesses remarkable manual dexterity. Having crafted a wooden frame upon which rests an iron pot, the interior of which is filled with glowing charcoal. Above the pot, several iron skewers are inserted, adorned with mutton purchased prior to embarking on the vessel, alongside 2 fish caught from the sea, all generously sprinkled with cumin, chili, and other spices. The savory aroma of the meat wafts through the air, carried by the sea breeze. Soon, a curious individual drawn by the enticing scent approaches. He appears to be a young gentleman of affluent upbringing, clad in exquisite garments of considerable worth, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age, with strikingly red lips and white teeth, exuding a delicate charm. This young man is Lin Pingxi, whom Song Qian has come to know during their days aboard the ship. Indeed, he is the very same Lin Pingxi from the smiling, proud wanderer, known for his tragic quest for vengeance that led him to sever his own manhood in pursuit of mastering the evil-repelling swordplay for the sake of his family. The Lin family operates a prominent escort agency with substantial holdings in Mingzhou. It is said that their Fuwei escort agency has established a presence in nearly every prefecture and county within Mingzhou, supporting thousands of bodyguards and various staff members who rely on the agency for their livelihoods. Lin Jinan, his father, serves as the chief escort of the Fuwei agency, frequently traveling to forge numerous connections throughout the region. His influence extends both in the realms of officialdom and the martial world. The ship itself is an asset of the Lin family, and as the young master, Lin Pingxi is tasked with accompanying other bodyguards to escort a cargo of goods to the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Upon noticing Lin Pingxi's approach, Song Qian unabashedly beckons him. "Young Lin, come and roast with us for a while." Upon hearing her call, Lin Pingxi shows no sign of irritation. Instead, a smile graces his face as he hurries over to sit by the fire, engaging in the grilling of the mutton while initiating a conversation. "Xian Gu, Xian Jia. You both appear to be practitioners of martial arts, am I right?" Seated leisurely by the boundless ocean, Song Qian gazed into the distance with a faint smile, remarking, "I have practiced some self-defense techniques, yet they pale in comparison to the Lin family's 72 paths of exorcism swordplay." The exorcism swordplay of the Lin family enjoys considerable renown throughout Mingzhou, a reputation largely attributed to Lin Pingxi's grandfather, Lin Yuantu. In his time, Lin Yuantu wielded the 72 paths of exorcism swordplay with such mastery that he triumphed over numerous skilled fighters in the martial world of Mingzhou, establishing an immense legacy. However, in the current generation, represented by Lin Jinan, the exorcism swordplay has lost its former brilliance. Although it surpasses ordinary martial arts, it no longer evokes the formidable presence once commanded by Lin Yuantu. The people of the martial world attribute Lin Jinan's mediocrity to his lack of innate talent, believing he has failed to grasp the essence of the exorcism swordplay. Yet, only Song Qian understands that it is not a matter of Lin Jinan's abilities, but rather that he has not delved into the true teachings of the exorcism sword manual. A swordplay devoid of authenticity is not worthy of the name. Similarly, a Lin Pingxi lacking in depth. Song Qian cast a glance at the young lad who was diligently grilling, occasionally breaking into a bashful smile. This child was quite admirable, lacking the arrogance and hubris often found in scions of wealthy families. Song Qian mused that in the realm of martial arts, one need not always encounter another Lin Pingxi. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before them, an unbroken expanse of water. Initially, Song Qian and others found the experience intriguing. Song Qian even leapt onto the water's surface, showcasing her lightness of foot. However, as time wore on, and after more than 10 days adrift at sea, even the impatient Song Qian began to feel the tedium, and Song Qian himself found the monotony somewhat wearisome. One day, the ship docked at a harbor, requiring a 2-day stopover to replenish supplies and fresh water, allowing for a brief respite. Unable to resist Song Qian's entreaties, Song Qian led her and his cousin Lin Daiyu ashore, intending to explore the nearby town around the dock. Before disembarking, Song Qian casually inquired of Lin Pingxi whether he wished to join their excursion. Lin Pingxi declined, as he, being the shipowner, needed to remain with the bodyguards aboard to safeguard the cargo. "You, young Lin, may be of tender age, yet you approach your duties with remarkable seriousness," Song Qian praised as they stepped off the vessel. Upon hearing this, Lin Pingxi's face instantly brightened, his cheeks flushed like a maiden's, prompting a bout of laughter from Song Qian. Not far from the dock lay a village. As they wandered, they arrived at this locale, and from a distance, they could see the villagers merrily beating drums and blowing swanas, creating quite a lively atmosphere. "Shall we venture inside?" Song Qian inquired idly. "Yes, indeed." Song Qian, with her penchant for merriment, was eager to enter. Lin Daiyu, in a gentle tone, added, I have no objections. Cousin may decide as he sees fit. Song Xian smiled as he examined her, leaving Lin Daiyu feeling somewhat perplexed. Cousin, why are you looking at me? Song Xian chuckled, remarking that the servants of the Rongbo mansion spoke of Miss Lin's words being as sharp as a knife, leaving no room for anyone to gain an advantage. Yet, it truly seems that what one hears may not reflect reality. My cousin does not appear to be a domineering person. Lin Daiyu sighed with a wry smile, lamenting her precarious position as a guest in someone else's home. If she did not adopt a stronger demeanor, how could she maintain her dignity amidst the lofty and grand households of the Jia family? If only time could flow gently and peacefully. Who would wish to engage in verbal sparring or cunning games with them? Indeed, that is a valid point. Song Xian nodded. As they conversed, they arrived at the village entrance and noticed several figures approaching. A few elderly villagers hurried forward to greet them. Perhaps due to the distinguished attire of Song Xian and his companions, the elders did not dare to be dismissive. One of them, slightly apprehensive, inquired, May I ask from which esteemed place you gentlemen hail? Song Xiangong performed a respectful bow, stating, We have traveled from the imperial capital and, upon passing through this area, noticed a certain liveliness, prompting us to investigate. Good sir, is there a celebration in the village? The elder laughed heartily, his face seemingly less wrinkled in joy, and replied, It is indeed a day of great festivity. Today marks the wedding of my son. Would you esteemed guests do us the honor of entering the village to partake in some refreshments? I hope we do not intrude upon your time. Not at all. Not at all. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Xian clasped his fists and said, Then I shall trouble you. We will proceed inside to partake in this joyous occasion. Following the elderly gentleman, they entered the village and were guided to a somewhat dilapidated yet remarkably well-kept courtyard. The yard was adorned with 7 or 8 banquet tables, already occupied by numerous guests. The 3 were escorted to the main seat, and once seated, they beheld the groom and bride performing their ceremonial bowing to heaven and earth. The sounds of firecrackers and musical instruments filled the air, creating a lively yet festive atmosphere. After the couple concluded their rites, dishes and wine began to be served. The wine was a locally brewed rice wine, and the dishes were modest, primarily consisting of common vegetables. Only the last dish, a platter of braised pork, could be considered a substantial offering, and as soon as it was brought forth, it was quickly devoured by those at the table. Song Xian discreetly conducted an inspection and, upon confirming the absence of poison, exchanged a knowing glance with Song Qian, signaling that they could commence their meal. After a brief period of dining, the 2 newcomers retreated to their chambers to change attire. Under the guidance of the elderly gentleman, they began to toast the guests present. It is worth noting that the social customs of the Great Zhou dynasty are relatively liberal. Aside from the more stringent rules observed by affluent families, the matrimonial practices of ordinary peasant households are not overly elaborate. After the bride has paid her respects to heaven and earth, she is not required to remain confined within her chamber. Rather, she is permitted to accompany her husband and participate in the toasting. As esteemed guests from the imperial capital, Song Xian and the 2 newlyweds respectfully offered a toast to the elders of the village. The groom, a robust and hardy peasant, stood beside the bride, whose complexion was less than fair, yet her features were delicate and charming. At this moment, both of them gazed at Song Xian with anticipation. The groom's father, an elderly man, nervously rubbed his hands together and inquired if the distinguished guest could impart some words of blessing for his son. After downing a cup of wine, Song Xian smiled and proclaimed, It takes 10 years of cultivation to share a boat, 100 years to share a pillow. In the vast sea of humanity, our encounter is the result of 1,000 years of fate. I wish you both a lifetime of love and companionship. Wonderful. Among the guests, some clapped and cheered, albeit unaware of the significance behind the words. Nevertheless, blessings from a nobleman of the imperial capital must surely be favorable. The old man was overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly thanking Song Xian, whose genuine demeanor left him feeling somewhat bashful. As twilight descended, Song Xian graciously declined the elder's kind offer to stay the night and bid farewell to the newlyweds, setting off towards the county town several miles away. After a simple dinner at an inn in the town, he reserved 2 rooms for rest. Lin Daiyu and Song Qian shared a room, but throughout the night, Lin Daiyu tossed and turned, causing Song Qian to grow increasingly impatient as she flicked her forehead. What are you thinking about, you little girl? It's the middle of the night. Why can't you sleep? Lin Daiyu, brimming with energy, replied, Cousin, I have lived in Ronghua House since childhood. Yet this is my first time staying in an inn. I feel somewhat anxious. Anxious about what? Song Qian yawned. Are you worried about a flower thief breaking in and ruining your virtue? As she spoke, she scrutinized Lin Daiyu, adding with a hint of pride. With your petite arms and legs, even if a flower thief had intentions, he would surely come after me first. Lin Daiyu was at a loss for words, observing her cousin's expression, which seemed to anticipate the presence of a flower thief. At times, she found her cousin's thought process to be rather peculiar, as she often struggled to grasp what Song Qian was truly contemplating. Cousin, where did brother mention that it takes 10 years of cultivation to share a boat and 100 years to share a pillow? Was it from some book? That night, Lin Daiyu pondered over this phrase, finding it increasingly profound with each reflection. It was hard to imagine such a statement, imbued with a sense of karmic destiny, could come from the lips of a martial artist like her brother. I heard it from my brother when I was little, Song Qian reminisced, stating that this seemed to be a tale recounted by her brother, known as the legend of the White Snake. Have you ever heard of this story? Lin Daiyu shook her head. Upon witnessing this, Song Qian felt a surge of superiority. It is often said that you are a woman of talent, yet it seems your literary pursuits are rather insufficient. Allow me to recount the tale, which begins on the distant Chicheng Mountain. The following morning, Lin Daiyu, bearing dark circles under her eyes, listlessly consumed her breakfast. Song Qian had not slept a wink throughout the night, yet being a practitioner of martial arts, she could endure several sleepless days without displaying any signs of fatigue. Are you not accustomed to sleeping in the inn? Song Qian inquired while sipping on some tofu pudding. Lin Daiyu replied somewhat sheepishly. She had been so engrossed in the stories from the previous night that she had kept pestering her cousin to recount the tale of the white snake for the entire night. And by the time the story concluded, dawn had already broken. Let us take a stroll around the city later. You may find something you wish to purchase. In the afternoon, we shall return to the boat, and you can catch up on your sleep then. Song Qian briefly outlined the day's plans and then fell silent. As for the youth, staying up all night was not a significant concern. He could understand the occasional all-nighter. After having breakfast and checking out of their lodgings, the group strolled through the county town. As they passed near the county office, they were suddenly met with the rhythmic sound of drums echoing in the air. Was someone beating the drums to voice their grievances? Song Qian curiously gazed towards the county office and was taken aback to discover that the drummer was none other than the bride who had toasted them the previous night. However, at that moment, she appeared in a deplorable state, her garments tattered and her hair disheveled. Her arms and legs bore evident scars, and the marks of slaps were starkly visible on her face. Soon, the drumming ceased, and a constable rushed out from the office, dragging the bride into the main hall. Almost immediately, chilling screams echoed from within. Lies were being so carelessly discarded, and the cruelty of those in power was appalling. May those corrupt officials meet their just end, accompanied by the sound of slaps. Onlookers in the street witnessed this scene, shaking their heads in lamentation. What was this woman thinking? The county office was a place to be avoided, yet she dared to beat the drum for justice? Some seemed to possess inside knowledge, murmuring, I heard there were several murders in Huichuan village. This woman must be a survivor come to report. What a pity to fall into the hands of the unscrupulous son. Even if she survived, she would be stripped of her dignity. Hearing the discussions around her, Song Qian's expression shifted, and she turned to Song Qian. Brother, should we intervene? Yes, we must. Song Qian's expression grew serious. The newlyweds who had toasted him with celebratory wine just the previous night had suddenly become embroiled in a murder case. Since this matter had arisen, it was imperative to intervene. Upon arriving at the county office, several constables barred his way. Among them, a man who appeared to be a head constable did not spare a glance at Song Qian, his gaze instead fixated on Song Qian and Lin Daiyu. Moving restlessly between the two, Song Qian, weary of engaging in futile banter, delivered a swift kick that sent the man sprawling aside, before striding boldly into the premises. An incursion upon the government office. Within the county office, upon witnessing this spectacle, several constables hastily seized their staffs and rushed forth. Yet, Song Qian effortlessly snatched a club from one of them, wielding it with precision, sending each obstructive lackey tumbling away with a single strike. Who are you? Daring to assault the county office? Are you plotting rebellion? In the hall, the rotund and portly county magistrate sprang to his feet, urgently calling out to the remaining constables outside, quickly summon the county lieutenant to apprehend the miscreants. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when Song Qian dispatched the outside constables, each felled by a single palm strike, left groaning helplessly upon the ground. Song Qian's hand shot out like lightning, grasping the neck of the corpulent county magistrate and lifting him into the air. However, in the next moment, he cast the man disdainfully to the ground, placing one foot upon his plump visage. Song Qian stepped forward, aiding the bride who had just been struck, gently smoothing her disheveled hair. With a soothing tone, she inquired, "Do you still remember us?" The bride stared blankly at Song Qian, her initially vacant gaze gradually igniting with recognition, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "They are all gone, sister. My entire family is gone." Song Qian gently wiped away her tears and urged, "Do not be anxious. Speak slowly. Rest assured, we are here to seek justice for you." The bride, amidst her sobs, recounted the harrowing events of the previous night. After the banquet had concluded and the villagers departed, two individuals unexpectedly arrived at the door, one a young man and the other an elderly man in his 50s. The young man claimed to be the son of the county magistrate, stating that he had missed his inn while indulging in leisure and sought refuge for the night at our home. My father-in-law, being kind-hearted, welcomed them to stay, unaware that they were not human, but beasts in disguise. Upon reaching this point, the bride's expression turned to one of seething resentment as she recounted. "At the hour when I should have been celebrating my marriage, my husband was brutally slain by the elder accompanying the magistrate's son. Subsequently, both of them violated me. When my in-laws heard the commotion and rushed to investigate, they were mercilessly beaten to death. Even my 9-year-old brother-in-law was not spared, as the old fiend crushed his skull with a single blow." Song Qian frowned and inquired, "Did they not kill you?" "No. They departed at dawn. The son of the county magistrate remarked that I could report them at will. He revels in witnessing the despair of others, who find no path to heaven and no door to earth." Song Qian kicked the rotund figure beneath his feet. Speaking in a cold tone, "You are aware of this matter, are you not?" The chubby man bore an expression of profound distress. Yet as he felt the pressure from Song Qian's foot intensify, his mental defenses crumbled entirely. "Great hero, yes, I know. The county magistrate's son came to me early this morning, claiming he had stirred up some trouble in the village below and needed me to clean up after him. Upon inquiry, I discovered that there were several homicides, and crucially, one witness was left alive. The magistrate's son mentioned that he had quite the enjoyable evening and was fond of the bride's fiery temperament, instructing me to concoct some excuse to detain her until he could return for his amusement. Great hero, that is the entirety of the situation. I did not commit the murders. I am not involved. I am merely following orders. Please, do not kill me. Do not kill me." Song Qian gazed at the bride and said, "My dear, do you wish for his life or his demise?" "Death. I desire him to perish." Song Qian slightly nodded. "As you wish." In the next moment, he raised his foot and brought it down with a sudden force, and the sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. Before the county magistrate could utter a word, his neck was snapped underfoot. The act was executed with such decisiveness and efficiency that both Lin Daiyu and the bride were left in a state of shock. "Cousin, you have directly slain an imperial official. Will this not bring you trouble?" "Indeed, there will be some trouble." Song Qian took out several black silk scarves from his bosom and said, "Therefore, I kindly ask everyone to join me in a daring escapade as highwayman." After concealing his face, Song Qian cast a glance at the bride and remarked, "Let us proceed to your home first to assess the situation, and afterwards we shall attend to subsequent matters." Song Qian uttered not a word of superfluous chatter, swiftly lifting the bride, her body marred with wounds, and hastening outside. With a delicate push of her toes against the ground, she summoned her lightness of foot and gracefully alighted upon the rooftop. Thereafter, she traversed the rooftops with the agility of a nimble ape, vanishing from sight within mere breaths at the end of the street. Within the county office, Song Qian cast a glance at Lin Daiyu. Her face, veiled by a black scarf, was suffused with a faint blush as she murmured, "Cousin, do take care. I fear I may faint." Before she could complete her thought, she found herself hoisted onto Song Qian's shoulder. In the next instant, the shrieking winds rushed past her ears. The gusts were so fierce that Lin Daiyu struggled to keep her eyes open, her mind consumed by a singular thought. It was all happening far too swiftly. In the courtyard, which had been bustling with life just yesterday, a gruesome aura now pervaded the air. Several lifeless bodies lay strewn upon the ground, as flies buzzed and swarmed chaotically around them, rendering the scene profoundly unsettling. Outside the courtyard, a few villagers had gathered, yet they dared only to observe from a distance, too fearful to venture closer, lest they unwittingly entangle themselves in the grim fate that had befallen the place. Upon their arrival, Song Qian and his companions could still faintly hear the malicious gossip of the townsfolk. "I had warned you long ago that the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, with her alluring demeanor, was not a harbinger of good fortune. Look, now she has truly brought calamity upon herself. What a dreadful omen, on her wedding day. She has seemingly caused the demise of her entire household. Yet, how is it that she herself has escaped death? It is rumored that she has gone to report to the authorities, but who can tell if that is indeed the case or merely an excuse to flee? In my view, she is the one who lured her lover, leading to the downfall of the Zhang family. Clang, with a veil concealing her face. Song Qian grasped the bride with one hand and drew her sword with the other. The cold gleam of the blade shimmered ominously in the sunlight. Its tip aimed directly at the gossipy women in the distance. Though these women were bold enough to spread rumors about every household in the village. Upon encountering the fierce Song Qian, who was quick to unsheath her sword at the slightest provocation, they all shrank back in fear. Without a word from Song Qian, they scattered like frightened dogs. Do not pay them any mind. They are merely a gaggle of gossips. Song Qian reassured. The bride's face was ashen, and she merely shook her head gently, remaining silent. Soon, Song Qian, carrying Lin Daiyu, darted past the village entrance in a blur, landing outside the courtyard with a swift whoosh. Just as he set her down, his little cousin let out a sudden cry and retched. Song Qian cast a glance at her elder brother, perplexed. She could not fathom how her brother, who displayed such a lack of tenderness towards fragile beauty, could have completely ensnared sister Lu Qingxue. Song Qian strode into the courtyard, briefly examining the corpse and confirming that the individual had been murdered. He gestured to Song Qian, urging her not to linger in disbelief. Let us grant them peace in their final resting place, for we are acquainted in this life. In a small grove outside the village, Song Qian poured a jar of wine over several fresh graves. Old man, I have laid you and your wife to rest together, with your 2 sons nearby. On the road to the underworld, you shall have companionship and not feel solitary. Rest assured, you honored me with your hospitality, and I will seek justice on your behalf. This matter shall reach a conclusion. Not a single deserving soul shall escape retribution. The bride remained silent throughout, quietly burning paper offerings at the graves of her in-laws and her husband. Once the yellow paper had completely turned to ash, she turned and knelt before Song Qian. Benefactor, I have not read much nor am I eloquent in speech. In short, my husband and I shall repay your kindness in our next life, serving you as humble laborers. As she spoke, she gazed up at Song Qian, her eyes unwavering as if etching his visage into the depths of her soul. Benefactor, the ones who murdered my family. They will face their demise, will they not? Song Qian nodded, declaring that none would escape. The bride managed a forced smile, and then began to bow her head in reverence. As she continued, her body fell still, prompting Song Qian to rush forward and inspect the situation. To her horror, she noticed dark blood trickling from the corners of the bride's mouth. She had already drawn her last breath. In a tragic act of despair, she had taken poison to end her life. It appeared she had prepared the lethal substance prior to her intended visit to the county office to seek justice. Song Qian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she reached into her bosom and retrieved a small vial, containing the elixir sent by the Xianyi Guard. Known for its efficacy in treating a myriad of ailments. Uncertain whether this potion could counteract poison, she pondered the possibilities. Song Qian reached out to stop her. It was futile. Her resolve to die was unwavering. Living had become nothing but a torment for her. Song Qian's lips quivered slightly as she silently retracted the elixir, muttering a curse that Song Qian had once uttered. This damned feudal society. After venting her frustrations, she began to dig a pit, interring the newlyweds together. Once she completed this task, she took a deep breath. Brother, shall we follow the procedure, or proceed directly to the execution? Song Qian cast a glance at the newly erected grave, reflecting on how just yesterday he had wished a newlywed couple a century of harmonious union. Today, they had perished completely. As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of coldness emerged in his demeanor. The process was taking too long. They needed to hasten their journey southward. Let us proceed with the killing. Very well. Song Qian instinctively wrapped her arms around her younger cousin's waist. Allow me to escort you back to the ship. The ensuing scene may be rather macabre. Lin Daiyu shook her head. Cousin, let us remain together. I cannot find peace of mind until I witness that scoundrel's demise with mine own eyes. Song Qian turned her head to look at her brother and asked, So, shall we take it with us? Yes, let's take it, he replied. Song Qian remarked softly, since you do not wish to be a caged bird. Such matters will inevitably come your way in the future. The world of Jianghu has never been as idyllic as you might imagine. In the afternoon, a gentle drizzle fell from the heavens, and the streets were sparsely populated with hurried pedestrians seeking refuge from the rain, rendering the scene almost devoid of life. Song Qian and the 2 companions, with their paper umbrella in hand, strolled gracefully through the rain, arriving at the entrance of an elegant estate. Song Qian whispered. I have inquired thoroughly. This is indeed the estate of the county magistrate's son. Someone witnessed him arriving here earlier in the morning. Song Qian did not inquire about how she had gathered the information, just as Song Qian never questioned him about the specific inner cultivation techniques he practiced. Glancing up at the overcast sky, Song Qian withdrew a black veil from his sleeve to conceal his visage. Brother, wearing this mask should prevent my identity from being revealed. Correct? It serves a modest purpose, yet its primary function is to cultivate the habit of instinctively obscuring one's identity. Song Qian let out a cold laugh. As for exposing his identity, eliminating everyone would naturally eliminate any concerns about revelation. Such weather was most suitable for committing murder. A downpour could erase most traces. Glancing at the tightly shut courtyard gate, he stepped forward, stating as he walked, You keep an eye on my cousin. If anyone escapes, regardless of age or gender, they must be dealt with. Perhaps due to the rain, the manor was unguarded. Song Qian arrived at the door and gazed for a moment, gathering his pure young Wujin inner strength in his palm. In the next instant, he struck out fiercely. Boom! Wood splintered and dust flew as the seemingly sturdy gate shattered into fragments. Though he could have scaled the wall to enter, he chose to break the door down, revealing the extent of his fury. The sound of the gate collapsing alerted the household servants and guards within the courtyard. As the son of the county magistrate, he had gathered a motley crew of individuals outside. Some bore the aura of the underworld, and upon seeing Song Qian single-handedly invade the manor, they unsheathed their swords without hesitation and charged forward. Watching the 4 or 5 rushing towards him, Song Qian abruptly twirled his paper umbrella. In an instant, the droplets on the umbrella shot forth like bullets, and with a series of thuds, several men fell to the ground. Song Qian advanced through the crimson waters, holding an umbrella with one hand, his expression icy and forbidding. The murderous intent in his gaze fixated on a pale-faced young man not far away. Who are you? The young man, with unsteady steps and a wan complexion, timidly retreated behind the few remaining guards. Song Qian cast a cold glance at him and said indifferently, Do you still remember what you did last night? Upon hearing this, the young man's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Is that wretched woman seeking revenge against you? What benefits did she promise you? I will offer you double. No, I shall give you 10 times that amount. Song Qian let out a cold laugh, asserting that the compensation she demanded was beyond his means. With those words, she suddenly clenched her hand, causing the paper umbrella to explode with a deafening blast. Instantly, fragments of paper shot forth like blades, inflicting grievous wounds upon the few remaining guards in the courtyard. Lord Zhou, save me. Please, save me, cried the young lord, pierced by numerous paper shards. Though his condition appeared dire, he had not succumbed to death. Instead, he lay in a pool of blood, desperately calling towards a nearby room. The room remained eerily silent, as if no one was present. Yet, Song Qian stood resolutely, her gaze fixed coldly upon it, indifferent as she remarked, You have concealed yourself for so long, will you not emerge? The creaking sound of the door being pushed open resonated, and in the next moment, a solemn elder clad in black emerged. He did not spare a glance at the fallen body or the lamenting young lord, but instead regarded Song Qian with palpable trepidation. Your strength is formidable, and I have no desire to engage in combat with you, he stated, gesturing toward the young lord on the ground. If you wish to slay him, I shall not interfere. Let us maintain our separate paths and avoid conflict. Song Qian shook his head, stating, I have made a promise to someone. Not a single one shall escape. It seems there is no room for negotiation. The old man in black, with a chilling expression, replied, I am Liao Tianshou, Zhou Tai, having traversed the rivers and lakes for decades. Although your strength is formidable, even if you could vanquish me, you may not emerge unscathed. Is it truly worth it for the sake of a common woman? Song Qian remained silent. Yet his right hand had already clasped the hilt of his sword, the murderous intent in his eyes causing Zhou Tai to feel a tightening in his breath. If that is the case, let me die. Zhou Tai struck first, transforming his palm into a claw, his fingers curved like talons, emanating a chilling sheen at their tips, from which dark internal energy coiled ominously. This man's claw technique was exceptionally formidable, even producing a ripping sound in the air. Like a soaring rock, he leaped high, one claw lunging towards Song Qian's throat. Undoubtedly, should this claw land upon a person, it could easily rend their windpipe from their body. Swish. The figure of Song Qian appeared like a specter, a mere flicker of light revealing his presence as he deftly evaded his opponent's claw, which could rend gold and split stone by several paces. With a sharp sound, the long sword was drawn from its sheath. Zhou Tai, startled by his misstrike, found himself momentarily disoriented, Before he could stabilize his stance and alter his technique, the resonant cry of a sword echoed in the air. Hastily, he raised his gaze, and before him unfolded a dazzling crimson radiance. In a swift motion, the scarlet light flashed past him, leaving Zhou Tai momentarily frozen. His expression one of shock as he fixated on the long sword at Song Xian's waist, which had seemingly emerged and returned to its sheath in an instant. Sword chi? Zhou Tai's voice emerged, raspy and filled with disbelief. Song Xian nodded slightly, realizing the truth. Zhou Tai's eyes revealed a sense of relief. The ability to unleash sword energy was a skill reserved for innate warriors. To perish at the hands of such a formidable expert was, in a sense, a worthy conclusion to one's life. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, his body, centered at his brow, was violently cleaved in two from top to bottom, leaving no part unscathed. Not even the most intimate of his being. The sword had severed him symmetrically, perfectly bisecting him in a single stroke, with the malevolent aura dissipating somewhat. Song Xian turned his gaze towards the young lord of the county lying on the ground, who was slipping into unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. Older cousin. At that moment, Song Xian approached, accompanied by Lin Daiyu. The young cousin, somewhat anxious, inquired, "May I have the honor of ending this scoundrel's life?" Song Xian cast a surprised glance at her. "Is this truly the Lin Mei who weeps for the fallen blossoms of spring and autumn? Are you not afraid?" Lin Daiyu did not respond verbally, but instead demonstrated her resolve through action. She picked up a long knife from the ground, her trembling hands gripping it tightly. After a moment of careful aim, she plunged the blade into the chest of the governor's son. Having completed this act, she released her grip, her face paling as she stepped aside, gasping for breath. Song Xian approached her, and Lin Daiyu managed to reveal a faint smile. "Now we are in the same boat," she said. "Cousin, you need not worry about me disclosing anything in the future." Song Xian waved his hand, saying, "You are overthinking. I have no intention of suspecting that you might betray me in the future." Lin Daiyu shook her head and replied, "Cousin trusts me, which reflects his magnanimity. Yet I must also be sensible and fulfill my obligations." Song Xian cast a profound glance at her, then lifted his gaze towards the curtain of rain that melded the heavens with the earth, unable to suppress a smile. "Let us proceed. We must continue our journey today. If we delay any further, that young lad Lin Pingji will likely grow anxious." Song Qian inquired, "Brother, this scoundrel acts with utter impunity, surrounded by a host of wicked minions. It is evident that the county governor is also far from virtuous. Shall we simply let them go unpunished?" Song Qian shook his head, acknowledging that the journey to the county seat would take several days and that there was no time to spare now. He decided to record the accounts first and would attend to them when he found a moment later. Song Qian's tone paused momentarily, a chilling intent in his voice as he declared, "When the time permits, I shall eliminate his entire family." After the rain, the air carried a hint of dampness. Song Qian stood on the slightly damp deck, gazing at the ship as it slowly departed from the shore. He felt the mingling of the briny sea breeze with the fragrant aroma of the flowers and trees along the coast, which brought him a sense of tranquility, leaving him feeling utterly liberated. With each battle, his understanding of martial arts became increasingly profound, and he even sensed a subtle connection between his spirit and the vastness of nature. In a moment of enlightenment, he realized that when his entire consciousness could completely merge with the surrounding world, reaching an exquisite level of harmony that would herald the day he transcended into the innate realm. Song Qian stood with her hands behind her back, her black robe billowing in the wind as she observed Song Qian from the side. An air of indifference emanated from her, deterring anyone from approaching. During her brother's moment of enlightenment, no one was permitted to draw near, not even her younger cousin, who shared the same vessel. She remained in that stance for over 2 hours, and by the time Song Qian regained his composure, the sky had completely darkened. Song Qian's icy demeanor instantly receded, revealing a radiant smile as she said, "Brother, I am hungry. I wish to indulge in some barbecue." "All right." Song Qian smiled gently and turned to look at Lin Pingji in the distance. "Pingji, please bring over the barbecue grill I made a couple of days ago, and also have someone deliver 2 jars of wine." Lin Pingji was a sincere young man. He quickly set up the grill, arranged the charcoal stove, and had various vegetables and beef and lamb prepared. Without needing any prompting from Song Qian, he cheerfully began to barbecue. Song Qian praised, "You are truly someone who knows how to live life. In the future, you are likely to be a wonderful husband." Lin Pingji, feeling somewhat bashful and slightly blushing, replied, "Qian Gu, it is evident that you are no ordinary person. You must be quite popular among the young ladies in the capital, am I right?" Song Qian gently patted his shoulder, remarking on the young man's discerning taste, and suggested that he would treat him to a performance at a later date. How could I let Brother Song pay? It shall certainly be my treat. Upon uttering these words, he felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Noticing that both Song Qian and Lin Daiyu were casting disdainful glances in their direction, he immediately grew flustered and hurriedly clarified, "No, that's not what I meant. In truth, I have never been to such a place. You are far too concerned about the opinions of others." Song Qian smiled and said, "Though your Lin family is engaged in commerce, a security agency differs from ordinary merchants. It requires interaction with both the underworld and the legitimate world, straddling the realms of business and the martial fraternity. In your line of work, it is wise to heed the opinions of others. Yet one must not place blind faith in them. Consider their perspectives, but do not become overly concerned. If you become too preoccupied with others' views, you risk losing your own identity. If one's existence is perpetually swayed by external judgments, what meaning does life hold?" Lin Pingji appeared contemplative, yet ultimately shook his head, saying, "I do not quite understand." Song Qian smiled gently and remarked that, in essence, one should act in accordance with one's true self. As for right or wrong, it can often be quite challenging to discern. To follow one's true self? Does that imply one should simply act as one pleases, retaliating against those who provoke them? That could be one interpretation, Song Qian replied with a smile. Lin Daiyu interjected, saying, "Cousin, you speak of following one's true self. Yet while it is easy to articulate, the practice is far more arduous. In this life, how can one exist without any form of constraint? Even the emperor must surely face desires that remain unattainable. Just because the emperor cannot achieve certain things does not imply that my brother is likewise incapable." Song Qian took a bite of the grilled skewer, and while swallowing, she mumbled, "Let me tell you, cousin, my brother is destined to become the greatest in the world. Once he is invincible, he will do as he pleases. Even if he wishes to marry 100 wives, no one will dare utter a word of dissent." Song Qian looked at her with a mix of annoyance and amusement, saying, "Even during meals, your chatter cannot be silenced. I am but a steadfast individual, and I cannot possibly marry so many wives." Indeed, Song Qian nodded in agreement. 100 is certainly excessive. 3 or 5 would suffice. However, our family has traditionally passed down only one heir, so the weight of continuing our lineage rests upon you, dear brother. Observing the playful banter between the siblings, Lin Pingji felt a twinge of envy. "Song Gu, you must hold a significant status in the capital, am I correct? May I inquire about your profession?" "We serve in the government," Song Qian replied casually, taking a sip of his drink. "Ah, individuals from the authorities," Lin Pingji remarked with a smile. "My father often advised me to cultivate connections with those in the government. It seems fortuitous that I have met you. Dear brother, should I encounter any difficulties in the capital, may I seek your assistance? We are all friends here. Such formalities are unnecessary." Song Qian pointed at Song Qian and said, "In the future, when you encounter any matters in the capital, mention my sister Qian's name. It will undoubtedly be effective." "Ah?" Lin Pingji was taken aback. "Is Sister Qian really that formidable? She even works in the government office?" "Indeed." Song Qian tore off a piece of lamb leg and took a bite, saying, "Speaking of which, we are assigned to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province this time. It is likely that we will not stay in the capital for the next few years. The capital may not be of much assistance, but there is still some influence in the vicinity of Jiangsu and Zhejiang." Lin Pingji replied with enthusiasm. "Our Lin family has considerable interest in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and it is not far from the headquarters of the Fuwei Escort Agency. If you, Brother Song, are assigned there, it will be much more convenient for us to keep in touch. By the way, where is your office located? Once this escort mission concludes, I will come to visit you. You probably want to." Song Qian laughed heartily. "Would you dare to go to the Xuanyi Guard's yamen?" "Ah?" Lin Pingji was momentarily taken aback, then he chuckled awkwardly. His previously relaxed posture straightened instantly, and he cast a somewhat reverent glance at Song Qian. "Brother Song, you are part of the Xuanyi Guard?" "Indeed. Are you frightened?" "Perhaps a little," Lin Pingji replied with a somewhat forced smile. "I always thought the Xuanyi Guard was composed of fierce and menacing figures, yet I never expected someone as gentle as you, Brother Song. The Xuanyi Guard is comprised of people too. We are not as fearsome as you imagine. In reality, our primary focus is on those from the martial world and the officialdom. We do not trouble the ordinary citizens." "I see." Lin Pingji smiled and said, "I do not know much about the Xuanyi Guard. I only knew it as an institution that could silence a child's cries. Hearing you speak, Brother Song, it seems much easier to engage with than other government offices." Song Qian waved his hand, saying, "What I say is not necessarily correct. It is essential for you to make your own judgments. One cannot simply believe everything they hear. Sometimes, what we hear may not be true, and what we see may not be real. Before taking action, one should contemplate the consequences thoroughly. Do not act impulsively and bring disaster upon yourself and your family. Lin Pingji sensed an underlying meaning in Song Xian's words, as if he was hinting at something. However, after reflecting carefully, he concluded that he had not acted impulsively during this period. He had also begun to take charge of the family business and learn to interact with others. So he believed he had made no errors. He merely smiled, thinking that Song Xian, working in the government, was likely just fond of lecturing and was not necessarily hinting at anything. Perhaps he was overthinking it. In Jiacheng County, the county magistrate gazed coldly at the corpse laid out in the courtyard, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. His son had merely gone to the nearby county for a few days of leisure. Upon his return, he was found lifeless. The sorrow of a parent burying their child, even for one in a high position, was enough to shake him to his core. Have we discovered anything? He wiped away his tears and turned to the captain of the guards behind him. My lord, the rain that day was heavy, washing away any traces. There is nothing to be found at the scene, the captain replied. This time, the young master and all his guards were killed. Even the skilled elder Zhou perished under the sword. The perpetrator must be a renowned expert within the martial world. My lord, this matter exceeds our jurisdiction. It must be reported to the Xianyi guard for handling. The magistrate clenched his fists in anger, exclaiming, once again, it is the people of the martial world. Their lawlessness stems from a lack of discipline. The emperor has been far too lenient. Those unruly individuals of the martial realm should be eradicated completely. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, record all the findings. I will report to the Xianyi guard tomorrow. As for those martial ruffians, I am powerless against them. But there will be others to take care of it. After a satisfying meal, the group gradually departed. As Song Xian prepared to return to the cabin for rest, Lin Daiyu suddenly called out to him. Is there something you need? Song Xian turned to inquire. It's nothing, Lin Daiyu replied, her eyes sparkling like stars, a gentle smile gracing her lips. It seems you hold a fondness for Lin Pingji? Song Xian nodded slightly, feeling a semblance of admiration. Throughout my life, I have encountered many individuals, many of whom prided themselves on their gentlemanly demeanor, yet the majority were mere hypocrites. However, Lin Pingji, in light of his current sincere disposition, can indeed be regarded as a true gentleman. Of course, I am only referring to the present. What the future holds remains uncertain. And you, cousin, are you a gentleman? Me? Song Xian chuckled. Have you ever encountered a gentleman who would so readily resort to slaughtering an entire family? Lin Daiyu pondered for a moment and chose not to pursue the topic any further. Instead, she inquired, Cousin, you are quite different from the warriors I have in mind. You seem to possess a fondness for reading in your daily life. Song Xian reminisced about the collection of ancient texts within his abode, nodding slightly, acknowledging that he would occasionally peruse some during his leisure. Upon hearing this, Lin Daiyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she eagerly inquired, Pray tell, cousin, which books do you typically read? He replied, I possess a rather eclectic taste in literature. Whenever a book lies before me, I seize the opportunity to delve into it, regardless of its nature, as I do not confine myself to any particular genre. Song Xian indeed possesses a profound fondness for reading. In his previous life, during moments of ennui, he could immerse himself in the instruction manual of a mere screwdriver for an entire afternoon. In this feudal era, where entertainment is significantly scarcer than in previous worlds, his few sources of amusement consist of reading, practicing martial arts, and listening to music. As for the realms of poetry, prose, and the imperial examination, I wonder if my cousin has delved into such studies. Song Xian waved his hand, stating that the Song family has been a hereditary Xian Yi clan, inherently distanced from the scholarly pursuits of the literati from birth. Thus, his studies have always been pursued solely out of personal interest. He read, comprehended, and understood, and that sufficed for him. As for dissecting words, crafting sentences, and analyzing the rigid patterns of classical essays, they held little significance for him. As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and he chuckled. I cannot recall where I encountered it, but someone once remarked that to achieve great accomplishments through reading, one must traverse 3 realms. He recited, Last night's west wind withered the green trees. I ascend the tall building alone, gazing at the endless road ahead. This represents the first realm. The belt gradually widens, yet I hold no regrets. For her sake, I have become gaunt. This embodies the second realm. Amidst the crowd, I search for her 1,000 times, only to suddenly turn back and find her in the dim light. This signifies the third realm. Initially, one may grasp the literal meaning through rote memorization, achieving a modest understanding. Progressing further, one may adapt and apply their knowledge, becoming eloquent in expression. Ultimately, one achieves profound insights, harmonizing knowledge and action, thus reaching great mastery. I wonder, dear cousin, which realm have you attained? Lin Daiyu stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. It was not until Song Xian yawned, preparing to depart, that she awakened from her reverie and called out, "Cousin, where did you come across these 3 realms of reading?" "I cannot recall," he replied. "As for the line, last night's west wind withered the green trees. I ascend the tall building alone, gazing at the endless road ahead. Who composed it?" I mentioned that I cannot recall. "Yet, cousin, I have never heard of these 3 realms of reading that you speak of. The verses you recited are certainly classics of the literary world. If anyone had penned such lines and disseminated them, they would undoubtedly be celebrated by all. However, I have not encountered them in any poetry books, nor have I heard anyone mention them. Therefore, cousin, these verses must be your own compositions, correct?" Song Xian slightly paused. Uttering calmly, "One must not remain idle for too long. Idleness breeds excessive contemplation, and when one overthinks, the joy of life becomes elusive. Tomorrow, I shall remind your cousin to extend her practice of horse stance from 1 hour to 2. Ignoring the pouting Lin Daiyu, who wore an expression of grievance, Song Xian returned to his chamber. As soon as he entered, Song Qian darted in. "Brother, were you on a blind date with cousin just now?" Her inquisitive eyes blinked animatedly, brimming with curiosity. "Sometimes, I truly wish I could pry open your mind to discover what occupies your thoughts all day," Song Qian retorted. "Which of your eyes perceived that I was on a blind date?" Song Qian curled her lip and remarked, "Isn't blind dating merely an exchange of personal preferences and habits? You just engaged in a profound discussion about the realms of literature, conversed about poetry and prose, and even inquired about her progress in martial arts, urging her to dedicate an additional hour each day to her training. Does this not constitute a form of courtship?" Song Xian gazed at her for a while and finally remarked, "Sometimes I truly believe you were born in the wrong era. In a different time, with your imaginative brilliance, your achievements would undoubtedly know no bounds. I shall take that as a compliment." Song Qian, with a cheerful smile, sat beside and inquired, "What you mentioned to your cousin about the 3 realms of study, what insights do you have regarding martial arts?" Song Qian pondered. The pursuit of martial arts entails that while one can learn the internal energy circulation from manuals and acquire techniques through teachings, these skills and methods merely constitute the foundation of becoming a formidable practitioner. To truly excel on the path of martial arts and attain the status of a master, one ultimately needs to comprehend and realize it independently. Relying solely on the explanations of others proves to be of little significance. My insights may not necessarily be of value to you. To share your thoughts on their usefulness, Song Xian gently tapped the longsword resting by his bedside and remarked, "Since we have both practiced the art of swordsmanship since our youth, allow me to share my understanding of the way of the sword. This will not delve into specific techniques of cultivation, but rather reflect solely on the profound insights of the sword's essence. In my perspective, the journey of swordsmanship can be divided into 5 realms: the sharp sword, the flexible sword, the heavy sword, the wooden sword, and the no sword." 5 realms? Song Qian immediately became interested. "Brother, please elaborate." Song Xian poured himself a cup of tea, savoring its warmth as he recounted his thoughts. The first realm, the sharp sword's indifference. This stage embodies the mastery of the sword's edge, utilizing its sharpness to deliver devastating strikes upon adversaries. The second realm, the soft sword's uncertainty. In this phase, the wielder must not only strike with ferocity but also weave intricate variations into each technique, unleashing a flurry of unpredictable attacks akin to the capricious nature of a soft sword. The essence of soft sword's uncertainty lies in pursuing the ultimate transformation of techniques, allowing the wielder's intent to shape the form and flow of the swordplay, achieving a level of finesse that signifies the pinnacle of skill. The third realm, the heavy sword's dullness, great skill, and simplicity. At this stage, one transcends the complexities of technique, opting instead to overwhelm opponents with sheer strength. Regardless of the adversary's maneuvers or potential weaknesses, a single, powerful strike can render their efforts futile. The fourth realm, the wooden sword's unmatched. If the third realm pertains to the effortless wielding of a heavy sword through inner strength and physical power, the fourth realm signifies a mastery of lightness that commands the very forces of nature. A seemingly insubstantial wooden sword can unleash titanic power, with every gesture capable of summoning the might of the heavens, exerting overwhelming influence over adversaries. Achieving this level in the sword arts places one at the zenith of martial mastery, rendering the might of thousands as inconsequential. As for the fifth realm, the realm of no sword, this stage remains a mere conjecture. In this state, one transcends the fixation on the presence or absence of a sword. Nor is there an attachment to sword techniques. Rather, one harmonizes with nature, existing in a state of singular focus. In simpler terms, when the sword is drawn, it channels the very forces of the universe, impervious to human resistance. Whether a grandmaster can attain this level remains uncertain. Yet it is undeniable that reaching this realm could rightfully bestow the title of an earthly immortal. These 5 realms are distilled from Song Qian's personal experiences and insights, intertwined with the teachings of the Xianyi Guard and the legendary swordsmanship of the character Duge Qiubai from Jin Yang's novels. Song Qian listened in astonishment. "Brother, is this truly your own realization?" "To some extent," he replied. "I have yet to reach the innate stage. I can only consider this as something I have explored on my own. As for its accuracy, that remains to be seen as I continue to enhance my cultivation. You may take my words into account, but whether they hold true will depend on your own subsequent exploration. As one progresses further along the martial path, reliance on oneself becomes increasingly paramount. The experiences and insights shared by others may not necessarily be applicable to one's own journey." Song Qian exclaimed, "It still sounds impressive. At most, I merely contemplate how to break through to the innate realm and consider how to further enhance my cultivation thereafter. I never anticipated that you would have charted the path of swordsmanship all the way to the level of a grandmaster in martial arts. Brother, my confidence in your becoming the world's foremost is growing stronger. By the way, regarding the 5 realms of swordsmanship, which realm are you currently in?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Qianluo remarked, "At most, the second realm. This level aspires not only to technique, but also to the ultimate transformation of those techniques. What I currently lack is a formidable swordsmanship." "Formidable swordsmanship." Song Qian frowned, recognizing the challenge at hand. "For both of us, the threshold to break through into the innate realm is not far off. Hence, conventional sword techniques hold little value. Moreover, the truly powerful sword arts in the martial world are predominantly owned by others, primarily held by the imperial court and major sects, making them difficult to acquire." Her fingers absently tapped on the table, as if pondering which soft targets might be available. Ultimately, Song Qian conceded, after much deliberation. The most feasible option appears to be the evil-repelling sword technique from Lin Ping's household. Yet, regrettably, I observed Lin practicing this technique a few days ago, and it is, unfortunately, not as impressive as its reputation suggests. Its renown within the martial world is indeed exaggerated. Song Qian shook his head, suggesting that it may not have been an exaggeration. Rather, it is more likely that the descendants of the Lin family encountered issues with their practice methods. As a sword technique capable of standing toe-to-toe with the legendary Du Gu Jiujian, the evil-repelling swordplay has nearly reached perfection in terms of skill and variation in its maneuvers, rendering it implausible for it to be weak. In recent days, Song Qian has devoted considerable effort to understanding how to acquire the most esteemed sword techniques. Presently, he faces 2 accessible options, the evil-repelling sword technique and the Dugu 9 swords. The former is relatively straightforward to obtain. A mere visit to the Lin family's ancestral home will suffice. However, mastering this technique necessitates the extreme sacrifice of self-castration. For failure to do so would lead to an internal surge of heat, giving rise to lascivious and malevolent thoughts, ultimately risking the descent into madness. This requirement indeed troubles Song Qian, as he is uncertain whether his pure yang, boundless youthful energy would suffice to suppress the malevolent heat within him if he were to practice without undergoing this sacrifice. As for the Duga 9 swords, the challenge of acquisition is somewhat greater, as it entails a journey to the Mingzhou Shangshigansu region to shadow the Huashan sect's foremost disciple, Ling Huchong. It remains uncertain whether Ling Huchong has, by now, gleaned the Dugu 9 swords from the hidden master, Feng Qingyang, within the Huashan sect. Should he have acquired this knowledge, it would render the task considerably more manageable. Given Ling Huchong's reckless disposition, he would undoubtedly not remain in seclusion for long. At the first opportunity, he would descend the mountain to indulge in revelry. With meticulous planning, it would be feasible to capture Ling Huchong at an opportune moment and attempt to extract the incantations of the Duga 9 swords from him. Yet, the likelihood of success in such an endeavor is quite uncertain. Although Ling Huchong exhibits a lack of responsibility regarding Huashan affairs and a penchant for untamed freedom, He also possesses a stubborn adherence to his promises. If he is pledged to Feng Qingyang to keep the Dugu 9 swords a secret. Song Xian surmises that even if he were to capture and even kill Ling Huchong, it would be exceedingly difficult to wrest the sword techniques from his lips. At present, Song Xian can only make contingency plans. It would be ideal if the Lin family's Bixi sword technique could be cultivated. However, if that proves impossible, he must resort to less honorable methods, seeking a breakthrough from Ling Huchong and endeavoring to devise a strategy involving the Dugu 9 swords. The siblings exchanged insights regarding the way of the sword, and as the clock struck midnight, Song Qian reluctantly took her leave, still filled with unquenched thoughts. Song Qian sat cross-legged on the bed, rare in his stillness, as he closed his eyes and contemplated the path that lay ahead. 3 days later, the sea vessel finally arrived at the borders of Jiangsu and Zhujiang, gliding smoothly into the port of Yangzhou. Fortune favored them on this journey, as they encountered neither pirates nor bandits, allowing the group of bodyguards, including Lin Pingxi, to breathe a collective sigh of relief. As soon as the ship docked, Lin Pingxi began directing the bodyguards to transport the cargo ashore. Song Xian stood on the deck, gazing into the distance, blissfully unaware of any looming danger. He then took his leave with Song Qian and Lin Daiyu, bidding farewell to the young Lin Pingxi. At the harbor dock, Song Xian hired a carriage, and the three of them climbed aboard. Amidst the coachman's rhythmic calls of giddy-up, they departed from the dock. It was early morning, with a slight mist lingering in the air. However, outside the city of Yangzhou, many industrious citizens were already at work. "Young master, where shall we head first?" After leaving the dock, the coachman respectfully inquired in a low voice. Song Xian cast a glance at the anxious and expectant Lin Daiyu and said, "Let us first proceed to the Salt Administration Office of Jiangsu and Zhujiang. This office represents the highest authority on salt affairs in the Jiangsu and Zhujiang regions, with the highest official title being the Salt Supervisor. Mingzhou, the capital of Jiangsu and Zhujiang, has historically been a crucial source of tax revenue for the court, and salt management has always been a matter of great importance to the emperors. Those who hold the position of Salt Supervisor in this region are invariably trusted ministers of the emperor. Lin Daiyu's father, Lin Ruhai, is indeed one such esteemed official. Currently, the Salt Supervisor of Jiangsu and Zhujiang holds the rank of a third-grade official, a significant local dignitary. Lin Ruhai's lineage is equally remarkable, as marrying into the prestigious Jia family of the Ronghua mansion is no small feat according to Lin Daiyu's casual conversations aboard the ship. Her family's ancestor once held the title of Marquis, a title that persisted until her grandfather's generation. When it came to her father, Lin Ruhai, the Marquisate could no longer be inherited, prompting him to pursue the imperial examination route. Though stripped of his noble title, Lin Ruhai proved his mettle by achieving the distinction of the third place in the examination, ultimately rising to the position of a senior official at the Lanai Temple, and, with sufficient experience, was appointed as the Salt Supervisor of Yangzhou by the emperor. He has diligently served in this capacity for over a decade. The role of Salt Supervisor is a third-grade official position, with its own dedicated salt troops, ostensibly focused solely on salt affairs. However, it also entails the oversight of local governance, granting considerable power. Lin Ruhai has occupied this post for many years, surviving numerous assassination attempts and wielding his salt troops against unscrupulous merchants, leading to the downfall of several large salt traders in Jiangsu and Zhujiang. The number of small to medium salt merchants who faced confiscation and ruin for smuggling is countless. Through his iron-fisted measures, the rampant smuggling of salt in Jiangsu and Zhujiang has ultimately come under the court's control, contributing millions of taels of silver to the national treasury via salt taxes and the confiscation of merchants' properties, significantly alleviating the treasury's financial woes. Song Xian had previously heard whispers of Lin Ruhai's methods while in the imperial capital. Zhao Dizhus had also remarked that this individual would likely remain in the local region for just another year or two before returning to the capital to join the cabinet. The great Zhou dynasty lacks a chancellor, yet the Grand Academicians effectively exercise the powers of a chancellor. Lin Ruhai has already gained the emperor's favor and is but a step away from standing above all others. Intrigued by the legendary father of his cousin Lin Daiyu, Song Xian, upon disembarking, quickly boarded a carriage headed straight for the Salt Administration Office of Jiangsu and Zhujiang. Upon entering the city, Song Qian dismounted from the carriage and vanished in the blink of an eye. It was only when they neared the Salt Administration Office that she returned. "Brother, I have gathered the information." Song Qian recounted the tidings she had gathered. "Cousin, your father is truly formidable. He has eliminated several waves of salt merchants in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Of course, he has also faced numerous assassination attempts over the years, fortunately. He is protected by the Salt Army, and there are skilled guardians by his side. The repeated attempts on his life have proven futile. What is my father's current condition? He mentioned in his previous letter that his health was somewhat compromised. Song Qian pondered her words for a moment and said, "The situation is not merely unfavorable, it is exceedingly dire. I have heard that he has descended into a state of terminal illness, unable to rise from his bed. The merchants in this city are reveling in lavish feasts, each one eagerly anticipating your father's demise." Lin Daiyu's delicate face instantly paled, her hands clenched tightly, and a mist began to gather in her eyes. "Do not let yourself worry too much." Song Qian cast a silent glance at his younger sister. Although he was aware that she had already expressed herself quite subtly, her words still seemed somewhat lacking in discretion. Song Qian consoled his young cousin, saying, "On this journey southward, I have brought along some secret elixirs of the Xuani Guard. As long as one still clings to life, there is hope for revival. You need not worry. The Xuani Guard's ability to suppress the martial world and deter any mischief is not solely due to the backing of the imperial court. An equally significant factor lies in their possession of the secret methods for concocting both the great elixir and the lesser elixir. As for the great elixir, we shall set it aside for now, for it is a miraculous medicine that enhances one's martial prowess. However, the lesser elixir alone is a coveted treasure in the realm. Whether one is injured, ill, or poisoned, as long as there is breath remaining, a single dose can facilitate substantial recovery within a few days." The primary reason for Song Qian's decision to join the Xian Yi Guard and successfully pass the assessment was the pursuit of these two divine elixirs. Prior to his departure from the capital, he and Song Qian received their monthly salaries, which included these two types of pills. Song Qian once meticulously ground a small pill of huandan, intending to analyze its medicinal components. However, he could merely identify at least a few herbs mixed within. As for the precise number of herbs refined into the small huandan, only the alchemist himself would possess that knowledge. Without a specialized prescription and method for concoction, even with all the necessary herbs prepared, one could never replicate such a miraculous healing elixir. Presently, the Salt administration is both overtly and covertly guarded by Salt soldiers. Even outside the administration, a squad of heavily armored soldiers stands watch, their imposing presence casting an air of intimidation that halts any would-be intruders in their tracks. The carriage of Song Qian came to a halt in front of the yamen. Lin Daiyu lifted the curtain and presented a jade pendant to the Salt soldier's leader, who approached to investigate the situation. After a brief examination, the leader confirmed its authenticity and gestured to the soldiers around to allow passage. The carriage slowly entered the yamen. Yet several soldiers continued to follow closely until they reached the inner courtyard, where they finally halted their steps. In front of the courtyard gate stood several matrons and maidservants. Upon seeing Lin Daiyu disembark, they were momentarily taken aback, but one elderly matron soon burst into tears of joy, exclaiming, "Miss, you have returned." Lin Daiyu's tears streamed down her cheeks, but at that moment, she could not indulge in nostalgic reunions. Instead, she urgently inquired, "How is my father? Please take me to see him." The matron, not daring to delay, promptly replied, "Miss, please follow me. I shall lead you there at once." With that, she cast a glance at Song Qian and Song Qian, saying, "Miss, these two. They are my cousin and cousin sister. They ensured my safe journey from the imperial capital, so you need not worry." The matron, referred to as Wamama, fell silent and proceeded to guide Lin Daiyu towards Lin Ruhai's residence. Song Qian followed at a leisurely pace, acutely aware of the presence of no fewer than a dozen skilled guardians surrounding him. While it was difficult to ascertain their exact strength, he surmised that they were at least practitioners of the postnatal realm, possessing internal energy. Upon pushing open the door to a small courtyard's bedroom, Lin Daiyu stepped inside, casting a glance before suddenly kneeling beside the bed. "Father, your daughter has returned to see you." On the bed lay Lin Ruhai, his visage gaunt, his hair a dismal shade of gray, and his eyes clouded, appearing to be at the brink of exhaustion. Upon hearing Lin Daiyu's voice, he made a feeble attempt to rise, trembling as he extended his hand, his voice hoarse. "Come closer, dear. Let your father have a good look at you. After I pass, I can tell your mother how you have grown." Upon hearing these words, Daiyu wiped her tears and began to move closer. Yet, in the next moment, Song Qian placed a hand on her shoulder, positioning her behind him. "Cousin?" Lin Daiyu's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, instinctively wanting to advance. Song Qian once again reached out to stop her, his gaze fixed upon Lin Ruhai as he declared, You have been poisoned. From the moment he entered the room, Song Qian sensed that something was amiss. Initially, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, but after lingering in the chamber for a while, his attention was drawn to the windowsill, where an incense burner emitted delicate wisps of fragrant smoke. The aroma was subtle, possessing a refreshing and elegant quality that was quite delightful. However, after inhaling the scent a few more times, he felt a sudden upheaval in the pure young Wuji energy within his dantian. Waves of internal power surged forth as if confronting a formidable foe, frantically rushing like torrents to consume the incense he had inhaled. At that moment, Song Qian realized the truth. The incense contained poison. As a practitioner of celestial-level martial arts, the pure young Wuji technique endowed him with extraordinary abilities, one of which was immunity to all toxins. Any poison that entered his body would provoke a violent reaction from his pure young energy, which would then swarm to eradicate the poison entirely. It was evident that the incense, capable of eliciting such a response, was laced with an unknown toxin, while he was uncertain of the specific nature of the poison. He understood well enough that it was indeed toxic. After announcing Lin Rahai's poisoning, Song Qian flicked his sleeve, and in an instant, everyone felt a tempestuous gust of wind sweep through the room. The doors and windows of the bedroom shattered with a thunderous roar, and the incense burner, still ablaze, was hurled outwards, crashing into the courtyard. Lin Rahai's murky gaze brightened slightly. He did not inquire about the nature of the poison nor ponder who had administered it, but instead fixed his gaze on Song Qian, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Was the incense truly poisoned? Song Qian nodded. Is there still hope for me? Indeed. Song Qian spoke succinctly, retrieving a jade vial from his bosom. He cautiously uncorked it and carefully poured out a single pill. The pill was modest in size, roughly the diameter of a fingertip, and exuded a pale golden hue. As it was released from the vial, a rich and fragrant aroma pervaded the entire room. This medicine. Lin Rahai seemed to recognize it, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. It was the secret elixir of the Xian Yi Guards, the lesser returning pill. Song Qian flicked his fingers, and before Lin Rahai could react, the elixir soared into his mouth. In the next instant, he felt a delightful flavor enveloping his senses, compelling him to swallow instinctively. Subsequently, waves of warmth began to circulate within his body. The lethargy and exhaustion that had previously plagued him gradually gave way to a refreshing vitality and invigorated spirit. The small elixir, capable of dispelling myriad toxins and curing numerous ailments, held little benefit for one whose life force had dwindled and whose lifespan was nearly spent. Song Qian said calmly. In simple terms, Lord Lin's vitality and lifespan have been depleted due to the poison, and a small elixir cannot replenish what has been lost. Even if we manage to save you this time, your remaining lifespan is estimated to be around 10 years. 10 years? Upon hearing this, Lin Rahai's face broke into a faint smile. 10 years is a considerable span, allowing for many endeavors. In 10 years, he could return to the capital and realize his ambitions. In 10 years, he could find a suitable husband for his daughter and witness her marry and bear children. There are countless possibilities within 10 years, ample time to rectify the regrets accumulated throughout the first half of his life. Having regained some of his spirits, Lin Rahai did not rush to express his gratitude. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Lin Daiyu, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. My dear child, the greatest regret I carry these days is sending you to the Jia household all those years ago, failing to fulfill my duty as a father. I fear not death itself, but the thought of leaving you alone in this world to endure suffering. As a young girl, without the protection of family, I cannot fathom the hardships you would endure and the tears you would shed. Each time I contemplate this, I find it impossible to swallow my sorrow. Father, Lin Daiyu cried, throwing herself at the bedside. I often think of you, longing for home. I am not afraid to endure hardships alongside you. I only ask that you never leave me alone again. Song Qian quietly retreated to the doorway, gently pulling Song Qian, who was engrossed in watching the poignant father-daughter drama. Outside, with a deft motion, he closed the door behind them, without any discernment. Lingering there would have made it awkward for the father and daughter to express their emotions freely. Song Qian smiled shyly, and then expressed with a hint of nostalgia. In comparison to my cousin, I suddenly realize how fortunate I am, dear brother. My parents are alive, our family is well off. And there is an elder brother who has always cherished me since childhood. Although I am a girl, my family is quite open-minded. They have not imposed any cumbersome rules of high society upon me, nor have they ever hindered my dream of becoming a legendary heroine. Compared to Lin Daiyu, who lost her mother at a young age and lived in someone else's home without freedom, I, Song Qian, am truly blessed with a remarkable start in life." Song Xian remained silent, his gaze fixated on a certain corner of the courtyard. Earlier, he had been preoccupied with investigating Lin Ruhai's condition, completely oblivious to the presence of another individual lingering there. It was an elderly man clad in black, who sat languidly, polishing the blade of his knife. Upon noticing Song Xian, he grinned widely, revealing a set of prominent yellowed teeth. "Young lad, the master is unscathed, I presume?" Song Xian nodded, indicating that the poison had been neutralized, and with a few days of rest, he would be none the worse for wear. Upon hearing this, the elder's smile grew somewhat frigid, and the veins on the back of his hand stood out as he sharpened his blade. He lamented his own inadequacy. Solely skilled in the art of killing, yet utterly oblivious to the fact that the master had been poisoned. "Young man, do you have any idea what poison has befallen the master?" Song Xian shook his head, expressing uncertainty, yet he could ascertain that it was a form of chronic poison. Infused within the incense, it would require years of inhalation for its toxicity to permeate the lungs and endanger life. The elderly man reminisced for a moment and stated, "The situation you describe bears a striking resemblance to a rare poison known in the martial world as thousand-day drunkenness. This toxin is colorless and tasteless, requiring years of accumulation to manifest its effects, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against. However, this poison is regarded as a legend in the martial community. Despite my decades of experience, I have never encountered it. I never imagined that such a precious substance would be employed against the master." As he spoke, he unexpectedly produced a whetstone from his belongings and began sharpening a blade, murmuring to himself as he counted, 1, 2, 3. Song Xian speculated that the old man was not counting the number of times he sharpened his blade, but rather tallying the heads he was about to sever. As the door creaked open, Lin Daiyu cast a somewhat bashful glance at Song Xian and the others, murmuring, "My father and I have been somewhat indiscreet just now. I hope my cousin and cousiness do not find it amusing. The reunion of father and daughter is indeed a joyous occasion. How could it be a source of laughter?" Song Xian smiled and inquired, "Is your father feeling more stable now?" Lin Daiyu nodded and replied, "My father is currently in excellent spirits. I wonder if my cousin has some time to spare. He wishes to have a word with you." Song Xian let out a soft exclamation and said, "I shall take my leave now. Your cousin is not one to remain idle. Why not accompany her for a stroll around?" Having been freed from the poison that plagued him and reunited with his long-missed daughter, Lin Ruhai was indeed in remarkably good spirits. While he could not claim to be glowing with health, he at least appeared quite lively, no longer bearing the pallor of someone on the brink of death. "Song Xian pays his respects to my esteemed uncle." Upon entering the room, Song Xian clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. "This time, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you both. My father and I are deeply indebted to you for your immense kindness." Song Xian waved his hand and chuckled. "We are all family, cousin. You need not be so courteous." Lin Ruhai gazed at him with a mix of emotions. "When your mother married, I was preoccupied with the imperial examinations and could not attend her wedding. Has she been faring well in the Song family?" Song Xiandao reassured, "Uncle, do not worry. My mother is in good health and requires no concern." Lin Ruhai chuckled. "Our Lin family is not particularly populous, even when considering the extended branches. Though my mother and I have long since distanced ourselves, we have been acquainted since childhood. Her well-being brings me a measure of comfort. By the way, is your father well? Does he still lead the same old life, idling away his days in the Xianyi Guard?" Song Xian was somewhat taken aback. His maternal uncle was quite familiar with his father. Lin Ruhai smiled and nodded, stating that in his youth, Song Xian's father was notorious in the capital Xianyi Wei for being a rascal. He would evade responsibilities whenever possible and slip away from trouble, displaying a complete lack of ambition. At that time, Lin Ruhai had felt a certain disdain towards him, believing he lacked the vitality typical of youth. However, in retrospect, it seems that Song Xian's father embodied a profound understanding of life, leading a life devoid of calamities and misfortunes, with the family enjoying peace and unity. Is that not more important than anything else? Song Xian smiled gently without responding, for the topic concerned his parents, and he preferred not to divulge too much to outsiders. He then heard Daiyu inquire, "Are you and your siblings here to serve in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces?" Song Xian nodded affirmatively, acknowledging that not long ago, 100 households had perished in this vicinity, prompting the capital to summon him here. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruhai's smile gradually faded as he remarked, "The situation in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces is exceedingly intricate. Merely dealing with those salt merchants is no small feat moreover. The Xianyi guards must contend not only with affluent salt merchants but also with numerous officials and figures from the underworld. Lin Ruhai spoke with a degree of subtlety. Yet Song Xian immediately grasped the underlying message. His maternal uncle implied that in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, the officialdom and the underworld had formed an alliance. Lin Ruhai nodded in affirmation, stating, "An alliance undoubtedly exists. However, the extent of this collusion and its true objectives remain uncertain for the time being. In any case, during this period, you must exercise utmost caution. If you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Frankly, I never anticipated that your father would acquiesce to your presence in such a place." Song Xian chuckled. "Cousin, this is an order issued by the upper echelons of the Xianyi guards. What can my father do even if he disagrees?" Lin Ruhai shook his head. "Do not underestimate your father. Although he may appear unambitious, his connections in the imperial capital are formidable. If he opposes your brother and sister coming here, he possesses ample means to thwart this appointment." Song Xian was momentarily taken aback. To him and Song Qian, their father appeared to possess merely the cultivation of the 8th level of the postnatal realm, arguably weaker than the two siblings. Apart from his advanced age and a cordial relationship with Zhao Dizhus, the head of the inspection department, it seemed he had other connections as well. If such claims were made by outsiders, he might dismiss them as mere flattery directed at his father. However, the esteemed official Lin Ruhai held his father in such high regard, indicating that the matter was far more complex than simple politeness. Could it be that his father harbored some hidden identity of which he was entirely unaware? After conversing with Lin Ruhai for a while longer about the affairs of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, Song Xian took his leave. He had numerous matters to attend to, and Lin Ruhai required a period of rest, making prolonged conversations with outsiders inconvenient. Upon exiting the room, Song Xian waited in the courtyard for a brief moment. Before long, his cheerful cousin Lin Daiyu, accompanied by Song Qian, approached, each holding a piece of osmanthus cake, chattering and laughing merrily. Upon spotting Song Xian, his cousin's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she eagerly extended the osmanthus cake from her hand towards him. "Cousin, you must be hungry. Please have some cake to tide you over. I have already instructed someone to prepare a meal." Song Xian instinctively prepared to reach out. But upon noticing the osmanthus cake being offered by Song Qian beside him, he immediately waved his hand and said, "I am not particularly fond of such sweet treats." "Oh." Lin Daiyu replied with a hint of disappointment. Then, "Cousin, please hold on for a moment. Lunch will be served shortly." Song Xian shook his head, expressing that dining was unnecessary as he had numerous matters to attend to today. He suggested that on a leisurely day in the future, they could visit the Lin residence again. As he spoke, he beckoned to Song Qian, saying, "Come, let us go and unearth some graves." "Oh." Song Qian took a bite of the osmanthus cake in her hand, swallowing it, as she bid farewell to Lin Daiyu. "Xiaoyu, I must attend to urgent matters now. Remember to prepare more pastries at home. I shall come to enjoy them another day." "All right, cousin. When you come next time, we—" Before she could finish her sentence, the spirited siblings had already walked far away. She dejectedly lowered her hand and sighed in melancholy. "They've all left, huh?" Not far away, in a room, Lin Ruhai silently observed this scene from the window. After a moment, he gently spoke. "Did you just say that the Song siblings possess formidable strength?" From a corner of the room, an elderly man dressed in black, who had previously interacted with Song Xian, stepped forward, his expression grave as he nodded. "Indeed, they are quite strong. Stronger than you, a congenital warrior? That is difficult to ascertain." The elderly man pondered before continuing. "Logically speaking, I could not sense any congenital aura from them. They should not have broken through to the congenital level yet. However, they give off a peculiar impression. How should I put it?" After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Master, you must understand that cultivation is one thing, while true strength is another. When it comes to life and death battles, the outcome is not solely determined by cultivation level. Otherwise, everyone could simply display their cultivation levels to compare and avoid conflict entirely. In reality, countless factors influence the outcome of a battle: internal martial arts, unique skills, formidable weapons, the surrounding environment, and even the mentality and fighting spirit of the combatants, all of which can sway the final result." Lin Ruhai waved his hand. "Just speak plainly. If you were to engage them in combat now, do you have confidence in winning?" The elderly man considered for a moment and replied, "If we were to spar right now, I believe I would prevail. However, in a fight to the death, I estimate that I would be the one who perishes." "Oh, why is that?" The elder's voice grew solemn. "I entered the martial world at the age of 14 and have navigated its complexities for decades. encountering many extraordinary individuals. Some people cannot be judged by conventional standards. At times, one must concede that fate seems to favor certain individuals excessively. Master, do you believe that if I were to engage them in a life-and-death struggle today, those siblings would break through in an unreasonable manner and ultimately turn the tables on me? Lin Rahai pondered the elder's words for a while, and after some time, a smile crept onto his face. So, you believe that the Song siblings are indeed those favored by fortune, blessed by the heavens? The elder nodded. Such individuals are rare in the entire martial realm, yet they do exist. Master, you are not of the martial world and may not grasp that feeling, the sensation of laboring for decades in cultivation, only to find oneself surpassed by another who has a sudden epiphany. It is truly disheartening. Lin Ruhai laughed heartily. If that is the case, then the Song family has indeed produced prodigious talents. The legacy of the Xian guards, spanning centuries, is certainly not something ordinary individuals can compare to. The elder acknowledged. The Xian guards in the imperial capital have always been discreet, yet they serve as the bedrock of the great Zhou Empire's martial strength. The recent death of that 100 households is said to involve a member of the Xian guards. It is likely that the Xian guards have sent Song Xian here with grand intentions. Oh, from your words, it seems that Song Xian is not only formidable in martial prowess but also possesses other exceptional abilities. Indeed, the elder contemplated. Master, you have been quite ill lately and may not be aware of certain matters. Song Xian has recently gained significant notoriety within the imperial capital's Xian guards. The infamous case of the Great Show's first flower-picking incident was handled by him. Several prominent families were implicated and faced extermination, and numerous high-ranking officials were imprisoned as a result. He is meticulous and decisive in his actions, and most importantly, he has a formidable backing. The enforcers of the Xian guards can easily mobilize him due to his familial ties, and with the connection to the young lady, you will have substantial support. Whether he remains in Jiangsu and Zhujiang or returns to the imperial capital, Lin Rahai shook his head. The complexities of the Xian guards surpass even those of Salt affairs. Let us observe how he establishes his foothold first. The mountains are high and the emperor is far away. This region is distant from the imperial capital. He is merely 100 households, overshadowed by 1,000 households above him. Whether he can accomplish anything remains to be seen. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to the elderly man, Feng Lao. Should the need arise, I may require your assistance to support him. The elder nodded, without any sign of reluctance, acknowledging that it was only right to assist him, especially for having saved the master. Outside Yangzhou City, in a certain cemetery, Song Xian and Song Qian were currently laboriously digging a grave. The night had deepened, and the surrounding trees loomed tall, rendering the atmosphere eerie with not a sound of insects or birds, creating an unsettling ambience. In order to avoid attracting undue attention, Song Xian and his companion chose the stillness of the night to unearth a grave. After half an hour, they carefully replaced the coffin and filled in the earth once more, eager to depart the scene without delay. It was only after they had distanced themselves that Song Qian, still shaking her sleeves in agitation, furrowed her brow and remarked, "The stench of decay clings to me as if it were a part of my very being, refusing to dissipate." Song Qian responded indifferently, "As we encounter each other more often in the future, I shall gradually grow accustomed to it." Song Qian sighed. "Brother, it can now be concluded that someone has conspired to harm old Su's family, can it?" Song Xiandao. Under normal circumstances, if a person were to accidentally drown, some sediment would inevitably be inhaled through the mouth and nose. However, as you have just observed, there is not a trace of sediment in his mouth or nostrils. Clearly, he had perished before succumbing to the water. Furthermore, upon examination, you noted that his body was rigid and cold, devoid of any external injuries. Yet his heart was utterly shattered. It is evident that he met his demise at the hands of someone employing a certain arcane skill. Song Qian remarked. The ancestral technique of Xianbing can freeze and shatter a person's internal organs without causing any visible harm to the exterior. This specialized martial art, which specifically targets the internal organs, appears to be rather common within the martial world. Song Qian let out a sound of acknowledgement. The circumstances surrounding Su Chang'an's death were evidently suspicious. However, the Xian Guard's Qianhu division in Jiangsu and Zhujiang concluded the case by attributing it to drowning after intoxication. It was clear that there were issues within the Qianhu division here. Song Qian sighed, lamenting the misfortune of the Lao Su family. Although they are a hereditary family of the Xian Guards, their lineage is even more sparse than that of our Song family, seemingly having only Su Chang'an as the sole male heir in this generation. Su Chang'an lost both his parents at the tender age of 10, and now. With his untimely demise, it seems that the Su family may soon find themselves erased from the annals of the esteemed Xian guard families in the imperial capital. Song Xian let out a cold laugh, estimating that those lurking in the shadows must have been aware of the Su family's circumstances, which emboldened them to act without restraint. They believed that with Su Chang'an's demise, there would be no one to stand up for him, as he had no family to speak of. Song Qian brushed her hand against the long sword at her waist and scoffed. Those individuals likely failed to comprehend that the hereditary Xian guards of the imperial capital are interconnected by blood and kinship. They are not merely provoking Su Chang'an, but are daring to challenge all of us from the hereditary Xian guard families. Song Qian fell silent, lifting his gaze to the somewhat somber night sky. Heaved a sigh. It seemed that this journey to Mingzhou would once again be a path of bloodshed. The following morning, Song Qian donned a deep black uniform befitting 100 households of the Imperial Guard. This attire was not merely splendid. It accentuated the imposing stature and presence of Song Qian, adding an air of authority and intimidation. Exiting the inn, he found Song Qian already dressed in official garb, holding the reins of 2 war horses, waiting outside. Passers-by, upon seeing her garments and the long sword at her waist, displayed expressions of fear, retreating to a safe distance. Let us depart. Song Qian mounted his horse, his sleeves sweeping elegantly as he galloped towards the Suanyuai 1,000 household office situated within the city of Yangzhou. Today marked the official day of appointment for him and his sister. Even if this 1,000 household office were a den of dragons and tigers, he felt compelled to ascertain its true nature. If the Suanyuai here could still be of service, they would make do with it. If not, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Song Qian's eyes. At worst, he could cleanse the ranks and replace them. The system of the Xian guards was excessively vast, rife with factional struggles both overt and covert. Even within the inspection division, multiple factions existed. Before leaving the capital, old Zhao had specifically instructed him to act without restraint, assuring him that, if necessary, forces from the law enforcement division outside Yangzhou could be mobilized at any moment. In recent years, the hereditary families of the Xian guards in the imperial capital had significantly declined, with many families dwindling in numbers or even becoming extinct. Although some families retained their titles, they wielded little actual power. This had led many to forget their former terror. The recent death of Su Chang'an might have been a test by certain factions, probing the reactions of these hereditary Xian guard families and discerning their true strength. In a certain sense, Song Qian and his sister represented the new generation of leaders among the hereditary families of the Xian guards. This time, Zhao Dizhu's had dispatched him to take up the position of Baihu, nominally to succeed Su Chang'an. In truth, the real purpose was to establish his authority through bloodshed. The great Zhou Xian guards were divided into 3 distinct systems. The Judgment Division was the most independent, primarily overseeing adjudication and judgment. Shrouded in mystery and seldom seen in public, akin to a military court in later times. The Inspection Division managed a broader array of affairs and wielded the greatest power. Its main functions included ceremonial guard duties, intelligence gathering, reconnaissance, arrests, and interrogation. To put it simply, from arranging imperial escort duties to reprimanding commoners for spitting or littering. The Xian guards could intervene at any time if they so desired. As for the Law Enforcement Division, it was a dedicated institution for lethal force, primarily targeting those of the martial world. Unless there was communication and coordination between the high-ranking officials of the inspection and law enforcement divisions, they typically would not involve themselves in specific cases. These 3 offices were relatively independent, each possessing its own system, and generally refrained from interaction without appropriate justification. At this moment, Song Qian arrived at an office known as the Inspection Division's 1,000 Household Command stationed in Mingzhou, Jiangsu Province, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Inspection Division in Jiangsu Province. Song Qian surmised that the captain of this 1,000 household manor was likely not aligned with Zhao Dizhu's faction, at least not in a united front. Otherwise, old Zhao would not have specifically brought him over to rectify the affairs of this 1,000 household manor. At this moment, a considerable number of individuals had gathered within the manor. 500 households, 10 deputy 100 households, and dozens of flag bearers were positioned on either side, deliberating on how to respond to the newly appointed 100 household dispatched by the court. Captain Fang Chung was seated prominently in the center of the hall, gripping the 1,000 household seal, his expression somewhat grim. Typically, as the inspector of the Xuani Guard overseeing a region, 1,000 household could recommend a candidate to fill the vacancy left by 100 household under his command. However, his petitions to the Xuani Guard's office had seemingly vanished into the void, and instead, he found himself facing the abrupt arrival of a new 100 household from the capital. Clearly, the court harbored doubts about both his capabilities and loyalty. This left him quite disgruntled, even though his allegiance may indeed have been questionable. I, Old Fong, have risked my life for many years in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, serving the court and shedding blood for the emperor. Just because I covertly eliminated 100 household, you begin to doubt my loyalty? Is there any justice left? If it were merely the arrival of 100 household from the capital, Fong Chung would not have been so incensed. What truly infuriated him was the delineation of responsibilities for the newly appointed 100 household, Song Xian. In addition to succeeding Su Chang'an's position, Song Xian was also assigned the role of the Jiao Prison's constable for the Jiangsu and Zhejiang 1,000 household manor. The Jiao Prison could be described as the core institution of the Xuanyi Guard. Each 1,000 household manor under the Great Zhou Xuanyi Guard had a Jiao Prison where apprehended criminals were interrogated and executed. Typically, the position of constable was held by the 1,000 household himself or by a trusted associate. Now, such a significant post had been seized by an outsider parachuted in from the capital. It was not just Fong Chung who felt discomfort. Even the other 100 households were considerably dissatisfied. With the Jiao Prison under someone else's control, any future captures, interrogations, or unsavory dealings would have to be conducted under Song Xian's scrutiny. The captain, Song Xian, is said to have already arrived in Yangzhou. He is likely to assume his duties in the next few days. How should we respond? Observing the prolonged silence in the hall, a somewhat portly 100 household finally could not contain himself. He was a confidant of Captain Fong Qing and had previously held the position of constable at the Jiao Prison. Now that this position had been usurped, he was the most anxious among them. Without the constable's seal, he was no different from the other 100 households, and perhaps even at a disadvantage, as the others still had some subordinates, while all his were confined within the prison. Should the prison slip from his grasp, he would be left a mere figurehead, devoid of any useful personnel. What can we do? Fong Qing scoffed. That Song Xian's appointment was personally signed off by the commander. Who could possibly obstruct it? Shall we resort to outright murder? Upon hearing this, several individuals in the hall revealed expressions of intrigue. The portly 100 household even ventured, "Sir, it's not entirely unfeasible. The Great Zhou is vast, and it is understandable for bandits to emerge within its borders. If they were to perish due to unsuitability or ill conditions, that would not be beyond reason. In this regard, we are rather proficient." "Nonsense," Fong Chung retorted coldly. "Is this the sort of thing you dare to utter? I shall consider your words as if they were never spoken. You shall pretend not to have heard this. Speak of it again, and I will not hesitate to send you to the Jiao Prison." Yes, it was inappropriate of me to speak. Please forgive me, my lord." The 100 household hastily rose to confess his wrongdoing, appearing quite flustered, yet the grin on his face was evident to all. Everyone understood that despite the captain's stern words, he had already indicated his stance. He indeed hoped for some misfortune to befall Song Xian, ideally preventing him from assuming office. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the office. The portly 100 household turned sharply and shouted toward the door. "Who is it outside? How are you conducting yourselves? The lords are in deliberation. Who allowed outsiders in?" With a resounding crash, a door of the 1,000 household manor burst open. In the next moment, a voice imbued with a hint of coldness emerged from beyond. "My lord, you wield quite the authority." As the words fell, several small flags of the Xuanyi Guard were thrown inside, tumbling to the ground. Subsequently, Song Xian, donned in the black attire of 100 household, strode in amidst the scattered wood shavings, while beside him, Song Qian held a sword with one hand, casting a cold glare at the portly figure. Under Song Qian's penetrating gaze, the portly 100 household instinctively swallowed hard, already deducing the identities of the newcomers. Yet, he still feigned ignorance and inquired, "Who might you two be?" "Song Xian." Song Xian cast a fleeting glance at him, then chose to ignore the individual entirely, striding directly into the grand hall of the 1,000 households office. Quite an arrival. Fong Chung sat comfortably in the central grand chair of the hall, showing no inclination to rise in greeting. He spoke in a languid tone, fully embodying an air of superiority. This was the 1,000 households office. Here, he was the master, the true authority. "Regardless of your control over the prison of edicts, this is my domain, where a significant portion of those beneath me are brothers who have shared life and death bonds with the old Fong. You, a mere newcomer with neither allies nor resources. What do you possess to contend with me?" Song Xian cast a discerning glance around the hall, observing the myriad individuals, each harboring their own thoughts. Moments ago, Outside the grand entrance, he had overheard their deliberations. While others conspired on how to orchestrate his demise, either through banditry or by succumbing to the local environment, he felt no obligation to extend them any form of courtesy. With a frigid gaze, he directed his attention towards the arrogant figure of the 1,000 household seated prominently at the center and spoke with icy detachment. Is the great seal of the prison governor in your possession? How audacious. Is this how you address a superior? The expression on Fong Cheng's face darkened considerably. This newcomer exhibited a blatant disregard for the protocols of officialdom. This was Jiangsu and Zhejiang, not the imperial capital. Even if a dragon were to arrive here, it would still be required to submit to authority. Protocols? Song Xian chuckled lightly, declaring, I am unaware of the previous rules of this place, but henceforth, the regulations of this 1,000 household office shall be dictated by me, Song Xian. I shall inquire once more, where is the great seal of the town protector? Surrender it willingly, or do not blame me for denying you the opportunity. From the moment he stepped into the 1,000 household office, he had already assessed the situation. To put it succinctly, among the nearly 100 individuals in the grand hall, none exuded a sense of danger or intimidation. The officer Fong Cheng, Song Xian surmised, was proficient in martial arts, nearing a breakthrough into the innate realm. However, as long as he had not truly entered that new level of existence in Song Xian's eyes, he was no different from an ordinary martial artist. As the count of his killings increased, Song Xian's understanding of his own strength became ever clearer within the acquired realm. He dared to claim the second position, with no one bold enough to assert the first. The inspection division primarily focused on case resolution rather than being renowned for martial prowess. True masters were mostly absorbed into the law enforcement division. Remarkably, this vast 1,000 household office of the inspection division had no innate master station within. With no formidable opponents present, Song Xian decided to act freely, disregarding any bureaucratic rules. For they held no power here. The crowd of black-clad guards and their captains were left dumbfounded. They had witnessed arrogance before, but never such audacity. Was this man accustomed to such hubris in the imperial capital, now displaying the same demeanor in Jiangsu and Zhejiang? Fong Cheng's face turned ashen as he signaled repeatedly to the plump captain. The stout man, being Fong Cheng's confidant, was compelled to step forward despite his trepidation. His expression filled with anger as he proclaimed, This is the 1,000 household office, and the 1,000 household officer is the rightful authority here. You, a mere 100 household officer. Do you dare to challenge the hierarchy? Song Xian cast a casual glance at him. You seem eager to jump in. It appears the seal of the pacification envoy rests upon your shoulders, does it not? And what of it? The corpulent 100 households replied. Surveying the densely packed crowd within the hall, he felt a surge of confidence. More than half of the nearly 100 individuals present were loyal to Lord Qianhu. This was their domain, and with only 2 of them, how could Song Xian possibly turn the tide? Let me be frank with you, Song Xian. The affairs in the imperial prison are exceedingly busy at the moment, and I currently lack the time to engage in any formal handover. Once I have managed the matters at hand, I shall duly transfer the seal of the pacification envoy to you. The corpulent 100 households believed his response was flawless and sneered. If you find this unacceptable, feel free to lodge a complaint. Even if you escalate it to the commandant of the Xianyi Guard, there will be no fault to be found in my actions. Song Xian clapped his hands and exclaimed, Your words resonate deeply with me. With that, he cast a glance at Song Qian, who stood with her sword clutched to her chest, a fierce expression etched upon her face, and calmly commanded, Eliminate him. As soon as the words left his lips, a fleeting shadow darted past, and in the next moment, an eerie chill engulfed the hall. Following that, a chilling sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Song Qian appeared behind the corpulent captain without warning, her hand pressing firmly upon his head, effortlessly twisting his neck until it snapped. You. How could you? The captain was left utterly astonished. He had witnessed brutality before. Yet it was the first time he encountered someone who would dare to commit murder in front of the assembled members of the Xuanyi Guard. Gazing upon the lifeless body of his trusted confidant, whose head was grotesquely turned 180 degrees, Fong Cheng trembled with rage. What was happening? Was this the new, crude style of handling affairs in the capital? Killing at the slightest provocation, without fear of repercussions from above? In the grand hall, several captains and officers had already drawn their swords from their waists. Yet, instinctively, they found themselves retreating, none daring to step forward. Song Qian's swift movements had indeed left them in awe. To act recklessly now would only lead to becoming the next victim of senseless violence. Song Qian rummaged through the corpulent figure, extracting a large seal from his sleeve. With a cheerful smile, she handed it to Song Xian. Brother, this item truly was on him. Song Xian cast a satisfied glance before tucking away the object, then smiled as he surveyed the crowd. If any of you harbor dissatisfaction, feel free to escalate your grievances. Even if you were to report it to the esteemed commander of the Xian Wei, he paused momentarily. Infusing his tone with a chilling severity, believe me, should I choose to eliminate all of you today, the commander would merely reprimand me, with no substantial repercussions to follow. His declaration rendered the previously hesitant members of the Xian Wei even more reticent, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. In this moment, realization dawned upon them. Song Xian undoubtedly possessed formidable connections and a profound influence in the imperial capital. Such audacity in taking lives could not be exercised without significant backing. Furthermore, recalling Song Qian's elusive agility, those who were not entirely aligned with Qian, Hu Fangcheng promptly sheathed their long knives. One individual spoke up, Master Song. We wish to remain uninvolved in the conflict between you and Liu Baihu and Qian Hu. We hope you do not direct your ire towards us. With his words, over 10 others also put away their weapons, retreating with a demeanor that suggested they were mere spectators. Observing this scene, Song Xian chuckled softly, realizing that Qian Hu's control over this domain was not as absolute as he had presumed. Fang Cheng's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that matters would devolve into such chaos. He had believed he held sway within the Qian Hu's domain, yet these individuals, whom he had generously rewarded with silver and resources, remained obstinate. This fickle lot would surely face repercussions once this affair was resolved. Disobedient curs were of no use to him. Song Xian, to slay a colleague is a grave offense. Are you perhaps intent on inciting rebellion? While some chose to observe, others stepped forward. At that moment, a man adorned with the insignia of a general boldly pointed his long knife towards Song Xian. The Xian Wei does not belong to your Song family. Even if the commander were to shield you, how could the sovereign possibly spare you? In response to the general's rebuke, Song Xian merely cast a disinterested glance before addressing the assembly. Is there anyone else who wishes to step forward? Upon his inquiry, several members bearing the general's insignia emerged, their long knives likewise aimed at Song Xian. They were direct subordinates of Qian Hu, their fortunes intertwined with his. Should Fang Cheng be usurped by this newcomer, their futures would undoubtedly be bleak. Even in the face of Song Qian's formidable prowess, they felt compelled to take a stand. Song Xian let out a chuckle, halting Song Qian, who was poised to take action. He remarked, I have declared that from this moment forth, the regulations of this 1,000 house will be dictated by me, Song Xian. If anyone dares to contest this, they may step forward now. As his words echoed, nearly 8 individuals rose to their feet, forming a circle of 10, all adopting a stance of aggression, encircling Song Xian completely. Excellent. Song Xian nodded in satisfaction. Yet upon observing his hunched back and bowed figure, the muscles within him tensed, and his bones emitted a series of cracking sounds. Amidst these sounds, even Song Qian felt that her brother resembled a volcano, poised on the brink of eruption. With a resounding clang, the long sword was drawn from its sheath. The speed at which Song Qian drew his sword was astonishing, so swift that the onlookers in the hall could merely perceive a white streak slicing through the air, their bodies unable to react in time. The chilling sound of his long sword piercing through throats echoed almost instantaneously. In the hall, torrents of blood erupted like a fountain, vivid and eerie, permeating the already solemn atmosphere of the 1,000-house hall with a palpable aura of death. Thud, thud, thud. 10 blood-soaked corpses collapsed onto the ground as Song Xian casually kicked aside the body of a fallen standard-bearer, shaking off the blood dripping from his sword tip, and cast a composed smile towards the others. From now on, this 1,000-house hall is under my command. Is there anyone who dares to dispute this? Step forward, and I assure you, I will not make things difficult for you. Who would believe you? Some of the standard-bearers who had hesitated, unsure of where to align themselves, now recoiled in terror, fearing that they would be the next to have their throats pierced. Those who had managed to ascend to the ranks of standard-bearers and 100-house positions within the Xian Wei may not have been exceptionally skilled, yet they were all cultivators of innate power. The fact that 10 experienced and formidable Xian Wei officials were dispatched with a single move by Song Xian left many questioning whether these siblings were, in fact, innate warriors dispatched from the imperial capital, for their prowess seemed far beyond that of mere postnatal fighters. What struck fear into their hearts even more was the ruthless decisiveness displayed by Song Xian and his sister. They killed without hesitation over the slightest provocation. Was this not excessively brutal? The Xian Yiwei served as the emperor's personal guard, while killing was not entirely out of the question. One would expect a degree of discretion, perhaps a covert assassination in a secluded location. To brazenly execute standard-bearers and 100 house officials without a care for repercussions was a flagrant disregard for authority. At this moment, Qian Qing was utterly stunned. He had expended considerable resources to eliminate the 100 house official Su Chang'an, enlisting the help of skilled warriors from the Jianghu to orchestrate a murder while fabricating an alibi of drunken drowning. Yet here was Song Xian, brazenly slaughtering at will. Was there no justice left? No law to uphold? This was outright rebellion. Panic surged within Qian Qing. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of the Xian Yiwei system, engaging in intricate plots and rivalries, he had never encountered such a flagrant killer. Faced with such mercilessness, he found himself at a loss. He could not match their strength, nor could he rival their ruthlessness. Today, should things go awry, he might very well lose his life in this very hall. Song Xian remained silent, gripping Fong Qing by the neck and lifting him from his seat. He then raised his hand, delivering a series of resounding slaps. The crisp sound of each strike echoed, continuing until his opponent's visage resembled that of a swollen pig's head. Only then did he disdainfully toss Fong Qing onto the ground, snorting in contempt. The man's resilience was remarkable, as even the force of Song Xian's palm left his hand numb. With that, he grasped the emblem of the Pacification Commissioner. Seated regally in the grand chair at the center of the hall, his gaze surveying the surroundings with an air of superiority. I am here by the command of the esteemed commander, having assumed the role of Pacification Commissioner. He placed a foot upon Fong Qing's face and coldly declared, "You penned the memorial reporting Su Chang'an's drunken demise, did you not?" Fong Qing emitted a muffled groan of pain, yet dared not respond. "Foolish creatures, have you lingered here so long that your wits have dulled? Do you believe that employing superficial tactics to obscure the truth would deceive the seasoned minds of the capital? Or do you think that with Su Chang'an's death, he would be left without support, and that no one in the capital would rise to his defense?" Song Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a hint of murderous intent as he surveyed the assembly of officials clad in dark robes. "To speak frankly, prior to my arrival, the commander had explicitly instructed me that the situation within the Qianhu office of Jiangsu and Zhujiang had deteriorated to its very core. If it can still be of use, we will sift through and retain what is valuable. If not, we shall purge it entirely and replace it with new personnel. Do you believe I have come here to investigate a case? You are mistaken. I have come here to enact judgment." Upon hearing these words, the remaining individuals in the hall turned pale, some succumbing to terror and collapsing to the ground in supplication. "My lord," Song Darren, "I truly had no knowledge of Su Chang'an's affairs. Please spare us, my lord, we beseech you. I am guilty. I have embezzled and accepted bribes. I have oppressed the weak. Yet, I swear I was not involved in the murder of Su Chang'an. I implore you to grant us a chance at survival. My lord." "Enough," Song Xian coldly shouted, pointing at the group of people kneeling on the ground, and said in a chilling voice, "If you wish to preserve your lives, you must provide the commander with a satisfactory explanation regarding the case of Su Chang'an. Who among you possesses the weight to appease the commander?" Upon these words, many gazes instinctively turned towards Qianhu Fong Qing. Fear flickered across Fong Qing's swollen face as he struggled to mutter, "Have you all lost your minds? This case cannot be investigated. If it is pursued to the end, we will all perish. We will all die." His outburst caused a few individuals, seemingly privy to some hidden truths, to exhibit expressions of uncertainty. Yet, in the next moment, several in the crowd gritted their teeth and implored, "Lord Song, we beseech you for one more day. We shall undoubtedly uncover the complete truth behind Su Chang'an's demise." Song Xian smiled knowingly and nodded slowly. Upon hearing this, the crowd let out a sigh of relief. Two individuals immediately rose to hoist Fong Qing, solemnly stating, "Lord Qianhu, we kindly request that you accompany us to the interrogation chamber." Another officer, bearing a look of trepidation and humility, bowed and added, "However, if severe measures are employed, Fong Qing may not withstand the strain." Song Xian's eyelids gently closed as he spoke softly, "I require only the confession. As for everything else, life or death is of no consequence." The subordinate understood clearly. Upon hearing Song Xian's declaration, the previously anxious officials of the Xian Yi Guard instinctively exhaled in relief. It seemed that this esteemed official intended to firmly implicate Fong Qing in the case, while showing no intention of pursuing anyone else. The group of Xian Yi Guards carried the lifeless body away, while others escorted the Qianhu Fong Qing out of the hall. Once everyone had departed, Song Xian fixed her intense gaze upon her elder brother and asked, "Brother, Has the commander truly instructed you to cleanse the Qianhu office here? Song Qian shrugged and replied, No, I was merely teasing them. Ah? Song Qian was taken aback. Pointing at the still unclean bloodstains on the ground, she murmured, Given that you have killed so many, can Uncle Zhao truly protect us? It is difficult to say. After all, Uncle Zhao also faces rivals within the inspection bureau. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Song Qian's mouth as he said, Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, we must firmly attribute the murder of Su Chang'an to Fang Qing. The case involves the 1,000 household Fang Cheng and the murder of the 100 household Su Chang'an of the Xianyi Guard. After the incident, in an attempt to silence him, Fang Cheng conspired with his accomplices to eliminate the newly appointed pacification envoy, Song Xian, who was ultimately slain by Song Xian and other officials of the Xianyi Guard. Concluding the case in this manner should not elicit any objections from the capital. There is no issue with resolving it this way. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian replied, But what if, and I emphasize what if, Su Chang'an was not killed by Fang Cheng? Does that not hold significance? Song Qian gazed pensively towards the outside of the yamen and spoke softly. You have also heard our previous conversation. This individual intends to bring ruin upon our brotherhood. Since we are destined to confront this matter head-on, it would be prudent to act decisively and eliminate him. When contending with such a seasoned bureaucrat, one cannot adhere to conventional tactics. Rather, one must strike swiftly and unexpectedly. Today, even if the heavenly sovereign himself were to arrive, the demise of Su Chang'an must be at the hands of Fang Cheng, and it shall be so. Song Qian blinked, as if she were meeting her elder brother for the first time. In a hushed tone, she remarked, Brother, I have just realized that you are far more formidable than I had imagined. It is merely a matter of self-preservation. Song Qian let out a sigh. Had it not been for that treacherous plot initiated by the other party, I would have had no intention of investigating any case. It would have sufficed to simply drift through my workdays. Alas, the trees may desire tranquility, but the winds refuse to relent. There are always those eager to embrace their fates, and what can I do about it? Indeed, Song Qian pondered thoughtfully and continued. What do you intend to do with the remaining 100 household flags? These fickle allies may not truly pledge their loyalty to you. Let them serve for now. Having eliminated so many today, I believe my authority has been sufficiently established. They will likely refrain from any further mischief in the near future. Though I have invoked the title of commander, I cannot simply eradicate them all. There will be ample time to discern who among them is truly worthy of trust. By the way, you should make a trip to the prison to keep watch. Although the likelihood is slim, we must remain vigilant to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. She was well aware of her elder brother's cautious nature. After acknowledging him, Song Qian clasped her sword to her chest, lightly stepping onto the ground, and floated out of the hall like a wisp of willow fluff. Observing the vacant hall, Song Qian rose and approached the entrance, where 2 rows of dark-clad guards patrolled. Upon seeing Song Qian emerge, they lowered their heads in trepidation. In a remarkably brief span of time, news had already spread throughout the 1,000 household office regarding the newly appointed pacification governor, who had executed over 1,000 household flags and even incarcerated the 1,000 household leader. Who would not tremble before such a ruthless figure, one who kills without hesitation? You there? Song Qian extended his hand, pointing towards a group of Xianyi guards, and commanded, Bring forth the intelligence concerning the various martial factions within the boundaries of Mingzhou. Yes. Observing that the esteemed pacification envoy merely required them to fulfill a task without any reproach, the guards immediately bowed in acknowledgement, secretly relieved. It appeared that the pacification envoy and the captain were entangled in a struggle for power. Now that Song Qian had gained the upper hand, it seemed he had no intention of making things difficult for the subordinate ranks. Before long, a stack of documents was delivered by the Xianyi Guard standard bearers. Song Qian glanced through them briefly. Each scroll contained records pertaining to a specific faction's influence. Song Qian swiftly perused the information, and after 2 hours, he let out a gentle sigh, having gleaned a fair understanding of the martial forces within the Mingzhou region. In summary, the most formidable faction in plain sight is the Wudong sect. Although this sect was established not long ago, it has risen to prominence as the strongest force in Mingzhou, primarily due to the presence of its founding patriarch, Zhang Sanfeng. The Great Zhou dynasty encompasses the entire 9 provinces continent, and according to the internal martial strength assessments of the Xianyi Guard, the martial prowess of Mingzhou is regarded as relatively weak among the 9 provinces. The majority of martial practitioners within this realm are at the acquired realm, or even those who have yet to cultivate any internal energy. While there are a few innate realm warriors, they are scarce, each serving as a pillar within their respective martial factions. Zhang Sanfeng, the figurehead of the Wudong sect, stands as the sole known martial grandmaster on the entire Mingzhou continent, and the Wudong sect is the only legitimate sect recognized by the imperial court. In contrast, other factions, whether they claim to be righteous or are regarded as demonic sects, are perceived by the court as mere insignificant sects, having never received formal acknowledgement. Song Xian continuously inscribed a series of names upon a sheet of rice paper with a brush. Among them were figures such as Songshan sect's Zuolinchan, the reclusive master of the Mount Huashan sect, Feng Qingyang, the contemporary leader of the Amei sect, the ruthless matriarch of the Ming cult, the formidable Zhang Wuji of the Sun Moon Holy cult, Ren Wuxing, the invincible Dongfeng Bubi, Master Fang Zheng, the Lord of Baiyun City, Yi Guqing, a rising star in swordplay, the enigmatic Shiman Chui Shui with his 4 distinct eyebrows, Lu Xiaofeng, the renowned Little Li Flying Dagger, and Li Xuanhuan. In total, Song Xian had written down over 30 names, some of which belonged to characters from Jin Yang's novels, while others hailed from the works of Gu Long. In this realm of martial arts, it was no surprise to encounter such familiar figures, although the prowess among them might vary. Each was undeniably a master recorded by the Xuani guards, possessing innate cultivation. Song Xian took a deep breath, noting that the records clearly documented dozens of innate realm masters. Even so, in the evaluation of the Xiani Guard, the martial arts community of Mingzhou was still considered one of the weaker states among the 9 major regions. From this, one could infer just how robust the martial arts cultivation was throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty. As he closed the final volume of documents, Song Xian felt a surge of pressure. His current strength allowed him to roam freely within the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Yet when looking across the vast expanse of the Mingzhou continent, he found himself somewhat inadequate. Among the masters recorded by the Xiani Guard, some innate warriors possessed relatively weak abilities. For instance, Zuolinchan, the leader of the Songzhan sect, was noted as merely a basic innate warrior, having only condensed his internal energy into true qi without forming the flower of qi. Such innate practitioners, Song Xian felt somewhat confident to confront directly. However, there existed formidable innate warriors, such as Yi Guqing, the lord of Baiyun City, who was classified as an extremely dangerous figure in the Xian Guard's records. No one knew the true extent of his prowess, but based on various pieces of information gathered from the martial world, it was highly likely that Yi Guqing had already condensed both the flower of qi and the flower of divinity. His swordsmanship, the celestial transcendence, perfectly integrated true qi and mental will into a single strike. When unleashed, the sword energy resembled a startled swan or a roaring thunder, capable of bewildering one's mind to the extent that one could perish in a state of utter ecstasy without any response against such a formidable opponent. Despite Song Xian's cultivation of a celestial-level technique, he would face near certain death before he could reach the innate realm. It was imperative that he found a way to hasten his breakthrough to the innate realm. Taking a deep breath, Song Xian felt an urgent desire to advance. The pure Yang Wujin boy's skill was commendable in all respects, providing a steady and comprehensive enhancement of his attributes without the concern of losing control. However, perhaps due to its stability, the progress of this technique was rather slow in the early stages compared to other rapid success methods like the Sunflower Manual or the Evil Repelling Sword Spectrum, which could be described as considerably faster. In simple terms, the essence of his technique was akin to that of a boy's skill, which required time to mature. The longer one persevered, the more potent the technique became. Yet, Song Xian was still only 20 years old, far from reaching the true explosive potential of the boy's skill. Normally, a practitioner like Song Xian, having reached the peak of the acquired realm, might achieve a breakthrough to the innate realm with a moment of enlightenment. However, he was acutely aware that not only was a single epiphany unlikely, multiple insights would scarcely suffice to catalyze a breakthrough in his technique. Unless he encountered a significant opportunity, he would need to endure the passage of time. As for where such opportunities lay, Song Xian inexplicably recalled the Evil Repelling Sword Spectrum of the Lin family. The Evil Repelling Sword Spectrum required self-castration for cultivation, otherwise, one would fall into madness. Yet, the pure Yang Wujin boy skill possessed an exceptionally stable characteristic that prevented such a fate, which made him continuously ponder the Evil Repelling Sword Spectrum. He wondered whether this sword spectrum, which was derived from the Sunflower Manual, could aid his cultivation breakthrough. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Song Xian looked up to see Song Qian entering briskly, holding a confession in her hand. "Brother, here is the confession from Feng Cheng." Song Qian placed the confession on the table, somewhat perplexed, and remarked, "This individual appears to be utterly terrified of death, yet his obstinacy is astonishing. The severity of the punishment left me trembling with fear, yet he steadfastly endured it, only admitting to being the mastermind behind Su Chang'an's murder, while remaining utterly silent on all other matters." Song Qian cast a glance at the confession above. According to the recorded account, Fang Chung admitted to having accumulated considerable discord with Su Chang'an during their work, ultimately leading him to entertain the notion of secretly eliminating him. In essence, he was indeed the perpetrator of the murder, bearing the guilt of his actions, rooted in a personal vendetta between himself and Su Chang'an, with no involvement from others. This fellow has taken full responsibility for his crimes. I must admit I underestimated him. Song Qian remarked with a sigh. What has become of him now? Dead. Song Qian replied flatly. After enduring a severe punishment, his body was utterly unrecognizable. He took the blame upon himself and then breathed his last. Brother, the trail ends here. Should we continue our investigation? Let it be. Song Qian waved his hand, indicating that the case was exceedingly complex. Even someone as fearful as Fang Chung had transformed into a resolute figure, unwilling to reveal the truth even at the cost of his life. What do you think it could be? Song Qian pondered for a moment. Do you mean that if he does not reveal the truth, only he will perish? Yet if he chooses to speak, not only will he face death, but his wife and children shall also meet their end? Song Qian chuckled softly, suggesting that perhaps his entire lineage owed a debt of gratitude to his ancestors. I understand now, Song Qian exclaimed, realizing that this individual was likely entangled in a significant conspiracy. Connecting the dots, she added with a smile, no wonder you were reluctant to pursue this further. Su Chang'an must have been silenced because he uncovered something. If we continue our investigation, we may very well be the next to meet the same fate. Song Qian nodded and said, one should exert oneself commensurate with one's capabilities. To meddle in matters beyond one's means is a path to ruin. As you have mentioned, I am destined to become the foremost in the world. If I were to falter due to unnecessary interference, it would indeed be a grave loss. The court maintains an army of 1,000,000, and there are countless experts. Matters of treachery and rebellion are naturally the concern of those above. For us, mere minor officials of the Xianyi Guard, it suffices to deal with corrupt officials and thugs, engaging only with the miscreants of society. Song Qian let out a soft exclamation, reflecting on her brother's character, which was indeed extreme. He was more ruthless than anyone when it came to killing, yet he was also the most cautious when the situation called for it, as if another soul resided within him. So, is this case settled just like that? Song Qian nodded and instructed to disseminate the information. Since Fang Chung had taken all the blame, it was likely that others in the office could now breathe easier. Additionally, it would be beneficial to allow the news to circulate. Thus, this case would come to a close. Song Qian let out a soft exclamation and turned to attend to her matters. Within the confines of a secret chamber in a certain mansion, two figures were engaged in a hushed conversation. A man clad in a yellow robe remarked, "Sir, there is news from the Xianyi Guard's 1,000 household division. Fang Qing is dead." "Oh?" The other man, dressed in scholarly attire and sipping tea, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. In just a day's time, he has been eliminated by the pacification envoy from the imperial capital? He was far too careless, underestimating his opponent, believing he could leisurely devise his schemes on familiar ground. Yet, the adversary disregarded all decorum and struck directly to assert dominance. The scholar chuckled lightly. The purpose of the Xianyi Guard has always been assassination. For centuries, those in the imperial capital have remained as ruthless as ever. Before his demise, did Fang Chung divulge anything? Nothing at all. He bore the blame for the murder of Su Chang'an himself. Our communication has always been singular, and with his death, there is no one left to trace back to me. Sir, should we proceed with our previous plans? The scholar nodded. Though we have lost 1,000 household, it does not significantly impact our grand undertaking. We must continue our quest for the dragon vein in the Mingzhou continent without interruption. And what of the newly appointed pacification envoy of the 1,000 household division? The scholarly man pondered for a moment before responding, since the matter has been resolved on that end. We should avoid complicating it further. The death of Su Chang'an has already raised suspicions in the imperial capital. If these two newcomers were to perish as well, the next arrivals might very well be elite members of the Xianyi Guard. Upon hearing the mention of the elite Xianyi Guard, the man in yellow fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Very well. As long as that man named Song does not interfere with our endeavors concerning the dragon vein, we shall refrain from provoking him for the time being. With Feng Cheng's demise paving the way, Song Xian assumed true authority over the Jiangxia province's 1,000-household division. The previously oppressive atmosphere within the 1,000-household office began to ease as Song Xian took control, and a host of officials pledged their allegiance. Song Xian is, by nature, a slacker who merely drifts through his work. His only demand of those beneath him is to refrain from causing harm to the common folk. As for everything else, they are to continue with their usual duties. In the salt administration of Jiangsu and Zhujiang, the siblings Song Xian found themselves visiting during their leisure time. The water towns of Jiang seemed to exude a vibrant hue compared to the imperial capital. Upon meeting Lin Daiyu once more, the previously melancholic young cousin appeared noticeably brighter. Perhaps aware that her cousins were visiting today, Daiyu had donned a strikingly colorful outfit. She wore a green gauzy top paired with a lavender floral skirt, and on her feet, delicate pale red shoes. She resembled a sprite born from the enchanting waters of Jiang'an. Wow, Xiaoyu, your attire is simply captivating. Song Qian let out an exaggerated laugh, rushing towards her and playfully pinching her delicate, fair face, as if one could draw water from it. Lin Daiyu, in a teasing manner, swatted away her cousin's hand, and then gracefully bowed to Song Qian, inquiring, I have heard from my father that the troubles on my cousin's side have been resolved? Song Qian slightly nodded, acknowledging that wherever there are people, troubles are bound to arise. For now, one could only breathe a sigh of relief, as it seemed that there would not be excessive busyness in the immediate future. By the way, have you been diligently practicing the martial arts your cousin taught you? The little cousin eagerly nodded, affirming that she had indeed been practicing earnestly. Ever since leaving the capital, she felt a sense of clarity and rejuvenation, and during this period of practice, she sensed a notable improvement in her physical strength. Song Xian expressed his satisfaction, stating, in the past, you have been burdened by too many worries, causing your spirit to suffer. Now, you are merely refining your foundation to replenish your depleted vitality. Once your energy is restored, your cousin can impart to you some genuine martial arts techniques. Pausing for a moment, he inquired with curiosity, by the way, as a young lady of a distinguished family, do you face any objections from your father regarding your practice at home? Daiyu replied with a smile, rest assured, cousin, my father is quite open-minded, whether it is studying, practicing calligraphy, or training in martial arts, he fully supports my endeavors. Song Xian smiled, and said, let us go meet your father. With that, he stepped forward, making his way toward a courtyard adorned with lush bamboo. Song Qian walked behind, smiling mischievously beside Lin Daiyu. Cousin, why don't you call your elder cousin with such warmth? Elder cousin, what nonsense are you speaking? Lin Daiyu pouted playfully. Her delicate face slightly flushed as she lifted her gaze ahead. There, she beheld a tall figure strolling leisurely, seemingly oblivious to her cousin's teasing. The little cousin felt a subtle sigh of relief, yet for reasons unknown, her heart inexplicably harbored a tinge of melancholy. In the reception room, Lin Rahai appeared considerably better than in the previous days. Song Xian surveyed Lin Rahai from head to toe and remarked, it seems that your health has nearly recovered. Lin Rahai, feeling considerably better, now possessed a demeanor reminiscent of a high-ranking official. With a gentle smile, he replied, I must owe my recovery to the elixirs you brought. The minor returning pill is a miraculous remedy for injuries and toxins. Even within the ranks of the Xianyi guards, few are deemed worthy of such a treasure. To see it bestowed upon someone as ordinary as myself feels somewhat extravagant. Lin Rahai's words were not mere pleasantries. He genuinely felt a sense of wastefulness. Upon departing from the imperial capital and arriving at the Qianhu office, Song Xian began to grasp the true rarity of the major and minor returning pills he and Song Qian had received. He had initially assumed these were standard provisions for second-tier Xianyi guards, but he soon learned that even the captains of the Qianhu office, who were also classified as second-tier, were not entitled to such privileges. These divine medicines were exclusively available to the 120 hereditary Xianyi guard families in the imperial capital, whose offspring, upon attaining the rank of second-tier guards, were eligible to receive them monthly from their stipends. Otherwise, only those who ascended to the rank of first-tier guards could hope to acquire them, given their shared kinship. Lin Rahai felt that his statement was somewhat distant. Upon hearing this, Lin Rahai chose not to pursue the matter further and instead engaged Song Xian in conversation about recent events at the Qianhu office. Your rampage in the Qianhu office has likely made waves throughout the political circles of Jiangsu and Zhejiang in recent days. To be frank, your decisiveness in dealing with the situation has left me somewhat astonished. I had not intended to confront them directly, but upon arriving at the office, I overheard their schemes to orchestrate my demise. With others plotting my end, I had no choice but to strike first. Lin Rahai stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued. While slaughter is not the ideal solution to conflicts, it is undoubtedly the swiftest. Your bold actions, though somewhat perilous, caught them entirely off guard. In the chaos, the results were surprisingly effective. One could even say it was a stroke of genius. Song Xian smiled slightly, acknowledging his esteemed uncle's exaggerated praise. Noting that the fervor of youth often leads to impulsive actions without much contemplation, he proceeded to recount the events of that day in detail, mentioning how the Qian Hufang Qing resolutely took the blame upon himself even unto death. He also expressed his bewilderment over what could possibly drive a person so avaricious and fearful of death to embrace such unwavering defiance. Surely, it could not be mere faith, could it? Upon hearing this, Lin Rahai's expression grew grave, recognizing the unusual nature of the matter at hand. The case concerning Su Chang'an was merely the tip of the iceberg, with implications that might involve catastrophic repercussions for entire families. Moreover, there had been an influx of martial artists into the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions of late. Thus, it would be wise to exercise caution. If any danger were to arise, he should not hesitate to come to Lin Rahai. While the Salt Bureau ostensibly oversaw salt affairs, it, in fact, commanded a military force at its disposal. No matter how audacious the martial artists may be, they would think twice before challenging the army. The great Zhou dynasty was founded upon martial prowess, and the military strength was formidable. Even an ordinary soldier had undergone rigorous training in military techniques. To contend with martial experts, the army had developed a systematic formation, complemented by an array of weaponry and crossbows for protection. Even an innate martial artist could find themselves at a disadvantage in such circumstances. Song Qian and Lin Rahai were engaged in serious discussions. Song Qian and Lin Daiyu sat nearby, savoring osmanthus cakes while listening to the animated conversation between the two gentlemen. Lin Daiyu's gaze flitted between her father and her cousin's handsome figure, occasionally pushing away her cousin's playful hands that pinched her cheeks. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. The scene before her perfectly embodied the family life she had long yearned for over the past decade, surrounded by loved ones and friends, devoid of malice, grievances, or intrigue. Only peace and serenity prevailed. Perhaps due to having narrowly escaped death, Lin Rahai left an unusual impression on Song Xian. Engaging in conversation with him, Song Xian felt as though he was in the presence of a true sage. Applying the three realms of scholarly pursuit that he had previously discussed with Lin Daiyu, Lin Rahai now embodied the third realm, having thoroughly comprehended the essence of knowledge. Such an erudite individual spoke and acted with decorum yet remained unbound by the words of the ancients, having carved out his own path, far surpassing the ordinary pedants. After an afternoon of conversation, following dinner, Song Xian rose to take his leave. Although there were few matters to attend to at the Qianhu office, his mind was preoccupied with the desire to swiftly enhance his cultivation, and thus he politely declined Lin Rahai's offer to stay the night. Lin Daiyu, feeling a tinge of reluctance, accompanied him to the entrance of the courtyard. In the Jia household, an unwed woman like her would have been strictly forbidden from showing her face publicly. Yet here, Lin Rahai was remarkably open-minded, indifferent to societal conventions. He believed that if his daughter wished to pursue something, she should be free to do so, having lived once more. He felt capable of shielding his family from any storms that might arise. In the early autumn of the Jiangnan water town, even the autumn breeze carried a hint of the refreshing fragrance of bamboo leaves. On a crisp morning, Song Qian groomed herself in a small courtyard at the Qianhu office, donning a flowing gown of pale yellow. She admired her reflection in the bronze mirror from various angles. Song Ernie, that should suffice. No need to be vain. A slightly impatient voice from outside the door interrupted her reverie. If you don't want to go, I can manage the trip alone. That simply won't do. Song Qian hurriedly grasped her sword and stepped outside, casting him a fleeting glance. It is a rare opportunity to become a hero. You must not exclude me from such a splendid affair. Today, Song Qian did not don his official robes, but instead wore a blue scholar's attire, with a long sword hanging at his waist, resembling a learned traveler embarking on a journey. This outing was, of course, for the purpose of acquiring the evil-repelling sword manual from Lin Pingxi's residence. The day before, Song Xian received a plea for help, delivered by an envoy from Lin Pingxi, revealing that the young man had once again embroiled himself in conflict with the Qingqing sect, much like the narrative of the smiling, proud wanderer. This incident could be deemed Lin Pingxi's personal saga. Even within the comprehensive martial world of the great Zhou dynasty, he could not evade this calamity. However, this was to be expected, as Song Xian had been contemplating the evil-repelling sword manual, while the Qingqing sect similarly harbored intentions. No matter how cautious and restrained Lin Pingzhi might be, the Qingqing sect possessed ample means to forge enmity with the Lin family, ultimately leading to an inevitable confrontation for the sword manual. Upon exiting the government office, the two mounted their horses and journeyed southward. Along the way, Song Qian chattered excitedly. Brother, how could Lin Pingzhi, with his mediocre martial arts, possibly have slain the son of the Qingqing sect's leader with a single sword thrust? Perhaps. Song Qian pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps the very essence of his existence is to fall by the hand of Lin Pingzhi. To perish at the hands of someone as unrefined as him suggests that the martial prowess of the Qingqing sect may not be as formidable as one might assume. Song Qian nodded. The leader of the Qingqing sect, Yutsong Hai, has not yet entered the innate realm according to the records of the Xuani Guard. A sect without innate martial artists is merely a minor sect. Ah, how delightful it is to be a minor sect, Song Qian cheerfully remarked. We cannot provoke such formidable sects. Those of us in this line of work must learn to prey on the weak and fear the strong. Song Qian turned his head in silence, noting that the Lin family could be considered a semi-Jianghu power, and the enmity between the Qingqing sect and them was of a Jianghu nature. This time, we are participating under the guise of distant relatives of Lin Jinan. Do not reveal your identity as a member of the Xuani Guard. I understand. The court is the court, and the Jianghu is the Jianghu. Rest assured. Young hero Song, this female warrior is well aware. Outside the county town of Fuzhou, beside the official road, there stood a humble tavern, with two tiled houses and a makeshift straw shed to shield travelers from the wind and rain, welcoming those journeying from the south and the north. Song Qian and his companion dismounted by the roadside, and the inn's young attendant, clearly accustomed to serving travelers from the martial world, skillfully led their horses aside to feed them with fodder. The innkeeper, noticing the distinguished attire of the two men, immediately adorned his face with a broad smile and inquired, "What delicacies may I offer you, esteemed guests?" Song Qian chuckled. In the tales of wanderers I used to read, heroes would always order 2 pounds of beef as a foundation upon entering an inn. Innkeeper, do you have any beef for sale? The innkeeper hurriedly waved his hand, replying, "Fair heroine, you jest. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, it is a crime to slay cattle without the permission of the authorities." Song Qian lamented, "Indeed. Tales and narratives are nothing but deceits." Yet the shopkeeper replied in a hushed tone, "According to the laws of the Great Zhou, it is illegal for commoners to kill cattle. However, if the cattle die from illness, old age, or by accident, their meat may be consumed after examination by the authorities." The shopkeeper added, "If the two young heroes can afford it, today we could arrange for a cow to meet an unfortunate demise." "What do you mean?" Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. On the other hand, Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, suggesting they simply order a few of the restaurant's specialty dishes and let the shopkeeper decide on the staples. "Very well, esteemed heroes, please wait a moment." As the shopkeeper walked away, Song Qian came to a realization, furrowing her brow. So it seems that as long as the payment is sufficient, a cow can indeed be made to fall to its death at any time. It appears that the legal loopholes in the Great Zhou are rather significant. Song Qian nonchalantly remarked, "The essence of law is to uphold the authority of the state. It has always served to restrain the common populace. For the privileged elite, it is merely a trivial matter." Song Qian appears somewhat discontented. "Brother," she remarked, "you often claim that there is no truth in this world. It always feels as though everything is but an illusion. Fairness and justice are inherently relative. Absolute equity has never existed." Song Qian responded calmly, "The essence of this world has always been that the strong reign supreme. If one possesses sufficient strength, their words can transcend the law, leaving no one daring to utter a contrary opinion." Song Qian glanced at him thoughtfully, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she inquired, "Brother, when will you become the world's greatest? I long to experience the exhilarating sensation of being above all others." Song Qian smiled gently, gazing at the horizon, and said softly, "When you truly reach that level, you may no longer harbor such thoughts. The sensation of being unparalleled in the world may not be one you cherish." Song Qian blinked her eyes and asked, "So, brother, do you not wish to be the best in the world?" "Of course I do." Song Qian chuckled. "I'm merely putting on an act. Why so serious? Not only do I aspire to be the best in the world, but I also wish to attain immortality." Once the dishes were served, Song Qian, possessing a modicum of experience in the martial world, prudently produced her silver needles and began to prick each dish methodically. In this realm, common poisons can typically be detected with silver needles. Naturally, substances such as and remain undetectable. After Song Qian completed her examination, Song Qian picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. With the pure yang Wujigong immune to all toxins. If the food elicited no reaction from his inner pure yang energy, it could be consumed with confidence. The innkeeper felt a twinge of discomfort at Song Qian's actions, reassuring them, "Rest assured, I have been running this establishment for over a decade. My reputation is well established, and this is certainly not a den of iniquity." However, this matter was not easily articulated. Song Qian scrutinized the shopkeeper and remarked nonchalantly, "In the past, perhaps you would not have resorted to dishonest practices, but now, with age weighing upon you and your health failing, one might consider making a grand score to secure a comfortable retirement." Her words elicited laughter from several patrons at nearby tables, unable to contain themselves. Some even found merit in Song Qian's assertion and began to cautiously examine their belongings with silver needles. The shopkeeper, incensed, turned pale with anger and exclaimed, "Surely, you two are not here to ruin my reputation? I conduct my business with integrity. How dare you cast aspersions on my character?" Song Qian discreetly produced a silver coin and placed it upon the table, nonchalantly remarking, "Is this sum sufficient to restore your reputation?" The shopkeeper glanced at the coin on the table, estimating its weight to be around 10 taels. In the eyes of the powerful elite, 10 taels of silver might seem trivial. However, for an ordinary family, it could sustain them for several months. The shopkeeper's expression of discontent swiftly transformed into a warm smile. "Young sir, you are too kind. Perhaps you could scold me a few more times? Otherwise, I feel somewhat uneasy accepting this silver." Song Qian chuckled and said, "How about this? Let me pose a question to you, and you shall answer truthfully. Please feel free to inquire, esteemed guest. I have been running this establishment for over a decade, and I have encountered a myriad of travelers. I am quite well informed, and in this vicinity, there is nothing I am unaware of." Song Qian pondered for a moment and said, "Recently, there is a batch of goods at home that needs to be sent to the northern regions. I am considering hiring an escort agency for protection. I have heard that the Fu Wei escort agency in town has a good reputation. Since you are a local, please be honest with me. Is the Fu Wei escort agency reliable?" "The Fu Wei escort agency?" The old shopkeeper furrowed his brows and replied, "Dear guest, had this been before, I would certainly have recommended the Fu Wei escort agency to you. Master Lin, the head of the agency, is known for his righteousness and generosity, and he possesses great integrity. He is well respected in both the underworld and the legitimate world, making them a trustworthy choice for escorting goods." However, at this moment, the old shopkeeper lowered his voice and continued, "The Fu Wei escort agency has recently found itself in grave trouble, reportedly having provoked the Qiqing sect from the Shu region. It seems that the Lin family may find it exceedingly difficult to weather the storm. Under the current circumstances, I sincerely advise against seeking the Fu Wei escort agency for your escort needs." Song Qian smiled faintly. "Does it matter what the local authorities say? How can it be managed?" The old shopkeeper replied, "The young master of the Lin family has slain the son of the Qiqing sect's leader. Such vendettas of the martial world have always been beyond the jurisdiction of the court. As long as the Qiqing sect does not harm ordinary citizens, they could annihilate the entire Lin family, and the authorities would merely appear afterward to collect the bodies, never daring to provoke the Qiqing sect." Song Qian knitted his brows and remarked, "The Lin family has been operating the Fu Wei escort agency for many years. Surely they must have established some connections within the martial world? Have they not sought assistance?" "Why, indeed they have." The old shopkeeper, a garrulous soul, was more than eager to share the tales of the Jianghu. Without needing further prompting from Song Qian, he divulged all that he knew. In recent times, Chief Escort Lin Jinan had been desperately appealing for aid, sending out letter after letter, yet not a single soul had come forth to assist him. The leader of the Qiqing sect, Yutsang Hai, renowned for his unparalleled skill in the crushing heart palm, was a name known to all in the martial community. It is said that this devastating technique leaves no visible wounds upon its victims. Upon death, their bodies remain cold and bloodless, while their hearts are left shattered. The mere mention of the Qiqing sect instilled fear in others, who were reluctant to involve themselves, wary of the troubles it might bring upon them. "Oh?" Song Qian's expression shifted as he exchanged a glance with Song Qian, both of them instantly recalling the demise of the former 100-house owner, Su Chang'an. Such injuries, imperceptible on the surface yet capable of shattering the heart from within, are not uncommon in the realm of martial arts. Initially, Song Qian did not associate this matter with Yutsang Hai, considering the vast distance of several thousand miles separating Jiangsu and Zhejiang from Sichuan. However, upon hearing the old shopkeeper's words, An unsettling intuition began to stir within him. This incident might indeed be linked to Yu Songhai. Alas, it is a pity for Chief Escort Lin. He is a good man, yet this time he has stirred up far too much trouble. The shopkeeper sighed, remarking that it is often said he possesses extensive connections, but such networks require strength to uphold. Typically, in minor matters, the martial world would grant him some leniency. Yet, this time, with the Lin family having slain the son of the Yu master, the enmity of a parent avenging a child is a matter that others in the martial community dare not intervene in. In my opinion, relying on others ultimately pales in comparison to self-reliance. Had Chief Escort Lin mustered the resolve to gather escorts from various regions, even if their skills fell short of those from the Chicheng sect, sheer numbers would instill a measure of caution in the sect. Unfortunately, he remains indecisive. It was reported yesterday that rather than rallying support, he has stealthily disbanded his escort agency, clearly indicating his unwillingness to confront the adversary head-on, fixated solely on flight. A person without a shred of fighting spirit in the face of an enemy likely finds their family on the brink of annihilation. Song Xian looked at the shopkeeper with a hint of surprise and remarked, "Your insight is remarkably profound, far more so than Lin Junan's. Ah, you flatter me." "Young sir," the old shopkeeper responded with a sense of pride. "With age comes wisdom. Having been in this business for over a decade, I have witnessed a myriad of events from all corners. Many matters become clear with just a glance." As he spoke, he discreetly tucked away the silver from the table into his sleeve and quietly advised, "Given that you inquired so much about the Lin family, are you here to assist them from afar? For the sake of the silver, heed my counsel. Once you have dined well, return whence you came. Do not meddle in the murky waters surrounding the Lin family." Months ago, before the death of the Qingcheng sect leader's son, disciples had already begun arriving in Fuzhou. They even dined here with me. They have been eyeing the Lin family for some time, whether the leader's son is alive or not. The Lin family cannot escape this calamity. I have seen many young heroes like you, eager to draw their swords in the face of injustice. And while I understand the desire for renown, it is truly unwise to provoke a sect like Qingcheng. The Fuwei Escort Bureau holds considerable influence in Fuzhou. In the past, even the county magistrate would greet Lin Jinan with respect. The Lin family's escort business is extensive, with branches across the 12 prefectures of Mingzhou. They have indeed made connections with prominent figures from both the underworld and the righteous path. However, after the recent turmoil, Lin Jinan realized that the network he once took pride in was nothing but an illusion. The so-called comrades who once called him brother had vanished without a trace. "Darling, is there truly no one to come to our aid?" In a chamber of the Lin residence, Mrs. Lin gazed at her husband, deeply concerned and distressed by his recent exhaustion. The initial messages sent out had vanished without a trace, and subsequent attempts to communicate were thwarted by Qingcheng disciples who ambushed the messengers. Their connection to the outside world had been severed, leaving them with no options but to wait. Lin Jinan, a robust man, now appeared weary, rubbing his forehead with a haggard expression. "I initially underestimated the gravity of the situation," he sighed. "When I killed a disciple of Qingcheng, I never imagined he was the leader's son. I foolishly believed that sending a generous gift would smooth things over, as it had in business dealings before. I misjudged their resolve for vengeance." At the doorway, Lin Pingzhi wore an expression of guilt. "It is all my fault for being reckless and competitive, bringing such calamity upon our family." Lin Jinan shook his head, showing no intention of placing blame. "Your father taught you to act in accordance with your conscience. When someone harasses a common woman, it is noble to offer assistance. How could that be deemed mere arrogance?" He added with resignation. "Who could have anticipated that the son of the Qingcheng leader would be so weak as to perish so easily at your hands?" Lin Pingzhi sighed in agreement. "Indeed, who could have foreseen such an outcome? By the way," Lin Jinan suddenly recalled, "whom did you send your letter to the other day? Do you have friends outside?" Lin Pingzhi nodded slightly. "On the recent maritime escort, I befriended an elder who shared the ship with me for over half a month. He is a captain of the Xian-Yi Guard from Jiangzhou and mentioned that I could seek him out in times of trouble." "The captain of the Xian-Yi Guard?" Lin Jianan's expression brightened at this news. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Lin Pingzhi looked conflicted. "Father, you often speak of your many friends and the notable heroes you know. I thought my acquaintance would not be necessary. Who would have thought that all your so-called friends would prove to be unreliable in a crisis?" Though Lin Pingzhi did not voice these thoughts, the implication was clear, causing Lin Jianan's face to flush with embarrassment. The captain was likely merely being polite, and given the personal grievances between the Qingcheng sect and our family, the Xian-Yi Guard might not intervene. Lin Pingzhi's face fell at the memory of the elder's advice on the ship. warning him to consider the consequences of his actions and not let impulsiveness bring trouble to the family. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere lecturing, not realizing the elder had seen through his tendency to act rashly. Seeing that his son was uncertain, Lin Jiannan gritted his teeth and declared, "Regardless of whether your friend arrives, we cannot remain passive any longer. Tonight, at the hour of the rat, I will instruct all servants and maids to flee. We shall don disguises and blend into the crowd. Whether we escape will depend on fate. Furthermore, if you manage to escape, remember to seek refuge with your maternal grandfather in Luoyang. He is the leader of the Golden Blade sect, known as the Invincible Golden Blade, and his disciples are numerous, no less powerful than Qingcheng. I regret my indecisiveness. Had we sought refuge in Luoyang from the start, we would not have been cornered by Qingcheng. In Fuzhou, at Xiangyang Alley, brother, this is not the Lin family estate, is it?" Song Qian clasped the sword in her hands, curiously surveying the dilapidated old residence before her. The alley appeared to be abandoned, devoid of any signs of human activity. This was the Lin family's ancestral home, as Song Qian remarked with a casual smile. "The Lin family ancestral home? What brings us here?" "To retrieve the Bishies sword manual. In the narrative of the smiling, proud wanderer, the most easily accessible advanced martial arts secrets are said to be concealed within the original Bishies sword manual housed in the Lin family estate. There is no need for bloodshed or significant effort. With enough determination to sever one's own desires, one could ascend to the ranks of renowned masters in the martial world within a year." As they spoke, Song Qian lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, soaring gracefully into the air like a swift swallow, and in a mere breath, he had infiltrated the ancient courtyard. Moments later, he held a tome of secrets tightly in his grasp. "Let me take a look." Song Qian curiously leaned over, and upon catching sight of the 8-star characters on the first page, to master this skill, one must first undergo castration. Her complexion paled, revealing her alarm. "Brother, I understand you have your own burdens, but you mustn't abandon yourself." She seemed to have a sudden realization, offering her counsel. "Brother, you are the sole heir of the Song family. There are certain things that may be dispensable, yet some are irreplaceable. Wouldn't you agree? What are you thinking? Do you really believe I would go so far for a mere manual?" Song Qian retorted, casting her an indignant glare. "That is certainly debatable." Song Qian gazed at her elder brother with profound skepticism. The ethereal beauty of Sister Lu had been presented to him, yet he could still bind her and recite the heart purification and universal goodness mantra. With her brother's incomprehensible thought process, Song Qian would not find it surprising no matter what actions he undertook. Song Qian glanced at her and turned to the next page of the secret manual, beginning to read. To cultivate the divine skill, one must perform self-castration. If one refrains from self-castration, the energy will surge, igniting a fervor within the body, ascending from below, creating turmoil and instability. Even if the heat subsides, the injuries to the body will persist. After self-castration, true energy will arise. Song Qian gazed in astonishment at the evil-repelling sword manual. He had previously believed it to be merely a collection of sword techniques, but to his surprise, it also encompassed methods for cultivating internal energy. By practicing this skill, combined with the 72 sword techniques contained within, one could, after undergoing castration, transform internal power into true qi. The metamorphosis of internal energy into true qi could be regarded as stepping into the threshold of innate martial artists. Indeed, it was no wonder that this was considered the most expedient divine skill within the realm of laughing proudly. Yu Songhai's eventual defeat at the hands of Lin Pingji was hardly unjust. After contemplating the 72 evil-repelling sword techniques, Song Qian's initial impression was one of strangeness. This swordplay was exceedingly peculiar. Many of its striking methods even defied the limits of the human body. Yet, it was laid out with remarkable clarity in the manual. There exists a well-known adage within the martial world: the more bizarre a weapon, the quicker it meets its end. Similarly, the more unconventional the swordplay, the swifter the demise. The term bizarre refers to that which transcends the ordinary understanding, emphasizing an element of unpredictability. However, such eccentricity tends to lean towards extremity. Utilizing the same technique against an opponent twice may lead to the discovery of a weakness, rendering one susceptible to a lethal counterstrike. The evil-repelling sword techniques are not exempt from this vulnerability. In fact, from Song Qian's perspective, the weaknesses inherent in these 72 techniques are remarkably easy to discern following their execution. To compensate for this flaw, the evil-repelling sword techniques possess an additional characteristic: speed. Unparalleled speed. Song Qian's sword-drawing speed is indeed remarkable, Yet his swiftness stems not from the intricacies of swordsmanship, but rather from the sheer strength of his physical constitution. In contrast, the exorcising sword technique requires minimal consumption of bodily vitality and blood essence. It achieves astonishing speed solely through the art of the sword. This unparalleled rapidity, combined with a technique so bizarre it sends shivers down one's spine, renders the opponent's attempts to discern any weaknesses utterly futile. Even if an adversary identifies a flaw within the swordplay during combat, their reaction time is insufficient. The technique's speed is such that life and death can be determined in a mere instant. Discovering a weakness in the exorcising sword technique becomes inconsequential when one cannot respond in time. To attain such extreme velocity, we return to the initial premise. One must first undergo castration. Without this sacrifice, the body will continually generate an overwhelming heat, ultimately leading to madness. However, once one has undergone this transformation and then practices the exorcising sword technique, the inner energy will gradually refine into true qi through its peculiar cultivation path, effectively propelling one into the realm of innate mastery. Closing the sword manual, Song Qian handed it to Song Qian, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Slowly drawing the long sword from his waist, Song Qian, feeling an impending sense of danger, gazed at her elder brother with utmost vigilance. Fearing that a moment of impulsiveness might lead him to carelessly sever that object, Song Qian remained silent as he slowly opened his eyes and began to practice the exorcising sword technique outlined in the sword manual. Initially, his speed of drawing the sword was not only slow but almost painfully sluggish. Some of the movements felt awkward to him, his body contorting like a twisted piece of dough. However, as he gradually acclimatized to the peculiar swordplay, his speed began to increase dramatically. Eventually, from Song Qian's perspective, the entire courtyard became engulfed in a dazzling array of sword lights. The lines between reality and illusion blurred to such an extent that she could no longer discern which strikes were mere feints and which constituted genuine lethal attacks. Faced with such an exquisite evolution of swordsmanship, she found herself at a loss as to how to respond. Perhaps only by reaching the third realm of swordsmanship. The heavy sword realm, as her brother had previously mentioned, could one hope to counter such an overwhelming force? Regardless of the sword techniques or their myriad transformations, I shall break through all with sheer strength. Song Qian's speed of drawing his sword continued to accelerate, the brilliance of the blade dazzling to the point of astonishment. His complexion gradually flushed crimson, beads of sweat covering his body, while mist began to rise around him, due to the absence of self-castration. As he practiced the evil-repelling sword technique, a steady flow of warmth surged within him, and the sensation of heat had reached an astonishing intensity. Song Qian felt that if he were to place an egg upon himself at that very moment, it would swiftly become cooked. Brother, please cease at once. If this continues, you will be consumed by your fervor. Song Qian, noticing Song Qian's peculiar situation, anxiously began to call out, "It's all right." Song Qian spoke calmly, exhibiting no intention of halting his words. Within him, a continuous surge of heat was being absorbed and drawn in by the pure yang energy. The crimson essence of pure yang in his dantian resembled an unfathomable abyss, devouring every ounce of heat produced, leaving nothing in its wake. As the internal heat was relentlessly consumed, Song Qian could distinctly sense that his cultivation, which had been stuck at the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, began to loosen. The crimson pure yang energy, once in the form of mist, was gradually beginning to condense into a liquid state. His internal force was steadily transforming into innate true energy. Fortune, this evil-repelling sword manual is indeed the opportunity for my breakthrough. A surge of joy welled up within Song Qian as he accelerated his practice of the evil-repelling sword technique. To the untrained eye, the path of cultivation that eschewed self-castration would undoubtedly lead to a descent into madness. Yet, in Song Qian's hands, it transformed into an extraordinary catalyst for his ascension. An unexpected stroke of fortune that left him exhilarated. Brother, you are moving far too quickly. Initially, upon witnessing the billowing smoke rising from her elder brother, Song Qian expressed her concerns with a few cautious words. However, as time passed and she observed that aside from the wisps of vapor and a face flushed like a braised pig as trotter, her brother exhibited no other alarming symptoms. She fell silent, content to watch the unfolding spectacle. Time trickled by, and after 3 hours of relentlessly pushing the speed of the sword technique to its zenith, Song Qian was suddenly engulfed in a resounding buzz in his mind. At that moment, everything within the courtyard crystallized vividly in his consciousness. The wind rustled through the bamboo grove, producing a gentle whisper of leaves. The chirping of insects and the songs of birds were distinctly discernible, their sources easily identifiable. He could even hear the rhythmic beating of Song Qian's heart and the very breath she exhaled, within a radius of 3 zhang. Song Qian experienced an overwhelming sense of mastery over the ebb and flow of life itself. Within this sphere, he felt invincible, should he so choose. Gradually, the fervor of the sword technique subsided until, at last, he stood wielding his sword. Fully aware that his pure yang internal energy had entirely coalesced into authentic pure yang qi. He exhaled softly, marking a profound transformation. From this day forth, Song Qian had stepped into the realm of the innate martial artist. With a mere thought, a transparent module resembling a gaming character's attribute panel appeared before him. Name: Song Qian. Age: 20. Identity: second rank guard of the Xian Yiwei realm. Early innate stage reputation in the Jiangku. A novice mount. Xian Yiwei's blue-maned horse internal cultivation method. Pure Yang infinite boy technique. Heavenly grade. Family inherited Xian Bing skill. Innate grade. Martial skills. Evil repelling sword technique. Innate grade sword technique. Spiraling 9 shadows. Master grade light skill. Xian Yiwei basic fist and foot techniques. Basic blade techniques. Beginner throwing techniques for hidden weapons. Beginner iron cloth shirt. Beginner light skill grass on the fly. Equipment: standard soft armor of the Xian Yiwei, standard longsword, dagger, various hidden weapons, pebbles, and poison. Closing the attribute panel. Song Qian reveled in the pure yang qi coursing through his body, continuously forging his flesh and sharpening his spirit. The exhilarating sensation of being suffused with power was truly delightful. Brother, have you broken through? Song Qian's eyes sparkled with delight as she joyfully approached him. Her gaze filled with admiration. You've made a breakthrough. Song Qian wore a smile upon his face, his spirits exceptionally high at this moment. Having stepped into the innate realm, it signified that as long as he refrained from recklessly provoking Zhang Sanfeng at Wudong Mountain, he could not claim to roam unchecked across the territory of Mingzhou. But at the very least, he possessed sufficient means for self-preservation. How remarkable is this evil-dissipating sword manual? Song Qian stared at the sword manual in her hands with astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, she thought to herself, as a woman, I shouldn't need to resort to self-castration, should I? Without waiting for Song Qian to speak, she drew her long sword and began to practice the techniques inscribed within. What the heck? I'll give it a try first. 15 minutes later, Song Qian was flushed and radiating heat, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed as she looked at Song Qian with an odd, silly grin. Observing this, Song Qian stepped forward and swiftly knocked the long sword from her hands. Grabbing her arm, he tossed her into a nearby pond within the old residence. As the cool water engulfed her, Song Qian's clarity gradually returned. She slapped the water's surface and leaped out, exclaiming, Was I just lost in a trance? I was smiling like a fool. Curiously, Song Qian inquired, when you were entranced, did you perceive any illusions before your eyes? Song Qian's face was still adorned with a hint of rosy blush. She shyly turned her face away, confessing, I'm not sure. My mind feels muddled. And I can't recall clearly. Song Qian murmured in acknowledgement, not at all surprised. It is quite normal for one's mind to become muddled when consumed by obsession. Brother, why is it that you can practice without issue while I cannot? Song Qian pouted her lips, expressing that the profound ice energy within my dantian could not contain the ever-rising heat. How did you manage to suppress it? I am not utilizing profound ice energy. Song Qian pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was due to the significant enhancement of his strength from the recent elevation in his cultivation that he found himself more open-minded, no longer overly cautious. You might have already surmised that while I merely dabbled in the practice of Xianbing force, my true focus has been on the cultivation of the child's skill. Child's skill? Song Qian appeared to have anticipated this development, displaying little surprise. After my sister Lu mentioned the actions you had undertaken, I had indeed formed such a conjecture. Brother, is this remarkable skill something that our father bestowed upon you? Song Qian fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. No. This was precisely the reason he had been reluctant to discuss the matter previously. The origins of the martial arts technique were not something he could disclose directly. He could only resort to fabrication. However, weaving a single lie necessitated the creation of further falsehoods to conceal it, which was quite troublesome. It was not a gift from father, after all. Song Qian suddenly became cheerful. It seems that old Song has not shown any favoritism. It appears that there are still many secrets within you. Is there anyone else aware of your practice of the youthful skills? No, you are the first to know. Song Qian chuckled. Brother, you practice the art of a young disciple, yet you frequently visit the pleasure quarters to listen to music. Could it be that you seek to temper your temperament? Upon this realization, She clapped her hands, as if the reason had suddenly dawned upon her. No wonder you can withstand the inner turmoil and resist the allure of deviation. Your cultivation of character is indeed remarkable. Song Xian was taken aback for a moment, then slowly nodded. If that is your perspective, then I shall concede. Indeed, I am here to cultivate my character. In certain respects, Song Qian, his younger sister, demonstrated remarkable understanding. For instance, she seemed to have discerned that her elder brother preferred not to delve extensively into the matter of his early training. Consequently, she no longer broached the origins of that martial art. This alleviated Song Xian's concerns, sparing him the trouble of fabricating a childhood tale about encountering an old beggar while wandering the streets and being imparted with mystical skills. Song Qian, with a hint of regret, carefully tucked away the sword manual of exorcism. The technique was indeed commendable, yet it appeared to be rather unkind to women. This martial art seemed inherently designed for the eunuchs of the palace. Song Xian chuckled casually, suggesting that perhaps the creation of this situation originated from the eunuchs in the palace. As he spoke, he secured his longsword at his waist and brushed off the dust from his clothing, saying, "Let us proceed to the Lin family's residence. After all, my breakthrough owes much to the Lin family's sword manual, so I shall conveniently resolve any troubles they face." As darkness enveloped the sky within the Lin estate, a group of maids and servants had long gathered, prepared to flee at Lin Jinan's command. At this juncture, their survival rested solely on fate. In recent days, thoughts of escape had crossed many minds. Yet the hidden disciples of the Qingqing sect outside the estate seemed resolute in their intent to annihilate anyone associated with the Lin family. No one was permitted to leave. Whether maid, servant, or family member, crossing the threshold into the street would swiftly lead to death. Outside the estate, in a secluded corner, several disciples of the Qingqing sect engaged in hushed conversation. "When will the master arrive?" one inquired. "He should be here tonight," replied an older disciple. There were recent disturbances in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and upon receiving news, the master hastened there and has been delayed. However, calculating the time, he should be arriving soon. "Good. As soon as the master arrives, we shall act. We must not allow any of the Lin family to escape," exclaimed a seemingly youthful disciple, about 17 or 18 years of age. "Brothers, after we eliminate the Lin family, I desire nothing but Lady Lin. I have long coveted her." "You brat. Do you possess such a penchant for treachery?" came a languid voice from behind. "Haha, I merely have a taste for such matters. Forgive my brothers for their amusement." The young disciple responded with a laugh, yet an unsettling sensation washed over him, for he recalled that no one stood behind him. Suddenly gripped by dread, he whirled around to find a scholarly young man had silently approached, a hand resting upon his shoulder. The Qingqing disciples swiftly drew their swords, one demanding, "Who are you? Are you here to assist the Lin family?" Within the Lin estate, Lin Jinan surveyed the faces of those around him, marked by helplessness and fear. He bowed apologetically, stating, "It is the Lin family's fault to you all. Words are futile now. We can only fight with all our might. If you are prepared, I shall open the door. Those who can escape should do so." Upon his words, silence enveloped the courtyard, no one daring to speak. Lin Jinan sighed and began to approach the door. Suddenly, a violent crash resounded from the outer gates, as if someone had been forcefully thrown against the iron door. Faintly, a woman's voice could be heard scolding, "Where do you think this young lady is going? Do I need to report to you shrimp-like fellows?" Then came a series of knocks. "Open the door. Warmth is being delivered." Many within the Lin estate stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. What does warmth mean? Lin Jinan managed a bitter smile, realizing the Qingqing sect was preparing to invade. "Everyone, brace yourselves. Those who can flee, do so." The knocking persisted. "Little Lin, are you still alive? If you are, give a sign." The woman's voice grew increasingly impatient. "Eep." Lin Pingxi, jolted from his reverie, finally grasped who had arrived. Instinctively, he called out excitedly toward the door, "Sister Qian, is it you?" "Oh, it seems you are still among the living," Song Qian responded, her tone momentarily faltering before rising in urgency. "If you are alive, hurry and open the door." Song Qian felt a sense of agitation within her heart. She was acutely aware that the early stages of a novice's training were characterized by sluggish progress, prior to achieving innate mastery. One could merely be said to be laying the groundwork. Transitioning from acquired to innate mastery represented a significant threshold. Her elder brother had been stagnating at the 9th level of acquired mastery for several years. However, upon finally breaking through, his future path in martial arts would undoubtedly advance with relentless momentum. Her mind was consumed with the urgency to resolve matters pertaining to the Lin family, so she could return to seclusion for a period, striving to reach innate mastery as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, given her brother's gradual progression in his novice training, the gap between them would only widen. "They've arrived," Lin Ping exclaimed, hastily opening the door, revealing the tall and imposing figure of Song Xian, clad in scholarly robes. Song Xian appeared refined and cultured, yet Lin Ping inexplicably felt a heavy pressure. In the presence of his familiar elder brother, he found it somewhat difficult to breathe. "The urgency you expressed in your letter made me think you were on the verge of collapse." Song Qian appraised Lin Pingji from head to toe, exclaiming, "Alive and kicking. Aren't we, Qianjia?" Song Dage. Lin Pingji's face radiated joy. He had previously experienced Song Qian's sharp tongue aboard the ship and had found her words somewhat stinging. Yet now, they felt remarkably endearing. Given the current plight of the Lin family, where others chose to distance themselves, it was genuinely heartwarming that a friend, whom he had known for merely a fortnight, would travel such a distance to offer assistance. This gesture of kindness was something Lin Pingji would cherish for a lifetime. "Is your family safe?" Song Xian inquired gently, glancing at the individuals behind Lin Pingji. Lin Pingji refrained from responding directly. Instead, he cast his gaze towards the several disciples of the Qingqing sect sprawled haphazardly outside the door. 2 of them appeared to have already succumbed, while a few others writhed in agony on the ground. Before he could speak, Lin Jinan eagerly approached from behind, bowing respectfully and saying, "I am profoundly grateful to both young heroes for your timely intervention. Had it not been for your aid, the Lin family would surely face annihilation this very night." Song Xian waved his hand and said, "We are all relatives. Discussing such matters feels distant." Lin Jinan was taken aback, glancing at Lin Pingji. "You rascal. Are you still concealing something from your father?" The Lin family shares a familial bond with these 2 young gentlemen of the Song surname. "Why did you not inform me sooner?" However, in the next moment, upon seeing Song Xian's enigmatic smile, Lin Jinan's mind raced with clarity. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, "In terms of seniority, I ought to address you as uncle by marriage." As he spoke, he earnestly glanced at Song Qian and added, "Aunt." Song Xian and Song Qian exchanged a glance, and at that moment, he could barely suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Old Lin was indeed quite an interesting character. In his quest to safeguard the lives of his family, his ability to adapt was commendable. Unfortunately, his strength left much to be desired. "Pingji, quickly call for uncle and auntie." Lin Pingji wore a bewildered expression, glancing first at his father and then at the Song siblings, utterly perplexed. "What is happening?" The friends I invited for assistance now seemed to have transformed from peers into my elders in the blink of an eye. Song Xian waved his hand, indicating that they had long since traveled a considerable distance and there was no need for such formalities. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the middle-aged woman standing behind Lin Jinan, whose face radiated the joy of survival from a recent ordeal. "You must be Madame Lin," he remarked. Madame Lin, somewhat flustered, offered a respectful bow, mentioning her acquaintance with her maternal uncle and second aunt, before she could complete her sentence. Song Xian lifted his foot and kicked a rolling disciple from the Qingqing sect, sending him tumbling to the feet of Lin Jinan and his wife. Earlier outside, he had overheard the young man expressing a desire to have a heartfelt conversation with Madame Lin. Song Xian paused for a moment, casting a glance at Lin Jinan, whose expression was rather grim. "Perhaps you 2 should escort him away for a more gradual conversation?" Lin Jinan inhaled deeply, clasped his fists, and bowed, saying, "Thank you." With that, he seized the man by the neck and swiftly made his way with Madame Lin toward the rear courtyard. Before long, the courtyard was filled with the harrowing cries of despair, intermingled with Lin Jinan's furious exclamations. Having already reached a point of no return with the Qingqing sect, which sought to annihilate his family and disgrace his wife, there was little left to restrain him. In his rage, Lin Jinan wielded his dagger with relentless fury, stabbing the man countless times until his fury began to wane. Only then did he rise to wipe the blood from his hands. Madame Lin produced a handkerchief to dab the sweat from her husband's brow, murmuring softly, "Are those Song siblings whom Pinger knows truly our distant relatives?" "Not at all." Lin Jinan shook his head. "Initially, I failed to grasp the situation and merely played along to establish a familial connection. It is only now that I comprehend their unusual status. After all, they are officials of the court, should they lack appropriate standing. Their interference in the affairs of the Jianghu would undoubtedly stir unnecessary complications. Their visit was solely for the sake of Pinger, coming as our distant kin to offer assistance. They risked incurring the wrath of the entire Qingqing sect by traveling such a distance. and it is only fitting that we address them as uncle and aunt. A look of satisfaction spread across Lin Jinnan's face. This child, Ping'er, has surpassed me, his father, in accomplishments. At the very least, he has proven to be vastly superior in the realm of friendships. In the front courtyard, Song Qian laughed heartily as she looked at Lin Pingji. Come, my dear great-grandson. Pay your respects to your auntie and wish her a happy new year. Your aunt will prepare a generous red envelope for you. Lin Pingji, feeling a bit awkward, smiled and said, Sister Qian, you are so young and beautiful, radiant like a fairy. To call you auntie would surely make you sound old. Indeed. Song Qian smiled radiantly, causing Lin Pingji to feel somewhat dazed. He quickly composed himself and pointed at the Qingcheng sect disciples lying on the ground. Sister Qian, your martial arts are truly formidable. These individuals killed many of our guards not long ago, yet they appear utterly powerless against you, akin to children. I wonder if I shall ever have the opportunity to reach your current level in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile appeared on Song Qian's face as she remarked, Little Lin, allow me to pose a question to you, and I ask that you answer truthfully. Please. Sister Qian, feel free to ask. I assure you, I would never dream of concealing anything, Lin Pingji replied with a serious expression, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Uncertain of what question this eccentric young lady might pose. Do not be nervous, it is merely a casual inquiry. Song Qian lowered her voice slightly and said, If, and I emphasize if, I were to present you with an unparalleled tome of wisdom that could transform you into a master of extraordinary prowess in a remarkably brief period. But the price to pay would be to undergo castration. Would you be willing to pursue such a path? Castration? Lin Pingji was momentarily taken aback, and then shook his head vehemently, refusing. Alas, why do you fixate solely on the notion of castration? Did you not hear me mention the potential to swiftly become a master of unparalleled skill? Are you truly not tempted? I am tempted, Lin Pingji replied earnestly. Yet if I were to undergo castration, I would no longer be a man. What then is the meaning of life? Even if I were to achieve mastery, I would find no joy in it. Oh, I understand. Song Qian nodded thoughtfully, seemingly realizing the significance that men place on that particular matter. In light of this, her previous concern that her elder brother might castrate himself over a manual now appears somewhat excessive. Your approach to questioning is misguided. Song Qian spoke, Pingji. Had it not been for our arrival today, the Qiqing sect would have slaughtered your entire family, leaving you as the sole survivor. Now, a tome that promises to transform one into an unparalleled master lies before you, yet it demands the sacrifice of your own manhood for cultivation. Will you embrace this path? Lin Pingji remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the lifeless body of a Qiqing sect disciple sprawled on the ground. He understood that Brother Song's words rang true. Had they not come to his aid today, it would have been his own kin lying there instead. The harrowing image of his family's obliteration flooded his mind, his eyes reddening with grief as he clenched his teeth and declared, I shall practice. Thus, Brother Song, does such a tome truly exist? Song Qian waved his hand, casually inquiring without any intent to provoke undue excitement. Isn't everything well with you all? Lin Pingji shook his head and replied, Brother, you remain unaware that these individuals are merely the vanguard sent by the Qiqing sect. The sect's master, Yutsong Hai, has yet to arrive. I have learned enough about Yutsong Hai in recent days. He is ruthless and possesses formidable strength. Even if my Lin family evades today as calamity, we will inevitably confront him in the future. I have slain his son, and even if I were to offer my life in compensation, he would not easily let my Lin family off the hook. The trouble I have stirred is of my own making. Were I to castrate myself to resolve such a significant dilemma with Yutsong Hai, I would willingly embrace that fate 100 times over. Song Qian smiled gently and reassured. Do not worry, for I have arrived, and I shall ensure that matters are handled appropriately. Logically speaking, since Lin Pingji had slain his son, it would be entirely justified for Yutsong Hai to seek vengeance. However, once one enters the realm of martial arts, life becomes precarious. The essence of this world is a cycle of kill or be killed, where strength prevails and the might of one's fist determines the outcome. Who would concern themselves with loss? If Yutsong Hai possesses the capability, he could easily annihilate the Lin family, and the court would turn a blind eye. Conversely, should the Lin family possess greater strength, they could retaliate against the Qiqing sect, and the court would remain indifferent. Whosoever emerges victorious is deemed just, the one in the right. But where does justice reside at this moment? Having recently transcended to the innate realm, Song Qian declared, wherever I stand, that is where justice lies. The disciples of the Qingcheng sect, tasked with surveilling the Lin family, have have been thoroughly dispatched by Song Xian and his companion, temporarily bringing an end to the Lin family's tribulations. What remains is merely a test of time, awaiting the arrival of Yutsonghai. For that shall be the moment when the true resolution is revealed. Song Xian and his companion endured a taxing journey, and upon their arrival, Lin Junnan arranged for 2 rooms so they could rest. Subsequently, he instructed the household servants to commence cleaning the courtyard in preparation for the evening feast. Dispelling the previously anxious atmosphere, Pingji, come here. After giving orders to the servants, Lin Junnan pulled Lin Pingji into a corner and whispered, "Are you aware of the true strength of your 2 friends? Has your brother Song mentioned whether they can confront Yutsonghai?" "I do not know." Lin Pingji hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "I have not inquired, nor have they brought it up. However, I sensed that when they spoke of Yutsonghai, their tone and demeanor exhibited no sign of deference towards him." Lin Junnan's expression relaxed somewhat. "That is reasonable. If they lacked the confidence to deal with Yutsonghai, they would not have come here so readily. Those who rise to the rank of captain in the Xian Guard possess intellect and skills beyond our comprehension. As your father, I seek nothing more than for these 2 young heroes to deter Yutsonghai. Once we weather this storm, we shall relocate our headquarters to Jiangxi Prefecture. He is a captain in the Xian Guard, and ordinary merchants may not catch his eye. Yet, our Lin family operates a security agency with numerous establishments in Mingzhou, serving thousands. With so many people traversing, gathering intelligence becomes effortless. For the Xian Guard, this represents a ready-made information network." Lin Pingji appeared somewhat perplexed. "Father, why do you mention these matters?" "I am suggesting that our Lin family still holds some value. Your brother Song, upon his arrival at Jiangxi Prefecture, likely lacks capable allies. I believe that in your brother Song's eyes, our Lin family may prove quite useful," Lin Junnan replied with a smile. "At such a young age, he has already attained the rank of captain in the Xian Guard, and his future is boundless. Through this ordeal, I have come to understand that no amount of connections or acquaintances can compare to the wisdom of aligning oneself with a formidable ally. Relying solely on friendships may yield assistance once or twice, but it cannot be expected repeatedly. Only by intertwining our interests can we safeguard the Lin family." Lin Pingji hesitated. "Father, while Song is indeed a member of the Xian Guard, he is of noble character, not a common man. What if discussing commercial matters offends him?" Lin Junnan laughed heartily. "Ah, Pingji, you are still young. There are matters he may reject, but we cannot afford to overlook. Moreover, I believe that even the most virtuous individuals must sustain themselves. As a captain, he will inevitably need to assemble his own entourage and establish an intelligence network, all of which require substantial financial and human resources. The Lin family possesses both wealth and manpower. We offer him financial and logistical support in exchange for his protection and martial backing. Pingji, your mother and I have aged. We fear not death, but we must consider you and the future generations of the Lin family. After this tribulation, we must think ahead and secure a reliable guardian." In a guest room within the Lin residence, Song Xian sat cross-legged on the bed, with his eyes closed, meticulously refining the strength he had attained after his breakthrough. Song Qian entered through the door. Song Xian opened his eyes and gazed at his sister, who had never known the courtesy of knocking. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "Brother, you aren't planning to stay here, are you?" Song Qian furrowed her brows and remarked, "The climate here is rather warm, which I find unappealing. Shall we not directly confront Yutsonghai instead of lingering here for him?" "I am not waiting for Yutsonghai." "Oh, then who are you waiting for?" Song Qian gazed at him with a peculiar expression. "No wonder you are aware of the existence of the sword manual in the Lin family's ancestral home. Do you have acquaintances here? Or perhaps, is there a romantic connection?" Song Qian, disinterested in continuing the conversation, replied, "I am awaiting Lin Junnan." "Awaiting him for what purpose?" Song Qian harbors a rather indifferent sentiment towards Lin Junnan, finding little to admire in him. His character is excessively indecisive, and what could have been a promising hand has been transformed into an insurmountable deadlock. Were it not for our nostalgic willingness to lend a helping hand, Lin's family would now be facing dire consequences. Song Qian smiled and said, "Indeed. Through the trials and tribulations of life and death, one inevitably experiences growth. Although Lin Junnan's martial skills may be somewhat lacking, his capabilities are commendable, as he has successfully expanded a security agency across various locations in Mingzhou. If only he were a touch more decisive, he could truly be a valuable asset. Are you considering employing him?" Song Qian narrowed her eyes slightly, contemplating before she spoke. "Speaking of which, the Lin family can indeed be considered immensely wealthy. They possess both riches and influential connections, with their numerous escort agencies scattered across the land serving as ready-made intelligence networks. It is no wonder that upon receiving young Lin's distress signal, you did not hesitate for a moment before agreeing to assist. I must say you, Sir Song, are renowned for your chivalrous spirit and loyalty. Who would have thought that the sharp-eyed and bold young Master Song would also harbor designs on someone else's assets? Truly, you are quite the strategist. Song Qianbai cast her a glance. You are so lofty and remarkable. When I acquire the silver from the Lin family, you shall spend not a single coin of it. That simply won't do. Song Qian chuckled lightly, saying, Brother, my previous remarks were misguided. You are not merely cunning. Rather, you possess profound foresight and strategic acumen. The conditions of our residence within the 1,000 households office are rather inadequate, and I yearn to relocate to a more opulent estate. I am not particular, as long as it resembles the kind of residence my little cousin inhabits, complete with its own enchanting garden. Song Qian was rendered speechless. Well, take your time to choose again. Such a residence, lacking a certain level of prestige, cannot be purchased even with ample wealth. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Cousin, have you rested? Lin Jianan's voice came from beyond the threshold. Song Qian gestured for Song Qian to be silent and said, Not yet. Let President Lin enter. Lin Jianan pushed the door open and, upon seeing Song Qian, hurriedly offered his respects, saying, Auntie is here as well. Song Qian slightly shook his head and smiled, saying, All right, there are no outsiders here, so there is no need for pretense. I trust that Chief Lin understands my meaning, does he not? Understood. Lin Jianan promptly replied. I am aware that both young heroes possess unique identities and require a suitable rationale to involve themselves in the affairs of the Lin family. You may rest assured. I will not let slip a word outside. Song Qian slightly nodded. As the head of a large chain escort agency, Lin Jianan may have some flaws in his character. However, his intelligence is beyond question, having led his agency to the pinnacle of the industry. Master Lin is undoubtedly astute. His late visit suggests there is a matter of significance to discuss. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jianan inquired, Young hero, it seems that Yu Songhai may arrive in Fuzhou County tonight. Should we wait for him here, or shall we pack our belongings and depart under the cover of night? Song Qian remained silent, casting a glance at Song Qian. Song Qian understood immediately, letting out a faint smile. It's merely Yu Songhai. His so-called heart-piercing palm is nothing more than a scare tactic aimed at insignificant characters. I could crush him with just one hand, let alone my brother. This was no exaggeration on her part. Her family's unique assassin's technique was of a remarkably high caliber among innate martial arts. To her, Yu Songhai's method of freezing one's heart meridian to destroy the heart was nothing short of a farce, particularly as it happened to be her natural counter. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianan felt a stir in his heart, his gaze towards Song Qian now laced with astonishment and anticipation, his voice trembling slightly. Young Master Song, could it be that? Indeed, my brother is an innate martial artist, she declared proudly. A mere Yu Songhai is hardly worth my brother's personal visit. However, given that Xiao Lin is a good fellow, my brother chose to come personally just in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Lin, my dear friend, do you not feel touched by this gesture? Song Qian was on the verge of directly inquiring whether he felt moved, and if so, he should promptly demonstrate some sincerity. Lin Jianan, being a perceptive individual, naturally grasped the underlying meaning of Song Qian's words. He took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. What merit has my Lin family to warrant the esteemed Lin Xiaoxia personally intervening for our rescue? If you do not find it beneath you, my Lin family is willing to honor you as our esteemed guest, ever ready to follow your lead. Over the years, the Lin family has amassed considerable wealth. Should you not reject it, I am prepared to offer it all, not seeking anything in return. Merely desiring the opportunity for my son to express his gratitude beside you both. After Lin Jianan entered the room, Song Qian, who had previously shown little reaction, finally displayed a slight change in countenance. Master Lin, are you truly willing to forsake your family's wealth merely to secure a future for your son? Lin Jianan nodded solemnly. Indeed, that was his intention, and he hoped for an opportunity from the esteemed guest. Song Qian smiled and said, I am aware that Master Lin's family business is substantial. Yet I am not one to covet wealth. To me, money is as ephemeral as clouds. Lin Jianan's expression stiffened. Do you mean to say, young hero? He inquired. The management of the Fu Wei escort agency shall continue as it has in the past, and it shall be under your stewardship. I ask only one thing. Lin Jianan exhaled, for although Song Qian professed indifference towards riches, His words clearly indicated his acceptance of Lin's allegiance. Please, my lord, speak. Lin Jinan adeptly adjusted his form of address. Beyond its customary operations, the Fu-Wei Escort Agency will henceforth undertake an additional responsibility to gather various valuable intelligence across the regions. Lin Jinan promptly asked, my lord, what sort of intelligence is deemed valuable? Both from the political realm and the martial world, all must be collected. I understand, my lord. Song Xian slowly nodded. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yu Songhai was expected to arrive tonight. Once this matter is resolved, the two of us shall return to Yangzhou. Please take the opportunity to relocate the headquarters of the escort agency to Yangzhou as well. Being closer will allow me to better assist the Lin family should any unexpected changes arise. Everything will proceed according to your arrangements. Lin Jinan felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. He had been awaiting this affirmation. With the promise of the innate master Song Xian, the safety of the Lin family in Yangzhou was assured. By the way, my lord, what are your thoughts on Lin Pingji? He wishes to stay by Song Xian's side, and if he could secure a position within the Xianyi Wei, he would die in peace knowing his family is taken care of. This matter is not urgent. Song Xian waved his hand and remarked, Lin Pingji is no longer a child. I believe it would be wise for you to first ensure he marries and produces offspring. It seems the lineage of the Lin family lacks vitality. The master concurs. Indeed, the descendants of the Lin family are not flourishing. Once this tribulation has passed, I shall arrange a marriage for Pingji. Song Xian nodded with a smile and said, in that case, you may return to rest. There may be some disturbances tonight, but it should not escalate significantly. The master issued a dismissal order, prompting Lin Jinan to rise and take his leave. As he stepped out of the room and into the courtyard, Song Qian hurried after him. Is there anything else you wish to instruct, miss? Lin Jinan inquired with great respect. Setting aside the fact that Song Qian was the master's younger sister, her indifference towards Yu Songhai alone commanded his utmost attention. My brother is a man of deep loyalty and affection, thus he tends to overlook certain matters. However, there are some things I must clarify with you, Chief Lin. In advance, she stated. Please, miss, go on. After a moment's contemplation, Song Qian remarked, tonight. It was the head of the Lin escort who willingly offered his family fortune to ally with my brother. Has my brother ever coerced you? To which the response was, no, the Lord is benevolent and has never exerted the slightest pressure. Song Qian nodded in satisfaction and remarked, in that case, this is your own choice. Should I discover any acts of betrayal in the future, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Lin Jinan lowered his stance slightly and assured her, rest assured, Mississippi. Although I, Lin Jinan, am no heroic figure, I am certainly not ungrateful. If I were ever to commit an act of treachery against my master, it would be the end of the Lin family, ensuring that we become extinct. Song Qian's expression eased slightly as she smiled and said, if that is the case, you may return and rest assured. After tonight, the enmity between the Lin family and the Qingqing sect will surely come to an end. With that, Song Qian's figure flickered and vanished into the night like a shadow, her mysterious agility sending a chill down Lin Jinan's spine. Such elusive movements, if directed towards assassination, would likely leave one unaware of their demise. Upon returning to the room, Lin Pingji hurriedly approached. Father, did Brother Song agree? Lin Jinan let out a long sigh of relief, smiling as he replied, your brother Song is quite agreeable. I believe we can recognize him as our leader from now on. The Lin family's enterprises will still be managed by ourselves, but we shall discreetly gather information from the martial world and the officialdom for him, while he ensures our family's safety. After tonight, we will begin preparing our belongings and relocate the escort bureau's headquarters to Yangzhou. Lin Pingji's face lit up with joy. Father, did Brother Lin mention anything else? Oh, he did mention that our Lin family lacks offspring, and urged me to arrange a marriage for you to ensure you have children soon. It appears our esteemed leader is one who takes such matters to heart. Lin Pingji chuckled. Brother Song indeed has a penchant for caring about others and often poses intriguing questions. For instance, tonight he asked me if I would be willing to undergo castration to gain access to a secret manual that could rapidly elevate one to an unparalleled master of martial arts. Oh, Lin Jinan's hand trembled slightly as he held his teacup. What did you answer? Initially, I was unwilling. However, Brother Lin then posed a question. If he were late tonight and the Qingqing sect were to slay my entire family, leaving me as the sole survivor, would I still wish to cultivate that extraordinary manual? And how did you respond? Lin Jinan's expression shifted. Lin Pingji's demeanor darkened a shade. The thought of his parents perishing at Yu Songhai's hands pierced his heart. If it means avenging them, I would not hesitate. I would accept even death if it were necessary. Lin Jinan fell silent, contemplating for a moment before saying, "It is getting late. You should return and rest. I suspect the latter half of the night may not be particularly peaceful, so be cautious. Then I shall take my leave." After Lin Pingji bowed and exited, Lin Jinan sat in contemplation, rubbing his temples. Observing this, Madame Lin grew anxious. "Husband, do you think that secret manual requiring castration could be real?" Lin Jinan hesitated. The martial world is vast, and all manner of manuals may exist. Since our leader specifically inquired about it, it is unlikely to have been a mere whim. Madame Lin's expression turned alarmed. So, he was either testing Pingji or believes he possesses the potential to cultivate that manual. "It is difficult to say," Lin Jinan replied, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest. "Given our leader's prowess and influence in the capital, possessing such a bizarre manual is not beyond the realm of possibility." Madame Lin gasped. "Then what about Pingji?" Lin Jinan waved his hand. "There is no need to worry about Pingji. If our leader truly intended to scheme against him, he could have chosen not to appear tonight. After the Qingqing sect eliminated us, he could have rescued Pingji and handed him the manual. However, considering our leader's concern for the Lin family's offspring, Pingji might be one of his favored candidates." Taking a deep breath, Lin Jinan's expression shifted from turmoil to solemnity. "I am growing old, and Pingji is still young. Some burdens should not be placed upon him. Wife, if there comes a day when I am no longer a complete man, would you look down upon me?" Madame Lin smiled gently, resting her head against his chest. "In my eyes, no matter what you become, you will always be my hero, the pillar of strength for both me and Pingji. It is I who feel sorry for you." Lin Jinan laughed heartily. "What is there to feel sorry about? For Pingji, I would gladly give my life if need be. Besides, this is merely our speculation. Perhaps our leader was just casually inquiring and has no intention of easily disseminating that manual." The residence of Song Qian. Song Qian polished the sword in her hand and chuckled. "I just eavesdropped a moment ago." Song Qian ceased the operation of his internal cultivation method, opened his eyes, and heard something. "Lin Jinan, it seems, possesses a sound mind, as he has discerned your prior intention for Lin Pingji to cultivate the evil-repelling sword classic." "Oh." Song Qian was somewhat taken aback. What was Lao Lin's reaction? Song Qian smiled gently and remarked, "Old Lin believes that you are lacking formidable experts among your subordinates, which is why he intends to nurture that young lad, Lin Pingji, for the sake of his son. It seems old Lin has devised his own plan stemming from the palace." Song Qian chuckled and shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. Indeed, there was no need for such a course of action. Had he not yet ascended to the innate realm, he would have found the prospect of a subordinate trained in the Bixie sword manual quite enticing. However, at this juncture, his own martial prowess was sufficiently formidable. And with Lin Jinan having already pledged allegiance, there was no longer any need for him to scheme against his subordinates. As he spoke, Song Qian raised an eyebrow, sensing the emergence of several sounds in the previously tranquil courtyard. He then stretched lazily, cradling his long sword from the head of his bed. The protagonists of the night had finally arrived. It was time to venture out and take a look. "Lin, come forth to meet your demise." A voice echoed from the Lin family estate, issuing a sharp reprimand from a disciple of the Qingqing sect. Such commotion did not escape the notice of Lin Jinan and his companions, who, startled, hurried out of their chambers, their anxious gazes fixated on Song Qian's room. "Brother, allow me to handle this." Song Qian called out to her brother who was about to leave, smiling. "This time, let me show you my prowess." In the next moment, her delicate and slender fingers gently tapped the teacup on the table. With a flick of her fingers and a surge of inner strength, several drops of tea instantly crystallized and shot forth with a piercing sound. Just as the words left her lips, a series of thuds echoed from the shadowy corner of the courtyard, where a few individuals fell to the ground, oblivious to the nature of the hidden weapon that had claimed their lives. In the courtyard, the Lin family father and son exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Song Qian, displaying a lackluster demeanor, chuckled softly. "Alas, my strength has yet to reach its zenith. The sound of my empty shot still reverberates through the air. If I were to encounter a master of the innate realm, they could effortlessly evade it. It appears I must engage in rigorous training upon my return." Disregarding his sister's self-indulgent musings, Song Qian stepped out of the room. He first cast a glance at the several corpses lying in the corner. Then his gaze settled upon a middle-aged man. This individual, clad in a voluminous robe, was of short stature with an unusual physique, and behind him stood several trembling disciples of the Qingqing sect. Upon noticing Song Qian's approach, the robed man's expression darkened significantly, and in a cold tone, he declared, "I am Songhai, the sect leader of Qiqing. May I inquire as to your identity? Was it you who just slain my disciple?" "It was indeed I who did so." Song Qian approached with a sword in one hand, her demeanor exuding a hint of arrogance. "What's the matter, little shorty? Are you not convinced, little shorty?" Songhai was taken aback, responding with anger. "Which sect do you belong to? Have your elders been informed of your actions against the disciples of the Qingqing sect? To kill is to kill." Song Qian grasped her sword with one hand, contemplating the nature of the martial world, where it is merely a cycle of you killing me and I killing you. "What, little shorty? Do you believe you cannot contend with this heroine and are now seeking parental intervention? Such arrogance." Songhai seethed with indignation, utterly incensed by the girl's biting words. She repeatedly referred to him as a little shorty and dared to mock him by suggesting he would seek help after losing. This was simply intolerable. Initially, Songhai had harbored some trepidation regarding Song Qian's recently displayed skills with hidden weapons. However, consumed by rage and with his disciples watching from behind, he could no longer afford to consider anything else. If he did not decisively teach this insolent girl a lesson today, his reputation as the leader of the Qingqing sect would be trampled into the ground, rendering him a laughingstock in the martial arts community. "Die!" Songhai bellowed, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap, covering more than 10 meters in an instant, launching a surprise attack upon Song Qian. Drawing in a deep breath, he felt his long robe swell dramatically around him. In the next moment, he unleashed a palm strike, imbued with a chilling and forceful energy that surged forth like a tempest. Song Qian maintained her composure as the profound, icy energy surged into her hands, executing a counter palm strike. However, to her astonishment, her strike met only emptiness. It merely struck a fleeting shadow of Songhai. Song Qian's gaze suddenly shifted, and she was taken aback to see Songhai's true form materializing behind her elder brother, Song Qian, a sinister grin etched across his face. With a chilling aura coalescing around him, Songhai delivered a forceful slap aimed at Song Qian, his expression betraying no hint of restraint in his triumphant demeanor. "You think you can contend with me, little girl? I have roamed the martial world for decades. My combat experience far exceeds yours. First, I shall eliminate your ally, and then I will take my time dealing with you, delicate as you are. I shall bring you back to Qingqing Mountain and teach you a lesson." With a resounding crash, his hand descended. Song Qian turned his head with a smile. Songhai's body trembled, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and confusion. Suddenly, he pivoted and, moving with a swiftness greater than before, leaped onto the wall of the Lin residence, disappearing into the night after a few agile bounds. "Master!" exclaimed the disciple of Qingqing sect, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't the sect master's ultimate technique, the heart-crushing palm, been unleashed upon that young man? Why then did the master flee so abruptly? Before they could comprehend the situation, Song Qian raised his index and middle fingers, lightly tracing a line in the air. A chilling sound of flesh and bone being rent asunder pierced the night, followed by a spray of crimson as several bewildered heads were sent soaring into the air. The scene was too gruesome to describe. Some maidservants and attendants in the Lin residence who witnessed this horror had already begun to scream in terror. "Silence!" Song Qian shouted angrily, and once the crowd ceased their terrified cries, she nervously approached her elder brother, asking, "Are you all right?" Song Qian smiled and said, "He is merely an acquired martial artist. What concern could I possibly have?" Song Qian expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Why didn't you dodge just now? Don't tell me you didn't react." "I simply chose not to evade. I wanted to test the extent of my physical defense after the breakthrough." Song Qian was in a fine mood. It seemed that even without the use of true energy, the martial techniques of an acquired martial artist could hardly breach his defenses, given his physical prowess. "I shall pursue you, Songhai." As Song Qian, seeing her elder brother was unharmed, prepared to chase after him with her sword, she was halted by Song Qian's outstretched hand. "No need." Song Qian shook his head slightly. He was beyond saving. The recoil of his pure yang true energy was not something an innate martial artist could withstand. Songhai activated his lightness skill and sprinted out of the city, finally stopping to sit cross-legged on a small hillside outside the city. "Master!" On the hillside, 3 figures appeared. These were the individuals Songhai had deliberately left behind before entering the city, originally to guard against any potential threats from the Lin family. Unbeknownst to him, they had now become the last remaining members of the Qingqing sect. Leaning against a tree stump, Songhai gasped for breath. He paid no heed to his 3 disciples. instead raising the hand that had struck Song Qian's back. His arm was grotesquely twisted, perhaps so severely damaged that he could no longer feel pain. At that moment, Yu Songhai was filled with confusion. He had exerted all his strength to unleash the crushing heart palm technique, and yet, not only had the opponent emerged unscathed, but the physical backlash had nearly shattered his entire arm. Was he truly striking a human? Could such a body really exist? Even the Shaolin monks, renowned for their arduous training, could not possibly possess such fortitude. Cough, cough, he spat out a mouthful of dark blood, fragments of internal organs mingling within. His eyes shifted from fear and despair to a profound melancholy. He understood. His end was near. Master, what on earth happened? Song Qian was naturally unaware that the Qingqing sect had disbanded. However, he understood that even the sect leader, Yu Songhai, had perished. Thus, even if a few insignificant members still remained, they lacked the capacity to stir up any further turmoil. At this moment, he was admonishing Song Qian. Was she still arrogant now? No. Song Qian lowered her head, realizing that she had underestimated Yu Songhai. She initially believed that the Xianbing technique would restrain him and did not regard him highly. To her surprise, his agility and lightness of foot were remarkably exceptional. Song Qian let out a disdainful snort. Although the individual in question possessed somewhat inferior cultivation, he was nonetheless the leader of a sect, inheritor of a lineage. A lower level of cultivation does not necessarily imply that his martial arts are lacking. Should you continue to be as careless and contemptuous of the world as you are today, you will inevitably suffer grave consequences in due time. Song Qian sincerely admits her mistake, vowing to confront adversaries with utmost dedication in the future, never again daring to underestimate others. Brother, please do not be angry anymore. Witnessing Song Qian's genuine remorse, Song Qian refrains from further reprimanding her and addresses Lin Jinan and the others, saying, "The courtyard has become somewhat untidy. Please tidy it up and return home to rest early. Tonight, you shall enjoy a restful slumber." Lin Pingji, still somewhat apprehensive, inquires, "Brother Qian, is it true that Yu Songhai is truly dead?" Song Qian, having just endured a scolding from her elder brother, felt a pang of disappointment at the absence of an outlet for her frustration. Immediately turning her head, she directed her ire towards Lin Pingji, exclaiming, "My brother's words are final. If he says someone is dead, then they are indeed dead. Do you doubt my brother's capabilities?" Lin Pingji shuddered, not daring to retort. He awkwardly smiled and promptly instructed his servants to tidy the courtyard, while he himself took up a large broom and began to sweep the ground. Finding no amusement in someone who does not retaliate against insults, Song Qian turned to Song Qian with a playful grin and said, "Brother, that Yu Songhai possesses quite remarkable lightness of foot. Should we not pursue him and seize his techniques?" "There's no need." Song Qian pondered for a moment and said, "In a few days, upon our return, I shall teach you a more formidable technique of movement. While martial skills may falter, the ability to escape must be unparalleled." "Excellent!" Song Qian exclaimed. "Brother, just how many secrets do you possess? All these years you've been in the capital, where did you acquire all this martial knowledge?" Song Qian remained silent and returned directly to his room. Song Qian entered from behind, and after closing the door, she instinctively poured tea for her elder brother. Song Qian spoke in a deep voice. "For warriors like us, martial arts represent the very foundation of our existence. Unless absolutely necessary, it is unwise to divulge such knowledge to others. Every martial art possesses its inherent weaknesses. The more one reveals, the more susceptible one becomes to exposure and the discovery of countermeasures by others." Song Qian, lost in thought, pondered. "Is this the reason you concealed your mastery of the youthful cultivation technique?" "Indeed." Song Qian nodded and said, "My foundational skills are formidable, yet my weaknesses are equally pronounced. During the initial stages of training, if one becomes too enamored with the allure of women, it becomes all too easy to falter. In our line of work within the Xianyi Guard, we are prone to making enemies. Should my adversaries uncover my vulnerabilities, they could easily devise strategies to exploit them." Song Qian suddenly realized, "No wonder, elder brother, you have undergone such a transformation in recent years, frequently frequenting places of questionable reputation. Are you honing your ability to resist the allure of women?" "Indeed, after becoming accustomed to the various seductive arts of courtesans, the usual charms of beauty should hold no sway over you." Song Qian smiled, indeed having such intentions. "All right, you should return and rest early. Tomorrow morning, we shall depart for Yangzhou." Before dawn, the Lin residence was already bustling with activity. A procession of horse-drawn carriages piled outside the estate. while maids and servants were seen carrying boxes of valuable items into the vehicles. As the first light of morning broke, painting the sky with hues of dawn, Song Xian and his companions finished breakfast and followed the Lin family's escort team out of the estate. On the streets, the sight of the convoy comprising over 10 carriages sparked hushed conversations among the onlookers, each sharing the news they had acquired. In a nearby tea house, two figures dressed as chivalrous warriors, one male and one female, were engaged in quiet discourse. The woman possessed a graceful figure, while the man, with his white hair, bore the marks of age. It seemed the conflict between the Lin family and the Qingqing sect had reached a resolution. Indeed, it is said that the Lin family emerged victorious. Early this morning, the body of the Qingqing sect's leader, Hai, was discovered outside the city, the woman whispered. Oh, you would believe it. Hai met a gruesome end. His arms were twisted like pretzels, and according to the coroner, his entrails were reduced to a puddle of muck. The elderly man, puzzled, inquired, how could Hai, a leader of a sect with extraordinary capabilities, perish so easily? When did the Lin family become so formidable? Perhaps they enlisted the help of a master? Brother, what shall we do now? My father instructed us to rescue members of the Lin family if necessary, but is there still a need for that? The elder sighed, appearing uncertain. Let us follow for now. We shall decide when our master arrives. Inside the carriage, Song Xian diligently scribbled on a piece of paper, occasionally explaining the intricacies of a technique known as spiral 9 shadows to his sister, Song Qian. She listened attentively, fully engaged. Despite her current lack of innate skill, she was greatly impressed by the prowess of this technique. Mastering it to a profound level could allow one to transform into 9 fleeting shadows, whether fleeing or facing adversaries. It was undeniably an extraordinary martial art. One could not help but wonder from whence her brother had acquired such an exceptional skill. Was it possible he had plundered a revered martial arts sanctuary? Master! Just then, a voice called from outside the carriage. It was Lin Junnan. Is there something amiss? Song Xian replied calmly. Master, since we left the city, a group of individuals has been trailing our convoy from a distance. We have traveled over 100 miles, and they still persist. I suspect they may harbor ill intentions towards us. Understood. I shall handle this matter. Song Xian handed the recorded technique of the spiral 9 shadows to Song Qian, saying, this martial art is quite profound and complex. I suggest you ponder and study it on your own. With that, he dismounted from the carriage, pausing momentarily before vanishing in an instant. 100 meters behind the convoy, an elderly man and a young girl strolled leisurely along the official road. Do you think we will be discovered by staying this close? The young girl asked. What is there to fear? We neither steal nor rob. And this road does not belong solely to the Lin family. Surely others are permitted to traverse it, the elder replied. Indeed. The girl let out a melodious laugh, about to articulate her thoughts when she suddenly noticed a striking young man in white robes standing ahead. He wielded a sword in one hand and regarded them with a cheerful countenance. Ah, this mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you wish to pass through here, you must leave a toll. The elderly man and the young girl were none other than Lao Denua, the second disciple of the Huashan sect, and Yu Lingshan, the daughter of the sect's leader, Yubu Kun. At this moment, Yu Lingshan wore an expression of astonishment as she exchanged glances with her elder companion, who was disguised as an old man. What is happening? In broad daylight, we encounter a bandit on this official road? Yet, how can a bandit be so handsome? Lao Denua, feigning the guise of an old man, quickly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, esteemed young hero, please do not jest in such a manner. We are but a pair from a destitute family with no wealth to speak of. He gestured towards the distant Lin family convoy, adding, there is a caravan ahead belonging to the affluent Lin family of Fuzhou. If you are in need of silver, perhaps you might borrow some from them. Song Xian scrutinized the two individuals before him. Judging by their attire, one elderly and one youthful, combined with their persistent following of the Lin family caravan, he had nearly deduced their identities. If nothing unexpected had occurred, they were likely Lao Denua and Yu Lingshan from the Huashan sect. These two had been dispatched by Yubu Kun to gather intelligence on the Lin family, paving the way for their ulterior motive of seizing the evil-repelling sword manual. Upon hearing the elder, Lao Denua, speak, Song Xian chuckled heartily. Forgive me, but I have always had a penchant for preying on the weak. With the Lin family caravan comprising over 100 individuals, they are evidently formidable. Yet, you two, an old man and a young lady, are the most susceptible to being bullied. With a languid air, he continued, spare me the prattle and relinquish your valuables. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Yu Lingshan, upon hearing his words, was immediately incensed. As a disciple of the esteemed Huashan sect and the cherished daughter of the gentlemanly Yubu Kun, she possessed an innate sense of chivalry. In response to Song Xian's assertion of preying on the weak, she retorted with indignation, "And what if we refuse to part with our wealth, you scoundrel? What then shall you do?" Song Xian scrutinized Yu Lingshan from head to toe. This young lady possessed a graceful figure, and her voice was rather melodious. However, the current Yu Lingshan had undergone a transformation. Her complexion was dark and coarse, rendering her quite unattractive. She belonged to the category of individuals whose silhouettes incited temptation, yet whose faces inspired a desire to flee. Song Xian fell into silence. The animosity between the Qingqing sect and the Lin family stemmed from Lin Pingji's act of slaying Yu Canghai's son, Yu Renyin. The motive behind this fatal confrontation was rooted in an incident at a certain tavern, where Yu Renyin, having made advances towards the disguised Yu Lingshan, was reproached by the indignant Lin Pingji, leading to a violent clash that ultimately resulted in a tragic loss of life. Song Xian could hardly comprehend what sort of peculiar taste Yu Renyin possessed to entertain the notion of teasing such an unattractive girl, especially after meeting his demise at Lin Pingji's sword. "If you refuse to pay, I shall resort to abduction," he declared, before Yu Lingshan could utter another word. A sudden rush of wind brushed past her ears. Unbeknownst to her, Song Xian had stealthily approached from behind, placing a hand firmly upon her neck. In the next instant, Yu Lingshan felt a tingling sensation engulf her neck, and her consciousness slipped away into a deep slumber. Upon witnessing Yu Lingshan collapse into unconsciousness, Laodinuo quickly retreated a few steps, murmuring, "Who on earth are you?" Even Laodinuo, despite his simplicity, recognized that the young man before him was not merely a common thief. His true intention was to create turmoil for the Huashan sect. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. The one being abducted was Yu Lingshan. What concern was it of his? He was ostensibly the second disciple of Master Yu of the Huashan sect, yet in reality, he was a spy from the Songzhan sect, planted by Zhuo Lingshan within Huashan. As a traitor, he eagerly anticipated the demise of the Huashan disciples, so he could swiftly return to Songzhan. After 3 long years, he had nearly forgotten who he truly was. Song Xian cast a glance at the vigilant yet expectant Laodinuo, then at the unattractive girl he had hoisted onto his shoulder with one hand. A sudden thought flickered through his mind. Since you must eventually confront Yu Buchuan, why not have her work for me afterward? He lowered his voice and said, "There is no need for you to be anxious, Brother Lao. I am a disciple of the Songzhan sect, tasked with finding an opportunity to abduct Yu Lingshan, with the intention of drawing Yu Buchuan out of Huashan." Upon hearing this, Laodinuo cautiously inquired, "Is the sect leader planning to take action against the Huashan sect?" Song Xian nodded and said, "Inform Yu Buchuan that if he wishes to reclaim his daughter, he must come to Yangzhou City. It would be prudent to summon Ling Hu Chong, his foremost disciple, as well. This time, we shall ensure the complete annihilation of the Huashan sect. By the way, I am currently accompanied by others and unable to contact our faction directly. Please find an opportunity to inform Master Zhuo to dispatch additional personnel. Yu Buchuan is no weakling, and with insufficient numbers, we may not be able to detain him. Over the years, my senior brother has endured considerable hardship while infiltrating the Huashan sect. Whether we can eradicate them this time hinges upon his efforts." "I understand." Upon realizing his significant role in this plan, Laodinuo's face illuminated with excitement. "Rest assured, junior brother. After waiting for so long, this day has finally arrived. Await my presence in Yangzhou. This time, there shall be no missteps." Song Xian gazed at him with admiration, saying, "In that case, I shall rely entirely on you. Senior brother, it is inappropriate for me to linger any longer. I will take my leave first." With that, Song Xian hoisted Yu Lingshan onto his shoulder and did not depart via the main road. Instead, he swiftly vanished into the thicket by the roadside. And in an instant, he was gone from sight. Lao watched Song Xian's receding figure, murmuring to himself, luring the serpent from its lair, and snaring it all at once. Indeed, this bears the hallmark of the sect leader's strategy. It seems the sect leader's ice essence has reached perfection. He is finally preparing to take action against Yu Buchuan. Song Xian carried Yu Lingshan through the woods, circling around several times before he found a secluded corner, swiftly slipping into the carriage. "Brother, you went out for a moment and returned with someone in tow." Song Qian cast a glance at Yu Lingshan and thought, "Oh dear, how unattractive. When did my brother's taste become so peculiar?" She was no ordinary person. She was the daughter of Yu Buqian, the esteemed leader of the Huashan sect. Whether she could master the profound, evildoer sword technique depended entirely on Yu Lingshan's capabilities. Song Qian was immediately intrigued. The Huashan school possesses formidable sword techniques? I had not heard of such a thing. This matter shall be discussed at a later time. Song Qian chose not to pursue the matter further. According to the narrative's progression, it seems that Ling Huchong has yet to acquire the Dugu 9 swords from Feng Qingyang. It appears that obtaining the Dugu 9 swords through Yu Lingshan will require some patience. However, there is no urgency. Once they return to Yangzhou, ample time will be at their disposal for meticulous planning. The esteemed sword master Yu Buqian is reputed to possess a refined appearance. So how could his daughter be so unappealing? Observing that her elder brother had ceased discussing the sword techniques, Song Qian redirected her attention to Yu Lingshan's looks, feeling as though the entire carriage had been sullied by the presence of such an unattractive companion. Song Qian glanced at her and remarked, I advised you to acquire more knowledge of the ways of the world, yet you remain unperturbed. Have you not noticed that she has altered her appearance? Song Qian smiled awkwardly, wiping away the makeup from Yu Lingshan's face and casually using a damp cloth to cleanse her skin. One must admit, this young girl possesses quite an appealing appearance. Song Qian gazed upon Yu Lingshan, who was presently in a deep slumber. Her delicate face was pale and exquisite. Though she could not be deemed as breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a charming grace that made her quite endearing. It was no wonder that Ling Huchong remained perpetually enamored with this little junior sister. Song Qian offered her critique, concluding, however, there remains a slight disparity when compared to this heroine, and the gap with Sister Lu is even wider. In Song Qian's perception, her sister Lu, the current deputy head of the Yihua Palace, Yao Yu, epitomized true beauty in the mortal realm. Although Yu Lingshan possessed an admirable appearance, she had yet to meet the standard to be deemed her sister-in-law. After casting a few glances, Song Qian lost interest and immersed herself once more in the study of the Spiral 9 Shadows technique. As time passed, over the course of an hour, Song Qian suddenly spoke. Since you are awake, there is no need to continue feigning sleep. With this remark, Yu Lingshan slowly awakened. In truth, she had been awake for some time but dared not open her eyes, pretending to be in a deep slumber while cautiously listening to the surroundings. However, the carriage was eerily quiet. The Song siblings were absorbed in their studies, one focused on the martial technique and the other on cultivating pure yang energy, leaving no sounds to betray their presence. This silence thwarted Yu Lingshan's plans to gather information. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? As Yu Lingshan opened her eyes, she questioned while simultaneously launching an attack, raising her hand to strike at Song Qian beside her. She was acutely aware of Song Qian's formidable prowess, a level of strength beyond her comprehension. At that moment, if she wished to escape, she could only subdue the woman beside her as swiftly as possible. However, before her strike could be executed, a long, pale hand clamped around her neck, and the suffocating grip rendered her devoid of any fighting capability. Song Qian opened his eyes and glanced at Song Qian, realizing she still held great value. He must not allow her to be silenced prematurely. Song Qian let out a soft exclamation, retracting her arm, and said coolly, Little girl, my brother may be tender-hearted, but I am not. Should you dare to engage in any improper conduct, I shall break your neck. As the daughter of Yu Buqian, Yu Lingshan had always been cherished and pampered, and could hardly endure such indignation. At that moment, her temper flared, and she was ready to retort against Song Qian. However, upon meeting Song Qian's icy, emotionless gaze, she felt a sudden panic surge within her and silently turned away, no longer wishing to meet her eyes. Women possess an innate understanding of one another. Her instincts warned her that provoking such an extraordinarily beautiful woman could lead to dire consequences. Thus, she wisely redirected her attention towards Song Qian, inquiring, What is it that you truly desire? Song Qian cast a glance at her and inquired, You are Yu Lingshan, are you not? Yu Lingshan was taken aback for a moment. Then her demeanor shifted to one of caution. You know me? Indeed, Song Qian replied nonchalantly. The daughter of the Huashan sect's leader, the gentleman's sword, Yu Buqian. You know me yet still dare to abduct me. Are you not afraid that my father will come seeking trouble? Song Qian remained silent, but Song Qian scoffed with disdain. He is merely the leader of a declining sect. In the eyes of the world, your father is referred to as the gentleman's sword out of respect, but devoid of such regard. He is nothing more than a jumping jest. Do not insult my father. Upon hearing her father, whom she revered as noble and towering, being ridiculed in such a manner, Yu Lingshan's eyes reddened. My father is a man of integrity, known for his chivalry and righteousness. He is acknowledged as a gentleman within the martial world. My capture is merely a reflection of my insufficient skills, but that does not imply that the martial arts of our Huashan sect are lacking. You may mock me, but you shall not defame my father." Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Her lips parted as if to speak, yet she refrained from uttering further sarcasm. The gaze she directed towards Yuling Shan lost its earlier indifference, revealing a hint of appreciation for her filial piety. Song Xianwei offered a faint smile and reassured Miss Yu, "Rest assured and accompany us. As long as you do not intentionally provoke trouble, once we reach Yangzhou, your freedom will be restored." Yu Lingshan furrowed her brow, perplexed. "I do not comprehend your intentions in capturing me. What grievances do my Huashan sect and you two share?" Song Xian shook his head. "There are no grudges or animosities." "Then do you covet the martial arts techniques of the Huashan sect?" Song Xian chuckled lightly and remarked, "To be honest, I do not hold your Huashan sect's most formidable Zixia skill in high regard. If you are unimpressed by this and that, then what exactly do you find worthy of your admiration?" Song Xian said, People? Yu Lingshan was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. She lowered her head in silence, occasionally stealing glances at Song Xian. Song Xian was at a loss for words. "My dear girl, where has your mind wandered off to? It is understandable for a young maiden to harbor innocent feelings, but during broad daylight, isn't it a tad premature?" Song Qian scoffed, "You little brat. Though young in age, you seem to indulge in daydreams quite early. The person my brother mentioned is not you, so why blush like a fool?" Stung by her words, Yu Lingshan lowered her head even further, silently tugging at the hem of her garment. The words of that fierce woman, Song Qian, were utterly unconvincing to her. "Your brother claims that I, a member of the Huashan sect, have been brought here against my will. If it is not I, could it possibly be my father?" The carriage creaked along the official road, enveloped in an unsettling silence, with no one daring to speak. As evening descended, the convoy gradually entered a small county town. Coming to a halt outside an inn, "Master," came the voice of Lin Jinan from outside the carriage. "The day is waning. We must find lodgings for the night." "Indeed. You are an old hand at this. Just make the necessary arrangements for our stay," the master replied. "Please wait a moment. I shall have someone prepare a room for you." Lin Jinan's voice faded into the distance. Finally, Yu Lingshan could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Who are you? Why does the head of the Fue escort, Lin, address you as master?" As she spoke, a dawning realization washed over her, her expression transforming into one of disbelief. "This morning, someone discovered the corpse of Yu Songhai outside Fuzhou County. Could it be that you are responsible for his death?" Song Xian gazed at her with an enigmatic smile. "Miss Yu, you must understand your predicament. As one who has been bound and brought here as a mere commodity, knowing too much will not serve you well." Upon hearing the term commodity, Yu Lingshan's face turned ashen with fury. "With your formidable martial prowess, you ought not to be an insignificant figure in the martial world. Are you not concerned about the scorn you may invite from your peers in the realm? Do you truly disregard your reputation in the Jianghu?" Song Xian chuckled softly, for he understood that the concept of face was merely a superficial concern. If face held any true significance, the Lin family would not have narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of the Qingqing sect the previous night. Yu Lingshan scoffed, her disdain evident. It was clear to her that the Lin family's reputation was insufficient, unlike her father, known in the martial world as the gentleman's sword. Wherever he went, he was always afforded a measure of respect. Song Xian expressed with a sigh, "You only see your father's esteemed reputation in the martial world, yet remain oblivious to the burdens that accompany the title of gentleman's sword. He must uphold his honorable facade in public while secretly engaging in various schemes to revitalize the Huashan sect, leading to an exhausting existence." Yu Lingshan, perplexed by his words, inquired, "So, what exactly do you intend to achieve by binding me?" Song Xian chuckled, saying, "It is for no other reason than to meet your father." Yu Lingshan's heart skipped a beat, having taken his daughter hostage. He now sought an audience with her father. What could this imply? Before she could delve further into her musings, Song Xian continued, "I cannot bear the sight of human suffering. Your father is burdened with too much. I, as a young hero, intend to have a good conversation with him to alleviate some of his stress." As they journeyed, the caravan moved at a leisurely pace, stopping intermittently. To Yu Lingshan, it seemed that this man named Song was deliberately stalling for time, waiting for her father to come to negotiate for her release. However, as time passed alongside Song Xian and his sister, her initial wariness began to fade. At each stop, She felt at ease enough to step out of the carriage and stroll about the surroundings. The Song siblings made no effort to restrain her, and Yu Lingshan had no intention of fleeing. She understood that their extraordinary prowess made escape futile. In fact, she had no desire to run at all. During their time together in the carriage, the formidable woman, Song Qian, occasionally posed martial arts questions to her brother, and Song Qian's casual responses were imbued with an air of profound mystery. Over time, even Yu Lingshan felt her own understanding of martial arts deepening. There is a saying that true transmission comes from a single phrase, while false transmission requires countless tomes. Some martial arts dilemmas that had long perplexed her, which even her father could not elucidate, were effortlessly clarified by Song Qian's few words. Gradually, Yu Lingshan's confidence in her father's ability to rescue her diminished, though she struggled to admit it. She increasingly sensed that her father seemed to lack the martial prowess of the man before her. She could not comprehend how someone who appeared only a few years her senior possessed such formidable strength. One day, the convoy paused for rest by a small river, 10 miles outside Yangzhou City, where many members of the Lin family caravan frolicked by the water's edge. Song Qian, rare in her absence of contemplation on the spiral 9 shadows, stood by the riverbank, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, lost in her thoughts. Yu Lingshan, having somehow acquired a wooden stick, fashioned it into a trident, and together with Lin Pingji, they busily engaged in the delightful pursuit of spearing fish. Song Xuanyi sat in the carriage, his hands clasped around his sword as he surveyed the surrounding landscape. Calculating the time, he deduced that if Yu Buchuan had not tarried on his journey, he should have already arrived within the borders of Yangzhou. This desolate area, sparsely populated, was well suited for martial confrontations. If Yu Buchuan wished to rescue his daughter, this locale was his final opportunity for action. Otherwise, upon entering Yangzhou City, he would contend not only with the city guards but also with the salt soldiers of the Salt Administration, and the offices of the Xianyi Guard were located there as well. No matter how arrogant Yu Buchuan might be, he would not dare to engage in battle within the city confines. As Song Xian pondered when Yu Buchuan might strike, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the water's surface. A figure broke through the water, launching itself onto the shore, sword gleaming as it lunged directly at Song Xian. "Sister, flee. I will confront this villain." The assailant was a young man, approximately 25 or 26, with an air of defiance about him. Yet his face was now contorted in fury as he executed the white rainbow piercing the sun technique, aiming straight for Song Xian's chest. "Senior brother, no." Yu Lingshan's fish spear froze in place as she recognized the figure emerging from the water, her expression shifting to one of horror as she cried out. She had gradually come to understand the formidable strength of that man surnamed Song, a villain far more powerful than her own father. Her senior brother's reckless assault on such an individual would surely lead to disaster. Indeed, scarcely had she uttered her warning when a sharp crack resounded, the sound of a sword shattering, followed by the sight of her senior brother, Ling Huchong, falling into the river like a kite severed from its string. No sooner had he plunged into the water than another figure surged forth, catching him mid-fall. With a firm press against the surface, the rescuer flipped backward, retreating more than 10 paces before fixing a vigilant gaze upon Song Xian. "You have slain my senior brother?" Yu Lingshan's complexion turned pale, and she glared fiercely at Song Xian. "He shall not perish." Song Xian's voice was devoid of any earthly warmth, his expression serene as he gazed upon the middle-aged gentleman, who stood elegantly upon the surface of the water. This man cradled Ling Huchong in one arm, while wielding a long sword in the other, its tip emanating a faint purple aura, suggesting an imminent threat of attack. "The gentleman's sword, Yu Buchuan?" Song Xian inquired casually. "Indeed, I am you. May I ask who you are and why you have taken my daughter?" Yu Buchuan's countenance began to take on a purplish hue. Yet, within, he grappled with uncertainty, deeply wary of Song Xian's prowess. His initial intention had been to have his eldest disciple, Ling Huchong, engage the opponent while he seized the opportunity to rescue his daughter. Little did he expect that his once promising disciple would be effortlessly dispatched, barely managing to withstand even a single strike. Most alarming was the fact that even he, Yu Buchuan, could not discern how his son had been so swiftly vanquished. The young man before him, clad in a flowing white scholar's robe, was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Song Xian did not respond, instead offering a faint smile, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. "This is bad." Yu Buchuan's heart raced, and instinctively he retreated, sweeping his sword horizontally behind him, executing a swift strike in the air. Although he could not perceive Song Xian's presence, Years of experience in the martial world compelled him to instinctively adopt the most prudent course of action. When an adversary disappears, one should strike backward without hesitation. The hum of the sword suggested it had struck its target, yet it felt as though it had not made contact at all. After the strike, Yu Buchuan was horrified to discover that he could no longer control the sword in his grasp. Behind him, Song Xian had appeared unbeknownst to him, 2 fingers firmly pinching the sword held by Yu Buchuan, rendering him unable to escape regardless of his attempt to wield it. At that moment, Song Xian's expression was somewhat peculiar as he observed Yu Buchuan, whose complexion was growing increasingly purplish and whose forehead had begun to bead with sweat. Curiously, he inquired, "How did you perceive my presence behind you?" Song Xian was already aware of Yu Buchuan's formidable abilities. Likely reaching the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation, few could rival him among postnatal warriors, yet he had yet to step into the realm of innate mastery. Song Xian found himself perplexed. With his innate level of cultivation, complemented by the master-level lightness skill, Spiral 9 Shadows, it was reasonable to assume that not only would postnatal warriors struggle to perceive his figure, but even the vast majority of innate warriors would find it exceedingly difficult. How, then, did Yu Buchuan manage such a feat? Yu Buchuan, feeling increasingly anxious, cast furtive glances around, calculating how to extricate himself from the situation. Upon hearing Song Xian's inquiry, he casually replied, "If I answer you, will you allow us to depart?" Song Xian released his grip, nodded, and smiled, "Certainly." Yu Buchuan was momentarily taken aback. Song Xian's response was somewhat unexpected. Truth be told, after many years of traversing the martial world, he had never encountered such an unusual individual. "You have bound my daughter, injured my disciple, and effortlessly trampled upon my swordsmanship, yet you turn around and engage me in cheerful conversation. What is this young man truly after? Does he believe himself to be so accomplished that he has come to amuse himself at my expense?" Such thoughts filled him with sorrow. Once, his Huashan sect was a prestigious lineage, but now it had fallen so low. How could he, Yu Buchuan, face the ancestors of Huashan? "I am suffering from a severe stomach ailment and will need to be hospitalized for a few days. For the next few days, I can only manage 1 chapter a day. I apologize for the inconvenience." "Ah, old Yu, are you playing a game of changing faces?" Noticing that Yu Buchuan remained silent and his expression continually shifted, Song Xian furrowed his brow, feeling a touch of impatience as he urged him to speak. "I have answered you. Will you truly let us go?" Yu Buchuan snapped back to attention and asked once more, standing at the water's edge and observing the unfolding drama. Song Qian interjected, "You old rascal, my brother is a person of great stature. When he says he will let you go, he will indeed let you go. With your mere lives, do you think you can tarnish my brother's reputation?" Song Qian's words were rather brusque, yet for some inexplicable reason, Yu Buchuan felt a sense of relief in his heart. He then cupped his fist in a gesture of respect towards Song Xian and inquired, "How may I address the young hero?" "Song Xian." Song Xiaoxia uttered not a word of superfluous chatter. Gesturing towards Song Qian, he said, "Her name is Song Qian. Now, could you enlighten me on how you discern my presence behind you?" At this moment, his foremost concern lay in this query. Could it be that the Spiral 9 Shadows technique harbored a flaw? If even a mere postnatal warrior could perceive it, what grave issues would arise in confrontations with innate warriors? Yu Buchuan pondered for a moment before responding gravely. "To speak candidly, I could not detect the whereabouts of Song Xiaoxia at all. Your technique is unparalleled in my lifetime." Song Xian furrowed his brow, asking, "Then why did you draw your sword towards the back?" "Instinct," Yu Buchuan replied with a smile, stroking his beard. "Instinct. Indeed, it is instinct." Yu Buchuan continued to chuckle. "I have traversed the martial world for decades, engaging in countless battles, which has cultivated a physical instinct born from experience. I have faced many formidable opponents skilled in elusive footwork. When they lose their target, they often materialize behind me. Thus, over time, I have developed the instinct to strike backward with my sword as soon as I lose sight of my target. In most cases, it proves remarkably effective. Now I understand." Song Xian nodded in realization. Although his strength surpassed that of Yu Buchuan by an immeasurable degree, in terms of martial experience and combat instinct, he still appeared somewhat inexperienced compared to this seasoned veteran of the martial realm. "Thank you for enlightening me." Song Xian chuckled softly, then turned to Yuling Shan, who stood by the riverbank, bewildered as she held a wooden fork. "You are free now. You may leave," he announced. "Ah?" Yuling Shan was momentarily taken aback, and in a daze, she discarded the fork in her hand, muttering liar under her breath. What happened to the demand for hostages? Now, without any conditions, they were simply allowing her to go. Was this person mentally unstable? Thank you, young hero. Observing that Song Xian truly intended to release them, Yu Buchuan felt a quiet relief wash over him. To be honest, he felt a profound apprehension towards the young man before him. He understood all too well that with his own abilities, if the other party truly had no intention of letting them go, he would find himself utterly powerless. Song Xian walked gracefully upon the surface of the water until he reached the center of the river, then spoke softly, Master Yu, may we converse privately? Certainly, Yu Buchuan replied without the slightest hesitation, following closely behind. Standing on the shimmering water, Song Xian smiled and said, allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Xian, currently serving as the town protector of the Xianyi Guard in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, having recently taken up this position. Regrettably, I possess few capable individuals under my command. I wonder if Master Yu might be interested in joining me in my endeavors? Upon hearing Song Xian's affiliation with the Xianyi Guard, Yu Buchuan's expression shifted, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, so you are an official of the court. My apologies for the oversight. Though he spoke of respect, his eyes betrayed a sense of wariness. You must understand, Master Yu is currently the leader of the Huashan sect, burdened with numerous responsibilities within the sect, making it quite difficult to spare time to assist you. Song Xian chuckled softly, remarking, I am somewhat acquainted with your sect. Apart from the two of you, the entire legitimate disciple count can be counted on two hands. To speak frankly, the Huashan sect hardly possesses any noteworthy disciples. Were it not for your presence, Master Yu Buchuan, the Huashan sect would scarcely be considered a sect at all. You claim to be exceedingly busy. Yet I wonder what exactly occupies your time? Master Yu's countenance darkened slightly, yet he recognized the truth in Song Xian's words. The decline of the Huashan sect brought him little pride as its leader. Since you choose silence, allow me to speak on your behalf. The reason you dispatched disciples and your daughter to Fuzhou County, was it not in pursuit of the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual? Yu Buchuan instinctively sought to refute this. But upon observing Song Xian's enigmatic expression, he hesitated, then slowly nodded. You are indeed an astute individual. You, shall not utter falsehoods before a true master. I do harbor certain intentions regarding the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual. With the matter laid bare, Yu Buchuan ceased to conceal his thoughts, expressing a hint of embarrassment. The 72 styles of the evil-repelling swordsmanship once dominated the martial world. Yet, subsequent generations have failed to achieve any remarkable feats. My curiosity is undeniably piqued. Song Xian smiled lightly, finding no embarrassment in the matter. After all, not only did you harbor such thoughts, but even Yu Songhai was no exception. Indeed, I too am not immune. Yu Buchuan was taken aback. Could it be that even a master swordsman of such caliber as this young hero is concerned with a particular sword technique? Song Xian nodded. After all, it was a swordsmanship that had once stirred the martial world. Even if he did not practice it, merely observing it should be permissible, should it not? What do you think after seeing it, young hero? It is breathtaking, truly a peerless sword technique. The longing in Yu Buchuan's eyes was evident. Despite his insistence on prioritizing qi over swordsmanship while instructing his disciples, he understood that a sword technique devoid of inner strength was merely ornamental. However, Yu Buchuan, was not lacking in inner strength. The inner force cultivated through Zixia Gong had nearly reached its zenith. With his inability to break through to the innate realm, he was eager for a formidable sword technique to enhance his own prowess. I prefer to speak plainly with intelligent individuals, Song Xian stated solemnly to Yu Buchuan. Come work for me, and I will grant you the evil-resisting sword manual. This, Yu Buchuan instinctively wished to refuse again. Transitioning from the leader of a prestigious sect to becoming a pawn of the court was a hurdle he could not easily overcome. If word of this reached the martial world, how could he maintain his integrity? A man of honor, reduced to a mere instrument of the government, would he still have a face to uphold? If this matter were to circulate among the martial community, what would they think of him? Setting aside the disdain of others, even his own daughter might look down upon him. Do not be hasty in your rejection. Seeing Yu Buchuan's reluctance, Song Xian continued, I am well aware of the precarious situation of the Huashan sect. To speak frankly, it is perilous. Yu Buchuan fell silent, having no doubts regarding the intelligence capabilities of the Xianyi Guard. Though the 5 mountain sword sects were said to be united, the internal competition was indeed fierce. I can tell you with certainty that Zhuo Lengchan of the Songshan sect has cultivated his ice-cold true qi and entered the innate realm. Master Yu, you must realize better than anyone that Zhuo Lengchan harbors ambitions to absorb the other sections. Now that he has achieved a breakthrough, he will undoubtedly take action. Do you believe the Huashan sect can remain uninvolved? To be frank, given the current state of the Huashan sect, Zhuo likely wouldn't even need to lift a finger. His subordinates alone could easily eliminate us. A wise man recognizes the times. It is time for you to contemplate securing a strong ally for yourself in the Huashan sect. With that, Song Xian turned to walk toward the shore. You may leave with your people whenever you come to your senses. Seek me at the Xian Yi Guard headquarters in Yangzhou. As the sound of carriages gradually faded, Yu Buchuan stood at the water's edge, silently gazing at the retreating convoy. Father, what did he say to you? Yu Lingshan, filled with curiosity, wondered why the villain had captured her, only to release her. And what had transpired between him and her father that left him in such despair? Yu Buchuan did not answer, but the injured Ling Huchong slumped over his shoulder, spat out blood and asked, Junior sister, during the days you were captured, did Song Xian ever mistreat you? Not at all. As long as I did not attempt to escape, he did not act inappropriately. He is indeed quite peculiar. I initially thought he was scheming for our Huashan sect secrets. Yu Buchuan shook his head. This man appeared youthful, perhaps no more than 20, yet his strength had already reached the innate realm. Such a talent would hardly regard ordinary martial arts. Yu Lingshan instinctively nodded. Indeed, he did mention that he looked down upon our Huashan sect's techniques. Father, Master Brother appears gravely injured. Should we find a place for him to recuperate? It is of little consequence. Ling Huchong coughed a few more times. Feeling much better after expelling the congealed blood. While I seem severely injured, it is merely superficial, and I am not internally harmed. Spitting out the blood has helped immensely. Yu Lingshan sighed in relief. Father, what exactly did that villain say to you? Did he threaten you? Yu Buchuan's expression grew grave. First, we must leave this place and find a safer location for your master brother to recover. We can discuss other matters later. Understood, Father. Yet, just as they prepared to depart, a voice suddenly rang out from the hillside. Master Yu, where are you planning to go? Before the words could settle, the sound of wind rushed through the air, and a figure darted from the surrounding hills, encircling Yu Buchuan and his companions. The 13 protectors of Songshan. Recognizing the intruders, Yu Buchuan's heart sank. Not long ago, Song Xian had mentioned Zhuo Lingshan's breakthrough and impending actions against the Huashan sect. He did not expect them to arrive so swiftly. Yu Buchuan glared at the surrounding foes, his gaze landing on their leader. Ding Mian, what do you mean by this? Ding Mian, known as the Towering Hand, was Zhuo Lingshan's second disciple, his palm techniques powerful enough to shatter bones. At this moment, he led the second protector, Liu Bai, the third protector, Fei Bin, and several other disciples of the Songshan sect, sealing off all avenues of escape. A scene that ignited Yu Lingshan's fury unfolded before her eyes. Behind the disciples of the Songshan sect stood the traitor, Lao Danua, grinning broadly. Master, it was no easy feat to catch up to you. Yu Buchuan glared at Lao Danua, fully aware that he was an infiltrator planted by the Songshan sect. He had been cautious of him, but in his haste to rescue his daughter, he had overlooked this traitor. A moment of negligence had led him into a perilous situation. He had not anticipated the Songshan sect would so brazenly tear off the facade of camaraderie, disregarding the code of the martial world. Ding Mian chuckled as he surveyed the area, noting its remoteness and lack of witnesses, an ideal setting for violence and treachery. Master Yu, my sect leader has matters to discuss with you. Please remain here and do not move until he arrives. Yu Buchuan ignored him, casting a glance at his eldest disciple, Ling Huchong, and his daughter, Yu Lingshan. He lowered his voice and said, I will hold them off. You two take this chance to escape. Father, Yu Lingshan protested anxiously. Where could they flee? Even if they managed to escape, if their father were to perish, how could the Huashan sect hope to survive the wrath of the Songshan sect? Remember, flee to Yangzhou City and seek out Song Xian. Tell him I accept his proposal. Without waiting for Yu Lingshan and Ling Huchong to respond, Yu Buchuan fervently channeled his Zhixiagong, the purple aura around him intensifying to its peak. He then unleashed the long rainbow-piercing sunsword technique, sending a surge of violet light directly toward Ding Mian. Ding Mian dared not confront the attack head-on and swiftly retreated. The esteemed reputation of the Junzi sword, Yu Buchuan, was not to be underestimated. If it were not for their master's recent breakthrough into the innate realm, the Songshan sect would not have dared to confront the Huashan sect so openly. As Ding Mian was forced back by the sword strike, a gap appeared in the encirclement. Yu Buchuan seized the opportunity, sheathing his sword and swiftly grasping Yu Lingshan and Ling Huchong, making his escape. It was impossible to wait for death here. Fleeing before Zhuo Lingshan arrived was their only slim chance of survival. One could not deny that the title of Junzi Sword was well-deserved. While he could not compare to the leaders of grand sects like Shaolin or Wudong, he was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of postnatal warriors. Ding Mian, Liu Bai, and Fei Bin were also renowned postnatal warriors within the martial world. Yet, faced with the imposing figure of Yu Buqian, who bore the weight of two individuals, he could only trail behind helplessly, unable to catch up. As he sprinted, at last, the ancient and magnificent city of Yangzhou came into Yu Buqian's view. However, before he could express any joy, a sudden surge of panic gripped his heart, enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis. Instinctively, he turned to glance back, only to see a tall, masked figure rushing towards him from 100 meters away, emanating a disquieting aura that closed the distance rapidly. Yu Buqian's heart sank. They were on the verge of entering the city, yet he had not anticipated that Zhuo Lingchan would still be in pursuit. This man was unmistakable. Even if reduced to ashes, Zhuo Lingchan, a formidable adversary, approached silently, raising his hand to unleash a powerful strike. A frigid and violent force surged forth from his palm. The silver-white energy resembling a dragon, instantly filling the void with an aura of death that enveloped Yu Buqian and his companions. As a practitioner of innate martial arts, Yu Buqian knew he could not withstand such a potent attack. In the face of impending doom, he took a deep breath and cried out towards the city ahead. "Young hero song, help me." The night had deepened, the moon hung high in the sky, and its silvery light draped over the entire city of Yangzhou like a gossamer veil. In a nearby carriage close to the city gate, Song Qian curiously observed her elder brother, glancing at him repeatedly. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Song Qian, with a peculiar expression, inquired. "Brother, what secretive conversation did you have with old Yu? It couldn't possibly be a marriage proposal, could it? Let me make it clear. While I have no objection to Yu Lingshan as a younger sister-in-law, the eldest must be my sister, Liu. Brother, surely you don't wish to deal with familial discord in the future, do you?" Song Qian waved his hand, indicating that he was not yet in a position to contemplate women. For him at this moment, the paramount concern was to enhance his strength, gather allies, and augment his capital for survival in this world. As for women, there was no need to devote time to courtship. "Isn't it a proposal?" Song Qian pondered. "So it seems that one has taken a fancy to the Huashan sect?" Song Qian nodded. "I extended an invitation to Yu Buqian to join my ranks, yet he declined. This is quite understandable. After all, he is a respected leader in his own right. Were I in his position, I too would be reluctant to subordinate myself." Song Qian smiled lightly, indifferent. "I believe he will soon come to terms with it, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The people from the Songzhan sect should have arrived in the Yangzhou region, unless Yu Buqian wishes to see the Huashan sect erased from the annals of the martial world. He has no alternative path to pursue." Song Qian questioned, "How could the people from the Songzhan sect possibly be here? Did you secretly inform them?" Song Qian slightly nodded. Song Qian let out a snicker. "Brother, you truly are a cunning and deceitful rascal." Song Qian's expression hardened as he raised his hand to form a fist, striking it down with a sharp motion. "Pa, the grand estate you desired is no more." "No." Song Qian quickly wrapped her arms around her elder brother's arm, saying, "I misspoke earlier. Dear brother, you are truly a master strategist, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes and achieving victory from 1,000 miles away. Such is the essence of true wisdom. By the way, what if the Songzhan sect does not arrive in time? Wouldn't your plan be in vain? It matters not. It merely means I will capture Yu Buqian a little later." With a smile gracing Song Qian's lips, "It is an inevitable matter that Zhuo Lingchan seeks to absorb the Huashan sect. A conflict between the two is bound to arise. Unless Yu Buqian wishes to witness the demise of the Huashan sect under his own hands, he will inevitably come seeking my assistance." Song Qian comprehended the situation and remarked, "So, brother, this is your open scheme. Although Yu Buqian appears to be the leader of a faction, in reality, when confronted by formidable adversaries like Zhuo Lingchan, he has no alternative but to rely on you." "Indeed." Song Qian smiled faintly. Had it not been for him, Song Qian, Yu Buqian might still have had the opportunity to obtain the Lin family's BCS sword manual and rely on it to turn his fortunes around. However, now that the BCS sword manual was firmly in his grasp, the seemingly vast realm of martial arts presented Yu Buqian with only two paths. He could either submit to Zhuo Lingchan and watch helplessly as the Huashan sect was absorbed by the Songzhan sect, or he could yield to Song Qian, sacrificing some dignity and freedom to become a covert pawn of the court. At the very least, the Huashan sect would still exist in name, and he might even have the chance to elevate it to a prominent position within the martial world. Song Qian believed that this choice was not difficult. Given Yu Buqiuan's unwavering desire for the Huashan sect to thrive and flourish, he would undoubtedly make the correct decision. At that moment, a resonant and urgent male voice echoed throughout a significant portion of Yangzhou City. Song Xiaoxia, save me. The voice came unexpectedly, yet upon hearing it, Song Qian transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing instantaneously within the carriage. Clang! The long sword was drawn, the divine blade clashing with a resounding cry. The crimson sword light illuminating the night sky in fiery hues. The fierce and swift sword aura cascaded down like a torrential river, sprawling across the vast expanse. This strike resembled a red rainbow, its might so formidable that even innate martial artists would be struck with trepidation upon witnessing it. As the sword aura sliced through the air, the normally bustling city gate, with its solid, compact bricks, trembled under the force, sending sand and dust swirling. Crack! Simultaneously, a continuous cracking sound emerged from the hardened ground, which began to spiderweb with fissures, inch by inch. At the city gate, numerous pedestrians were thrown into a state of panic, darting in all directions with piercing screams. This is bad, Zhuo silently cursed, recognizing the unparalleled sharpness of the sword aura that surged from within the city. Such a terrifying aura could only belong to an experienced innate martial artist who had refined their chi to blossom. At that moment, Zhuo Lingchan's masked face bore an expression of grave concern, lamenting his misfortune. Who could have anticipated that such an extraordinary swordsman was concealed within the gates of Yangzhou? Boom! In the sky, the crimson sword light descended like divine thunder, bearing an intent of judgment, ready to condemn the wicked of the world. It resembled the radiant sun rising, dispelling the shadows of darkness with its swift brilliance. In an instant, it collided with Zhuo Lingchan's icy palm strike aimed at Yu Buqiuan. With a sound akin to cloth being torn, the icy energy unleashed by Zhuo Lingchan shattered upon first contact. It was evident that he was significantly inferior in the cultivation of his true energy. After slicing through the icy palm strike, the sword light pressed on without hesitation, hurtling towards Zhuo Lingchan with lethal intent. In his line of sight, the dazzling sword light rapidly converged, transforming into a minuscule, chilling flash aimed at his brow, threatening to bloom a tragically beautiful blood flower. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated through the night. In the face of life and death, Zhuo Lingchan exerted all his strength, desperately raising his sword to shield his brow, then frantically began to retreat. Bang! The sword aura surged forth, and simultaneously, the treasured sword passed down through generations of the Songsan sect emitted a sound of shattering. Alongside it, his left hand, which gripped the sword, was crushed. Flesh and bones scattering like sand upon the shore, swept away by the tide. Zhuo Lingchan let out a piercing scream, having failed to kill Yu Buqiuan, instead losing an arm in what was undoubtedly the greatest calamity of his life. He had never suffered such a humiliating defeat. Even during his confrontation with the leader of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, it was not merely a defeat, it was a complete rout. Who was this formidable swordsman capable of unleashing such astonishing sword energy within Yangzhou? In the Mingzhou continent, there were only a few individuals with such prowess. Was it the renowned sword saint of Mingzhou, Yiguqing of Baiyun City? Or perhaps it was Shimen Shui, who had recently challenged seasoned innate martial artists and gradually earned the title of sword god. Regardless of who it was, Zhuo Lingchan understood that this was not someone he could provoke. With this thought, his retreat hastened, as he fled like a madman, desperate to escape the clutches of the unknown swordsman. Brother, he runs like a dog. On the city walls, Song Qian remarked with a melodious laugh, observing Zhuo Lingchan's hasty escape. On this day, numerous witnesses within and beyond Yangzhou City beheld a crimson sword-shaped arc soaring from the city wall, piercing the sky. The terrifying sword light crackled like thunder, accompanied by a chilling shriek as it traversed the air, unerringly shattering the arm of some unfortunate soul. Blood rained down in droplets, narrating the brutality of what had just transpired. To the ordinary citizens, martial artists were not unfamiliar. Yet, they had never witnessed such a scene of sword energy soaring through the air. Those who beheld it gasped for breath, some standing agape, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them, reminiscent of the time Song Qian had created a massive pit in their yard with a mere sword strike, leaving Lin Daiyu in stunned silence for a long while. Finally, when the roaring sword energy dissipated and the masked Zhuo Lingchan vanished from sight, someone finally shouted, "A sword immortal! A sword immortal has arrived in Yangzhou." Though the Great Zhou had a flourishing martial culture, the majority were still ordinary folk. unaware of the hierarchy among martial artists or the concept of innate levels in their understanding. Anyone capable of delivering such a stunning sword strike must surely be a sword immortal. As the commoners cried out in excitement, speculating about the whereabouts of the sword immortal, the martial artists within the city were more incredulous. The masked figure beyond the city was undoubtedly an innate martial artist. The palm strike he unleashed resonated with true energy fluctuations. There was no mistaking it. An innate-level assassin had been bested by a single sword strike, severing his arm in the process. What level of cultivation did the person within the city possess? While it was difficult to ascertain the exact level, it was clear that they were at least innate, likely among the elite of that tier. To think that such a powerful figure resided in Yangzhou City. A true hidden gem. It was fortunate that they had not stirred up trouble previously. This person seems familiar. Could it be the newly appointed commander of the Xianyi Guard? Upon hearing this, many martial artists felt a jolt of unease, acknowledging their good fortune. The saying, "Chivalry involves breaking the law," was not to be taken lightly. Yangzhou City was home to many wealthy merchants, and numerous martial artists wandering through the city held thoughts of redistributing wealth. What to do when one lacked silver in their travels? Simply take some from the wealthy. For martial artists, acquiring silver was not theft. It was an act of righteousness, an endeavor to aid the impoverished. Dare anyone oppose this? Then they would face the consequences. Yet, upon witnessing the fate of the masked martial artist outside the city, many resolved to leave the area as soon as possible. If even innate martial artists could be dispatched by the Xianyi Guard, what chance did they stand if they were caught in the act of redistributing wealth? In the southeastern region of Yangzhou City, within the garden of the Prince of Huai's residence, an elderly man clad in a grand python robe was listening to music while watching the dance of the courtesans. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, gazing towards the city gate. "That commotion is rather significant," he remarked, then turned to the captain of his guards. "Send someone out to investigate what has happened." A moment later, the captain returned and whispered a few words in his ear. The elderly man furrowed his brow upon hearing the news. The Xianyi Guard has encountered such a formidable figure? What are they plotting in the imperial capital? After a brief contemplation, he shook his head, dismissing the concern. What does it matter? I am not staging a rebellion. I am merely seeking some medicinal herbs for longevity. Can the Xianyi Guard really provoke me? Rising to stretch, the elder chuckled. Continue the music, continue the dance. In a private room of a certain tavern, a refined middle-aged scholar waved his feather fan and glanced at the handsome man across from him. Lord Yi. What was that brilliant flash that just passed by from the city walls? The man known as Lord Yi appeared to be in his 30s, possessing the youthful charm of a young man combined with the composure and grace of middle age. At that moment, he gazed at the crimson sword light that had just swept by, his eyes gradually revealing a deep interest. It has been quite a while since I have encountered such formidable sword energy. The middle-aged scholar furrowed his brow slightly. The fact that Lord Yi regarded the wielder of that sword energy with such importance suggested that the individual possessed considerable strength. If you were to engage him in combat, would you stand a chance of victory? Lord Yi pondered. The refinement of his sword energy surpasses even my own by a slight margin. He must be a congenital powerhouse who has condensed his qi into a flower. Yet, his sword energy lacks the infusion of spiritual will and does not exude the heavy pressure of vital essence. If he has not concealed his true strength, I should emerge victorious. But what if he is concealing his strength? Lord Yi smiled faintly. Then it becomes uncertain. In situations where cultivation levels are comparable, life and death battles ultimately depend on the specifics of the confrontation. The middle-aged scholar speculated. I have heard that a sword deity named Shimen Shui has recently risen in the Jianghu of Shishou, with sword techniques that reach the pinnacle of speed and sword energy that can effortlessly annihilate anything. Could it be that this individual has arrived in the Jiangsu region? Perhaps. Lord Yi sighed. In the past, when encountering such a master of the sword, I would undoubtedly have engaged him in a duel. But now, it is no longer possible. I must not only refrain from action but also conceal my whereabouts. The fewer people who know I am here, the better. Sometimes, I find myself reflecting on this and realize it detracts from the joy I once knew. The middle-aged scholar chuckled softly, gazing at the bustling street outside the window. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. It is too late for you to regret, Lord Yi. Lord Yi shook his head gently. I am not one to know what regret is. In the alley of weeping willows, at the Tongfu Inn, Huang Rong, weary from a day of toil, returned to her room with her face smeared with dirt. 3 more children had vanished today. She muttered to herself as she poured a cup of tea, her eyes reflecting profound fatigue. The number of little beggars within the city was dwindling. The depths of Yangzhou were too complicated. Should she continue her investigation or hastily depart? Anxiety gripped her heart. Initially, it was the disappearance of a few little beggars she had befriended that spurred her desire to uncover the truth. However, the more she investigated, the more fear enveloped her, as if she were slowly descending into an abyss. Despite her exceptional lightness of foot, she could easily become ensnared in the unfathomable depths of Yangzhou. This place was no longer tenable. She must leave at dawn. Just as she resolved to depart, a sharp screech pierced the air from outside the window. Peering out, she beheld a crimson rainbow soaring past the city gate like a dragon, vanishing into the boundless horizon. Huang Ron was momentarily stunned, instinctively inhaling deeply. What kind of place was Yangzhou? That sword energy she'd just witnessed. Surely her father possessed similar strength? Muttering to herself, Huang Ron began to pack her belongings, determined to leave this wretched place without delay. Yet, in the next moment, she paused, a look of recollection crossing her face. That sword energy felt strangely familiar. Instinctively, memories of the cold-faced man who had once tricked her into losing a cherished martial art flashed through her mind. The crimson sword energy that had nearly claimed her life then bore an uncanny resemblance to what she had just seen, save for being slightly larger, thicker, and faster. Could it be that the cold-faced deity had traveled thousands of miles to Yangzhou? The thought of that peculiar man, who was perpetually preoccupied with others' martial arts, solidified Huang Ron's resolve to vacate the premises. Yet as she finished packing her belongings and prepared to exit her room, hesitation clouded her features. If she left just like that, the little beggars she had met in Yangzhou would truly be left without hope. Grinding her teeth, she returned her belongings to their original place, her expression shifting through various emotions. Could a mere few dozen taels of silver truly exchange for a martial art of such significance? With determination, she inhaled deeply and stepped out of her room. Though that man had a dreadful disposition and a countenance as cold as ice, his character remained reliable. The last transaction had favored him. Yet this time she would ask for his assistance in locating a few individuals. Surely he would not refuse. If he did, so be it. Life is paramount, and one must take the chance. Within the city of Yangzhou, if anyone fully grasped the magnificence of Song Qian's sword strike, it was undoubtedly the gentlemanly sword, Yubuchuan. The crimson sword light had whizzed past him, nearly grazing his body, the searing heat making him feel as if he were on the brink of being drained. Once he had safely set down Yu Lingshan and Ling Huchong, he stood dazed, staring at the sword in Song Qian's hand. Then at the tranquil expression on Song Qian's face. To be honest, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he could hardly have associated that incredible sword energy with the young man before him. He appeared far too youthful, seemingly no more than 20 years of age, yet had achieved such extraordinary prowess. What had he, Yubuchuan, been doing at that age? Never mind the legendary pride of Jianghu that he had yet to achieve. Back then, simply seeing his junior sister Ning Zhongze would have rendered him flushed for quite some time. After living half a lifetime, laboring tirelessly to uphold the glory of the Huashan sect, he found himself outshone by someone else's starting point. It was quite laughable indeed. At this moment, Yubuchuan felt a sense of despair creeping in, as if he were shattering the very pot he had long cherished. For the first time, he experienced a sense of disillusionment regarding many of the beliefs he had held onto throughout his life. The martial world was utterly unreasonable in the face of true genius. The skills he had painstakingly acquired over decades seemed inconsequential, barely worthy of comparison to a mere fingertip of the young man before him. Thank you. Yubuchuan's voice was hoarse as he bowed deeply to Song Qian. From a distance, the city guards observed the scene, but none dared to approach. There were countless ways to court death, and they preferred not to make their demise too spectacular. Song Qian cast a glance at Ling Huchong and Yu Lingshan, who lay unconscious on the ground. The two had been rendered senseless by the shockwave generated as his sword aura sliced past them at an astonishing speed, and it was likely that they would remain in this state for quite some time. Song Qian gazed at Yubuchuan, whose expression was exceedingly complex, and said calmly, "This is not a suitable place for conversation. Please, Master Yu, follow me." They proceeded towards the headquarters of the 1,000 households. Song Xuandu sat in the main seat, while Yubuchuan led the awakening Ling Huchong and Yu Lingshan to take their places in the guest seats. Song Qian, with a casual demeanor, called out towards the outside, "Bring the tea." Shortly thereafter, 2 officials adorned in dark garments, each bearing the insignia of 100 households, entered with friendly smiles, carrying a tea set. Once they had filled the cups for everyone, Song Qian nodded and remarked, "Such trivial matters can be handled by subordinates. There is no need for you to attend to them personally." The 2 officials, taken aback by the kindness, responded, "We are deeply grateful to the esteemed gentleman for granting us the chance to live. We have always wished to contribute in any way we can, even if it is merely serving tea." Song Xian smiled faintly, expressing that your goodwill is sufficient. "I have matters to discuss with several guests. You may withdraw for now." "Understood." Once the two captains departed, Yu Buchuan's expression grew somewhat solemn as he inquired, "Young hero Song, are you the 1,000 households leader here?" "No. I merely hold the title of 100 households, concurrently serving as the governor of the imperial prison." Then, Yu Buchuan hesitated momentarily. "This should be the office of the 1,000 households, correct? Is it proper for us to be seated here? What makes it improper?" Song Qian nonchalantly remarked, "The one surnamed Fang, that Qianhu, has already been imprisoned by my brother. He is long since dead. This Qianhu office now belongs to my brother." "Indeed." Yu Buchuan's lips curled into a smile, albeit one that appeared rather forced, even trembling slightly. "This Song Xian is truly a formidable character. Not only is his strength astonishing, but his methods are also frightfully ruthless. His superior can execute whom he pleases without a shred of hesitation. We, along with my disciples, owe him our lives. If we were to show any ingratitude, I fear we would not leave this Qianhu office in Jiangsu and Zhejiang alive today." Yet, Yuling Shan was oblivious to such thoughts. At this moment, her face radiated joy as she gazed at Song Xian. "You, the sword energy I felt before I lost consciousness. Was it you who wielded it to save us?" "Indeed," Song Xian murmured in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Yuling Shan felt a surge of joy. Although this notorious villain often acted in unpredictable ways, he proved to be reliable and trustworthy in critical moments. However, the next instant, she found herself in a quandary. The debt of gratitude for saving her life weighed heavily on her mind. How could she and her father ever repay such a favor? Given the current state of the Huashan sect, there were hardly any formidable warriors within, and with Zhuo Lingshan lurking menacingly outside, it seemed that even if they wished to express their gratitude, they might not have the standing to do so. Just then, Yu Buchuan abruptly stood up and walked to the center of the hall, his expression grave. Earlier, during their flight, he had mentioned to Ling Shan and Chong Er that if they managed to escape, they should seek assistance from you, my lord. "I wish to inform you that I have accepted your previous proposal. Yu Buchuan of the Huashan sect pledges allegiance to you as his master. My lord, should you issue any commands, I shall resolutely obey unto death." Song Xian rose to his feet, a smile gracing his face. The thought of Yu Buchuan's submission did not come as a surprise to him, for the old master had no other path available to him. With the persistent threat of Zhuo Lingshan, the Huashan sect would find no peace. In the face of insufficient strength, Yu Buchuan was compelled to seek support for the survival of the Huashan sect. However, at that moment, Ling Huchong, still nursing his injuries, abruptly stood up. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Yu Buchuan. "Master, I cannot agree. You are renowned in the martial world as the gentleman's sword. The leader of a sect. How could you become a mere pawn of the court? If this matter were to leak out, would it not be a source of ridicule for the heroes of the martial realm?" Caught off guard by this impetuous outburst from his earnest disciple, Yu Buchuan fell silent, gazing incredulously at the young man he had held in high regard. Song Xian chuckled softly. "Master Yu, how do you feel?" Yu Buchuan sighed deeply, his expression betraying an unmistakable sense of disappointment, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Yu Lingshan, perplexed, interjected, "Father, even if the elder brother's words were unkind, they were spoken with your dignity in mind. Don't you think calling it sorrowful is a bit excessive?" Song Qian let out a chuckle, glancing at Yu Buchuan, and remarked, "Old Yu, your skills in teaching disciples leave much to be desired. These two seem rather mature, yet each one appears more naive than the last." Yu Buchuan fell silent, for he found himself unable to counter Song Qian's words. Observing the Song siblings, both remarkable in their youth, he couldn't help but compare them to his own eldest disciple, whom he had raised as a son, and his bewildered daughter, both of whom seemed rather foolish by comparison. In this regard, it was evident that he had faltered in his role as a mentor. Yu Lingshan snorted, defiantly gazing at Song Qian. "Sister Song, I concede that your strength is formidable, but must you mock others so? Where did I err in my previous statement?" Song Qian pondered for a moment, gazing intently at Yu Lingshan before slowly uttering two words. "Foolishness." "What?" Yu Lingshan, momentarily taken aback, could not comprehend. "I said." Song Qian raised her voice slightly, pointing at both Yu Lingshan and Ling Huchong, exclaiming, "Two utter fools." Yu Lingshan was left speechless, indignant at such foul words. Calling you fools is but a light reprimand. Song Qian let out a cold laugh, declaring that the Huashan sect stood but a step away from annihilation. As a disciple and a daughter, instead of seeking to alleviate the burdens of her master and father, her thoughts were consumed with preserving their face. She cast a disdainful glance at Ling Huchong, noting that Yuling Shan, being young and naive, could not comprehend the current plight of the Huashan sect. Yet, as the foremost disciple, Ling Huchong, do not tell me you remain oblivious to the dire situation confronting our sect. Ling Huchong was momentarily taken aback. What situation? He furrowed his brow and said, today, the Songzhan sect ambushed us, and I have yet to grasp the reason behind this. The 5 mountain sword sects have always been interlinked. Does not Zhuo Lingchan's actions amount to self-sabotage? Song Qian. Miss Song found herself at a loss for words, as the thoughts of this esteemed disciple from the Huashan school truly caught her off guard. Song Qian looked at Yu Buqian with a touch of sympathy. Master Yu, one must admit that the disciples of the Huashan sect truly embody a refreshing current within the martial world. From an outsider's perspective, I naturally wish for more individuals like Ling Huchong, innocent and devoid of malice. The presence of such individuals could greatly diminish the conflicts plaguing the Jianghu. However, from your position as the sect leader, I can sense your burden. To be frank, I fail to comprehend why you tirelessly uphold the Huashan sect to this day. What drives you? Yu Buqian took a deep breath and spoke solemnly to Ling Huchong. Chonger, you are no longer a child. In just a few years, you will reach the age of maturity, and it is time for you to cultivate a sense of responsibility. You claim that your master loses face by serving as the court's hound, yet I understand that you may not grasp this now. I shall grant you the time to reflect. Upon our return to Huashan, you are to retreat to the back mountain's reflection cliff for contemplation. You may only emerge when you comprehend why I have made such choices. Master, Ling Huchong felt a sense of discontent. He has always harbored unfavorable sentiments towards the court and could not accept that the Huashan sect, once a revered martial faction, had transformed into the court's minion. Leave. Yu Buqian barked. Wait outside. I do not wish to see you at this moment. He gestured towards Yuling Shan. You two, step outside. I have matters to discuss with our lord. Yuling Shan opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. She was not particularly shocked by her father's allegiance to the court. She merely found it perplexing, as he was her father, after all, and could not possibly wish her harm. As she reached the doorway, her steps faltered slightly, and she turned to glance at the amiable-faced Song Qian. She remembered that after this notorious villain had captured her, she had inquired about his motives, wondering why he sought neither wealth nor martial prowess. He had replied that he sought people, leaving her in a whirlwind of confusion. It turned out he had not lied. He truly sought individuals, not her, but rather her father, the esteemed gentleman sword of the martial world. With a complex expression, Yuling Shan exited, gazing upwards at the sky with an exasperated look. Her thoughts felt remarkably tangled. In the hall, Yu Buqian offered a wry smile and clasped his fists. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to our lord. It is quite normal. Song Qian consoled. After all, they are young, having spent considerable time in the martial world. It is only natural for one to feel a sense of confusion when constantly addressed as young hero. The abrupt transformation from a chivalrous figure in the Jianghu to a despised pawn of the court is difficult for anyone to accept. Yu Buqian sighed deeply, acknowledging, I anticipated that Chonger would struggle with this notion. Yet, I did not foresee his utter lack of discernment and conscience. His mind is consumed with the idea that becoming a court official would tarnish his reputation in the martial world, without a single thought for me, his master. Why would I abandon my position as the leader of our sect to serve the Xiani Guard? While others may be indifferent, he is my eldest disciple, whom I have raised since childhood. If he possessed even a modicum of conscience, his thoughts should revolve around how to assist me in safeguarding the Hua Mountain School from the menacing gaze of Zhuo rather than hastily contradicting my decisions without a moment's contemplation. Song Qian chuckled lightly, remarking that how to educate disciples was a matter for them, and he would not meddle in the internal affairs of the Huashan sect. Naturally, he would not intervene in the incident where Ling Huchong was sent to the cliff of contemplation. In fact, he secretly wished for that young man to reach the cliff sooner, so he could learn the Duga 9 swords from the hidden master, Feng Qingyan. There is a saying, your sword is my sword. Though it was challenging to scheme for the Duga 9 swords while in Feng Qingyan's possession, once it was in Ling Huchong's hands, Song Qian had myriad ways to acquire it. Indeed, he need not lift a finger himself. After all, the tool known as Zhuo Lingchan was still alive, and if utilized wisely, could bear the blame time and again. Raising his teacup and savoring a sip of tea, Song Xian continued. Though I have severed Zhuo Lingchan's arm today, the crisis facing the Huashan sect is far from resolved. On the contrary, after this setback, Zhuo Lingchan will only become more cautious and ruthless. Should he strike again, he likely will not afford you the opportunity to seek refuge here. Turning to Yu Buchuan, he inquired, have you considered how to respond to the impending counterattack from the Songshan sect? Faced with Song Xian's question, Yu Buchuan fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he shook his head, a bitter expression etched across his face. Aside from relying on our superior, we have no recourse. I cannot contend with Zhuo Lingchan. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Song Xian, capable of manifesting sword energy in the post-heaven realm. For Yu Buchuan, the chasm between the post-heaven and the pre-heaven realms was insurmountably vast. Should Zhuo Lingchan genuinely tear the veil and unleash lethal force upon the Huashan sect, he would find himself bereft of any means to confront him directly. Song Xian slightly shook his head. Old you. Let me put it this way. If you remain in Yangzhou City, I can certainly ensure your safety. However, your foundation lies on Mount Hua, and it is impossible for you to stay here indefinitely. You will eventually have to return. Once you are back on Mount Hua, with its lofty heights and distant paths, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to protect you, no matter how capable I may be. He continued. Speak honestly with me. Do you have any confidence in breaking through to the innate realm within the next few years? Upon hearing the term innate, Yu Buchuan's expression darkened. No, I have been stuck at the pinnacle of the acquired realm for many years, and I see no hope of breaking through to the innate. Song Xian was somewhat astonished. Logically speaking, the Zixia skill of the Huashan sect is of considerable rank, being a legitimate Taoist technique. Your aptitude is not lacking, and by your age, you should be on the verge of a breakthrough, should you not? In the Great Zhou dynasty, martial arts flourished, yet for the average person, the pursuit of martial practice remains an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Typically, for an ordinary individual wishing to engage in martial arts, there are two primary avenues. One is fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple by a renowned martial arts family or sect, thus receiving a systematic transmission of martial arts teachings. Without a complete martial arts methodology, relying solely on personal exploration would result in nothing more than physical conditioning, rendering the cultivation of inner strength impossible. The other route involves enlisting in the Imperial Army, where soldiers have access to military formations and martial arts suited to their training. However, most can only reach the limits of the mortal realm unless they achieve military merit. Otherwise, it is exceedingly difficult to acquire techniques capable of cultivating inner strength. Although Yu Buchuan may not possess the extraordinary talent of some prodigies, his admission to the Huashan sect and eventual ascension to its leadership speaks to his commendable qualifications. He has the advantage of authentic internal cultivation methods and the resources of a sect to support his endeavors. After decades of diligent practice, the absence of any opportunity for a breakthrough into the innate realm is rather peculiar. At the mention of this, Yu Buchuan's face flushed with rare embarrassment. Ah, my lord. You may not be aware that Zixia skill, being a legitimate Taoist technique, initially focuses on refining essence into qi, akin to a foundational practice for novices. Years ago, our Huashan sect faced a significant upheaval, resulting in the demise or dispersal of many elder masters. I was thrust into leadership, much like a duck forced to swim. My master passed away early, and there were no elders in the sect to guide me. Consequently, I was unaware that the practice of Zixia skill necessitates abstaining from the allure of women, which led to considerable depletion of my vital energy in my youth. Song Xian let out a sound of understanding towards Lao Yu. After all, in his youth, Ning Zhongzi was renowned in the martial world for her unparalleled beauty. Any man fortunate enough to wed such a stunning wife would likely find it difficult to rise from his bed each day. It was only later, with the cultivation of the Zixia skill, that I began to grasp its essence, particularly after the birth of my daughter, Ling Shan. However, by that time, it was too late. The earlier losses had been too great, and even with subsequent remedies, it was challenging to restore myself to my former completeness. Yu Buchuan bore a look of deep sorrow. The Zixia skill was indeed formidable. Our Huashan sect had once risen to prominence in the martial arts world through its mastery. Yet, regrettably, this very skill had become a shackle, hindering my advancement into the innate realm. Listening to Yu Buchuan's lament, Song Xian felt a quiet relief within. The pure Yang Wujin boy skill he practiced was a synthesis of various Taoist and Buddhist techniques. Previously, he had found it perplexing that such a multitude of martial arts could converge into a boy's skill. Yet now, it seemed comprehensible. Whether from Taoism or Buddhism, The foundational stage emphasized the renunciation of lust, fundamentally aligning with the principles of refining essence into qi, making the term boy's skill quite fitting. Old you. Song Xian lightly tapped his fingers on the chair, pondering for a moment, and said, if there were a cultivation method that could enable you to break through to the innate realm in a remarkably short period, presented before you. Your Excellency. Yu Buchuan's breath quickened, his face reflecting a profound desire. Do not rush. Song Xian waved his hand and continued, however. This technique possesses a significant flaw. It generates an incessant heat within the body during cultivation, ultimately leading to a state of madness. To avoid succumbing to this madness, one must undergo castration. Would you still wish to pursue such a practice? Yu Buchuan was taken aback, his face a mask of turmoil, and he even reluctantly inquired. Is castration absolutely necessary? Song Xian nodded and remarked, one can directly transcend the innate realm, and moreover, acquire such a technique swiftly. How could there be no cost associated with it? As for whether this price is significant or trivial, that ultimately depends on your own judgment, old you. Yu Buchuan remained troubled. As a man, the essence of his masculinity was indeed his lifeblood, even in dire straits. It is likely that few would be willing to part with such an integral part of themselves. Song Xian did not urge him, but instead exchanged a glance with Song Qian. Miss Song understood immediately, retrieving a secret manual from her sleeve and casually tossing it to Yu Buchuan. As Yu Buchuan gazed at the prominent characters of the evil-repelling sword manual in his hand, he recognized it as belonging to the Lin family, the Lin families. Indeed, Song Xiandao, this is the renowned 72 methods of exorcism swordplay, once wielded by Lin Yuan II, a figure who, in his heyday, dominated the martial world with unparalleled glory. You may transcribe this swordplay to take back to Mount Hua. As for whether to cultivate it, that decision rests solely with you. I can offer you my protection for a fleeting moment, yet I cannot safeguard the Huashan sect for eternity. Ultimately, the safety of the Huashan sect must rely on you, its leader. Even if I were to eliminate the treacherous Suo Lingchan, a declining Huashan sect would inevitably attract the attention of Wang Lingchan and Li Lingchan. Relying on others will never compare to relying upon oneself. Yu Buchuan perused the sword manual thoroughly, confirming that the secret technique indeed held the potential to elevate one to the innate realm through self-castration, as Song Xiandao indicated. The turmoil on his face diminished considerably. The words of the master resonate. Relying on others is ultimately inferior to relying on oneself. With a heavy sigh, Yu Buchuan requested leave from his master, expressing his intention to return to Mount Hua. After paying homage to the ancestors, he would prepare to relocate himself and his disciples to Yangzhou. He chuckled wryly, acknowledging that the sect possessed little in terms of belongings or personnel, thus the process should not be prolonged. Although Yu Buchuan did not explicitly state whether he would practice the swordplay, Song Xiandao discerned that the elder had made up his mind. His fate was sealed. In that moment, he nodded and smiled, reassuring him. Thus, Master, you may rest assured in your return. Zuo Lingchan has sustained significant injuries and will undoubtedly retreat to recover, daring not to provoke the Huashan sect in the near future. Old you. Just as Yu Buchuan reached the threshold, Song Xiandao suddenly called out to him. Is there further instruction from the master? Song Xian pondered. Your eldest disciple possesses remarkable insight in the way of the sword. What do you think? At this point, Song Xian paused, wearing an expression that implied, you understand. Yu Buchuan was taken aback, realizing that the master was suggesting that this sword technique should be practiced by Chong'er. Song Xian nodded. Do you think it is feasible? Yu Buchuan smiled and shook his head. Let us not even consider whether my disciple would be able to practice it. Even if he could you truly trust someone like that, my lord? Song Xian fell silent. A person like Ling Hu Chong is passable for use as a pawn, but to accept him as a subordinate is simply out of the question. You'd be lucky to escape unscathed. After Yu Buchuan departed with his daughter and disciples, Song Qian chuckled. Brother, is Liu planning to make a cut? Song Qian nodded. In that case, it would be more prudent for him to simply sever ties within the city of Yangzhou and, after cultivating the evil-repelling sword manual to attain the innate realm, return to Mount Hua. Wouldn't that be a far safer course of action? Song Qian waved his hand, saying, You do not comprehend a man's thoughts. What thoughts? Song Qian replied with a hint of confusion. Does not that notion also adhere to the principle of returning to one's roots? Even if one is to sever ties, it ought to be done on familiar ground, should it not? Song Qian chuckled softly, yet he showed no inclination to elucidate further. Surely, he could not reveal to her that, if he were in Liu Yu's position, He would undoubtedly wish to return to the mountain gate and indulge with his wife in blissful abandon for several days before any severance occurred. Even a dying cow deserves a hearty meal before its end, does it not? After all, even death row inmates are granted a final feast before their execution. Noticing Song Qian's silence, Song Qian suddenly felt an inexplicable wave of sympathy, remarking, "I can't help but feel a twinge of pity for Lao Yu. It's rather heart-wrenching to behold. If only one of his disciples were to prove worthy, he wouldn't have to face such a difficult decision, would he? It is indeed quite pitiable." Song Qian sighed, lamenting that Master Yu's Zixia skill had reached its zenith. Without transformation, there was no hope for the innate in this lifetime. Moreover, none of his disciples exhibited any promise. The only one with slightly better aptitude, Ling Hu Chong, was a wayward vagabond, wandering aimlessly outside without a shred of belonging to the sect. In such a school, the elder had lost all potential, and the younger generation offered no glimpse of a brighter future. Whoever took the helm would surely be engulfed in despair. Thankfully, we possess enough determination. Song Qian suddenly broke into a smile and said, "Brother, I shall retreat from my cultivation. As for meals, please have someone deliver them to my door every 3 days. This time, I shall not emerge from my seclusion until I attain innate perfection. You have already reached that stage. It is time for me to put in the effort. I do not wish for a day to come when our lack of diligence forces the old Song to face a desperate choice akin to that of Yibuchuan." With that, she floated out of the hall like a willow catkin, vanishing beyond the gates. Song Qian did not intervene. He had never doubted his sister Song Qian's ability to break through. If one were to inquire about the individual with the most exceptional martial arts aptitude he had encountered over the past 2 decades, it would undoubtedly be his own sister, Song Qian. As for the extent of her talent, simply put, while others toil for years, enduring countless trials, for Song Qian, cultivation is as effortless as eating and drinking. Even with a sporadic commitment, she can easily keep pace with her elder brother. In her presence, Song Qian has never witnessed any bottlenecks. Her internal energy cultivation is more efficient in a single year than that of an ordinary practitioner who labors for a decade. Through Song Qian comprehended the essence of being favored by the heavens, the notion of celestial providence. To put it in a more fantastical light, Song Qian is akin to the child of destiny in this realm, destined to navigate life with ease, free from calamities and misfortunes. Song Qian's martial arts aptitude, while not extraordinary, surpasses that of the majority of practitioners. However, in comparison to Song Qian, his talent can only be deemed conventional. At times, he finds himself questioning how such a significant disparity in martial prowess could exist between siblings. Fortunately, over the past decade, the pure young limitless boyhood technique has subtly enhanced his martial capabilities, accelerating his training progress. Finally, at the age of 20, he ascended to the innate realm. Achieving this at such a young age places him among the true prodigies within the martial world. In many esteemed martial arts sanctuaries, the criteria for selecting true disciples often only requires advancement to the innate realm before the age of 30. Since his arrival at the Qianhu office in Jiangsu and Zhujiang, Song Qian had mostly idled away his time, but now he found himself unexpectedly engaged in official duties. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Upon granting permission, a respectful 100-house officer entered and solemnly announced, "Sir, there is a matter that requires your attention." Song Qian set down his pen and lifted his gaze, saying, "Speak." During the days you departed from the Qianhu office, several inspectors from the Mountain River Mansion arrived, dressed in dark uniforms, claiming they were investigating a case involving the murder of an official's family member by individuals from the martial world. "Oh," Song Qian, maintaining an impassive demeanor, said, "Please continue." The deceased were the son of the governor of Jiangcheng County in the Shanhofu region, along with his retinue of guards and attendants. The authorities in Jiangcheng County concluded that this case was linked to individuals from the martial world, subsequently transferring the investigation to the Thousand Households Office of Shanhofu. Song Xianping remarked casually, "How did the case from the Shanhe Prefecture come to involve our Jiangxi Prefecture?" The 100 households displayed an expression of difficulty, according to their accounts. During the time of the deceased's passing, the cargo ship of the Fuwei Escort Agency had docked at the pier. Thus, they harbored suspicions that the Lin family might be connected to this case. Song Qian uttered a soft hum, as visions of the past flickered in his mind specifically. The moment he had toasted a newlywed couple at a banquet in Jiangcheng County. The family of the newlyweds had perished, yet in his haste, he had only managed to deal with the son of the county magistrate and a throng of attendants, failing to address the magistrate himself. He had vowed to annihilate the entire magistrate's family, but time had not permitted him to cleanse the remnants of that affair. Unexpectedly, the magistrate of Jiangcheng County had taken matters into his own hands with alarming urgency. At that moment, Song Xian chuckled softly to himself. Surely, their concerns extended beyond merely the Lin family. Could they be insinuating that this official might also be entangled in the affair? The 100 households hurriedly responded. They did not state it outright, yet their insinuations were unmistakable. Currently, those individuals await outside the yamen. Would you like to meet them, my lord? Very well. Let us meet, Song Xian replied with a brief chuckle. I am curious to discern their intentions. It is likely they believe our side lacks 1,000 households and wish to exploit this opportunity for their own gain. The 100 households, seemingly accustomed to such matters, remarked. As you are aware, my lord, the authority of the 1,000 households in the inspection office across various prefectures is substantial, and there exists a multitude of factions among them. The overt and covert rivalries are, in truth, quite commonplace. Song Xian nonchalantly remarked, wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Even the imperial court is no exception. Invite them in. I am curious to see whether they have genuinely uncovered something or are merely seeking a pretext to create trouble for personal gain. 2 members of the Xuani Guard arrived from the Mountain River Prefecture, donned in their dark uniforms, with small flag tokens hanging from their waists, marking them as the lowest rank among the second-tier Xuani Guards. As they stepped into the room, the smile on Song Xian's face faded, replaced by an expression of indifference as he scrutinized the two. Though they bore the small flag tokens, they suppressed their aura of cultivation. Yet even so, within Song Xian's perception, their concealed innate energy could not be entirely masked. The 2 sent by the 1,000 House Division of the Mountain River Prefecture were evidently there to cause a disturbance. Initially, the 2 appeared quite casual, seemingly dismissing the significance of the 1,000 House Division. However, upon entering the hall, their previously relaxed demeanor shifted dramatically. It seemed they had not anticipated that the master of this 1,000 House Division was also an innate level being. They hesitated briefly before respectfully clasping their fists and bowing deeply. Xuani Guard, small flag, Lu Shower, pays his respects to Lord Song. Xuani Guard, small flag, Huaman Shan, pays his respects to Lord Song, seated regally in his grand chair. Song Xian spoke with an air of indifference, stating, I have little patience for those who conceal their identities. It would be prudent for both of you to reveal your true names and intentions. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves unable to depart from this city of Yangzhou. The 2 dark-clad guards, adorned with small flags and tokens at their waists, exchanged a fleeting glance, their eyes glimmering with unspoken understanding. You jest, my lord, replied the one who had spoken, a man in his 30s with meticulously groomed mustaches that matched the elegance of his eyebrows, giving him the appearance of possessing 4 brows from a distance. At this moment, the jovial demeanor he had displayed upon entering the room had vanished, replaced by an expression of grave concern, as it dawned on him that the chief officer of this Jiangzhou provincial office was, in fact, a formidable innate-level master. With that realization, he grasped the arm of his companion, a young man exuding an air of noble charm, and turned to leave. Song Xian let out a cold laugh, raising his hand to strike the table. In an instant, the brush on the table soared upwards like a beam of sword light, flashing through the air like a lightning bolt, and in the blink of an eye, it surged towards the man who called himself Lu Shower. Lu Shower's expression changed drastically. His fingers, curling like claws, reached out as his true energies surged forth, strands of energy swirling and coiling, ultimately coalescing into a vortex of true energy between his index and middle fingers. A resounding hum echoed through the hall of the magistrate's office, as true energy erupted and a cacophony filled the air. At the entrance, the wooden door shattered under the shockwave of the innate true energy, splintering into pieces that rained down, leaving the columns outside riddled with holes. Between Lu Shower's index and middle fingers, a brush radiating a crimson halo was firmly pinched, its tip trembling slightly. Casually tossing the brush to the ground, Lu Shower placed his right hand, which had just held the brush, behind his back and raised his left hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. My lord, surely this is unnecessary. Before he could finish his sentence, a beam of sword light suddenly erupted from the upper end of the hall, sweeping through the air along with some of the wooden fragments that had yet to fall, enveloping the 2 men. A look of trepidation crossed Lu Shower's face as he swayed and swiftly moved into the courtyard. His palm struck out like iron, effortlessly lifting a massive cauldron in the courtyard, and he hurled it towards the oncoming sword light. With a tearing sound, akin to fabric ripping, the towering cauldron, which was taller than a person and still had incense that had yet to burn out, split in half under the sword light. The sword light burst forth like a tempest, erupting with the ferocity of a sunlit phoenix. Yet, in the next moment, the sound of a sword's cry resonated, and the explosive sword light abruptly coalesced into a single point of cold radiance. The once sweeping sword energy that engulfed the entire courtyard now condensed into a singular point, the murderous intent palpable within. Anyone could discern that, should it erupt, its power would be enough to pierce the heavens and shatter stone. Lu Xiaoer stood rooted in place, a vortex of true energy beginning to form in his left hand, with the oncoming sword energy locking onto him, leaving no avenue for escape. He prepared to test his ultimate skill, the lynxy finger, to see if he could withstand this terrifying sword energy. Boom. Before the sword energy arrived, a fearsome force assaulted him first. Lu Xiaoer felt a sharp pain between his brows, as if countless silver needles had pierced him, causing his mind to blur. His movement slowed, and he could only watch helplessly as the approaching sword energy drew ever closer. Come here. In that fleeting moment, a familiar voice rang out beside him. Lu Xiaoer felt himself yanked suddenly, narrowly evading the lethal sword energy. The hissing sword energy grazed past him, striking the courtyard wall. With a ripping sound, the thick wall forged from bluestone was instantly cleaved, leaving an exceptionally smooth cut. Lu Xiaoer turned to glance back, a chilling sensation creeping into his heart. Just moments ago, had his friend not pulled him away, he would have undoubtedly been severed in two. Quite interesting. Song Xian's figure flickered and materialized at the entrance of the hall, one hand gripping a sword, his expression indifferent as he fixed his gaze upon the two individuals. In the territory of Mingzhou, the number of innate martial artists within the pugilistic world was rather limited. How could one possibly assume the guise of a minor flag-bearer within the Xianyi Guard? What, may I inquire, are the intentions of you two impersonating the Xianyi Guard? Opposite him, the two men fell into a momentary silence. The man with a beard meticulously groomed to match his eyebrows was the first to clasp his fists in salute. I am Lu Xiaofeng, known in the martial world as Lu the Chicken Lu Sandan. It is an honor to meet you, Master Song. Beside Lu Xiaofeng, the elegant and refined gentleman, holding a folding fan, also cupped his hands toward Song Xian. I am Huaman Lu. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance, Master Song. Song Xian scrutinized the two individuals before him, finding little surprise regarding their identities. Their distinctiveness was simply too pronounced. For instance, Lu Xiaofeng's exceptionally recognizable mustache was a rarity in the martial world. Furthermore, accompanied by a remarkably formidable blind man, it was effortless for one to deduce their identities. Song Xian's gaze roamed restlessly within the government office, as he gestured dismissively to the gathering officials of the Xianyi Guard, indicating that there was no cause for concern and that they should return to their duties. Oh, and please find a few individuals to tidy up the courtyard, he added, before turning to Lu Xiaofeng and Huaman Lu with a calm invitation. Come in, let us converse. In the grand hall, Song Xian sat imperiously in the Grand Master's chair. Lu Xiaofeng and Huaman Lu occupied the guest seats, observing as two Xianyi Guard captains personally served tea. It was evident that they were gaining a keen insight into the authority wielded by this powerful official. This man not only possessed formidable strength, but also demonstrated remarkable prowess in commanding others. After all, why would a distinguished captain willingly engage in the menial task of serving tea? You two do not appear to be members of the Xianyi Guard, Song Xian remarked, casting a glance at the somewhat reserved duo. Indeed not, Lu Xiaofeng replied, his demeanor relaxed. Having emerged from the previous life-and-death crisis, his face now radiated with cheer. Despite a lingering sense of caution, conversing normally posed no challenge. In the presence of the true master, one speaks no falsehood. The Xianyi Guard attire we wear was taken from others. Oh, Song Xian was immediately intrigued and remarked, let me guess. The two of you impersonating the Xianyi Wei must believe you have some incriminating evidence against me, perhaps to extort me? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng's eyes flickered with surprise, followed by a sheepish smile. Indeed, there was such an inclination, but I did not anticipate that you, my lord, would be so remarkably astute. It seems we have underestimated you. He continued, pray tell, what incriminating evidence have you uncovered against me? Adjusting to a more comfortable position, Song Xian inquired nonchalantly. Lu Xiaofeng pondered his words carefully before responding. I have always had a penchant for meddling in affairs that do not concern me. Recently, while traveling through Jiangxing County with Brother Hua, I chanced upon the news of the murder of the county magistrate's son. It is said that his demise was particularly gruesome, and all his retainers were ruthlessly slain, yet the local authorities have been unable to uncover a single clue regarding the perpetrator. Naturally, this piqued my interest. At this juncture, Lu Xiaofeng paused and glanced at Song Xian, only to find his expression inscrutable, revealing nothing. He resumed, "This case has become quite the sensation in the area, with officers from the magistrate's office frequently searching for leads, while the local populace engages in fervent speculation, each with their own theories. As for me, I find myself without much to occupy my time, and I have a penchant for immersing myself in intriguing mysteries. When faced with a case that seems particularly elusive, I relish the opportunity to involve myself." The crime scene yielded no traces of the assailant, or if there were any, they had been washed away by a torrential downpour overnight, rendering any investigation futile. Thus, Brother Hua and I shifted our approach, seeking out individuals from the martial world who had entered Jiangqing County during the time frame of the incident. Song Xian chuckled softly. "So, have the two of you tracked me down? Could it be that you have discovered some evidence?" "Not at all." Lu Xiaofeng shook his head. "Although we lack concrete proof, after thorough inquiries and discussions with Brother Hua, we have ultimately concluded that the only person with both the capability and audacity to commit such an act is none other than you, my lord." Song Xian took a sip of tea and chuckled. "So after all this discussion, you are still relying on mere conjecture?" "Indeed, it is based on conjecture," Lu Xiaofeng replied with a smile. "I have investigated numerous cases of murders committed by martial arts experts, yet very few are as clean, swift, and exceptionally professional as this one. Moreover, considering your esteemed position within the Xianyi Guard, one might assume that eliminating witnesses is precisely your forte, is it not?" Song Xianping spoke calmly. "So, you believe you have grasped my weaknesses, intending to coerce me into granting you some benefits? That was never my intention. The Xianyi Guards and corrupt officials are merely engaged in a mutual struggle, and we are quite pleased to witness such conflicts. Perhaps it was the recent display of my sword energy that has left Lu Xiaofeng unusually candid, speaking freely without reservation. However, after conducting some inquiries through mutual acquaintances, I learned of your esteemed background, having come from the imperial capital to serve in the Jiangxi prefecture, which sparked my intrigue." Pointing to Hua Manlu, he continued, "This is my dearest friend, whom I have known since childhood. Unfortunately, he lost his sight due to a severe illness in his youth, and despite seeking numerous renowned physicians over the years, no remedy has proven effective. Upon discovering your affiliation with the Imperial Xianyi Guards and your lineage from a hereditary family within the organization, a bold idea began to take shape in my mind." Song Xian spoke lightly. "Do you intend to coerce a small elixir of restoration from me?" Lu Xiaofeng looked up in surprise. Indeed, this esteemed individual was remarkable. Having accurately deduced my intentions, I indeed harbored such a thought. The small elixir of restoration, a revered remedy in the martial world, is predominantly held by the prestigious families of the Xianyi Wei, making it a rare treasure. Lu Xiaofeng sighed, recounting, "In the past, many formidable masters in the martial realm resorted to assassination and abduction to seize the small elixir from the hereditary Xianyi Wei. However, the subsequent retaliation from the Xianyi Wei was excessively brutal and merciless, with the law enforcement officials showing no regard for evidence. Both local martial families and sects faced a ruthless purge by the elite Xianyi Wei. After several such incidents, no one in the martial world dared to resort to forceful means to procure the small elixir." As he spoke, Lu Xiaofeng's peripheral vision caught another glance at Song Xian, noticing the latter's expression, which seemed to be one of listening to a tale, prompting him to continue. "If brute force is futile, then cunning must prevail. It is rare to encounter an outwardly spirited descendant of the Xianyi Wei, and it appears we have managed to gather some leverage against you. Thus, I aim to test the waters, to see if I could seize the opportunity to procure the small elixir from you." "Test the waters?" Song Xian chuckled. "So you have pilfered 2 sets of Xianyi Wei uniforms to gamble your luck here?" "Indeed, it was a gamble, aimed at intimidation. If you truly are the murderer of the county magistrate's son, possessing this leverage would ensure that even if you surrendered the small elixir, you would hesitate to disclose it. And if I am not the murderer?" Lu Xiaofeng sighed. "We have determined that you are no more than 20 years old, presuming your strength to be that of a mere postnatal martial artist. With the capabilities of my brother Hua and myself, we could escape at any moment. Yet, who would have thought that despite your youthful appearance, your prowess is exceedingly formidable?" Lu Xiaofeng exchanged glances with Hua Manlu, then pondered, "If I am not mistaken, Sir Song, You have already condensed the Qi blossom and the divine blossom on your martial path, have you not? The sword energy you unleashed moments ago contained a mental assault, leaving me with a splitting headache and a sense of disorientation. Had it not been for Brother Hua's timely intervention, I fear I might have perished on the spot. Song Xian smiled ambiguously, neither confirming nor denying the matter. To be honest, since advancing to the innate realm, he himself was uncertain about his current standing in the martial world. At this stage, whether it be the relatively weaker Zwilling Chan among innate warriors, or someone like Lu Xiaofeng, who had long been renowned in the martial realm, neither posed a challenge to him. The pure young Wu Jitongzigong, a celestial-level internal martial art, was exceedingly formidable, as a culmination of numerous elite internal techniques. Each breakthrough in Song Xian's realm brought about a transformative enhancement in his vitality and spirit. This enhancement, at present, could be described as overwhelming within the same realm. Dare I ask, are all the members of the Xian Yiwei family in the imperial capital as fearsome as this gentleman? Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu were genuinely taken aback today. They had initially thought that a mere young member of the Xian Yiwei would simply come to intimidate them, with the prospect of obtaining a valuable elixir being a significant gain. Even if they failed to secure any leverage, the two could easily make their escape. With their established prowess as innate warriors, navigating a mere 1,000 households without any innate warriors should have been effortless. Who would have imagined that what they presumed to be a straightforward journey to Jiangsu and Zhujiang would turn out to be more perilous than venturing into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den? Lu Xiaofeng understood well that if the young gentlemen seated in the grand chair truly harbored murderous intent, even their exceptional agility would not guarantee that one of them would not meet their demise today. Song Xian uttered a vague HM, expressing that the capital's waters were too deep and the competitive pressure overwhelming. He preferred not to engage in the intricate scheming of extraordinary talents, and thus voluntarily transferred to this quieter region. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng and his companion were taken aback. Was it not an exaggeration? A top innate master, nearly 20 years of age and already possessing the essence of Qi and the flower of divinity, referred to others as prodigies? What sort of fearsome figures were these so-called prodigies that Song spoke of? Surely, one could not attain the realm of a martial arts master by the age of 20 or 30, could they? That seemed utterly implausible. Even if one had begun their training from the cradle, achieving innate status in one's 20s was already a rare martial talent, with hardly a few in the entire Jianghu. As for the notion of martial arts masters in their 20s, Lu Xiaofeng could not possibly accept such a claim. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: the mysterious guards of the capital were indeed terrifying enough to send shivers down one's spine. Song Xian was indeed trying to deceive the two. The situation in the capital is indeed complex, yet it is not as exaggerated as he claimed. There are indeed some young prodigies in the capital. However, to be frank, since his advancement to the innate realm, he has yet to encounter any youthful genius who could instill a sense of dread in him. My lord, we have recounted the events in their entirety. How do you intend to deal with us? Lu Xiaofeng's voice carried an unusual tone. His friend, Hua Manlu, immediately grasped his intention. Should Lord Song, seated in the position of authority, turn against them, Lu Xiaofeng was prepared to make his exit first, allowing Hua Manlu to cover his retreat. The outcome of such a retreat was all too evident. In the face of a top-tier warrior like Song Xian, who had condensed the flowers of Qi and divinity, without an equally skilled opponent to intervene, it was essentially a matter of survival. Whoever obstructed would meet their demise. Song Xian gazed at the two with a smile, his expression gradually shifting from aloofness to warmth. In truth, this is not a matter of great significance. If the two had approached with the intent of forging a friendship and had been forthright in their intentions, a mere small elixir would not have been beyond my means to provide. I am a person who delights in benevolence and cherishes the company of friends. Lu Xiaofeng felt a sudden tightening in his chest. He understood that the subsequent but was the crux of the matter. Indeed, Song Xian's voice rang out once more. However, my friends, your approach lacks sincerity, marked more by cunning than by genuine intent, which betrays the noble spirit of a chivalrous wanderer. Lu Xiaofeng let out a bitter smile, acknowledging that his own thoughts had been excessive, causing the official to find amusement in his predicament. In truth, when I first proposed this plan, Brother Hua was opposed. Yet, my resolve was unwavering, and he, unable to resist, accompanied me on this venture. Should you harbor any grievances, let them fall solely upon me. Brother Hua is of a naturally refined disposition and possesses impeccable character. I implore you, Sir Song, do not let anger cloud your judgment regarding him. Oh, Song Xian's gaze fell upon Hua Manlu. What is it? Does young hero Hua have no interest in regaining the light? Huang Manlu shook his head. To gain is my fortune, to lose is my destiny. In truth, being blind is not without its merits. Although I can no longer see, I am still able to hear and feel, and at times, I can even experience more joy than others. Song Xian cast a penetrating glance at him, perhaps due to his blindness. This individual possessed an exceptionally refined mental acuity to perceive the external world. In terms of mental prowess alone, he surpassed Lu Xiaofeng by a significant margin. This was evident when Song Xian unleashed a sword qi, which rendered Lu Xiaofeng utterly immobilized under the weight of the spiritual assault contained within. In contrast, Hua Manlu was able to swiftly extricate himself from the mental suppression to render aid. The blindness of the young hero Hua was not congenital, but rather an affliction acquired due to illness. Such blindness is indeed treatable by the elixirs of the Xian Yi Guard. Song Xianping spoke calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. So, dear blind hero, do you truly not desire it? Blind hero? Hua Manlu instinctively blinked, puzzled by this appellation. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaofeng paid no heed to the title, eagerly inquiring, My lord, do you truly wish to bestow upon us a sacred elixir? With that, he took a deep breath and asked again, Might there be any conditions attached, my lord? Naturally, there are conditions. Song Xian pointed at Lu Xiaofeng's dark-clad official attire and remarked, You two have audaciously impersonated the Xian Yi Guard, a transgression that could bear significant consequences. If left undiscovered, it may be overlooked, but should the law enforcement division take notice, your future days may not be tranquil. Lu Xiaofeng nodded, responding in any endeavor. There are gains and losses. The risks I undertook to procure the minor elixir were, in my estimation, warranted. He paused, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon Song Xian. If you have any conditions, please state them. I am willing to make certain sacrifices, as long as they are not excessive, to ensure that Brother Hua can regain his sight. Decidedly forthright. Song Xian chuckled. Then I shall dispense with the pretense. Since you have donned the Xian Yi Guard's uniform, there is no need to remove it. Why not serve under my command instead? Lu Xiaofeng's expression shifted, poised to respond when Song Xian raised a finger, saying, I am aware of your spirited nature, your penchant for meddling, your fondness for wine and beauty, and your deep-seated sense of loyalty. I will not impose unduly upon you. For a single minor elixir, I require 10 years of your service. Surely, for the sake of your brother's opportunity to behold the splendid landscapes once more, you would not begrudge a decade of your freedom? Lu Xiaofeng parted his lips, then sighed deeply, gradually nodding in acquiescence. Given the circumstances, to refuse would seem to cast him in an ungrateful light. I would merely be foregoing 10 years of liberty, while my brother stands to lose the chance to regain his sight. Brother Lu, you must not. At that moment, Hua Manlu interjected, though his eyes bore no luster. Song Xian felt as though he was being scrutinized intently. Lord Song, it is I who will take the minor elixir to restore my sight. It has nothing to do with Brother Lu. I believe my abilities are commendable, not inferior to those of Brother Lu. Should you require subordinates, I am willing to serve under your banner for a decade. Brother Lu is accustomed to his freedom and cannot abide constraint. I hope you can show some understanding and allow him to depart. Lu Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, asserting, Brother Hua, this predicament arose because of me. Were it not for my insistence on this venture, we would not be in such a quandary today. Please refrain from involving yourself. I can manage this matter. You know I cannot remain idle and I enjoy meddling in affairs. Becoming a Xian Yi Guard would grant me the legitimate authority to investigate any case I desire, which is not an unfavorable situation for me. Song Xian smiled as he watched the two before him perform their brotherly display of loyalty and affection. It was not until they had spoken themselves dry that he finally raised his hand to gesture. Your bond of brotherhood has truly moved me. Let us not quarrel any longer. Why not both serve under my command? Lu Xiaofeng was taken aback. After such an elaborate performance, were they to be wholly drawn into this? Before either could respond, Song Xian continued, I shall not make this difficult for you. Serve under me for 3 years, and I assure you that I will cure Hua Manlu's eyesight. If 1 small elixir is insufficient, then I shall offer 2. If 2 are inadequate, then 3. Should I lack the necessary pills here, I shall return to the capital for them. 3 years for a lifetime of vision. How do you find this proposition? Is this truly your word, my lord? Lu Xiaofeng felt a stirring within. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to treat Hua Manlu's eyes. Having known each other since childhood, they had sought the expertise of numerous renowned physicians over the years, all to no avail. To be candid, even the so-called miraculous small elixir left him doubting its efficacy. Yet now, With Song Xian's firm assurance of a cure, how could he not be tempted? Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he held deep ties of loyalty. The blindness of Hua Manlu pained him more than his own loss of sight. Song Xian successfully deceived them. Aside from Yu Buqian, who has yet to cultivate the evil-repelling sword manual, 2 seasoned innate martial artists have now joined his ranks. Although their commitment is limited to a mere 3 years, Song Xian remains utterly unconcerned. If he could persuade them to board his vessel without any prior acquaintance, how could he not secure their loyalty after 3 years of camaraderie? Even if these two were to act ruthlessly and disregard their bond, would Hua Manlu, in his desperation for small healing pills, not require assistance in the future? And what of the likelihood that their relatives or friends may face illness or injury during this 3-year span? Song Xian expressed that this situation could indeed be managed. In critical moments, one must find a way. To be frank, these two individuals are not easily swayed. Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu are both exceptionally intelligent, particularly Lu Xiaofeng. In terms of both wisdom and martial prowess, they are among the most notable figures in the martial world. To persuade these two to work under him, Song Xian has exerted considerable effort. First, he suppressed them with his formidable swordsmanship, making them realize that if they did not reach a resolution today, it was highly likely they would not leave this place alive. This served as Song Xian's personal display of martial threat. Subsequently, he subtly hinted at the terrifying power of the Xian Yi family in the imperial capital, amplifying the psychological pressure on the two. He instilled in them the illusion that even if they managed to escape, they would never evade the pursuit of the Xian Yi family. This represented Song Xian leveraging his backing as a means of coercion, whether through personal might or the power behind him. Lu Xiaofeng and his companion found themselves with no avenue for escape. Having achieved the desired intimidation, Song Xian then made certain concessions, proposing the restoration of Hua Manlu's eyesight in exchange for their commitment to serve under him for 3 years. Lu Xiaofeng, being a person of deep loyalty, could not help but acquiesce to Song Xian's proposal, despite any lingering reluctance. Perhaps there remained a flicker of dissatisfaction in their hearts, but Song Xian remained indifferent. Regardless of their internal feelings, what he required was their labor, not their allegiance. After 3 years, he possessed ample means to ensure that they would continue under his command for yet another 3 years. In time, he would firmly entrench them within the Xian Yi, rendering them virtually inseparable from it. In the Kahusuo, Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu, recently promoted to the rank of chief flag, were guided by a junior flag bearer to a small courtyard. Honorable chiefs, by the order of the pacification envoy, this shall be your residence henceforth. The junior flag bearer bore a fawning smile, assuring them that the room had been thoroughly cleaned and furnished, allowing them to settle in with ease. Lu Xiaofeng nodded, producing a piece of silver from his sleeve. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all, not at all. The junior flag bearer hastily shook his head, as if the silver were a venomous creature, and hurriedly departed. It appeared that our esteemed Lord Song was quite adept at managing his subordinates. Hua Manlu mused. How could he not be? Lu Xiaofeng sighed. Having navigated the martial world for so many years, we have encountered all manner of characters, yet here we are, being skillfully maneuvered into the Xian Yi system. Initially, it did not seem particularly concerning, but the more he reflected, the more he felt that this Lord Song possessed a certain shrewdness, having unwittingly ensnared them in his schemes. As Hua Manlu stepped into the courtyard, he lamented. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that the son of the Jiangxing prefect was killed by him. However, though he has eliminated the son, he has spared the father, presumably as bait. It seems he is fishing for someone in the officialdom, and instead, he has caught us. Perhaps this is fate. Lu Xiaofeng idly plucked a tuft of grass and chewed it, recognizing that while he was fishing, we had carelessly walked into his net. Though there was a tinge of discomfort in their hearts, if 3 years could grant Hua Manlu his sight, it was a transaction worth considering. His only concern was whether this man would renege on his promise after the fact. There is no need for concern. Hua Manlu shook his head. At just 20, he had already cultivated both the essence and energy blossoms. Such an extraordinary talent, if he were to survive, would undoubtedly become the second martial arts master in Mingzhou. A person of such conviction and strength of heart would not easily break a promise for a mere low-grade elixir. That is true. Lu Xiaofeng nodded. After all, this was a future martial arts master. He would certainly value his reputation. To us, a low-grade elixir might seem like a divine remedy, but to him, it could very well be in abundance. Surely, he would not forsake his dignity for something he did not lack? As he spoke, Lu Xiaofeng stretched lazily beneath a willow tree in the courtyard, scanning his surroundings to ensure no one was watching before whispering, Brother Hua, honestly, between our recently acquainted friend Shimin Shui and Song Xian, who do you find more formidable? After a moment of contemplation, Hua Manlu replied, Shimin Shui is a taciturn man, fiercely devoted to his sword, and can take a life in the blink of an eye. To him, killing is an art, and the sword path is his lifeblood. The last time we met, his merciless swordsmanship had advanced further, and in terms of sword aura, Song Xian and he are likely comparable. Are you suggesting that their strengths are on par? No. Hua Manlu shook his head. I believe Song Xian is more formidable, while I may be unable to see. My other senses are heightened. Shimin Shui is powerful, and I can perceive his strength instinctively, sensing danger. Yet, Song Xian gives me the impression of a drifting cloud on the horizon or a secluded spring in the mountains. He is utterly elusive to me. The sword energy he unleashed against you melded true energy and mental will into one, extraordinarily potent. Nevertheless, I still feel that this is far from his true strength. Lu Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. Your instincts have always been reliable. If you believe he is concealing his power, then it is likely he indeed harbors greater hidden strength. The Xian Yiwei family, with just one prodigy emerging, can overshadow the majority of the martial experts in Mingzhou. It is unfathomable to consider the depth of their foundation. Hua Manlu chuckled. If it were not so, how could the great Zhou court maintain such an expansive territory? Yet, even with the presence of such a terrifying institution as the Xian Yiwei, the great Zhou's domain is vast, making it exceedingly difficult to exert full control. Over the course of 300 years, numerous factions have distanced themselves from the court. Lu Xiaofeng was not particularly interested in the relationship between the court and the various states. He pushed open the door and declared, I have no desire to concern myself with court affairs. Our immediate priority is to fulfill our duties under Song Xian and restore your sight. As night fell, the cool moonlight bathed the courtyard in its silvery glow. Song Xian sat cross-legged on the bed, immersing himself in meditation. This practice had become a habit cultivated over nearly 2 decades. Whenever he found a moment, he devoted it to training. The Pure Yang Infinite Youth skill was a technique that demanded considerable time investment before achieving the pinnacle of martial arts. Fortunately, its high level allowed him to experience a state of mental clarity superior to that attained through sleep after just one night of meditation. Consequently, Song Xian had developed a habit of substituting meditation for rest, rarely sleeping at night unless exceptional circumstances arose. The path of martial arts resembles rowing against the current. One must either advance or regress. To traverse further along this journey, one requires not only talent and opportunity, but also unwavering determination. Each element is indispensable. Of course, this does not apply to individuals like Song Qian, who seem to be effortlessly nourished by fate. Even in the absence of perseverance, Song Qian never doubted her future accomplishments. As the pure yang true energy coursed through his meridians and acupoints like a flowing stream. Each complete cycle resulted in a slight increase in both the total amount and refinement of true energy. Moreover, as the true energy continued to circulate, honing his flesh and bones, Song Xian could distinctly sense the gradual enhancement of his physical strength. The sensation of abundant vitality surged within him, akin to possessing the might of a dragon or an elephant, which left him utterly enchanted. Since ascending to the innate realm, each time he practiced, an image of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram would manifest in his mind. After contemplating this diagram through the night, he would experience a marked improvement in his mental acuity. This exemplified the advantages of a celestial-level technique. With just one skill, true energy, physical prowess, and mental faculties could all undergo comprehensive cultivation. Particularly after advancing to the innate realm, the overall enhancement of his capabilities became increasingly pronounced. The way of heaven is to diminish excess and replenish deficiency. Thus, the void triumphs over the tangible, and the insufficient prevails against the ample. After completing 36 cycles of practice, Song Xian opened his eyes and exhaled softly, silently reciting the introductory lines of the technique. The deeper he delved into his training, the more he sensed the vast profundity of the pure yang infinite youth skill. It dawned on him that while this technique appeared to be martial in nature, its essence might ultimately transcend the confines of martial arts itself. Song Xian was immersed in his cultivation when, suddenly, a shadow as dark as night glided silently into the courtyard. This figure possessed remarkable agility, making not a single sound as he gracefully approached the outer chamber where Song Xian resided. He deftly punctured a small hole in the gauze window and, holding his breath, listened intently at the door. Sensing that the occupant remained oblivious, he retrieved a bamboo tube from his sleeve, preparing to blow air through the tiny opening. Delicate wisps of blue smoke billowed forth from the bamboo tube. However, as the smoke began to escape, a sudden gust of wind rushed towards him. At that moment, the creaking sound of the door being opened reverberated, revealing Song Xian in a flowing white robe. Standing at the threshold with a look of astonishment directed at the figure clad in black, who was momentarily frozen in place. "Is there no sleep for you at this hour? Do you not have work tomorrow?" The black-clad figure remained silent, swiftly propelling himself backward like a phantom, his toes barely grazing the ground. In his hand appeared a pill, which he hastily consumed. The smoke that had been blown towards the room had partially entered his lungs, rendering his movements somewhat sluggish and stiff. A mocking laugh, like thunder, erupted in the ears of the black-clad man, instilling a sense of dread within him. In that instant, a chopstick, gleaming like a streak of light, shot through the window, piercing his chest with a soft thud. The black figure let out a muffled groan, disregarding the pain, and leaped directly onto the courtyard wall. Yet, just as he prepared to escape by leaping down, he felt an unexpected weight pressing down upon him. An elegant, powerful hand had landed atop his head. "Move again, and your head will find itself elsewhere." The cold voice resonated, causing the black figure to tremble uncontrollably. Paralyzed by fear, he dared not make any further movements, standing rigidly in place, his body still poised, as if ready to leap. Song Xian casually withdrew the chopsticks from the opponent's chest, resulting in a surge of blood that distorted the person's face in agony. "Oh, my apologies." Song Xian spoke calmly, not allowing the man to emit a sound of anguish before he swiftly plunged the chopsticks back in with a soft thud. This time, the cloaked figure could no longer restrain himself, crying out in agony. His exclamation was rather loud, and in the darkness of the night, several figures hurried towards the courtyard where Song Xian was situated. The first to arrive were Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu. "Master, what has transpired?" Song Xian tore away the black veil from the face of the cloaked figure and casually discarded it upon the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This individual intended to ensnare me with poisonous smoke. Since you have long navigated the rivers and lakes, do you recognize him?" Lu Xiaofeng stepped forward, scrutinizing the figure for a moment before shaking his head, lacking any recollection. Judging by his appearance, he likely resembled an assassin trained by another. "Have you recently offended anyone?" he inquired. "That seems unlikely," Song Xian mused. "Not long ago, I severed the arm of Zhuo Chan, the leader of the Songshan sect. Do you think it possible he dispatched this assassin? That is difficult to ascertain." Just as Lu Xiaofeng was about to elaborate further, a sudden flash of silver illuminated the night, resembling a slender silver thread, weaving through the air with alarming density. "Humph." Song Xian let out a cold snort, and the long sword at his waist suddenly unsheathed, its initial gleam resembling a mere speck of crimson light. Yet in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a magnificent red dragon. The sound of clashing metal resonated, a cacophony of ringing strikes. The sword light, akin to a scarlet serpent, twisted in midair, scattering silver needles in all directions. After a single stroke shattered the incoming torrent of silver needles, Song Xian stood upon the courtyard wall, sword in hand, observing his surroundings with an air of indifference. Each silver needle from the recent assault was imbued with formidable spiraling true energy, exhibiting immense power and accompanied by a terrifying tearing force. It was likely that an ordinary innate martial artist would suffer severe injuries from such a sudden ambush. Clearly, the assailant lurking in the shadows was a highly skilled innate warrior, well-versed in the manipulation of long-range concealed weapons. Within the martial world of Mingzhou, there existed few individuals with such prowess, particularly one adept in using silver needles against foes, the most probable candidate being the formidable leader of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, Dongfang Bubi. Song Xian's mental acuity was profoundly focused, perceiving all that surrounded him. His figure leapt into the air, transforming into several afterimages that flickered past the dark corners around him. Moments later, he landed once more upon the courtyard wall, where Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu stood on either side, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. "My lord, have you made any discoveries?" Song Xian shook his head, noting that the adversary had swiftly retreated after a failed strike. This individual possessed remarkable lightness of foot and exceptional martial prowess, with a profound mastery of the art of assassination. "You must exercise greater caution in your daily endeavors," he advised, furrowing his brow as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed he had never offended Dongfang Bubi. Yet this person had chosen to forsake the tranquility of Blackwood Cliff to engage in clandestine activities in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. gazing up at the moonlight. Song Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Indeed, the martial world was fraught with peril, even if one refrained from provoking others. One could still inadvertently find themselves under fire. Song Xian speculated that the prowess of Dongfang Bubi was likely comparable to that of Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu. Should they face each other directly, he estimated that he could vanquish him in no more than 3 strikes. However, despite the opponent's martial skills being inferior to his own, the lethal force unleashed by a flurry of concealed silver needles had withstood his sword strike, allowing the adversary to escape effortlessly. It must be acknowledged that those who have carved a niche for themselves in the martial world are indeed not to be trifled with. Everyone possesses some hidden talents. Those who are arrogant and overconfident risk falling into peril, potentially meeting their demise at the hands of obscure foes. Take tonight, for instance. First came the poisonous smoke, followed by the hidden weapons. If it had been an ordinary innate master, one who had not reached the pinnacle of expertise to the extent of disregarding toxins, it is quite possible that they would have fallen victim to their opponent. Brother, what has transpired? Song Qian's figure gracefully emerged from a secluded courtyard, her brow furrowing as she cast a glance at the dark-clad figures on the ground. It's nothing. Just a few insignificant rascals have arrived. You may rest assured and return to your seclusion. I shall handle the matters outside. Understood. Song Qian did not exhibit any exaggerated reactions. In her heart, her elder brother, who had attained the innate realm, was a formidable presence, capable of traversing the territory of Mingzhou with impunity, unless he had offended the esteemed Sanfeng Jinren. Those with malicious intent would meet their demise in abundance, and it was the hidden villains lurking in the shadows that warranted concern. Since Song Qian's appearance, Lu Xiaofeng's gaze had been fixated upon her, only retracting his attention reluctantly after she had departed. My lord, is she your sister? Song Qian cast a cold glance at him. You have accumulated enough romantic entanglements. I advise you not to court disaster. Lu Xiaofeng chuckled awkwardly. I was merely inquiring without any ulterior motives. Please do not misunderstand, my lord. Rest assured, I shall keep watch outside with Brother Hua tonight. Song Qian uttered a sound of acknowledgement, instructing the arriving Xuani guards to take the black-clad man lying on the ground away for interrogation. He then turned and closed the door to his room, sitting cross-legged on his bed to continue his cultivation. For others, this night was fraught with peril, yet for him, it was merely a minor incident that would not impede his practice. As for the inexplicable Dongfang Bubi, he noted this individual in his little notebook, resolving to settle today's affairs when time permitted. Outside the courtyard, Lu Xiaofeng wore an expression of excitement. He had not anticipated that the sister of their esteemed lord would possess such exquisite beauty. His demeanor resembled that of university students discussing alluring women after lights out. Hua Manlu, with a calm demeanor, remarked, I cannot see your visage, but you are indeed correct in one regard. Your romantic entanglements are numerous, and it would be wise to refrain from further reckless pursuits. Old Hua, even you say that? Lu Xiaofeng protested. I merely expressed admiration for her beauty. How can that be considered reckless? You would do well to harbor no other intentions. Hua Manlu's eyes, devoid of luster, fixated on Lu Xiaofeng. That woman gives me a peculiar feeling, akin to the extreme danger I sensed when I first encountered Shimin Shui. Such individuals are born harbingers of death. To provoke her would spell your doom. Lu Xiaofeng's countenance stiffened. Do you truly feel that way? Hua Manlu nodded slightly. I never lie about such matters. Understood. If you advise against provoking her, then I shall heed your counsel. Lu Xiaofeng acquiesced, extracting a wine gourd from his waist. Tonight, let us speak of nothing but wine. Surely that is acceptable? Wine is permissible. Hua Manlu's expression softened as he accepted the gourd and took a sip. Our esteemed lord does not appear to be one who suffers losses. Given the commotion tonight, I surmise tomorrow will usher in significant developments. Drink sparingly. Do not let it impede tomorrow's affairs. Lu Xiaofeng waved dismissively. I understand, blind hero. Hua Manlu's lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from further comment, savoring the cool night breeze as he quietly drank. In the southern part of the city, at a stone table within a manor, a few individuals sat in anticipation. Suddenly, a man clad in brocades spoke matter-of-factly. The Eastern leader has returned. As soon as the words left his lips, a shadow vaulted over the wall and landed in the courtyard. However, upon landing, the individual emitted a muffled grunt, clutching his right chest. Oh, is Brother Dongfang injured? A man dressed as a scholar hastily approached, only to see the cloaked figure remove his black scarf, revealing a heavily made-up face that was difficult to discern as either male or female. It is nothing, Dongfang Booby declared, pulling a silver needle from his chest and continuing in a low voice. I have injured my lungs. I shall need a few days to recover. The brocade-clad man seated on the stone bench scoffed softly. Dongfang, I have long warned you that you cannot afford to offend that person. Do you now believe me? Dongfang Booby tore a strip from his garment to bind his wound, his voice weary as he responded, Lord, you speaks the truth. I was overconfident, seeking to gauge that person's prowess, which led to today's defeat. And what did you ascertain? Lord Yi inquired, sipping his tea. Dongfang Booby scrutinized Lord Yi for a moment, then reflected, it is difficult to say, but at least in terms of swordsmanship, he should not be beneath you. My silver needles were all deflected, and several even returned to wound me. His swordplay is formidable. Were I to engage him in close quarters, I would have no means of defense. Yi Guqing nodded. It appears that this individual, who severed left cold Zen's arm with a single strike, still retains considerable strength. I have long asserted that we should remain in the shadows, attending to our own affairs without provoking him. Now that you have stirred this hornet's nest, he is unlikely to let it rest. With that, he sneered, a failure to achieve success only brings about ruin. This remark struck a nerve with Dongfang Booby, who retorted, Yi Guqing, anyone can speak ill. If you possess the ability, go take the head of that song fellow. What skill is there in mocking a woman? Upon hearing Dongfang refer to herself as a woman and observing her heavily adorned appearance, Yi Guqing could not help but sigh. I truly must have run out of luck to have partnered with such a character. He ignored Dongfang Booby and turned to the middle-aged scholar beside him. Mr. Liu, what stance does the leader of the Ming sect hold? Is he willing to join forces with us to pursue grand ambitions? The middle-aged scholar shook his head slightly. Discussions are still ongoing. No conclusions have been reached yet. Then you must exert more effort, Yi Guqing insisted. Ming sect leader Zhang Wuji shares a close relationship with the Wudong's master Sanfeng. Should we gain his support, our plans will be secure. At dawn, after a night of cultivation, Song Xian entered his study to begin drafting a work report. Being an official did not exempt one from responsibilities. Even if he had accomplished nothing, he must present his reports to the capital as if he were exceedingly busy. He compiled a summary of recent activities undertaken by the Qianhu office in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, detailing arrests of several outlawed individuals, resolutions of long-standing cases, and the exposure of corrupt officials. Of course, he had not personally engaged in any of these actions. Yet that did not diminish the merit of his subordinates striving to elevate their own positions. The accomplishments of his subordinates naturally reflected his adept governance as their superior. Did they not? The report to the capital could be written offhandedly. After all, with the support of old Zhao at the inspection office, the promotion report was merely a formality. Once he completed that, Song Xian produced a blank document and began to write with diligence. This time, he meticulously recorded the usage of the small and large return elixirs. Having received several from the capital, he needed to document how many were used and on whom. As this report was not a mere formality, the adjudication office might even send personnel to verify the records. Any discrepancies discovered by the adjudication office would result in the revocation of the privileges and benefits reserved for the Xuanyi Guards families. Such matters were taken seriously, and Song Xian recorded them with utmost care, for he could not afford to be negligent. As he navigated deeper into the Xuanyi Guard hierarchy, his position of authority grew, and he became increasingly aware of the court's secrets. Unreservedly, the Xuanyi Guard's dominance over martial artists for 3 centuries can be attributed to the existence of these 2 types of elixirs. This is the fundamental reason for the Xuanyi Guard's sustained superiority. Thus, the allocation and usage of these elixirs were rigorously regulated. According to the rules of the Xuanyi Guards, the elixirs obtained by their families could only be administered to direct relatives and were strictly prohibited from being circulated or sold. Severe consequences awaited any violations. Of course, rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. Generally, the headquarters of the Xuanyi Guards in the capital would not enforce these regulations too stringently. Occasionally administering 1 or 2 elixirs to friends and family was permissible. However, such actions must be documented clearly, and prior written permission must be obtained before administering to outsiders. In emergencies, such as Lin Rohai's near-fatal poisoning, exceptions could be made to administer the elixirs for life-saving purposes. However, it is imperative to elucidate the sequence of events, awaiting the arrival of the adjudicator to verify the veracity of the matter. The findings will be reported to the esteemed Taizu of the Great Zhou. Indeed, it is the Taizu of the Great Zhou, the legendary Ji Wuming, who unified the 9 provinces and subdued the fortunes of the great Zhou dynasty for 3 centuries with unparalleled martial prowess, and who remains alive to this day. The elixirs periodically bestowed upon the Xuanyue clan are refined and distributed from the royal dojo of the great Zhou Taizu. The quantity of these elixirs is limited, and their allocation is restricted. Apart from the Xuanyue clan, only the royal family and first-class Xuanyue are eligible to receive them. Even the sovereign receives a finite portion each year, and should one desire additional elixirs, a formal petition must be made to the great Zhou Taizu. Unless the justification is compelling, such requests are unlikely to be granted. Because these 2 types of elixirs are exceedingly rare and scarce, it is uncommon for anyone to share them, as even family members often find their own supply insufficient. This circumstance explains Lin Rahai's profound emotions upon learning that Song Xian had been saved by the Xiaohuan. Even though the emperor held him in high regard, he hesitated to bestow even a single Xiaohuan during Lin Rahai's grave illness. In stark contrast, how could Song Xian, a distant relative by 5 degrees of kinship, be so generous without moving him deeply? After meticulously documenting the usage of Xiaohuan and Dahuan, Song Xian proceeded to draft an additional application requesting to bestow a Xiaohuan upon his friend, Hua Meilu. It had to be a friend. Merely listing a subordinate would likely result in disapproval. After a moment's hesitation, Song Xian added the phrase having shared life and death bonds before the word friend. Thus, the chances of approval should significantly increase. An elixir in exchange for 2 seasoned innate martial artists as subordinates seemed a fair bargain to Song Xian. Especially given his current lack of personnel, he was determined to keep both Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu closely by his side. Once these matters were attended to, daylight had already broken. Song Xian carefully placed the 3 memorials into an envelope, opened the door, and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu leaned against the wall, reeking of alcohol, stifling yawns. Upon seeing Song Xian emerge, Lu Xiaofeng grinned and inquired, "My lord, do you have any plans for today?" Song Xian nodded and declared, "Issue my orders and assemble the personnel. Today, I shall initiate a special operation to eradicate organized crime within the city of Yangzhou." Eradicate organized crime? Lu Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Although he found the phrase somewhat peculiar, he could comprehend the intent behind the official's words. To him, this rather odd term might simply be a specialized jargon used within the Xuani Guard. By the way, Song Xian raised a letter in his hand and continued, "I possess a supply of minor elixirs, yet they cannot be distributed at will. We must submit a formal request to the headquarters of the Xuani Guard in the capital. I have already prepared the application, which will be sent to the capital today. They will soon dispatch personnel to conduct a covert inspection. Only upon their approval can I provide you with the minor elixirs." Lu Xiaofeng was taken aback, as was Hua Manlu, who had long accustomed himself to a calm demeanor akin to that of a blind man. At this moment, both exhibited expressions of astonishment. Was the official truly serious? They had assumed that only after 3 years of service in the Xuani Guard could one hope to obtain the minor elixirs. To their surprise, this official Song appeared to act with such transparency, beginning to fulfill matters discussed just yesterday. "I have always upheld my word. Henceforth, you must conduct your duties with utmost diligence. Should any deceit be perceived by the inspectors from the capital, it would become exceedingly difficult to remedy the situation." Lu Xiaofeng replied earnestly, "Rest assured, my lord. From now on, whatever you command, we shall follow without question, as long as it does not contravene ethical conduct." Song Xian nodded with satisfaction and smiled, saying, "There is no need to be so serious. Officially, we maintain a superior-subordinate relationship, but privately, we can also interact as friends. If anyone inquires about our relationship, remember to say we are friends." After a pause, Song Xian added, "And remember, we are friends who have shared life and death bonds." Life and death bonds. Lu Xiaofeng's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "Sir, while I understand that such phrasing might facilitate approval from the capital, isn't that a bit exaggerated?" "Exaggerated? Not at all," Song Xian replied earnestly. "Last night, we were ambushed by assassins, and through our combined efforts, we managed to repel them. Does that not qualify as a life and death bond?" Lu Xiaofeng fell silent for a moment before nodding solemnly. "Indeed, it is a life and death bond, for we survived at the cost of that black-clad assassin's life. The one who released poison gas, and was subsequently dealt with by you, is now dead." "Dead?" Song Xian was rather indifferent, for once one entered the Xuani Guard's prison, it was exceedingly difficult to emerge alive. It seemed that the assassin had divulged no valuable information. Lu Xiaofeng shook his head. Earlier that morning, someone from the prison had come to report, opting not to disturb your rest, and merely conveyed the situation briefly. According to them, the assassin was merely a hired hand. Unaware of the identity of the mastermind behind the scheme, Song Xian was neither surprised nor taken aback. The profession of an assassin, even in this feudal era, has long been a persistent presence. Indeed, even in the future, within a society governed by law, such individuals continue to thrive in the shadowy corners of the world. Where there is demand, there will always be those willing to take others' wealth to alleviate their troubles. After partaking in breakfast, Song Xian made his way to the martial training grounds of the Qinhu office. Within the arena, hundreds of Xianyi guards clad in iron armor stood ready for action. The gleaming armor, reflecting the morning sunlight, added an air of grim determination. Upon noticing Song Xian's approach, a Baihu promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. My lord, aside from a few cavalrymen dispatched on missions, our forces at the Qinhu office are nearly assembled. Song Xian, mounted on his warhorse, spoke in a deep voice. I have only recently arrived in Yangzhou, yet I have faced numerous assassination attempts. I am quite dissatisfied with the security of the city. Starting today, I shall initiate a special operation to eradicate crime and corruption in Yangzhou for a duration of 15 days. You, being the local power brokers, are more aware than I of who the villains are and which individuals lurk in the shadows. Song Xian's authoritative gaze swept over the crowd as he coldly declared, I do not harbor useless individuals under my command. If you cannot present a satisfactory report within half a month, you shall bear the consequences. With that, he waved his sleeve and commanded, onward. The ground trembled with the thunderous sound of iron hooves pounding against it, as rows of dark-clad guards, led by their respective captains, surged forth like untamed stallions, scattering toward the city of Yangzhou. Everyone was acutely aware of the tension in the air. After the assassination attempt on the magistrate the previous night, a palpable sense of vengeance hung over them. There was an undeniable urge to exact retribution. Lu Xiaofeng and Huan Manlu flanked Song Xian, while behind them, a dozen silent guards awaited his next command. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Song Xian declared, Let us go out for a stroll. Having been here for so long, I have yet to thoroughly explore the city of Yangzhou. Lu Xiaofeng, being a person who could not remain idle, had no objections. He eagerly wished to roam about every day. Brother, you're going out to have fun without me? Just then, a striking figure approached at an astonishing speed, swiftly arriving beside Song Xian within moments. Have you broken through? Song Xian assessed Song Qian from head to toe, sensing a peculiar aura emanating from his sister. Yes, Song Qian replied with a cheerful smile. It was quite effortless. Much like your own practice with the sword leading to a breakthrough, I simply practiced and achieved the same. Song Qian merely hummed in response, his expression rather intricate. It is said that individuals like Song Qian, favored by the heavens, cannot be easily subdued without some form of assistance. Young master, come and play. In the vibrant atmosphere of Yanhuaxiang, adorned with fluttering red sleeves, Song Xian found himself amidst a lively street filled with laughter and merriment. The ordinary citizens, upon seeing the attire of the Xianyi guards, mostly reacted with fear and trepidation. Yet, the courtesans were unperturbed, many charming young women, upon catching a glimpse of Song Xian's handsome visage, tossed their handkerchiefs down from the balconies. Come play with us, young master. There's no charge. Come to me. I won't ask for a penny. In fact, I will offer you money. All the savings I have accumulated over the years will be yours, if only for a night of tenderness. Look at me, look at me. I possess remarkable skills, guaranteed to leave you utterly satisfied, wanting more. The scene of fluttering handkerchiefs, with the enchanting courtesans vying for attention, even caught the eye of someone as resolute as Song Xian, prompting him to glance a few extra times. Is it captivating? Song Qian nestled beside him and mischievously smiled. You can only look but not taste. Isn't it frustrating? Song Xianbai cast him a glance, too indifferent to engage in conversation. Song Qian, with a lively spirit, murmured from the side, Brother, you used to frequent the places of revelry, so you must have seen through these people long ago, right? Let me tell you, these women are not virtuous. They are merely lusting after your body. You must not be swayed by their charms, lest you ruin your cultivation. I know, Song Xian replied, somewhat exasperated. You were not this talkative before. I once thought you were wounded by love and refrained from saying much. But now, I must keep a watchful eye on you for Sister Yaoyu. Song Xian ceased to engage with him, instead casting a discerning eye around the vicinity. Generally speaking, in establishments such as these, renowned for their revelries, information flows freely. Yet, The news of Dongfang Bubi's arrival in Yangzhou had not reached even the ears of the Xianyi guards. He ventured here in hopes of serendipity, seeking to glean some clandestine tidbits. Although he had yet to hear word of Dongfang Bubi, he observed a group of self-proclaimed cultured gentlemen reveling in the pleasure houses, seemingly drawn together by the commotion, conversing openly without restraint. Is this the newly appointed pacification envoy of the Xianyi guards? He appears quite youthful, his complexion delicate and fair, even more so than the esteemed rabbit lord of my residence. Scoffed one. Humph, a band of scoundrels who bring ruin upon the nation. When I ascend to officialdom, I shall certainly petition the emperor to impose strict regulations upon these unruly warriors. Another chimed in. You speak well, brother. It is we, the literati, who govern the state, yet we find ourselves subjugated by these martial brutes. Truly outrageous. The voices of these scholars bore no semblance of discretion, and with the prowess of Song Xian and his companions, their words were heard with utmost clarity. Song Xian stood tall, his hand resting thoughtfully on the hilt of his sword, casting a perplexed glance at Lu Xiaofeng and the others behind him. Are the scholars of Yangzhou City inherently so audacious? In the imperial capital, the Xianyi Guard commands respect and fear, yet here in Mingzhou, Yangzhou, it appears that the literati exhibit a remarkable lack of trepidation towards the Xianyi Guard. This is a troubling sign. When the local populace begins to lose their reverence for the imperial court, it signifies a gradual erosion of the court's authority over the provinces. Should this decline reach a critical threshold, it heralds the onset of fragmentation. Behind Song Xian, an official clad in dark robes, bearing the insignia of the Grand Commander at his waist, murmured, "My lord, this place is indeed quite distant from the imperial capital." Moreover, the former Commander Fong had long-standing ties with the affluent clans of Jiangsu and Zhujiang, essentially sharing a close alliance. At times, the dark-clad guards would even perform tasks for these noble families. Over time, the locals have lost much of their reverence for the dark-clad guards. In the eyes of those esteemed families, Commander Fong was merely a well-fed hound. With your arrival, my lord, and the demise of that hound, these self-proclaimed masters among the noble families will naturally harbor animosity towards you. Is that so? Upon listening to the captain's account, Song Xian calmly remarked, "Since they lack reverence, let us instill it in them." I understand now. The captain clasped his fists in respect and then gestured to his subordinates behind him. In an instant, more than a dozen members of the Xianyi Guard dismounted, lightly touching the ground before leaping to the second floor. Soon, 7 or 8 literati, who had been huddled together mercilessly mocking Song Xian, found themselves bound by the guards. "What are you doing? You dogs of the court, do you know who we are? Without our taxes, you wouldn't even be able to afford a meal. Are you now turning against your masters? Murder! Murder! The Xianyi Guard is committing atrocities." Though these individuals were restrained, none of them showed any signs of submission. Some even had the audacity to point and curse directly at Song Xian, displaying utter disdain for a figure of authority such as him. This exemplifies just how brazen and overbearing the scions of the aristocracy had become in the city of Yangzhou. Why not live peacefully? Why must they court their own demise? Song Qian approached a man in his 30s, who had been the most vociferous in his insults, claiming her brother was a mere rabbit. Without uttering a single superfluous word, she pressed her slender hand firmly against his head. A sharp crack resounded as his neck was abruptly snapped. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied, Song Qian exerted a sudden force, wrenching the head, now filled with terror and disbelief, clean off its body, holding the severed head, from which blood continued to drip, in one hand. Song Qian cast a frosty glare at the other scholars pinned to the ground. "Speak," she demanded. "How do you wish to meet your demise?" One man, clad in a scholar's robe, was filled with disbelief and shook his head in terror. He was the scion of the Qian family, with the honor of a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, exclaiming, "How dare you? How dare you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Song Qian shattered his skull with a single strike, coldly retorting, "I not only dare to kill him, but I also dare to kill you. People like you, mere refuse of society, only serve to inflate the cost of rice." Song Qian stood to the side, quietly observing the scene before him. In critical moments, one can always rely on one's own sister. As for Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu, the two gallant heroes, their expressions were rather intricate at this moment. It was evident that they yearned to showcase their prowess in front of him, yet their inner convictions prevented them from acting against these ordinary individuals devoid of martial skills, leaving them in a state of inner turmoil. Song Qian gazed at Lu Xiaofeng and inquired, "Do you believe this is excessively cruel, my friend?" Lu Xiaofeng shook his head and replied, "Do not mistake me for a narrow-minded individual, my good sir. I am well aware of the character of these scions from affluent families, perhaps even more so than you. Their arrogance before you suggests that they are indeed wretches who commit numerous misdeeds and bring calamity to their own communities in their daily lives." Song Xian slightly nodded and commanded his subordinate, the Xianyi guard, "Eliminate them all." As soon as the words left his lips, the sound of long knives being unsheathed echoed, followed by the blood staining the long street, as 7 or 8 scholars had their throats slit, collapsing to the ground. Song Xian's demeanor was impassive, casting not a glance at the deceased. His mission to eradicate crime extended beyond the mere street thugs. His true target lay with the affluent families that, beneath their polished exteriors, engaged in heinous acts of theft and exploitation. The death of these few individuals was merely the beginning. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Make way, the esteemed scholar Jiang is arriving." As the words echoed, an elderly man, with graying hair and a slightly hunched figure, emerged from a brothel, flanked by a group of scholars. Despite his age, the old man exuded a commanding presence, walking steadily as he approached Song Xian, his gaze filled with anguish. "Did you slay these men?" he demanded. "Indeed. It was I who executed them. And who might you be to intervene in this matter?" "I am the head scholar of the Imperial Academy, responsible for the educational affairs of the Jiangzhou region. These students are the future talents of our nation, and you have slain them in the streets. Do I not have the right to address this?" The head scholar, a 6th-rank official with a title that may seem modest, was nonetheless revered by generations of scholars, boasting a legacy of nurturing talent. It was no wonder he possessed the audacity to confront Song Xian at this moment. As he spoke, the assembled scholars began to lament. "Esteemed scholar, you must advocate for us," one implored. Indeed, Brother Zhou was just recognized as a candidate for the prestigious examinations, yet he was killed over a mere dispute. "Has our realm sunk so low? We scholars govern the land, yet we are oppressed by martial men. The emperor is devoid of virtue. Mind your words." The old scholar interjected, his expression shifting as he raised his hand to silence them. But it was too late. Song Xian cast him a knowing glance and waved his hand, issuing a command. "Arrest this traitor who defames the emperor and slanders the court." In an instant, 2 guards in dark attire advanced, dragging a trembling scholar from behind the old man, who cried out in desperation, "Scholar, save me. Scholar, please." The exhilaration of his earlier bravado had now transformed into sheer terror. In this era, the phrase "a moment of bravado can lead to devastation" was not merely an adage. The old scholar inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Song Xian with gravity. "I am aware of your reputation, having come from the capital and swiftly usurped Commander Fang's authority with ruthless methods. Yet, I must assert that Yangzhou is not the capital. It is not a place for your guards to act with impunity. These students are the backbone of our nation, and I cannot stand idly by as they suffer under your tyranny. I urge you to release them at once, or else." Song Xian laughed heartily and said, "What else could it be?" The old scholar snorted, "Lord Song, the winds of the great Zhou have long since shifted. Now, the emperor relies on his literati to govern the realm. It is no longer the era where your black-clad guards could flaunt their might. You are merely a minor official, a mere 100 households pacifier. We scholars have never lacked for those willing to voice their dissent, and I assure you, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, there will be a multitude of officials in the court tomorrow ready to impeach you. Do you truly believe that the emperor would risk the discontent of his ministers for the sake of a mere 100 households in your black-clad guard, neglecting the concerns of the realm's scholars?" Song Xian adjusted his sleeves and suddenly laughed, saying, "No wonder the literati of Jiangsu and Zhejiang exhibit no reverence towards the Xianyi guard. It appears you have long since lost your awe for the Son of Heaven and the imperial court. The rot has set in from the very roots. If that is the case, then I, as an official, shall have no reservations." With that, he raised his hand and commanded, "Seize this old scoundrel who incites students to slander the emperor and the court. Any who dare obstruct shall be executed without mercy." Upon realizing he had been apprehended by the Xianyi guard, the old scholar displayed a countenance of shock, trembling as he pointed at Song Xian, stammering, You mere warrior, how dare you? Do you truly fear not the censure of the court's officials?" "Censure?" Song Xian let out a cold laugh, for it was exactly the impeachment he desired. What is the Xianyi guard? In essence, they are the emperor's minions, existing fundamentally to consolidate the emperor's position. Engaging in actions that inevitably offend others, is it not entirely normal to face impeachment? For the emperor, it is not the offense that is feared, but rather the lack of it. as one might become too entangled with local officials and powerful families. Song Xian dared to kill Fang Qianhu because he was acutely aware that the senior officials of the Xianyi Guard and even the emperor had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Fang Qianhu, who had allied himself with local tyrants. "Brother, is this old fellow really going to carry out the act directly?" Song Qian inquired softly, her disdain for the old man who rebuked her brother palpable. However, given his status as a court official, any act of violence would necessitate a justifiable rationale. Casting a glance at the old scholar, Song Xian declared solemnly, "To permit students to slander the emperor and to assault his majesty's personal guards is undoubtedly a sign of treasonous intent. Seize him at once and confine him to the imperial prison for an immediate trial to ascertain if there are any accomplices." Upon hearing the accusation of rebellion, the old scholar's countenance shifted dramatically. "Song Xian, you oppress the loyal and virtuous, wreaking havoc upon the realm. I shall impeach you. I shall silence." Two guards clad in dark attire swiftly silenced him with a sharp blow, escorting the bewildered old man towards the imperial prison. Witnessing even the old scholar being apprehended by the guards, the previously fearless students finally grasped the true meaning of terror. "Run!" someone shouted. And chaos ensued as the crowd scattered in all directions. "My lord, shall we pursue them?" Lu Xiaofeng finally spoke up, finding it difficult to harm innocent civilians directly. However, if it were a matter of capturing individuals, he was more than capable of handling such trivialities. Song Xian shook his head. "Let them flee." Lu Xiaofeng replied with a serious tone, "These individuals are not of ordinary standing. They are mostly disciples from prestigious families. If they return to inform their elders, the major clans may unite against you, and you could find yourself in considerable trouble." "Oh," Song Xian chuckled. "Do elaborate on the nature of this trouble." "Setting aside the matter of impeachment, I am well aware of the morals of the aristocratic families from my travels with Brother Hua. Most of these great clans nurture assassins, and they possess a significant number of domestic servants and guards. Some even maintain private armies disguised as farmers, blending in with the common folk. However, should someone in the officialdom offend them and the conflict become irreconcilable, these concealed forces may rise up, posing as a peasant revolt against the oppressive government. The imperial court has always been exceedingly sensitive to civil unrest. Even if the head of the local authority survives such an uprising, they would still face severe repercussions, ranging from exile to execution, as a means to quell public discontent. Indeed, these noble families play their games with ruthlessness. Song Xian anticipated that he might soon face assassination and impeachment from the powerful families. However, he did not foresee the possibility of inciting a popular uprising. How does the imperial court typically handle rebellious citizens? The Great Zhou court has traditionally adopted a policy of suppression and control over the martial world. Yet it has shown considerable leniency towards the common folk. Even when civil unrest arises, they usually only punish the instigators, sparing the majority. Consequently, local tyrants have grown increasingly audacious. "My lord, it would be wise to prepare yourself. You have indeed offended them gravely. Once methods of persuasion, impeachment, and assassination prove ineffective, it is likely that a popular uprising will ensue." Song Xian slightly nodded, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. While civil officials in power feared civil unrest, he, as a military officer and a member of the lethal Xianyi Guard, harbored no such apprehensions regarding so-called uprisings. If necessary, he would eliminate all opposition, cleansing from top to bottom. "Let us return and deliberate on subsequent deployments, and ascertain the progress from the other 100 households," he commanded. As he rode his warhorse, departing from Yin Lu Alley, Song Xian glanced towards a corner of the street. There, a slender figure clad as a beggar flitted past. The silhouette seemed familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled a resemblance to Huang Rong, whom he had encountered outside the imperial city. Could it be mere coincidence? He murmured to himself, then shook his head, dismissing the thought. At this juncture, his focus lay on consolidating forces and enhancing his strength. Women had never been his priority. As Master Song galloped ahead, he remained unaware of the exchange of glances between two Xianyi Guard captains trailing behind him. Captain A remarked, "That little beggar appeared slender." "It must be a woman, right?" Captain B affirmed, "Without a doubt, it is a woman." Captain A continued, "I had always thought our master was indifferent to women. It seems he possesses a unique taste. We must have misjudged." Captain B exclaimed, "An opportunity for promotion and wealth has arisen." Captain A concluded, "Anyone deemed worthy by our master, even a mere beggar, is certainly not an ordinary individual. We must exercise prudence upon our return. Let us gather more men and ensure we are well equipped. We cannot afford any mistakes." Song Xian did not return directly to the Thousand House. Instead, allowing his subordinates to return first, he took Song Qian to the residence of Lin Ruhai. Cousin. Upon receiving the news, Lin Daiyu joyfully greeted them at the entrance of the inner courtyard. Her eyes, glistening like autumn waters, sparkled at the sight of the Song's siblings, evoking a sense of delight in those who beheld her. Oh, little Yiyu, let your cousin see how much you've grown. Song Qian approached with a bright smile. Pulling Lin Daiyu into the courtyard, her hand instinctively beginning to wander over her younger cousin's form. Ah, cousin, where are you touching? Soon. The courtyard echoed with Lin Daiyu's flustered and indignant exclamation. Haha. Song Qian laughed carefree, a delightful sight indeed. Her physique has blossomed, indicative of her potential to bear sons. It appears that the skills I imparted to you have not gone to waste. Your constitution is significantly stronger than before, no longer resembling a frail willow swaying in the wind. Come, let us proceed. Your cousin has matters to discuss with your father. We shall converse in the inner chamber, and I will also teach you some techniques for cultivating your breath. Your aptitude for martial arts is commendable, and in a few years, you too shall become a master. Ah, cousin, please do not tug at me. Lin Daiyu's somewhat helpless voice echoed from within the inner chamber. Cousin, father is waiting for you in the study. I shall first accompany my cousin for a stroll. Please do not take offense at my ungracious hospitality. Oh, do stop pulling me. In Lin Ruhai's study, Song Xian and Lin Ruhai sat facing each other, leisurely sipping their tea. The commotion you caused today was rather substantial. I heard about it in the Salt Court Yamen, Lin Ruhai remarked, blowing gently on his teacup before continuing. It seems that you have already restored order among the Xuani guards. Are you now planning to take aim at the prominent families within Yangzhou City? Song Xian nodded. Although he did not state it explicitly, I surmised that the higher-ups had summoned me here to take action against the influential families of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. The emperor may tolerate the greed and lust of his subordinates, but he will never permit them to undermine imperial authority. The powerful families in this region have even infiltrated the control of the Xian Guard's 1,000 households, which has undoubtedly provoked the emperor's ire. Lin Ruhai nodded and inquired how he intended to proceed. Would he execute a thorough cleansing, or would he opt for a strategy of punishing a few to warn the many? I have not yet determined the course of action, Song Xian replied with a smile. That is why I have come to seek your counsel, dear cousin. A complete purge is impractical. Lin Ruhai sipped his tea and remarked, if you were to proceed in such a manner, it would cause upheaval in both court and society. Even if the emperor were to protect you, you would still have to relinquish your position within the Xian Guard. Then what is your suggestion? Song Xian asked. Lin Ruhai replied with a faint smile, eliminate a faction, win over another, and suppress the rest. After a moment of contemplation, Song Xian slowly nodded. Over the years, his maternal uncle had indeed bloodied his hands with the slaughter of numerous prominent salt merchant families, and countless small to medium-sized salt traders had also met their demise. Had those clandestine adversaries ever resorted to inciting a popular uprising against you? Lin Ruhai shook his head, explaining that during these years, they had employed various methods, including wealth, allure, and assassination, yet they had never dared to invoke the uprising of the common people, as you suggested. Although such a strategy is formidable, it cannot be wielded lightly. How could the wise emperor remain oblivious to its intricacies? Perhaps he might tolerate it once or twice, but repeated occurrences would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. For a civil official like myself, instigating a popular uprising would be deemed unnecessary by those aristocratic families. Methods of assassination and poison suffice. However, Lin Ruhai's voice faltered for a moment. I am uncertain of your martial prowess, yet it must be considerable, especially with the elixir of rejuvenation in your possession, rendering poison ineffectual against you. If the court's censure proves powerless against you, then when the day of a popular uprising indeed arrives, how do you intend to respond? Song Xian drained a cup of tea in one gulp, slowly uttering a single word, kill. Lin Ruhai responded with a murmur, acknowledging that the structure of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces was destined for upheaval. It was imperative to replace it with those who were on friendly terms with you, a process that would inevitably involve bloodshed. You need only act freely. When the time comes, my salt soldiers from the Salt Academy will enter the city to assist you in quelling the rebellion. Song Xian smiled and said, with my uncle's assurance, I feel at ease. His purpose for coming today is indeed for the military forces of the Salt Institute. Although the Xuani guards and the 1,000 household command are formidable, they number merely in the hundreds. When chaos erupts within the city, such a limited force will be insufficient to maintain order in the entirety of Yangzhou. Thus, the significance of Lin Ruhai, who commands an independent military force, becomes abundantly clear. When do you intend to take action? Song Qian pondered. In half a month's time. I shall deploy the Xian Guard from the Qianhu office to initiate a campaign against organized crime and corruption. The prominent families are unlikely to take action. Thus, it is imperative to eliminate the underlying criminal forces first. A fortnight should suffice for the noble families of Yangzhou to align themselves. We shall eliminate a faction, recruit another, and suppress a third. This is Lin Ruhai's strategy, which Song Qian found quite commendable. He designated a period of 2 weeks. During this interval, those willing to side with him would be worthy of alliance, while those who openly resisted would naturally be the targets for eradication. As for the remaining noble families that chose to remain neutral, they would find themselves under pressure in due course. It appears you have settled on a course of action. Then proceed with confidence. Lin Ruhai grew increasingly pleased with Song Qian. In terms of appearance, character, martial prowess, and cunning, he was a paragon of contemporary talent, capable yet composed. Receptive to the counsel of others, with a future brimming with potential. With such an amiable junior by his side, Lin Ruhai felt assured of support once he entered the court. Moreover, the city guard in Yangzhou presents a variable, to be prudent. You must prepare in advance and secure control over the military leaders. Their involvement in quelling unrest is unnecessary. They merely need to observe without interference. Song Qian nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "You are right, my esteemed uncle. I shall arrange for this matter promptly." With that, he stood up, preparing to take his leave. "Why not stay for dinner before you depart?" Lin Ruhai smiled invitingly. "You are as unfamiliar with this place and lacks company to converse with. Since you are of similar age, it would be delightful for you both to engage in conversation." After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Qian nodded in agreement. Very well. After dinner, the sky had turned completely dark. After bidding farewell to Lin Ruhai and his daughter, Song Qian and his sister leisurely rode their green-maned horses, meandering through the streets. "Brother, our little cousin seems to harbor unusual feelings for you," Song Qian suddenly remarked, gazing up at the myriad stars in the sky. "Oh, was that all?" Song Qian felt somewhat dissatisfied with her brother's reaction. "What else should I say?" Song Qian stretched lazily. "If Lu Xiaolu harbors similar feelings for you, would you be willing to marry him?" Song Qian shook her head. "I have always regarded him as my younger brother." Song Qian shrugged, asserting that matters of love between men and women are largely dictated by fate. "In this regard, I have always adhered to the principle of letting things unfold naturally, allowing circumstances to take their course. There should be no coercion or suppression. Affection is simply affection, and disinterest is merely disinterest. I have never felt compelled to accept someone's feelings or offer commitments simply because they harbor affection for me." Song Qian seemed to be lost in thought. It appeared that she indeed had no fondness for the petite, at least for the time being. She harbored no particular thoughts about her younger cousin. While this statement was quite ordinary, after uttering it, Song Qian instinctively cast a glance at her own chest, which caused a slight twitch at the corner of Song Qian's mouth. What Song Ernie just mentioned about not preferring things that are too small, after some contemplation, turns out to mean this. "Brother, I am famished. Shall we go dine?" When Song Qian made her remark, Song Qian momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation. Weren't we just dining at the Lin residence? Alas, engrossed in conversation with Daiyu, I hardly consumed anything. You witnessed my cousin's delicate manner of eating. It was so refined that I felt embarrassed to indulge myself, and it was truly a wonder I wasn't left starving. Indeed, just ahead lies the Tianran Pavilion. Come. I shall treat you to a grand feast. Let's eat freely. This evening, Song Qian displayed a rare semblance of decorum, her dining manner poised and elegant. However, for someone of her voracious appetite, it was quite a trial. As the two approached the Tianran Pavilion, Song Qian paused momentarily. The Tianran Pavilion is a renowned establishment in Yangzhou, typically bustling at this hour, yet it now stood eerily quiet with scarcely a soul in sight. Song Qian perceived the presence of several individuals on the second floor, who were diligently concealing their martial prowess, and exchanged a knowing smile with Song Qian. "Ah, this evening is yet another fitting night for murder." Ascending to the second floor of the natural residence, the two took their seats in a central position. With a resounding thud, Song Qian boldly slammed her sword onto the table. Instantly, the scattered patrons seated in the four corners exchanged furtive glances. "What may I assist you with, young lady?" inquired the waiter, bowing with a smile as he approached. Song Qian casually pulled a silver ingot from her sleeve and cheerfully exclaimed, "Bring forth the finest wine and dishes." "Certainly, esteemed young heroes, please wait a moment. The food and drink will be ready shortly." With that, the innkeeper swiftly dashed downstairs. Meanwhile, on the second floor, a series of meaningful glances were cast in their direction. Song Xian, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, poured himself a cup of tea and brought it to his lips. Observing this, the gazes around him grew fervent, filled with eager anticipation for him to take a sip. However, at that moment, Song Xian's hand, which held the cup, paused slightly as he turned to Song Qian and remarked, "By the way, it seems you forgot to inform the waiter that you do not consume coriander." "Oh, indeed." Song Qian slammed the table and called out, "Waiter, come here." The young waiter rushed over, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "Young hero, is there anything else you require? Inform the chef that I shall not be having any cilantro." Very well, very well. I shall relay your message at once." The waiter sighed in relief and hurriedly dashed downstairs. Song Xian chuckled softly, raising the teacup to his lips, embodying the anticipation of savoring the tea. The gazes around him intensified once more, with several individuals displaying an eager urgency, desperately wishing for him to drink. Yet, Song Xian abruptly halted, placing the teacup on the table, and exclaimed, "Waiter, come here." Upon witnessing this, the surrounding patrons exchanged discreet glances, some seemingly on the verge of rising, only to be restrained by their companions, who subtly shook their heads in caution against rashness. "Esteemed guest, what further instructions do you have?" The waiter, now devoid of his earlier cheer, bore an expression of resignation as he glanced at the teacup in Song Xian's hand, inwardly lamenting, "I have never encountered such a difficult patron. You have been toying with that cup of tea for ages. Will you drink it or not? The tea has grown cold. Please bring us a fresh pot." "Very well, please hold on." Sighing inwardly, though feeling quite exasperated, he nonetheless grasped the teapot and made his way downstairs. As he descended, his gaze subtly met that of a fellow patron, to whom he nodded slightly. In a short while, the waiter returned briskly, carrying a pot of tea. "Young hero, I've brought you a fresh pot of hot tea. Allow me to pour you a cup. Do sample the flavor of our establishment's new brew." Song Xian nodded. After the young waiter filled the teacup, he lifted it to his nose and inhaled the fragrant aroma. "How is it, young sir?" the waiter inquired, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Is this Longjing tea?" "Indeed, this is the finest Westlake Longjing. Would you care to taste it?" Song Xian chuckled softly, declaring that he had never indulged in Longjing tea, but instead preferred the exquisite Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain. "Replace it with another pot." The waiter stood frozen in place, his expression gradually morphing into one of fury. At that moment, even a fool would comprehend that the insidious plot concocted by him and his accomplices to poison the tea had been unveiled for half a day. This brother and sister had been toying with him. "You dare serve me this?" With a sudden movement, the waiter stretched his body, the sound of his bones creaking echoing in the air, as he grasped the teapot from the table, intent on pouring its contents down Song Xian's throat. Yet, in the next instant, terror gripped him as he clutched his throat, blood oozing between his fingers. Unbeknownst to him, a chopstick had pierced through his neck. "Since you are so fond of tea, allow me to grant you this final wish." With the teapot in hand, Song Xian poured the scalding tea into the waiter's mouth until the latter's eyes rolled back in their sockets, and then casually discarded him to the side. Such a wicked creature, harboring a malevolent heart at such a tender age. "Today, I shall rid the world of your evil, for the sake of justice." Around them, the patrons gasped, and a middle-aged man bellowed in outrage, drawing his long knife from his waist in an instant, pointing it menacingly at Song Xian. Embodying the stance of a chivalrous hero ready to eradicate evil from the realm, Song Xian cast a sidelong glance at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What are you laughing at, you wretch?" the middle-aged man bellowed, his long knife slicing through the air with a terrifying force as he executed a powerful strike aimed at Huashan. Yet, Song Xian remained seated, unmoved. He gently tapped his fingertip on the water stain upon the table and then lifted his hand to flick his finger. With a mere flick, the tea seemed to coalesce into a small sword that shot forth with precision, the shadow of the blade flashing as it pierced through the middle-aged man's throat. The overwhelming force propelled the man backward, his body hurtling through the air. Brother Sun, the man seated at the same table, witnessing the horrific scene, let out a furious roar, drawing his long sword and charging at Song Xian. The sight of his friend's tragic demise momentarily eclipsed his fear. What audacity! Song Xian chuckled softly, raising his hand to seize the long sword from the man's grasp. The man trembled all over, caught off guard, only to see the sword's tip suddenly twist and plunge directly into his chest. "You possess true energy, you are." The man's eyes widened in terror as he pointed at Song Xian, unable to utter another word. With a final, anguished cry, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The 5 patrons at the other 3 tables gasped in shock, One of them shouted in panic, "The information is incorrect. The target is an innate martial artist. We must flee." However, before they could escape, Song Qian struck the table with a resounding clap. In an instant, a flurry of chopsticks shot through the air, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being pierced, as all five were impaled against the wall. Song Qian walked steadily, approaching a middle-aged woman whose limbs were pinned down. In a tone devoid of warmth, he asked, "Do I have a grudge against you?" The woman, trembling with fear, replied, "I bear no enmity." Song Qian wielded a chopstick, gesturing towards the woman's face, questioning whether they believed they could easily bully her siblings. The woman quickly shook her head, stating that they too were merely hired to resolve troubles for others. She emphasized that there had been no prior interactions or animosities with the two young heroes. Accepting their defeat at the hands of the two, she pleaded for them to grant a swift resolution. Song Qian shook his head. Upon witnessing this, the woman let out a sorrowful laugh, as it seemed the young hero had no intention of granting them a swift end. Song Qian shook his head and smiled, saying, "Even the lowly ants strive to survive. Why must you all seek death with such determination?" With a flick of his sleeve, the chopsticks embedded in the bodies of the several individuals were sent flying. "I am a person of kind heart, disinclined towards bloodshed. You may leave." The group was taken aback, the woman displaying a look of utter astonishment, bewildered by Song Qian's unexpected gesture. "What is happening? Just moments ago, you siblings were mercilessly slaughtering 3 of us, and now you speak of kindness and aversion to killing?" Despite her confusion, she did not hesitate to clasp her fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, young hero, for your mercy. In the future, we shall repay your kindness for sparing our lives." "Brother, are we truly letting them go?" Song Qian questioned, her voice tinged with perplexity as she watched the injured figures stagger away, disappearing into the shadows. Song Qian's lips curled upwards as he said, "If it were you, receiving the bounty for slaying a postnatal warrior, yet confronted with the target of an innate warrior, after losing 3 brothers and fleeing, what would be your foremost desire?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian gritted her teeth and declared, "I shall undoubtedly strip the employer of their skin." Song Qian smiled gently and said, "Let us go and watch a performance." Having narrowly escaped death at the natural abode, the 5 assassins, their bodies battered, did not flee the city but instead gathered in a dilapidated courtyard on the outskirts. It was only upon reaching this place that the middle-aged woman let out a long breath, sitting on the ground and gasping for air. "We survived." The others bore expressions of lingering dread, sitting cross-legged on the ground to heal their wounds while engaging in hushed conversation. "Sister, what is the true background of the brother and sister we were tasked to kill? They are far too terrifying." The middle-aged woman wore an expression of remorse. The employer claimed they were officials from the Xuani Guards, and the bounty was quite generous. "I was greedy. This cannot be blamed on you, sister. After all, the employer provided information suggesting the siblings were merely in their 20s. Who would have imagined they were both masters of the innate realm?" A lean and agile man gritted his teeth. "The employer intentionally misled us with their age, and the offered price was only suitable for eliminating postnatal warriors. That scoundrel. He sought to test the true strength of those siblings with our lives." "Sister, how should we proceed? Should we let this matter lie?" asked a rather burly man. "Let it lie?" The middle-aged woman fell silent for a moment, her chest heaving as she struggled to suppress her indignation. "It cannot end like this," she exclaimed coldly. "To pay for postnatal warriors' lives with the bounty of innate warriors. This deceit cannot be tolerated." After staunching her wounds, she took out some provisions to eat and drank a few sips of water, then declared with fury, "The Jiang family of Yangzhou. I shall personally make them pay. Will you join me?" Upon hearing her words, the others quickly rose, eager and ready. "We shall go together," they exclaimed. "If we cannot provoke those siblings, we can surely take on the Jiang family. Once we complete this task, we cannot remain in Mingzhou. We must find a ship and set sail for Songzhou." Outside the courtyard, atop a locust tree, the Song Qian siblings stood quietly, observing the unfolding scene within. Song Qian inquired curiously, "The Jiang family of Yangzhou. Do they harbor a grudge against us?" Song Qian nodded and remarked, "The scholar whose forehead you shattered today is indeed a member of the Jiang family." "No wonder." Song Qian chuckled in realization. Their actions are rather swift. Those who were killed during the day have assassins arranged for them by night. Their efficiency is quite impressive. Song Qian raised his gaze to the starry sky and slowly spoke. "The Jiang family is a prominent clan in the Jiangzhou region, with numerous guards and many skilled practitioners among them. These assassins possess considerable strength at the acquired stage. Yet they can at most eliminate a few members of the Jiang family without shaking its foundational stability. Let us depart and gather our forces to encircle the Jiang family. Tonight, I shall extinguish an entire lineage. Song Qian expressed her surprise. Were you not planning to give them a fortnight to see which factions within Yangzhou City would align themselves? Why begin the actions now? Song Qian chuckled heartily, believing it necessary to make an example of someone to establish authority. Otherwise, what reason would others have to align themselves with him, right? Song Qian shrugged nonchalantly. Indifferent to whom she might kill, she would simply follow orders, for scheming was wearisome. This night, the Jiang residence was far from tranquil. In the first half of the night, several bandits had surged in, slaughtering over 10 individuals before being discovered and driven away by the guards within the estate. Before the occupants of the Jiang household could steady their nerves, Song Qian arrived, leading hundreds of the Xian guards on horseback. Issuing a command, seal both the front and back doors of the Jiang residence. Only entry is permitted, no one may exit. The commotion caused by the Xian guards attracted attention. Doors from surrounding residences creaked open, and heads peeked out to observe. What could account for such a gathering of guards at such an hour? Most of the inhabitants in these neighboring homes were officials, and upon witnessing the activity of the Xian guards, many felt a shiver of apprehension, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Within the residence on the right side of the Jiang estate, an elderly man, appearing to be around 50, leaned against the courtyard wall. Upon catching sight of Song Qian, he gasped in alarm, exclaiming, Song Qian. In the courtyard, someone hurriedly inquired, Lord Sun, which Song Qian do you refer to? Lord Sun trembled as he replied. Who else could it be? It is the Xian guard commander recently dispatched from the capital, Song Qian. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Sun family members paled in unison. My goodness, why has that harbinger of death come here? Could it be that he is targeting our Sun family? Panic ensued. Quickly, send someone to inform the prefect. If Song Qian is indeed after our family, it may soon be too late. At this, several young members of the Sun family hastily departed through the back door, making their way to the prefect's office. Meanwhile, within the Jiang estate, the head of the family, Jiang Shui, wore an expression of dismay as he directed maids and servants to tidy up, intermittently sighing in despair. Just today, he had lost a son, and now, in the dead of night, assassins had struck down several more of his kin. Though the deaths of others were regrettable, he lamented most for the recent concubine he had taken, whose beauty had captivated him. He had yet to indulge in her charms, and she had met her untimely end in such a senseless manner. Truly a waste, an utter waste. As he wallowed in grief, a servant rushed in, flustered. Master, there's grave news. Calm yourself. What chaos is this? Jiang Shui snapped irritably. In Yangzhou, my Jiang family is sovereign. What is there to fear? Crash. At that moment, the iron door of the Jiang residence was violently shattered. A battalion of guards clad in armor, wielding long knives and bearing bows and crossbows, stormed in with an air of grim determination. Jiang Shui was momentarily taken aback by the sudden influx of Xian guards, and his expression soon morphed into one of anger. Perhaps, in his eyes, the previous Xian officer had merely been a capable servant. Thus, Jiang Shui felt no fear towards the Xian guards. The Jiang family was not merely wealthy in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. They were a prestigious clan with a history spanning centuries. Over the past century, scores of family members had served in the court. Particularly, his brother Jiang Shouqing held the esteemed position of Left Assistant Minister of Personnel, wielding the authority to promote or demote thousands of officials. Even the governor of Jiangsu would show utmost respect and caution in the presence of Jiang Shui, the patriarch of the Jiang family. The family's influence had been cultivated over generations, rendering them impervious to the whims of a mere junior officer from the capital. Contemplating the Jiang family's power within the court bolstered Jiang Shui's confidence. He pointed at Song Qian with a scoff. Do you know where you are, Song Qian? What place is this? Song Qian raised his head and surveyed his surroundings, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he remarked, Ah, the feng shui here is quite favorable. It is indeed a splendid place for burial. What do you mean by that? Jiang Shui retorted angrily, while a member of the Jiang family stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Song Qian and unleashing a tirade of insults. You Song, wretched cur, you have slain my kin, yet I have not sought retribution, and here you are, foolishly presenting yourself for death. The Jiang family has been loyal and noble for generations. A house of merit. How dare a bastard like you? Before he could finish his tirade, a sharp sound akin to a sword's whistle sliced through the air. a glimmer of cold light flashing in the void. The members of the Jiang family felt as if they were seeing things as they turned to gaze at Song Qian. They beheld him merely glancing at Song Qian, who wore a serene smile, as if she had never stirred from her position. Only Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu sensed the lethal intent that had surged from Song Qian, who, in an instant, had severed the neck of the Jiang clansman with a single stroke of her sword. The speed of her attack was so astonishing that the others merely perceived a fleeting blur, unable to discern any further details. At that moment, Jiang Shu was arrogantly fixated on Song Qian, even stroking his beard with a sense of superiority, eagerly anticipating his family member to continue berating Song Qian. While others feared the Qian Wei, the Jiang family held no such trepidation. Just a mere martial artist, a puppet nurtured by the emperor, unworthy of even carrying the shoes of the noble families. Yet in the next heartbeat, his expression froze as he beheld a large head suddenly soaring into the air, followed by a spray of crimson liquid that drenched him thoroughly. Jiang Shu instinctively wiped his face, staring in disbelief at the blood that stained his hands. Then, horror-stricken, he let out a piercing scream. Before him, the headless corpse thudded to the ground, crashing against Jiang Shu. And this series of shocks caused the Jiang family patriarch to stagger backward, his shrieks echoing in a cacophony of terror. The earlier arrogance of a proud, noble family had completely evaporated. Useless. Song Qian let out a cold laugh. With such audacity, they dared to confront the Qian guard. What she had initially perceived as sheer recklessness turned out to be the ignorance of the uninformed. Having long been coddled by the former Qian Hufang, the noble families of Jiangsu and Zhujiang had forgotten the terror that the Qian guard once inspired. "Governor is here." At that moment, a voice of greeting echoed outside the Jiang family gate. Song Qian turned to see an elderly gentleman, exuding an air of nobility and urgency, hastening towards them. "Governor Song, what brings you here at this late hour?" As the governor of Jiangsu and Zhujiang, in the context of Song Qian's previous life in China, he would hold a position comparable to that of a provincial governor wielding immense power over several provinces. A third-grade civil official, his influence was substantial and recognized by the emperor. The appearance of such a local dignitary filled the Jiang family with a sense of elation. As if they had found their backbone, they began to voice their grievances and decry Song Qian's brutal actions. However, Song Qian merely cast him a casual glance and nodded lightly, realizing it was Governor Su. "The night is deep, and the chill is intense here. I suggest that you return home to rest. Governor, at your age, it would be wise not to meddle in the affairs of the youth." Governor Su was taken aback. Such words were remarkably blunt, devoid of typical bureaucratic pleasantries. It was evident that Song Qian was signaling the danger of this place, urging him to leave promptly. Narrowing his eyes, Governor Su glanced at the headless corpse on the ground and then scrutinized Song Qian. Uncertainty clouded his mind regarding the young man's intentions. Was he truly aiming to annihilate the Jiang family? The Jiang family was no minor entity. They had been entrenched in the region for centuries, their web of connections intricate, with numerous high-ranking officials in the court having ties to them. Should Song Qian choose to act against the Jiang family, it would inevitably stir a considerable uproar, likely causing headaches for the emperor, especially considering the inevitable backlash from the Jiang family, which a mere 100 men of the Qian guard could hardly withstand. Yet, Song Qian appeared completely composed. Could it be that he had backing from someone powerful to deal with the Jiang family? Was it the higher-ups of the Qian guard, or perhaps the emperor's directive? In recent decades, the court's grip on various provinces had weakened significantly. Despite Jiangsu and Zhujiang being extraordinarily prosperous, the imperial treasury was hardly replenished, relying solely on Lin Rahai to periodically eliminate salt merchants for funds. Such a method could not address the root of the problem. As long as the noble families persisted in Jiangsu and Zhujiang, normal tax revenues would remain a distant prospect. Was it possible that the emperor had entirely lost patience with these wealthy families and was prepared to take decisive action? This thought made Governor Su feel overwhelmed. He promptly beckoned to a middle-aged man, who appeared to be a guard. "Quick, assist me back to the residence. My headache is acting up again." Under the astonished gaze of Jiang Shui, Governor Su was helped away with great haste, and upon exiting the Jiang residence, he exhaled deeply. His departure was indeed prudent. The middle-aged man whispered, "I cannot gauge the capabilities of Song Qian and his sister, but I have encountered those two individuals beside him once before. They are both formidable innate experts from the martial world. Just one of them could obliterate the Jiang family, let alone two." Governor Su's expression shifted. "Are you suggesting that Song Qian is determined to obliterate the Jiang family tonight?" "Most likely," the middle-aged man assessed. "Typically, innate experts from the martial world seldom provoke noble families, for these families possess deep roots and connections. To offend them would invite relentless pursuit from the Xian Guard to quell public opinion. However, this time is different. Though they are martial artists, they are collaborating with the Xian Guard, which absolves them of the fear of retaliation. An unrestrained innate warrior is exceedingly dangerous, unless the governor mobilizes the military. The Jiang family is doomed tonight. I understand. Governor Su sighed, clutching his forehead. Tonight, I have been suffering from a severe headache and have remained within my residence, oblivious to the events unfolding. We must leave quickly. This place is far too treacherous for us to involve ourselves. The rapid arrival and departure of the governor left everyone, including Song Xian, in a state of disbelief. Even Song Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his mere threat would prompt such a hasty exit from the elderly man. It must be said, anyone capable of attaining the position of a provincial governor possesses considerable skill, particularly in their ability to navigate danger and opportunity. With the governor's retreat, Jiangshu's anxiety began to escalate. In desperation, he resorted to invoking the Jiang family's most formidable ally in the court, Song Xian. My younger brother Jiang Shouchen is currently a revered official in the Ministry of Personnel, a favored individual before the emperor. How could you, a mere martial artist, compare? Depart swiftly with your men, or I shall submit a petition to the emperor for the eradication of your entire Song family. Upon hearing this, even Lu Xiaofeng could not help but sigh, realizing that reconciliation was no longer an option. He was astute enough to discern that Song Xian's mobilization of forces to the Jiang family was a clear message to strike fear into others. Using the Jiang family as an example, had the head of the Jiang family been wise, he might have chosen to yield and submit, thus preserving his life. Yet, this arrogant old man, accustomed to his high station, remained defiant. Even in his panic, he resorted to threats. One could only say that a foolish general can lead to the demise of the entire army. Such a dim-witted patriarch deserved the fate that awaited the Jiang family tonight. Song Xian and Song Qian exchanged a glance, then turned their attention to the intimidating Jiang Shui, unable to suppress a cold laugh. Since the patriarch of the Jiang family has spoken thus, would it not portray Song as excessively feeble if I do not bring the Jiang family to heel? With that, he raised his hand and declared in a chilling tone, the Jiang family of Yangzhou hoards bows, crossbows, and armor, harbors assassins, and has launched an assault on the Xian guards, the emperor's personal troops, displaying intentions of rebellion. All soldiers, heed my command, seal off the Jiang residence, and apprehend all conspirators. Those who dare obstruct the escapees shall be treated as traitors, to be executed without mercy. As his words fell, a cacophony of unsheathing blades echoed, the sound of armor clashing resonating ominously throughout the Jiang courtyard. Traitors! How dare you so brazenly defy the Jiang family? Within a chamber, an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, was assisted by two maidens as he approached. Fury evident on his face as he reached Song Xian's side. I am Jiang Qingshan, former Minister of Rights, who retired to my home 2 years ago, honored by the emperor and officials with a 10-mile escort. How dare you, mere child, truly believe there is no one to defend the Jiang family? The old man leaned forward, sneering coldly. Song, if you have the courage, then strike me down first. I wish to see if you possess such boldness. Song Xian remained silent, a faint smile gracing his face. What, are you afraid? The old man chuckled. Come now, young one of the Song family, come and slay me. I am most curious to see whose significance weighs more in the emperor's heart, yours or mine. Come, take my life. Song Xian let out a soft sigh as he lifted a blade from the hands of a black-clad guard behind him, swiftly piercing the neck of the old man with a decisive stroke. Such a demand was unprecedented in his life, and today he had truly witnessed the extraordinary. With that, he kicked Jiang Qingshan, who was still gasping for breath, to the ground, pointing the long knife forward. Any who dare to resist, regardless of age or gender, shall be met with no mercy. Understood. The thunderous sound of war horses pounding against the earth erupted as hundreds of black-clad guards charged forth, their blades raised high. Anyone from the Jiang family who dared to flee or show any signs of resistance would be ruthlessly slain without exception. Song Xian remarked that the Jiang family harbored deadly assassins and secretly possessed battle armor and crossbows, and this accusation was not unfounded. It could be said that among the prominent families of this era, none were without their private armies. Now that the facade had been torn away, Jiang Shui retreated behind the scenes, his countenance pallid and frigid as he fixed a steely gaze upon Song Xian and issued the command. Annihilate them all. Behind him, a formidable throng of private soldiers emerged, clad in armor, brandishing long spears, with shield bearers at the forefront and spearmen at the rear, forming a military formation reminiscent of infantry confronting cavalry. The ground shook with the thunderous sound of war horses as the two armies clashed, and in an instant, several steeds fell, pierced by long spears, collapsing before the infantry line. Meanwhile, on Song Xian's side, there was no respite. In the shadowy recesses, 12 long swords were drawn almost simultaneously, their blades glinting with a sinister chill as they converged from all directions, targeting the vital points of Song Xian. "Be careful, my lord." Lu Xiaofeng's expression shifted dramatically, for it was only at this moment that he sensed the presence of assassins lurking in the shadows, one of whom possessed the formidable prowess of a congenital-level assassin. Song Xian merely smiled faintly, and with a swift motion, the long sword at his waist was unsheathed, emitting a sharp and abrupt whistle. The sound of the sword resonated like a dragon's roar, stirring the depths of one's soul. The first few assassins, taken aback, gaped in awe. In that fleeting moment, as they faced the end of their lives, it was as though they beheld the swordsmanship they had pursued throughout their existence. Even Lu Xiaofeng wore an expression of profound shock. He was aware of Lord Song's formidable strength, having previously encountered the overwhelming might of his sword energy, a force he could not withstand. However, while sword energy is dictated by the practitioner's foundation at this moment, Lu Xiaofeng bore witness to the true extent of Lord Song's sword technique. He had once witnessed Shimin Shue's swordsmanship, which was swift to an extraordinary degree, unfathomably quick and unpredictable, capable of determining life and death in an instant. He had always believed that, irrespective of cultivation, if one were to discuss swordsmanship alone, Shimin Shue's merciless technique and Yi Guqing's ethereal swordplay were among the finest in the world. Yet today, after witnessing Song Xian's single strike, his perspective underwent a profound transformation. The swordsmanship of Song Xian was unremarkable, a simple thrust devoid of any ostentation. It did not appear swift, nor did it exude an enigmatic quality. Yet, Lu Xiaofeng was inexplicably gripped by an overwhelming sense of inevitability. It felt as though, with that single thrust, all avenues of escape had been sealed off. No matter how one might attempt to evade, the outcome remained the same. Ultimately, one would be pierced by the blade. Lu Xiaofeng had witnessed many formidable techniques, yet he had always felt capable of withstanding at least a few strikes. However, upon witnessing Song Xian's swordplay, a profound sense of despair arose within him. This was a despair that rendered evasion and resistance futile, culminating only in the inevitability of being struck down. Even as a mere spectator, he was overtaken by this sense of helplessness. The 12 assassins, confronting Song Xian's sword directly, must have felt a terror that was beyond articulation. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed simultaneously, and the 12 assassins felt a sweetness in their throats amidst the tearing sound. Their throats were completely penetrated by a single stroke. Among them were one at the innate level and 11 at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Yet under Song Xian's sword, they appeared indistinguishable, all felled in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The 12 bodies collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Song Xian casually twirled his sword, flicking away the blood from the tip, and with a soft clang, sheathed his sword once more. It was only then that Lu Xiaofeng snapped back to reality, swallowing hard, his heart whispering a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the master had only unleashed a sword aura against him, granting him a sliver of survival. Had the master drawn his sword and engaged him in close combat that day, even with Wamanla by his side, they would undoubtedly have met the same fate as those assassins today, slain by a single stroke. Within a single yard, all beings are equal. I am invincible. Regardless of whether one is innate or acquired, all shall fall to a single sword. After dispatching the 12 assassins with a mere flick of his wrist, Song Xian cast a glance towards Lu Xiaofeng and Wamanlu. Lu Xiaofeng smiled faintly. Without the need for words from Song Xian, he leapt forward, charging into the ranks of Zhang's private soldiers. Though he might feel some discomfort when confronting ordinary individuals with no means of resistance, he bore no such hesitation when storming the formation of hundreds. Lu Xiaofeng's lightness of foot, known as Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens, allowed him to navigate as gracefully as a phoenix in flight. Wherever he passed, soldiers clad in armor, with steel blades at their waists and long spears in hand, were tossed aside as if they were dumplings, effortlessly overwhelmed. In this moment, Lu Xiaofeng rediscovered the exhilarating sensation of being a martial arts master. Since encountering Song Xian, he had begun to doubt himself, but today he finally had the chance to showcase his prowess. Though Wamanla could not see, his keen perception sensed Lu Xiaofeng's exhilaration. With a gentle smile, he unfurled his folding fan, and, like a willow fluff, soared towards the battlefield. The duo of innate warriors joined forces. In Zhang's hundreds of private soldiers were rendered utterly defenseless. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the ground was strewn with corpses. Even those who survived were gravely wounded, lying on the ground, groaning in agony. The subsequent tidying up required no further instruction from Song Xian. The Xiani guards, under the direction of the captains, systematically advanced towards the various residences of the Jiang family. Before long, a captain approached Song Xian, accompanied by several Xiani guards, and knelt on one knee. "My lord, we have uncovered irrefutable evidence of their treachery within the Jiang family." The captain gestured, and several Xian guards unfurled the items they carried. Song Xian gazed into the distance, where a long black robe came into view, adorned with a vividly embroidered five-clawed divine dragon, exuding an air of majesty. Song Xian was somewhat taken aback. Prior to his arrival, he had already prepared evidence of the Jiang family's rebellion. For instance, he possessed private correspondence revealing the Jiang family's collusion with other clans to conspire against the state, as well as documents reminiscent of the proverbs from the era of Dechu, such as those from Qinsheng. Whether or not the Jiang family was involved was inconsequential. Song Xian was confident he could uncover such incriminating items within their residence. However, it seemed he had not prepared for the presence of the dragon robe. In that moment, he was uncertain whether this theatrical display had been orchestrated by his subordinates without his consent. Thus, Song Xian regarded the 100 households with a discerning gaze, questioning if these items truly originated from the Jiang family. Absolutely true. The 100 households, perceiving the doubt in the magistrate's eyes, immediately affirmed, "If I dare utter a single falsehood, may my entire family perish." Upon hearing this declaration, Song Xian was convinced. No one would dare to invoke their family's name in a vow before him, for they understood his character. To lie in his presence was to invite annihilation upon their entire lineage. Song Xian blinked, gazing at the black dragon robe for a considerable time before gradually withdrawing his gaze to rest upon Jiang Shui, the patriarch of the Jiang family, who had been forcefully subdued on the ground. "I have not wronged you, have I?" The once anxious Jiang Shui now exhibited an unusual calmness. His countenance twisted with resentment as he fixed his glare upon Song Xian. "We could have coexisted peacefully, yet why must you insist on troubling my Jiang family?" Song Xian sneered. "When you dispatched assassins to take my life, did you ever contemplate the consequences that would unfold today? It was you who first took the life of my second son, prompting me to orchestrate an assassination attempt against you. This matter was instigated by your hand." Song Xian let out a cold snort. The leader of the Sun and Moon sect, Dongfang Bubi, had previously attempted to assassinate me. Do not dare to claim that your esteemed families had no part in this. What Sun and Moon sect? Jiang Shui was taken aback. I sought the assassins from the Qingyi building. When did this become entangled with the Sun and Moon sect? Dongfang Bubi is not the one you were looking for? I have no acquaintance with anyone named Dongfang Bubi. Jiang Shui, on the verge of tears, spat out a mouthful of blood. He finally comprehended that the calamity befalling the Jiang family was likely due to their being scapegoats for others. Not knowing them is of no consequence. Song Xian chuckled lightly, declaring, "In any case, your Jiang family harbors rebellious intentions. Thus, your annihilation would be no injustice. As for the mastermind behind this, I am utterly indifferent. Whether it is you or him, or perhaps another family, I shall eradicate them one by one. They cannot escape their fate." Jiangshan glared at him with unbridled hatred, exclaiming, "Even if my Jiang family perishes, I shall take you down with us. Do you think we possess only this meager strength in the Jiangxia region?" As he spoke, he took a deep breath and bellowed skyward, "My son, why do you not act?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a tremendous explosion echoed from deep within the Jiang family's inner courtyard, seemingly from the direction of the rear garden. Song Xian leapt onto a pavilion and gazed into the distance. There, in the depths of the garden, stood a formidable artillery piece, a cannon weighing several thousand pounds. With a crackle, sparks erupted from the dark barrel, and a cannonball thundered forth, hurtling towards the dozen or so dark-clad guards invading the courtyard. Boom! The cannonball did not strike a man, but it shattered the bluestone bricks beneath, sending shards flying and turning the guards into mere pincushions. Though these guards were formidable, having cultivated their inner strength, they were utterly unprepared for such a sudden onslaught. Ha ha ha! Jiang Shui laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. Song Xian. The times have changed. The era when the great Zhou relied on martial prowess to subdue the world is irrevocably past. Do you understand? Not only in Mingzhou, But even in Chizhou, various local powers are secretly researching cannons and firearms. An ordinary person wishing to cultivate inner strength requires not only martial manuals but also immense quantities of food and herbs, dedicating 2 to 3 decades of arduous training to possibly become a postnatal warrior. But do you realize that such warriors, cultivated over decades, can be effortlessly outmatched by a handful of trained marksmen? With coordinated efforts, they can easily be dispatched. The training period for martial artists is excessively prolonged, while firearms and artillery can be produced in abundance. With just 6 months of training, we can assemble an army of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. At this moment, Jiang Shu wore a sinister yet fervent expression. Song Xian, do you know what this is called? This is called technology. This is called civilization. By the way, do you comprehend what technology and civilization entail? You do not. How could a crude martial brute like you grasp such profound concepts? But let me tell you, Song Xian, one day, the martial skills you take pride in, the martial might you rely upon, will ultimately be eclipsed by technology and crushed beneath the relentless tide of steel. Song Xian fixed his gaze upon Jiang Shu, his expression somewhat peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously ventured, the imperial jade liquid wine. Jiang Shu responded with a look of confusion. Song Xian lightly cleared his throat and continued, this year, we shall not accept gifts during the festival. Gifts are only to be. Jiang Shui interjected. What are you talking about? I am discussing technology, and you are rambling about gifts. Can you not comprehend human speech? It appears you are truly oblivious. Song Xian secretly sighed in relief. Damn, for that brief moment, this old fellow spoke of technology and civilization, and he nearly believed he had encountered a fellow time traveler. But since he was not a compatriot, Song Xian immediately lost interest. He raised his hand and beckoned towards the distant artillery. Come, fire at me. Let me witness the might of your so-called technology. Seeking death, the eldest son of the Jiang family, commanding a team of gunners beside him, pointed at Song Xian and declared, do you see that villain? Aim carefully. I intend to reduce him to dust. Soon, as the cannonballs were loaded, a flash erupted from the cannon's mouth and a solid iron ball was launched straight towards Song Xian. Die. The eldest son of the Jiang family wore a sinister grin. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. From afar, atop the pavilion, the dark-clad commander of the Xianyi Wei, who had brought the Jiang family to the brink of annihilation, merely raised a hand and pressed it lightly in the air. Crimson, true energy swirled like a red vortex. And within that whirlpool, the solid iron ball fired from the cannon spun erratically, emitting a piercing, shrill sound of friction, yet it could advance not a single inch further. Song Xian smiled faintly, flicked his finger, and the iron ball that had been suspended in mid-air erupted with a thunderous blast, scattering shards of metal in all directions, effectively turning the more than 10 members of the Jiang family below into a sieve. The power was quite impressive. Song Xian expressed his admiration, acknowledging the formidable power of the cannon. The kinetic energy produced by the cannonball was nearly comparable to the palm strength exhibited by Zhuo Lingchan when he pursued Yibuchuan. In essence, the force of a single cannon was akin to the might of a palm strike from an early-stage innate martial artist. This level of power was difficult for acquired martial artists to resist. However, against innate martial artists, it appeared somewhat lacking. Unless hundreds of cannons fired simultaneously to blanket an entire area, it would be exceedingly challenging to hit an innate martial artist, given their heightened sense of danger and agile movements. As the cannon failed to produce the desired impact, Zhang's eldest son waved his sleeve, and from behind him emerged nearly 100 private soldiers. These men bore no armor and showed no signs of martial training, yet each wielded a firearm. Jiang Shu laughed heartily, declaring, these riflemen are a secret creation of the Jiang family, equipped with the finest firearms in existence, guaranteed not to misfire. A single shot is sufficient to pierce through 3 layers of armor. Song Xian, I do not believe you can withstand a cannonball and simultaneously endure a barrage of gunfire. Upon hearing this, Song Xian chose not to respond, while Lu Xiaofeng regarded him with an expression of incredulity. It seemed that the head of the Jiang family was so engrossed in his technological pursuits that he was utterly oblivious to the true capabilities of martial artists. At that moment, the riflemen had formed their ranks, and with a command, flames erupted, smoke billowed, and the Jiang residence was filled with a cacophony of explosions. In response, Song Xian merely waved his sleeve, and his pure yang true energy began to whirl around him like a spinning top. A continuous sound of puff, puff, puff echoed as the bullets fired from the rifles were drawn back into the vortex of crimson true energy, shooting back into the ranks of the riflemen. Help! Many riflemen were struck and fell to the ground, their cries of agony resounding throughout the air. The long sword in Song Xian's hand was drawn once more, and at the moment of its unsheathing, it emitted a resonant dragon's roar. In an instant, a luminous arc of sword light surged forth like a dragon, slicing through the air. With a swift and dazzling brilliance akin to a startled phoenix, the sword light descended, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing. The artillery platform, where the eldest son of the Jiang family stood, was abruptly severed by the force of the sword qi. As the platform shattered, Song Xian's figure flickered, appearing behind the sword energy, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. The force of his palms surged forth like a torrential flood, akin to a volcanic eruption, with crimson light cascading like meteoric flames from the heavens. With a resounding impact, the palm struck down, causing the artillery platform to explode violently, sending countless fragments of stone soaring like a shower of blossoms, enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of meters. After delivering the strike, Song Xian did not cast a glance downward. Instead, he returned the sword to its sheath and swiftly retreated, leaving behind a few afterimages before resuming his original position. You possess technology, but I wield divine skills. Song Xian gazed with anticipation at Jiang Shui, who lay despondently on the ground. Your technology is still insufficient. Do you have any hidden trump cards? Present them for my inspection. Jiang Shui's face was ashen. These are the most formidable weapons my family, the Jiang clan, can produce. I do not comprehend why, despite possessing artillery capable of shattering mountains, I am utterly powerless against you. How can human strength reach such a level? You remain unaware of much more. After witnessing the Jiang family's secret weapon and experiencing the might of their firearms, Song Xian lost interest. He waved his hand to his subordinates, instructing them to take everything away and return to the imperial prison for interrogation. Indeed, their firearms were not weak. In a typical feudal society, the Jiang family might have had a chance to overthrow the dynasty with their cannons and rifles. However, this great Zhou dynasty was no ordinary realm, but a world dominated by martial prowess. It was said that upon reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, one could soar through the skies. In such a high martial world, unless one could create a weapon capable of annihilating an entire city, the most elite warriors were virtually insurmountable. On the journey back to the Qianhu office, Song Xian remained mostly silent, increasingly troubled by the implications of the day's events. As a scion of the Xianyi Guard, his family's fate was intertwined with that of the Great Zhou. Yet the incident with the Jiang family filled him with unease. If such a powerful clan could develop artillery in Mingzhou, what of the other clans across the provinces? Did they not harbor thoughts of usurping the Great Zhou? The notion of rebellion was not inherently fearsome. What was truly alarming was that the development of firearms had reached such a level without any intelligence reaching the capital's Xianyi Guard. Perhaps subordinates had indeed reported the matter, yet the higher-ups dismissed the emergence of firearms altogether. This was a troubling sign. While elite warriors were indeed formidable, firearms to them were akin to toys. A grandmaster could easily alter the course of a battle. However, what if the court's grandmasters were restrained by others of equal might? Upon returning to the Qianhu office, Song Xian finally turned to Lu Xiaofeng. What are your thoughts on the Jiang family's firearms? Lu Xiaofeng pondered for a moment. Quite impressive. But they only pose a threat to those below the innate level. Beyond that, such artillery and firearms are unlikely to strike true, and even if they do, they cannot breach a warrior's protective qi. Sensing Song Xian's concerns, he continued, I understand your worries, but truthfully, there is no need. No matter how powerful firearms may be, they ultimately require a wielder. For skilled warriors, there is no need to confront firearms directly. They can simply eliminate the operators. With this insight, Song Xian comprehended why there had been no reports of firearms in the capital. Even Lu Xiaofeng, a figure of the martial world, deemed them insignificant. What then? Of the Xianyi Guard, who wielded the strongest martial might in the realm. They were surely aware of the emergence of such formidable weapons. Yet they likely did not regard them as a serious threat. When the Xianyi Guard deemed it necessary to act, they would simply dispatch a few elite members to quell any disturbances. For 3 centuries, the Great Zhou had managed affairs this way, accustomed to such protocols. Finally, Huamanlu, who had been mostly silent, offered his perspective. My lord, external forces are ultimately just that, external. The true power lies in what one can wield oneself. Song Xian smiled faintly and nodded slightly, signifying his acknowledgement of the statement. Within the dim confines of the Xianyi Guard's interrogation chamber, the atmosphere felt exceedingly murky. After dealing with the Jiang family, Song Xian proceeded directly to the prison, for there were matters he needed to interrogate personally. Until he discerned the origins of this so-called technology and civilization, he feared his meditation and cultivation tonight would be plagued with unrest. In the interrogation room, Song Xian sat poised in a grand chair, quietly observing the Xuanyi Guard's interrogators as they heated a branding iron over the blazing fire. "My lord, everything is prepared. Shall we commence the torture?" One of the Xuanyi Guards inquired, kneeling on one knee and speaking in hushed tones. Song Xian waved his hand, urging, "You all may leave. I wish to have a private conversation with him." "Understood." The others swiftly exited the room, leaving behind Song Xian, seated in a chair, and Jiang Shu. Bound to the pillar, Song Xian lifted the crimson branding iron, exhaling softly, and remarked with a smile, "Where does Chief Jiang intend to begin? The chest or the face?" Jiang Shu swallowed hard, his expression fraught with terror and unease. "Song Xian, esteemed Sir Song, you and my Jiang family have no enmity to speak of. Must you take matters to such an extreme?" Song Xian stepped forward, bringing the branding iron close to Jiang Shui's face. "You know what I wish to inquire. Speak freely, and I shall grant you a swift end. What the Lord wishes to ask pertains to firearms, does it not? What else could it be? Would you have me inquire about the number of concubines you have taken?" Jiang Shui fell silent for a moment. "As for firearms, my knowledge is rather scant. These were all procured by my eldest son during his studies abroad a decade ago." "I see." Song Xian smiled ambiguously, pressing the searingly hot iron onto his face. Then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. "Useless trash," discarding the branding iron carelessly on the ground. Song Xian approached the cell where Jiang Shu's eldest son was imprisoned. As he entered, the weary-looking scion of the Jiang family fixed his gaze upon him intently. "My cowardly and inept father has placed all the blame upon me, has he?" "Indeed," Song Xian replied with a grin, looking at the man nearing 30. "You are Jiang Chun, correct? I relish conversing with intelligent individuals, and you appear far more astute than your ineffectual father." Jiang Chun forced a bitter smile, replying, "What am I to be considered an intelligent person? If I were truly wise, I would have departed from the Jiang family long ago. Had it not been for my ignorant and arrogant father sending someone to assassinate you, the Jiang family would not be facing such calamity today." Song Xian raised his hand, summoning a chair that floated through the air to land before him. Crossing his legs, he settled into the seat with a faint smile and remarked, "I have no interest in the grievances and entanglements between you and your father. Pray tell, how did you come by those firearms? Moreover, from whence did your inept father derive his notions of technology and civilization?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Chun began to speak slowly. "The Great Zhou is a nation founded on martial prowess. As a citizen of the Great Zhou, my childhood dream was to cultivate martial arts and become a chivalrous hero. Unfortunately, my attempts at martial training bore little fruit. Despite seeking guidance from numerous esteemed masters, I was invariably deemed lacking in talent. Faced with the futility of martial pursuits, I turned to the study of literature and embarked on the path of the imperial examination. At the age of 20, following my first failure in the examinations, I took my retainers and left home to clear my mind. My journey took me far and wide, ultimately leading me to the northern regions of Mingzhou. To most inhabitants of Mingzhou, that area was regarded as a barbaric land beyond the pale. Although it fell within the territory of the Great Zhou, the court had long neglected this harsh and frigid locale, focusing solely on collecting taxes each year while adopting a laissez-faire attitude towards the region. The people there were a curious sight, displaying an array of hair colors, red, gold, and yellow, and generally possessed fair skin, coarse pores, and an unpleasant odor. The first time I encountered them, the scent was so overwhelming that I nearly retched. Jiang Shen chuckled at this memory. The physical constitution of these individuals differed significantly from that of ordinary citizens of the Great Zhou, as their meridians were incomplete, rendering them incapable of martial cultivation. Thus, they were regarded as a harmless populace by the court, a group unable to practice martial arts. Even if they wished to rebel, a handful of warriors could easily suppress them. During my time in the Northern Territory, I meandered through its landscapes, and after some interaction with the locals, I discovered that, while they lacked martial prowess, they possessed remarkable qualities. Perhaps it was precisely their inability to cultivate martial arts that led them to invest their energies into the study of external forces. Gunpowder, which had existed in the Great Zhou for ages and was primarily used for fireworks, transformed in the hands of those so-called barbarians into cannons and firearms. Furthermore, they developed theories in physics, chemistry, and astronomy. The scientific and civilizational concepts that concern the learned gentlemen originated from there. Having spent several years in that region, I forged numerous friendships and acquired valuable knowledge. The firearms and artillery that you see in the Jiang family were technologies I learned during my time there. Upon returning to Jiang's household, I leveraged the family's resources and manpower, and within a few years, I successfully established a regiment of firearms. My father, upon witnessing the might of these weapons, was greatly exhilarated, believing that the Jiang family was destined for greatness. However, as I speak of my father, I find myself at a loss for words. I have counseled him more than once to remain discreet, to develop our influence quietly, and avoid drawing the court's scrutiny. Alas, ever since he witnessed the power of firearms, his ambitions have swelled, and he has repeatedly mentioned his desire to muster an army of 100,000 riflemen to overthrow the Great Zhou court. With a sigh, Jiang Chun reflected on his own naivety. Despite the Jiang family being a prominent clan, he had never encountered true martial masters. His father's relentless indoctrination of revolutionary ideals gradually led him to believe in them himself. After all, in his eyes, human strength was finite. While the power of firearms knew no bounds, he could not fathom that human might could withstand the onslaught of gunfire until he encountered the learned gentleman and truly understood the folly of his previous beliefs. Jiang Qin's expression turned somber, his heart heavy with despair, as if his faith had crumbled into ashes. The scientific principles he once revered, the civilization he aspired to cultivate, and the firearms he had anticipated with great longing, all proved to be worthless toys in the hands of true warriors. The disillusionment was profoundly despairing. Having grasped the origins of the firearms and the unfolding of events, Song Xian felt a weight lifted from his heart. My lord, as Song Xian stood, Jiang Chun appeared to have an epiphany, his gaze fixed earnestly upon him. Have you ever contemplated the prospect of becoming the sovereign? While firearms may be ineffective against martial masters, they are unparalleled instruments of destruction on the battlefield. With your extraordinary martial prowess, you need not fear ambushes from other warriors. Combined with an army of firearms, you could undoubtedly seize the imperial capital and instigate a change in dynasty. Song Xian chuckled softly. You are exceedingly naive. In consideration of your somewhat satisfactory response, I shall grant you a swift end. With that, he raised his hand and pointed into the air. Jiang Qin's expression froze. His pupils began to dilate, and a blood hole the size of a fingertip appeared on his forehead. Relying on firearms to overthrow a dynasty? In a world of moderate martial prowess, that may be plausible, but in this realm where grandmasters of martial arts can soar through the skies and traverse the earth, firearms are nothing more than a jest. Unless, of course, he, Song Xian, could ascend to the ranks of a grandmaster himself. However, should he attain such mastery, he could single-handedly dominate the entire martial world, rendering the need for firearms to instigate a regime change utterly unnecessary.